Beauty, you are destined for misfortune. On the T-2 train bound for Qingzhou, within the soft sleeper compartment, Cheng Yang nonchalantly crossed his legs and addressed the attractive woman with short hair in the adjacent bunk. Bai Holu raised her eyebrows in irritation, glaring at Cheng Yang. You young lad, are you attempting to emulate those charlatans? Do you believe I won't ensure you face legal troubles first? Cheng Yang let out a slight sigh. Believe it or not, it will soon come to pass regardless. Bai Holu merely scoffed coldly before reclining on her bed. Internally, she felt a surge of frustration. Indeed, she was a police officer who had recently been suspended and was now returning to the Qingzhou police station to resume her duties, yet she never anticipated being harassed on the train. If there was blame to be laid, it was on her own striking beauty and admirable figure. While other women yearned to become even more alluring, Bai Holu found herself nearly dismissed from the force on multiple occasions due to her looks, which were deemed too captivating and prone to attracting trouble, thus complicating her work within the police department. Bai Holu instinctively glanced at Cheng Yang in the adjacent bunk. With his thick eyebrows, large eyes, and honest demeanor, she could hardly believe he would stoop to such charlatanry to tease her. Ugh, it seems all men are the same. Clang! 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 The train hurtled through the dark night towards Qingzhou. Suddenly, Bai Holu felt a twinge of discomfort in her abdomen and hurriedly dashed towards the train restroom. To her dismay, upon crouching down, she discovered her period had arrived a week early. What on earth? What am I to do now? Bai Holu grasped her phone. Being on the train, she couldn't even call someone to bring her sanitary pads. How could it arrive so many days early? Damn it! The supplies I prepared are in my bag, and I... At that moment, a series of knocks resonated at the door. Is anyone in there? Bai Holu snapped impatiently, standing at the door. Cheng Yang replied leisurely, It's me. I've brought you a bag, huh? Bai Holu was taken aback. Quickly, there's no one outside now. Just crack the door open, and I will pass the bag to you. Well, alright. Receiving the bag, Bai Holu hastily secured the restroom door. She rummaged through it and retrieved the sanitary pads. Suddenly, she felt a jolt of realization. Huh? How did that audacious fellow know I needed this? Could it be that his earlier mention of misfortune was true about this? Did he actually foresee it? Bai Holu tidied herself up and swiftly returned to the soft sleeper compartment. She scrutinized Cheng Yang from head to toe. Cheng Yang was fanning himself with a large, vintage fan, holding an aged photograph depicting an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Bai Holu, incredulous, sat down across from him. Thank you for earlier, but how did you know I needed that bag? Did you really predict it? You actually possess such skills? Cheng Yang grinned widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Fortune-telling, physiognomy, geomancy, none of these are beyond my grasp. I am, after all, the most charming young man in Gantu village. However, your earlier situation was not a prediction, but rather a deduction based on your complexion. My complexion? Bai Holu queried, puzzled. Cheng Yang nodded confidently. Your cheeks were flushed yet tinged with a hint of green, indicating stagnation of liver energy, leading to emotional distress and an early arrival of your cycle. You actually understand traditional Chinese medicine. Bai Holu exclaimed, astonished. I would never have guessed that someone your age could possess such knowledge. Indeed, I am akin to a black bottle containing soy sauce deeply concealed. Pfft. Bai Holu couldn't help but laugh. Are you headed to Qingzhou as well? Cheng Yang nodded, shaking the photograph in his hand. I am off to Qingzhou to find my wife. I must marry her within a month. Bai Holu glanced at the photograph and grimaced. You must be joking. The woman in that photo looks familiar. She is far too stunning to be from your village. Cheng Yang proudly huffed. Su Jing is not from our village. 5 years ago, she hiked in the mountains behind our village and injured her leg, and I happened to carry her home to recover. She thought I was quite handsome, and after her leg healed, she stayed for 3 days before returning to the city, leaving behind a marriage guarantee. Su Jing and I are a match made in heaven. She must have missed me greatly during these 5 years. Bai Holu. Cheng Yang continued. Once Su Jing and I marry, you must come to celebrate with us. Don't forget to bring a gift. Bai Holu. Bai Holu snatched the photograph to examine it closely before chuckling. You are quite the liar. I know the person in this photo. Her name is indeed Su Jing. However, she is certainly not your wife. She is one of Qingzhou's renowned beauties, reportedly betrothed to the third young master of the Mi family. What makes you think you could marry her? What did you say? Cheng Yang grasped Bai Holu's wrist tightly. Beauty, are you telling the truth? Is my wife cheating on me? Get off me. Su Jing is a famous affluent beauty of Qingzhou. How could she possibly marry you? Bai Holu replied irritably, assuming Cheng Yang was jesting. Wait. Hold on. Cheng Yang suddenly stood up, staring intently at Bai Holu's face. At that moment, a faint dark aura seemed to emanate from Bai Holu's porcelain complexion, and a hint of ominous energy flashed at her brow, while the nasolabial folds beside her nose subtly darkened. What are you doing? I merely spoke the truth, and you seem displeased? Bai Honglu pouted. Su Jing was never meant to be yours, that's not it, Cheng Yang said with a grave expression. Beauty, you genuinely face a significant misfortune this time. And it is dire.
Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Bai Honglu involuntarily let out a belch. Deep down, she harbored skepticism towards fortune-telling and physiognomy. However, the recent incident with the sanitary napkin made her wary of disregarding Chen Yang's utterances. Chen Yang's fingers delicately moved, swiftly arranging and deducing the hexagram through the 6 lines divination. The upper 3, lower 5, and the second line moved. The hexagram indicated a firewind cauldron, signifying the cessation of regrets, the loss of a horse without pursuit, and a return to oneself. Encountering malevolent individuals foretold danger. The second line suggested the presence of clothing that could alter fortune. Chen Yang sighed in relief. There was still hope. He retrieved his earthy, gray woven bag from the overhead compartment, filled with an assortment of local specialties and several changes of clothing. He pulled out a sheepskin vest and handed it to Bai Honglu, saying, "Wear this. It will ward off misfortune." Bai Honglu looked at the rather shabby and dirt-stained vest with a wry smile. "It's summer. Do you really expect me to wear this?" Chen Yang scoffed. "If it weren't for your beauty, I wouldn't even consider lending it to you. This sheepskin vest is made from the belly of our old you. It's warm and comfortable, with the fragrance of sheep's milk. Now put it on." Bai Honglu was not one to be overly finicky. She muttered, "Fragrance of sheep's milk? More like the odor of sheep. I must be out of my mind to be swayed by your nonsense." She took the sheepskin vest and went to the restroom to put it on. Returning to the carriage, she wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling both skeptical and uncertain. Bai Honglu could not comprehend how she, in perfectly good health, could suddenly face a calamity. Moreover, could donning a filthy sheepskin vest truly turn misfortune into fortune? Was Chen Yang, this mountain dweller, deliberately deceiving her? Just then, the train came to a jarring halt at Banjabu Station. The sound of a cane tapping against the train floor echoed. Shortly after, an elderly man in his 60s, leaning on a cane and limping, entered the train compartment. His face was deeply wrinkled, slightly swollen, resembling someone who had been scalded with boiling water. Chen Yang, munching on an apple, glanced at the old man, his brow furrowing. Having followed his grandfather since childhood to study medicine, martial arts, and physiognomy in Gangtu village, coupled with the mysterious cauldron he had stumbled upon, his skill in divination had surpassed the teachings he received. Yet, at that moment, he found himself utterly unable to see through the old man. The old man's visage was chaotic, shrouded in a thick layer of dark energy, resembling that of a corpse. How peculiar it was that a living person bore the countenance of the deceased. Old man Li Dabiao smiled weakly at Chen Yang and Bai Honglu, pitifully asking, "My legs are not well, and I couldn't secure a lower berth. Would anyone be willing to switch seats with me?" "I will switch with you," Bai Honglu, with her warm-hearted nature, approached the old man, saying, "You can have my bed." "Oh dear, what happened to your face? It looks inflamed and swollen. You need anti-inflammatory medication." The old man shook his head repeatedly. No, it's just an allergy." "Thank you, young lady. You are not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted." Bai Honglu, being a compassionate police officer, felt compelled to assist. The old man's face clearly showed signs of having been burned and required medical attention. Bai Honglu retrieved a bottle of anti-inflammatory spray from her bag and approached, saying, "Sir, please remain still. I shall administer the medicine." "No, truly, it is unnecessary." The elderly man retreated repeatedly, his tone increasingly impatient. Bai Honglu shook her head. "Sir, I am a police officer. It is our duty to assist the citizens. Rest assured, it will be over quickly. However, your face does appear rather peculiar, almost as if it has undergone cosmetic surgery." As she murmured this, she drew closer to Li Dapio. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of terror flashed in Li Dapio's eyes. Had he been discovered? Was the police already lying in wait on this train? Yet, in the next moment, fear transformed into ruthless determination. Without further thought, Li Dapio suddenly twisted his cane. Immediately, the cane split in two, revealing a sharp dagger. With a swift motion, Li Dapio lunged at Bai Honglu's neck. In a panic, she evaded him. The dagger sliced from beneath her neck down to her abdomen. The sound of the blade tearing through her leather vest was shrill and jarring. Bai Honglu screamed and stumbled back, retaliating with a kick to Li Dapio's face. He effortlessly swatted her foot away with a punch, his expression twisted in malice. I have disguised myself and gone to great lengths to escape, only to be unmasked by you. Since you seek to thwart my survival, I shall take all the passengers in this carriage down with me. Bai Honglu fell to the ground beside Chun Yang, gasping in terror. This is bad. It's that murderous fiend, Li Dapio. He is a skilled fighter, a former mercenary. Countless special police officers have perished at his hands. We must run quickly. At that moment, Chun Yang stroked his chin, a dawning realization crossing his face. So that's it. A facsimile of a deceased person's visage, crafted into a human skin mask, heated, and then donned. No wonder you appeared so ghastly. Bai Honglu grasped Chun Yang's shoulders. Chun Yang, have you lost your mind? Hurry, flee and summon help. Flee. What nonsense. Li Dapio's cane morphed into two sharp daggers of differing lengths. He licked his lips and advanced with a murderous glare. I shall slaughter every person in this carriage. And as for you, I will savor your demise. Suddenly, a half-eaten apple struck Li Dapio squarely on the forehead with a dull thud. In an instant, he fell backward. Unconscious, Bai Honglu exclaimed, while Chun Yang sighed, rising to retrieve the apple, lamenting, such a waste, such a waste. It could have been washed and eaten. At that moment, Bai Honglu began to feel pain. Clutching her chest, she quickly remarked, I believe I am injured. Chun Yang hurried over, seeing the blood streaming forth. He swiftly tore open her shirt. A shallow cut, merely 5 centimeters above her heart, marred her skin, while the rest of her body remained unscathed. Protected by the leather vest, Chun Yang turned around and closed the door of the soft sleeper compartment. He then retrieved an iron box from a woven bag. Take off your clothes. I need to apply some medicine, he said with concern. This medicine is quite precious. I only bring it out because you are so beautiful, otherwise, I wouldn't be willing to. At that moment, Bai Honglu, disregarding her shyness, hastily removed her upper garments. Upon seeing the long scratch marks on the sheepskin vest, her complexion changed dramatically. Fortunately, she had heeded Chun Yang's advice and donned the sheepskin vest. Otherwise, Li Dabiao's knife would have eviscerated her. Chun Yang turned around to apply the medicine to Bai Honglu. However, upon witnessing her state, he was momentarily taken aback. The train rattled and jolted as it sped along. Chun Yang stood frozen in place. After a brief pause, Bai Honglu, noticing Chun Yang's inaction, lifted her head and found him staring blankly, his eyes wide like copper bells. Hey, I'm on the verge of death here. Bai Honglu grit her teeth, speaking with frustration. Oh, right. Chun Yang snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile. I apologize. It's just a bit overwhelming at first. He hurriedly applied the medicine. This ointment is made from red-winged geckos, half-meter earthworms, white-eyed pangolins, and greenback toads. It works wonders. Apply it 3 times, and within a week, you will heal without a scar. After applying the medicine, Bai Honglu quickly tidied herself. She disregarded her modesty, retrieving handcuffs and swiftly securing Li Dabiao, then produced ropes to bind him like a mummy. Completing these tasks, she contacted her colleagues in Qingzhou City, instructing them to prepare for his retrieval after the train's arrival. They would directly take Li Dabiao back. This is a level 5 criminal. Bai Honglu sighed in relief, stating, capturing him is a significant achievement for me. Upon returning to Qingzhou City, I need not worry about being dismissed. Chun Yang nodded. I helped you achieve this feat. Could you assist me in locating my wife's residence? Bai Honglu increasingly felt she was at a disadvantage. She was certain he had scrutinized her closely. With a glare directed at Chun Yang, she snapped, be quiet. Sleep. Forget everything you just saw. Chun Yang scratched his head innocently and lay down, mumbling. I've always had a good memory since childhood. I never forget anything. If my grandfather hadn't prevented me from studying, I would undoubtedly be a student at a prestigious university by now. The train continued to rattle along its path. Chun Yang closed his eyes. A surge of azure inner energy emanating from his dantian, circulating throughout his body. At 24 years of age, he had followed his grandfather in studying calligraphy since the age of 3. By 8, he had already memorized texts such as the Book of Mountains and Seas, the Inner Canon of Huangdi, the Outer Canon of Huangdi, the 64 Secret Techniques of Feng Shui, Yanggong's Secret Treasures, and the Blue Bag Book. At 12, he began meditative practices with his grandfather, learning martial arts. His grandfather occasionally mentioned that he was a descendant of the Giga lineage, having hidden away in Gangtu village to evade disaster. He advised Chun Yang never to leave the village lightly. Chun Yang had always heeded his grandfather's counsel, diligently practicing every day. Then, at 18, he he stumbled upon a bronze cauldron the size of a soccer ball in a dry well behind their house. Qinyang, believing it to be an antique, attempted to lift it, only to be cut by a sharp edge, causing blood to drip onto the bronze cauldron. Remarkably, upon contact, the cauldron began to rotate and transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, which entered his dantian. From that moment forth, Qinyang's understanding of the 5 arts of Taoist fortune-telling and medicine advanced at an astonishing pace, soon surpassing his grandfather. Just 2 days prior, upon returning home from a hunting trip, Qinyang discovered his house in disarray, with traces of blood upon the floor. His grandfather had vanished, leaving only a hastily scribbled note that read, "Seek the girl from Qingzhou, marry within a month or face dire consequences." Qinyang sighed, pondering his grandfather's whereabouts and whether he was in danger. Nevertheless, marrying Su Jing within a month seemed a manageable task. He reassured himself by feeling the marriage guarantee tucked in his pocket. The next day at noon, the train arrived at Qingzhou Station. On the platform, over 30 armed officers awaited. They were incredulous upon learning that Bai Honglu had single-handedly apprehended Li Dabiao, a notorious and ruthless figure, skilled in martial arts and firearms, with a history as a mercenary and exceptional counter-surveillance experience, leaving many agents in his wake. Qinyang, one hand grasping a woven bag and the other holding the mummified Li Dabiao, descended from the train. Upon seeing the towering buildings in the distance, he couldn't help but gasp in awe. Those buildings are truly magnificent. The residents living atop must endure quite the climb daily, he mused with concern. Behind him, Bai Honglu playfully tapped Qinyang on the head. Have you never seen an elevator? Anyway, wait a moment. Once I'm done here, I'll help you find Su Jing's address and take you there. Initially, Su Jing had only left a marriage guarantee without any address or phone number. Finding her in the vast expanse of Qingzhou would naturally prove challenging. However, with Bai Honglu's assistance, the task became significantly easier. Around 3 in the afternoon, Qinyang stepped out of the police car, carrying the woven bag as he headed towards Building 3 of the Jingtai community. Thankfully, Bai Honglu had previously taught him how to use the elevator. Upon reaching the 7th floor in room 701, he excitedly rubbed his hands together and rang the doorbell. The door swung open to reveal a tall, graceful woman in a long skirt, who scrutinized Qinyang with curiosity. She was strikingly beautiful, with delicate features, crescent-shaped brows, and an ethereal appearance. Her simple ponytail, lack of makeup, and loose-fitting home attire did little to diminish her allure. "Who are you looking for?" Su Jing inquired, her demeanor guarded. "Darling, it's me. It's been so long. Did you miss me?" Qinyang set down the woven bag and embraced Su Jing warmly. Taken aback, Su Jing instinctively pushed him away, initially furious, but soon memories flooded back. 5 years prior, during her sophomore year, she had embarked on a hiking trip with a group, only to become separated and fall into a dark valley, breaking her leg. Amidst the eerie howls of wolves surrounding her, Su Jing found herself on the brink of terror when she fortuitously encountered Qinyang, a herbalist venturing into the mountains. Qinyang, preoccupied with gathering medicinal herbs to earn a living and marry, expressed his inability to escort her back. In a moment of feigned desperation, Su Jing suggested that if he would take her home, she might consider marrying him. Consequently, Qinyang abandoned his quest for herbs. While recuperating, Su Jing penned a marriage guarantee and affixed her signature and thumbprint. Little did anyone anticipate that this herbalist from the mountains would indeed come to Qingzhou City and find her. With a mischievous grin, Qinyang confidently entered Su Jing's modest abode, a standard 2-bedroom apartment. Although the space was rather limited, Su Jing had adorned it with warmth and charm. "Darling, is this truly our home? It seems a tad too small. Once we have a son, there won't be enough room." Qinyang lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Su Jing, exasperated, placed her hand upon her forehead and replied, "Qinyang, please hold on. You are overthinking this. First and foremost, I am genuinely grateful for your assistance. Since you have come to Qingzhou City, I shall treat you well and offer you a token of appreciation. However, let us not revisit the matter of our previous engagement." "How can that be?" Qinyang retorted, retrieving the marriage guarantee from his pocket. "See, I have kept it close to my heart every day. It is written in black and white, complete with signatures and seals. Thus, our marriage is as inevitable as catching a chicken in a coop." Su Jing stared at him, exasperated. "Qinyang, that guarantee is not valid. Furthermore, you are quite exceptional, and in this grand city, you are bound to meet someone far better. Allow me to treat you to dinner, and I promise to introduce you to someone more beautiful. Qin Yang brought in a woven bag from the entrance. Grinning as he said, I know I am exceptional, but do not belittle yourself. I hold great affection for you. For the past 5 years, I have slept with your photograph by my side. Rest assured, I am not one to abandon my commitments. Once we are wed, I will strive to earn enough to build a house 100 times larger than this one. Su Jing, upon hearing this, coughed in frustration. Just then, the doorbell rang once more. As she opened the door, it was forcefully kicked open by 3 men. The leading figure, adorned with silver-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of cultured arrogance, while the 2 imposing figures behind him bore menacing expressions. Su Wentao stepped into the room. Casting a disdainful glance at Qin Yang on the sofa, he turned to Su Jing and coldly proclaimed, Su Jing, have you lost your senses? Young Master Mi has graciously invited you to dinner, extending his courtesy to our family and to you. You dare refuse? Furrowing her brow, Su Jing retorted, what business is it of yours? With a mocking smile, Su Wentao replied, your parents fled, leaving a mountain of debt to the Mi family. Today, you will attend this dinner, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, I shall have you carried there. Do you truly think so highly of yourself? Do you wish to marry this chaotic fellow? Qin Yang, momentarily taken aback, rose to his feet and earnestly addressed Su Wentao. Firstly, I am Su Jing's husband. We have the necessary paperwork. Secondly, I am not just some random fellow. I am the most outstanding young man in Gangtu village, pursued by numerous women. Su Wentao and the other 2 couldn't help but burst into laughter. Who is this guy? He is making me laugh to death. With such a demeanor, he dares to aspire to marry Su Jing? He ought to take a good look at himself. Su Wentao shook his head and turned to Su Jing, urging her. Do not stubbornly resist. Marry young Master Mi-san, and our entire Su family will benefit. In any case, we must attend this meal. Take her away. He gestured towards the 2 burly men behind him. The men chuckled. Miss Su, do not struggle. The more you resist, the more you benefit us. Su Jing, frightened, took a step back. Suddenly, Qin Yang removed his cloth shoes and approached the 2 men. Dare to touch my wife, and you'll regret it. Su Wentao, terrified, fled the scene. He was puzzled. After studying boxing for several years, why couldn't he evade Qin Yang's shoe? Once Su Wentao and his companions were driven away, Qin Yang nodded with satisfaction, exhaling in relief. Thank goodness, you did not betray me. On the way here, I heard rumors you were to marry young Master Mi, which truly distressed me. I never imagined you would uphold your virtues so steadfastly. It was my mistake to doubt you. Su Jing replied. And Qin Yang opened his woven bag, exclaiming, I brought you many things from my hometown. Look, dried chicken and fish, as well as weasel and snake jerky. Oh, and a comforter. The widow next door insisted that we must use this on our wedding day for good fortune and fertility. Su Jing, pained, pressed her forehead and sat down. Qin Yang, never mind that. Let me treat you to a meal. With that, she pulled out her phone, opened Mate 1, and quickly ordered 8 dishes. We'll eat in an hour. Since you've come to Qingzhou City, stay a few days longer. I am a bit busy and need to attend to some documents. She picked up a property management plan from the table and began annotating it meticulously. Qin Yang, feeling quite at home, strolled around the room. He was dissatisfied with the size of the room. However, the feng shui layout was indeed quite favorable. At the entrance, a mountain of ingots was placed, symbolizing abundant financial flow and the ability to suppress wealth. A mirror positioned in the northwest mitigated negative energy. Meanwhile, in the wealth corner of the residence, there was an aquarium containing 3 golden fish, with a rockery behind it. This setup was a gathering of financial prosperity. As the saying goes, energy rides the wind to disperse and is contained by water. This aquarium could generate wealth, while the rockery could accumulate it. Although it may not lead to great riches, it certainly promised a life of comfort and ease. Yet, with such excellent feng shui, logically, Su Jing ought to be living quite well. Why did she seem to be in such a dire and constrained situation? Qin Yang lightly tapped his forehead, opening his third eye to employ his qi observation technique. In the next moment, he perceived 9 distinct energies within the entire room. The black signified malevolent energy. Gold represented wealth. Purple indicated auspiciousness, along with the 5 elemental energies. Such a dense malevolent energy. What on earth is going on? Qin Yang cast his gaze towards the direction of the bedroom. There, tendrils of dark, ominous energy began to waft out slowly. He promptly approached and peered inside. Within the confines of the bedroom, A cabinet by the head of the bed emitted a continuous stream of blood-black aura from a statue of Guanyin. This malevolent energy gradually permeated the entire house, transforming what was once a prosperous feng shui arrangement into a dilapidated trap of malevolence. What could be amiss? Could someone be deliberately attempting to harm my wife? Chen Yang's heart raced with apprehension. Hey, Chen Yang, could you exhibit a modicum of decorum? One must not intrude upon a woman's sanctuary. Su Jing approached, reprimanding him sharply, before slamming the bedroom door shut with a resounding thud. Returning to the sofa, Chen Yang regarded Su Jing with utmost seriousness. Wife, someone seeks to harm you. He sat down and pointed towards the room. Truly, Su Jing, someone intends to do you ill. The feng shui in your room was splendid. Yet the statue of Guanyin at the head of your bed has marred the entire home's energy. The person who gifted you that statue is no friend. Su Jing glared at Chen Yang indignantly. You are the one who is no friend. That Guanyin was brought back by my best friend from a pilgrimage in the Li country. It has been consecrated. You understand nothing. It is late, and after dinner, I shall book you a hotel. Wait, what hotel? Chen Yang exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. I intend to stay here. With urgency, he produced a slip of paper and declared, Su Jing, I am not jesting. We truly must marry, and within this month. Today is the 15th of July, the Ghost Festival. Before the Mid-Autumn Festival on the 15th of August, we must consummate our union to avert the 5 misfortunes and 3 deficiencies. The paper in Chen Yang's hand was hastily pinned by his grandfather before his disappearance. Upon hearing this, Su Jing's expression darkened. She shook her head earnestly. Chen Yang, you have not received an education, and this is your first venture from the mountains into the metropolis. So many customs and principles cannot be conveyed to you all at once. We live in an era governed by law, emphasizing the freedom to love. The marriage guarantee I wrote was out of necessity due to life-threatening circumstances. I had to deceive you. As for you staying in my home, that is utterly out of the question. Chen Yang, incensed, rose to his feet. Truly, the dramas were correct. Women are the most skilled deceivers. And the more beautiful they are, the more they relish in deceit. A woman of your exquisite beauty is nothing short of a master of lies. Su Jing felt an urge to be angered, but found herself flattered by his words. After a moment of silence, she waved her hand dismissively. Enough. In any case, you cannot stay here. It is inappropriate for an unmarried man and woman to cohabit. As for marriage, do not even entertain the thought. Chen Yang huffed in frustration. If you do not allow me to stay, you shall encounter misfortune tonight. It is the Ghost Festival. The gates to the underworld are flung wide open. That statue of Guanyin will bring you harm. Regardless, here is my number. Should you reconsider, do not hesitate to call me. In a fit of anger, he abandoned his meal, left his contact information, picked up his woven bag, and departed from Su Jing's residence. Su Jing shook her head in exasperation. What a headache. How can these mountain folk be so blunt and straightforward? Su Jing no longer dwelled on the matters concerning Chen Yang. She picked up the documents beside her and resumed her reading. The chaos in her business was escalating, leaving her overwhelmed and devoid of the energy to elaborate on her troubles with Chen Yang. That evening, Chen Yang, clutching a woven bag, reclined on the flower bed at the street corner, gazing at the night sky, which was devoid of stars. He sighed, lamenting, "Oh, grandfather, the women in this city lack integrity." It seemed that achieving intimacy with his wife within a month would indeed prove to be a formidable challenge. However, he remained undaunted. For as the most esteemed bachelor of Gangtu village, pursuing a woman was still a manageable task. He retrieved his chipped, old mobile phone. Glancing at the time, it was already past 11 o'clock. She must be in trouble, he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Su Jing had finished her shower and once again sat before her computer. Her property management company was beset with a multitude of issues, each more exasperating than the last. Coupled with the pressures from her grandmother and other relatives, as well as the oppressive influence of the third young master-me, Su Jing was nearing exhaustion. At that moment, a creaking sound emanated from the bedroom. She hurriedly approached, only to discover that the chandelier was swaying violently. What on earth is happening? Is there an earthquake? Su Jing wondered, puzzled. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the chandelier plummeted directly towards her head. She swiftly dodged, leaping in front of the mirror, her hands clutching her head, heart racing with fear. In that instant, her peripheral vision caught sight of something in the mirror. 3 black, bony hands reaching for her neck. Ghosts truly exist. Su Jing recoiled, knocking over her desk. The lights in the room began to flicker ominously. Ghosts, there are indeed ghosts. Qinyang. Yes, I must call Qinyang. Trembling, she dashed to the sofa, seized her phone, and frantically dialed Qinyang's number. Qinyang, where are you? Please come and save me. There's really a ghost. She stammered. Qinyang swiftly replied, stay in the southeast corner of the living room. I'll be there immediately. 3 minutes later, Qinyang arrived at Su Jing's room. By this time, all the lights had gone out, and a sinister aura accompanied ghostly shadows that roamed the space. Furthermore, more spirits, drawn by the jade guanyin, floated in through the windows. You seek death, Qinyang exclaimed, pulling out a pouch of cat ashes and casting it into the air while reciting incantations. Heaven and earth, boundless, I command the forces of nature, the white tiger of the west, bring forth your might, swiftly as the law commands. In an instant, the cat ashes transformed into a resplendent white tiger, which began to devour the surrounding spirits. Within moments, the ghosts scattered in disarray. The temperature began to rise, and the lights flickered back to life. Qinyang, you are incredible, Su Jing exclaimed, gripping the hem of his shirt, unwilling to part from him. Qinyang proceeded into Su Jing's bedroom, picking up the peculiar jade guanyin statue, which featured 6 arms and 3 heads, seated atop a fearsome 3-headed dog. Qinyang tucked the jade guanyin into his pocket and declared, for now, we are safe. However, your close friend undoubtedly harbors issues. You must exercise caution. Su Jing nodded incessantly. In that moment, a profound sorrow enveloped her as she realized that, at this juncture, the only person she could trust and rely upon was this stranger, Qinyang. Her parents had absconded due to debts. Her grandmother and relatives were pressuring her to marry the 3rd son of the Mi family, and even her closest friend might possess ulterior motives. With a heavy heart, Su Jing sank onto the sofa, letting out a long sigh, her eyes reddening. Qinyang glanced at her, then cheerfully proclaimed, my dear, there's no need to be overly pessimistic. Now that I am here, whatever difficulties you face, I shall resolve. Together as husband and wife, we are invincible. He warmly invited Su Jing. In anguish, Su Jing began to pat her head, shaking it as she replied, no need for that. You should go to sleep. I can manage on the sofa for the night. She retrieved a thin blanket, spread it on the sofa, and casually picked up a property management plan nearby. Continuing her late-night annotations, Qinyang yawned and waved his hand, saying, since you prefer the sofa, I insist. I'll head to bed first. He dutifully entered Su Jing's bedroom and leaped onto her large mattress. The bed was exceptionally comfortable, the thick mattress enveloping him in bliss. Though the room is a bit small, my wife's bed is still delightful and fragrant, he mused, rolling with a smile and burrowing into the blanket, preparing to drift into slumber. At that moment, Qinyang felt something long beside him. He picked it up and tugged at it, astonished to find it had even greater elasticity than rubber bands. Goodness, city folks really have standards. Even their socks are this long and resilient. If I had such socks, I wouldn't have to worry about foot injuries while battling wild boars and wolves in the mountains. Excited, Qinyang sat up and attempted to pull the silk socks onto his legs. Just then, the bedroom door swung open with a bang. Su Jing rushed in, having suddenly remembered that she had not washed the clothes she had changed out of yesterday. Consequently, she burst in to catch Qinyang in the act of examining her bodysuit. The crucial detail was that this rogue was trying to put the socks on himself. Qinyang, you pervert, Su Jing shouted, dashing over to snatch her clothing back, fuming as she turned to leave. You're really such a tightwad, Qinyang huffed, sulking to sleep, feeling that even a mere trial was denied him, as if he couldn't afford it. Once I secure a job and earn some money, I will buy my own. On the sofa, Su Jing helplessly tapped her forehead. Gazing at the bodysuit in her hands, she sighed resignedly. What can I do with a mountain village bachelor who has repressed his desires for over 20 years? I can only choose to forgive him. Alas, it seems I must hasten to find him a place to live. Otherwise, something unfortunate is bound to happen. Shaking her head in resignation, she lowered her gaze to continue reviewing the documents in her hands. Compared to Qinyang, she was now more concerned about the survival of her property management company. The following day, Qinyang stretched lazily and stepped out of the bedroom, greeting Su Jing with a cheerful good morning, my dear wife. Su Jing had already risen and completed her morning routine. Dressed in a professional pencil skirt and donning half-heeled shoes, she was busy organizing her handbag. The dark-hued dress accentuated her alluring figure, and beneath a light touch of makeup lay a stunningly fair visage. Her legs, long and slender, resembled jade and white lotus. Qinyang gazed at her, swallowing hard, and remarked, "Wife, you look absolutely beautiful in that outfit, like a celestial being. No wonder you have stolen my heart. You are truly worthy of me." Su Jing, uninterested in Qinyang's self-adulation, replied, "Qinyang, I must head to work. Do not roam around the house by yourself." Qinyang nodded in acknowledgement. Then, narrowing his eyes, he focused on Su Jing's forehead. The areas near her temples displayed a faint bluish hue, and the corners of her mouth revealed a purplish tinge. Additionally, there was a subtle darkness behind her ears. Concerned, Qinyang approached her, his brow furrowed. "Qinyang, what are you up to?" Su Jing inquired, puzzled. "My dear, I suggest you stay home. The bluish tint on your temples indicates you may encounter ill-intentioned individuals today. The purple hue at the corners of your mouth suggests you might lose your job due to such people. Most importantly, the darkness behind your ears foretells potential harm coming your way. It would be wiser to remain at home. Perhaps you could avoid a calamity," Qinyang earnestly advised. Su Jing scoffed and shook her head, saying, "In the city, we do not adhere to the superstitions of your rural village. Here, we believe only in hard work and sweat. Passivity is not an option. I refuse to accept my fate." Qinyang grasped Su Jing's arm, pleading, "Please, do not go." With a sharp flick of her sleeve, Su Jing turned to Qinyang, speaking seriously, "Qinyang, I am grateful to you for saving me twice. I genuinely wish to repay you. However, repayment does not mean marrying you or allowing you to dictate my every move. My property management company could be ousted from the garden community at any moment. If that happens, I will face complete bankruptcy. At that point, unable to repay the debts to the Mi family, I would have no choice but to marry the Mi family's third young master." Qinyang was taken aback, his expression filled with alarm. "What? Marry someone else? That cannot happen. Come, let's go to work together." He hurriedly washed his face, insisting on accompanying Su Jing to her company. Unable to shake off Qinyang, who was like a sticky candy, Su Jing reluctantly agreed. As they drove, Su Jing navigated her red Chang'an car directly to Jingxin Property Management Company, while Qinyang learned more about her current predicament. Su Jing's parents had accrued a substantial debt to the Mi family and had fled without a word, leaving her to manage the property company in an array of problems alone. The Mi family, a powerful clan, sought to coerce Su Jing into marrying their third young master while simultaneously threatening her other suitors to keep them at bay. Utilizing their family influence, they pressed Su Jing's elderly relatives to arrange her marriage to the Mi family. Bearing the weight of it all, Su Jing was determined to repay her parents' debts, maintain the property company, and strive to earn more. At the same time, one must confront the relentless pressure of marriage imposed by one's grandmother and cousin. Presently, the only property managed by Jingxin Property Management Company is the garden community. Should the homeowners in the garden community decide to replace the property management, Jingxin would face absolute bankruptcy, leaving Su Jing utterly unemployed. She would lose all courage to reject the advances of the third young master of the Mi family. Qinyang stroked his chin and remarked, "I believe I comprehend the situation. The Mi family lending money to your parents is clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing, harboring malicious intent. This so-called third young master of the Mi family is nothing more than a venomous character, akin to a pepper grown in a cesspit. Your grandmother and cousin are equally despicable, akin to toads giving birth to scorpions, each more vile than the last, a veritable nest of scoundrels." Initially, Su Jing felt quite sorrowful. However, upon hearing Qinyang's words, she burst into laughter. Ahead lay the garden community, a residential area approximately 15 years old. The environment was pleasant, featuring villas, Western-style houses, and high-rise buildings with elevators. In its prime, the garden community was considered quite upscale, but now, with the emergence of the financial district, wealthier individuals had relocated. Upon entering the community, she noticed many residents hurriedly rushing towards a tall building. Just then, Su Jing's phone rang. President Su, quick, come to the garden community. It's terrible, someone is going to die." Hearing the report from her employee, Su Jing's face turned pale with fright as she hurriedly inquired about the situation. "Xiaomei, what has happened? Who is in danger?" On the line, Lu Mei gasped for breath, saying, "President Su, there's a female tenant in the community who is currently standing on her balcony, about to jump. She claims that our security guards secretly filmed her in the bushes while she was relieving herself and threatened her. She feels too ashamed to face anyone, so she intends to leap." "What? I'm on my way." Su Jing halted her car, donned in half-heeled shoes, and swiftly made her way to the scene. Qinyang hurriedly followed suit. Upon arriving at the base of the building in the garden community, they found a crowd gathered. Residents, alerted to the potential suicide, had come to witness the unfolding drama. Some security guards were anxiously scratching their heads, pondering how to rescue her. On the fourth floor of the building, there was a protruding platform where a woman dressed in a red dress sat on the edge, weeping in agony. Clutching a loudspeaker, she recounted her ordeal. "Woe is me. It is your Jingxin property company that has driven me to this. Even in death, I shall not forgive you. Last night, upon returning to the community and feeling desperate, I relieved myself in the bushes. Little did I know, the surveillance camera captured it. Subsequently, a security guard contacted me, demanding I transfer him 10,000 yuan and sleep with him. If I do not comply, he threatened to release the footage. I would rather die than allow such a wretched property company to go unchallenged." As she spoke, her tears flowed freely, her emotion palpable. The residents below were incensed, voicing their discontent. "Indeed, our property management company is utterly worthless. Expensive fees coupled with atrocious service. It has come to my attention that the property management services provided by Vank and Evergrande are exceptionally meticulous. Their security personnel even assist residents with carrying groceries and disposing of trash. We must consider changing our property management. The current company has already led to tragic outcomes. It is astonishing how such incompetence can persist. The security guards have even resorted to threatening residents. This is utterly outrageous." Upon hearing the discussions among the residents of the neighborhood, Su Jing's complexion turned pale. Anxiety gripped her heart. But a deeper concern loomed. If that woman in the red dress truly leapt from the building, neglecting the financial repercussions, she could very well face criminal charges herself. Without delay, Su Jing retrieved her phone and dialed the head of security, Lao Qin. "What on earth is happening? Who was on duty last night? Which guard threatened the female resident?" On the other end, Security Chief Qin Nantian responded, "Ms. Su, Liu Yao was on duty last night. That scoundrel is unreachable now. He must have fled upon realizing the severity of the situation. The police are on their way, and it seems someone alerted the press as well. Many reporters are rushing over." "What?" Su Jing's face drained of color, her phone slipping from her grasp as her legs weakened beneath her, nearly causing her to collapse. A pair of hands steadied her waist. Turning, she saw it was Chun Yang, who wore a grin as he observed the unfolding drama. "How can you still find this amusing?" Su Jing exclaimed, stepping on Chun Yang's foot in frustration. "My company is on the brink of collapse. If that woman actually jumps, I could be detained." "You fool." Seeing the despair etched on Su Jing's face, Chun Yang chuckled heartily and shook his head. "Do not fret, that woman will not jump." "Huh." Su Jing paused. "How do you know?" With confidence, Chun Yang replied, "It's evident. That woman bears the hallmarks of a scheming individual. Her nose is flat. Her cheeks are pronounced. These are classic traits of deceitful characters. Coupled with a pointed chin and upturned eyebrows, she is the archetype of a duplicitous person. Such individuals are full of lies and cherish their lives too much to leap from a building over mere embarrassment." Su Jing rubbed her eyes and glanced upwards. Yet she could discern nothing. Letting out a sigh, she conceded, "Well, even if you are correct, our property management still bears responsibility. Mismanagement. And even if that woman is rescued, we will be ousted from this community. Alas, it seems I am destined for bankruptcy and unemployment. I apologize, Qin Yang. I cannot offer you much in gratitude." Qin Yang immediately shook his head. "What are you saying, my dear? I don't desire your money. I want you." "Su Jing," Qin Yang continued, "in fact, I can resolve this." "Huh." Su Jing grasped Qin Yang's shoulders. "What do you mean by resolve it?" "I will tackle this predicament, ensuring your property management can continue its operations." Qin Yang beamed at Su Jing, seemingly unfazed. Su Jing's eyes reddened with urgency. "If you have a solution, then please act swiftly. I shall increase your salary." "Agreed. A promise is a promise." Qin Yang rubbed his hands together with excitement. Su Jing nodded. "How will you proceed?" "I will assist you." Qin Yang waved his hand dismissively. "No need for your assistance. I can handle this myself. Just watch the show from below." Su Jing anxiously stamped her foot, urging caution. "Furthermore, the media might arrive soon, so please hurry. If they report this incident, the reputation of my property management company will be irreparably tarnished, and we will be unable to secure any future business." Qin Yang, unfazed, made his way into the building. The balcony on the fourth floor was rather confined, requiring him to climb through a window from the corridor. Upon reaching the corridor, he spotted several security guards, who were poised with ropes, ready to rescue someone. Qinyang brusquely pushed them aside, declaring, "Step aside, let me handle this." One of the guards seized Qinyang, impatiently inquiring, "Who are you? If that woman gets agitated and truly jumps, will you take responsibility? Don't create chaos here." Ignoring the guard, Qinyang swiftly leapt onto the balcony. The woman in red, Zhang Chuiyi, quickly turned around, threatening loudly, "Don't come any closer. If you take another step, I will jump." Qinyang chuckled, nodding as he replied, "Go ahead, jump. You wish to hold out until the media arrives, right? Let me inform you, that opportunity has vanished." "What did you say?" Zhang Chuiyi gasped, taken aback. She had not anticipated that Qinyang would discern her thoughts. In fury, she shouted into the loudspeaker, "You, Jingxin Property Management Company, are trampling on human life and insulting dignity. I will fight you to the end." Before she could finish, she saw Qinyang charge toward her. In the next moment, Zhang Chuiyi felt her body suddenly suspended in the air, and she tilted her head backward, plummeting. Zhang Chuiyi felt the world spin. She had no intention of jumping. She merely sought to stage a performance for a payout of 20,000 yuan. That insufferable man had actually pushed her off the building. If he couldn't save her, he shouldn't have intervened. This was disastrous. She was doomed. Zhang Chuiyi screamed in despair, and suddenly, she felt a tight grip around her collar, her body hanging in midair. Overwhelmed with fear, she lost control, urine trickling down her legs. Looking up, she realized it was Qinyang, who was holding her up with one hand. He dangled precariously from the balcony, appearing dangerously close to falling. The residents below, witnessing the scene, gasped in shock. Some were calling the police, while others discussed bringing blankets to catch her. Su Jing, terrified, covered her mouth with her hand. She had urged Qinyang to save the woman, but now he had directly pushed her off the building. What on earth was he intending to do? Su Jing felt as if her life had plunged into darkness. It was over. Everything was over. With a deep sigh, she felt as pale as death. At that moment, Qinyang, gripping Zhang Chuiyi's neck, murmured, "This is bad, miss. My arm can barely hold on. The weight of a liar is too much for me. Don't let go. You must hold on." Zhang Chuiyi trembled in fear. Qinyang sighed, stating, "As I said, the weight of a liar is too great. You just falsely accused the Jingxin Property Management Company. Heaven will punish you for this. Now, the Grim Reapers are bearing down on me, urging me to release my grip. If you do not speak the truth, I may just let go. Don't let go. I will tell you everything. You must save me." At this moment, Zhang Chuiyi dared not deny her actions. She pleaded, Yes, I lied. Someone gave me 20,000 yuan to collude with security guard Liu Yaobao and deliberately slander." Wait. At this juncture, Qinyang produced a large megaphone and announced loudly for all to hear, "If not, I truly cannot hold on any longer." As he spoke, he loosened his grip slightly. With a sharp sound, the collar tore, and Zhang Chuiyi's body dropped another 10 centimeters. All right, I will speak. I will tell everything." Trembling, Zhang Chuiyi took the megaphone and, her voice quivering, confessed, "I was wrong. I truly was wrong. A man approached me, offered me 20,000 yuan, and instructed me to stage a drama with security guard Liu Yao, fabricating a story of extortion to deliberately defame Jingxin Property Company. I admit I lied. Please, pull me back up." Her voice resonated through the megaphone, reaching the residents below, who were taken aback. What? This woman was just acting? It became evident that there was someone intent on tarnishing the reputation of Jingxin Property Company. "Look, the reporters are here." A swarm of media personnel rushed over, eager to cover the sensational news of a suicide attempt. However, by this time, Qinyang had already pulled Zhang Chuiyi back up, while the residents wore expressions of indifference, having learned the truth, and directed their anger at those orchestrating the chaos towards the media cameras. Returning downstairs, Qinyang found Su Jing and triumphantly proclaimed, "Hey, my dear wife, I did it." Su Jing turned, her beautiful eyes appraising Qinyang, nodding repeatedly. "Qinyang, thank you so much. It's wonderful. Our property company can continue operating. Come with me." "Wait." Qinyang grasped Su Jing's delicate hand, grinning. "Have you forgotten something important?" What is it?" Su Jing asked, puzzled. With utmost seriousness, Qinyang replied, "We should get married soon." Su Jing shook off his hand, saying, "Qinyang, let's not discuss marriage right now. Come with me. I'll show you around my company. Since you are currently unemployed, you might as well join me as a property manager." "Property manager? What is that?" Qinyang inquired curiously. Su Jing led him towards an office building at the entrance of the community, explaining along the way. A property manager is essentially a customer service representative for the property management company. Residents can report any difficulties to the manager, who will escalate the issues to the appropriate personnel for resolution. The small 3-story red building at the entrance housed the Jingxin Property Company's offices. Upon entering, Su Jing provided Chen Yang with a brief overview. The entire property company consisted of 29 individuals, including 17 security guards and 7 cleaners, with other staff such as customer service representatives, maintenance workers, and security inspectors kept to a minimum. Chen Yang stroked his chin and murmured, "Being a manager sounds quite appealing. However, my grandfather once told me that the bosses in the big city are merciless capitalists who would devour a person without leaving any bones. How much will you pay me each month?" Su Jing extended 5 fingers. Chen Yang's eyes brightened as he asked, 500 a month? I could consider that. Fine. I'll start today. Ahem. Su Jing looked exasperated. It's 5,000 a month. Although you haven't attended school and lack work experience, you hail from the mountains, possess great physical strength, and are adept at climbing heights and descending depths. In short, if you learn from Lu Mei for a few days, you'll eventually be able to manage independently. Upon hearing 5,000 a month, Chen Yang's eyes widened. He immediately bowed to Su Jing, exclaiming, "Yes, boss wife. I will certainly work hard. My goodness, the wealthiest in Gangtu village, Zhang Ergu, earns only 50,000 a year. If I return home now, I shall be the richest in our village." Su Jing couldn't help but laugh. Soon, Su Jing's secretary, Lu Mei, approached to familiarize Chen Yang with the business and issue him employee attire. Lu Mei, with her round face and somewhat silly demeanor, spoke in a slightly dazed and endearing manner. Among all the employees in the company, Lu Mei was Su Jing's most trusted. As Lu Mei slowly introduced the business to Chen Yang, a cacophony of curses erupted from downstairs. "You useless property management company, do you even care? My neighbor is renovating every day, keeping me from sleeping. Why don't you do something about it? I'm being tormented to death. If you don't take action, I will file a complaint and have the owners committee dismiss you." Lu Mei trembled at the sound of the shouting. Chen Yang, curious, moved toward the stairs. Lu Mei grabbed Chen Yang and nervously said, "Don't go down there. That old man is mentally unstable. He used to be a prison guard, and he can be quite fierce. He is not someone we can handle." Chen Yang, intrigued by Lu Mei's words, chuckled and replied, "Shouldn't a mentally ill person see a doctor?" Lu Mei sighed, her anxiety palpable as she lowered her voice. "Chen Yang, you've just arrived and don't understand the situation. This old man's granddaughter is a renowned doctor at our city's central hospital, and she is already an associate chief physician and professor at such a young age. However, despite her efforts for over a year, it has been futile. This old man comes to our property management office almost every month, claiming that his neighbors are renovating and disturbing his sleep. Yet, this is an old community where no one is renovating anymore. All the neighbors have cleared their names, yet he continues to harass them daily about the supposed noise. He is simply an old lunatic. We should wait for his granddaughter to come and take him away." After hearing this, Chen Yang understood. He nodded and said, "Don't worry. If it's a mental issue, I might have a solution. My grandfather taught me how to treat mental illnesses." As he spoke, he made his way downstairs. Lu Mei anxiously pulled him back. Chen Yang patted his chest and reassured her, "You need not worry. Since I have donned the attire of the property manager, I must address the troubles faced by the residents." He was about to descend the stairs. An elderly man, robust yet grizzled, ascended the stairs with a huff. His closely cropped hair bristled like that of a hedgehog, and individuals of his ilk often possessed a stubborn disposition, clinging resolutely to their views. Chen Yang promptly addressed him. "Greetings, sir. I am Chen Yang, the new steward. How may I assist you?" Sun Tianji cast a dismissive glance at Chen Yang and retorted impatiently, "What could a mere employee like you possibly do for me? Step aside. I seek your manager, Mr. Su." Taken aback by Sun Tianji's words, Chen Yang paused. This old man was no fool. Chen Yang scrutinized Sun Tianji, ultimately gazing into his eyes. The pupils were vividly distinct, shimmering with a spectrum of colors, a hallmark of a lucid mind. Having been trained in the art of medical observation from a young age under his grandfather's tutelage, Chen Yang understood that in traditional Chinese medicine, the art of diagnosis through observation is paramount. Ancient texts, such as the Nanjing, assert that to discern through sight is to possess insight, to discern through hearing is to possess wisdom, to inquire is to be skilled, and to perceive through pulse-taking is to be adept. The most astute physicians can ascertain a patient's condition merely by observing their eyes. Qinyang smacked his lips and said, "Sir, there is no need to trouble Mr. Su. You may confide in me, and I shall resolve your concerns. If I am unable to do so, rest assured that Mr. Su will intervene." He continued, "Though I may seem young and impoverished, I assure you, I am indeed Mr. Su's husband. Is that truly the case?" Sun Tianji appeared skeptical. Qinyang thumped his chest, asserting, "I assure you, I am indeed the husband of Mr. Su. Come, let us investigate the matter together." Sun Tianji, hands clasped behind his back, departed alongside Qinyang. Observing this unexpected alliance, Lu Mei rushed to Su Jing's office in alarm. "Mr. Su, there's trouble. Qinyang has gone alone to the home of the old man, Sun." Upon hearing this, Su Jing began to pace anxiously, exclaiming, "Did you not inform Qinyang that the old man has mental health issues? If he were to become violent or harm someone, he would face no legal repercussions. Quick, contact Dr. Sun." Lu Mei, equally concerned for Qinyang's safety, swiftly retrieved her phone to reach out to Sun Tianji's granddaughter. Meanwhile, Qinyang and Sun Tianji had entered the elevator. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at room 1202. The room was impeccably tidy, with minimal furnishings, indicating that Sun Tianji resided there alone. Qinyang surveyed the space, nodding slightly. The layout was conventional, and the decor was modest. At that moment, Sun Tianji shut the door and exclaimed, "Listen, do you hear that? The noise from the renovation upstairs is unbearable. The incessant drilling is driving me mad. As a property manager, you must go upstairs and demand they cease their work immediately." Qinyang looked at Sun Tianji in astonishment, for the room was utterly silent, not a sound to be heard. Observing Sun Tianji once more, Qinyang deduced that aside from the apparent auditory hallucinations, the old man appeared otherwise normal. Sun Tianji turned, glaring at Qinyang. "What are you waiting for? Go upstairs and inform them. I assure you, I am not mentally ill, despite what everyone claims. I am perfectly sane. The ones with the issue are you." Qinyang nodded and replied, "Indeed, you are quite right. You are not unwell." In reality, the upper floor was not under renovation. Nonsense. How could I hear it so clearly? The incessant buzzing of a power drill. Sun Tianji inquired angrily. Qinyang surveyed the room, then swiftly pointed to his forehead. "Heavenly law is clear. Earthly law is agile. The essence of yin and yang crystallizes. The spirit manifests, reaching heaven and earth. True form reveals swiftly, as commanded." In the next moment, Qinyang opened his heavenly eye. This ability allowed him to perceive energies and see spectral entities. Moreover, after acquiring the mysterious cauldron, his mastery of divination had reached new heights. Within the house, various colored auras gently flowed. This was the feng shui of a yang residence. Feng shui gathers auspicious and wealthy energies while striving to dispel malevolent forces. Qinyang lifted his gaze towards the window. A peculiar azure aura pulsed from outside. Following the trail of this energy, he peered out and instantly grasped the situation. Closing his heavenly eye, he chuckled and said to Sun Tianji, "Old man, I now understand the source of the problem." "Really?" Sun Tianji exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He had been troubled by the sounds of renovation for quite some time. Moreover, the issue seemed insurmountable, and others regarded him as delusional. Even his granddaughter had taken him to the psychiatric hospital for examinations multiple times. Burning with frustration, Sun Tianji was clearly saying. He could hear the renovation sounds yet was misunderstood by everyone around him. He was on the verge of hypertension. At last, someone had validated his experience. Qinyang nodded, gesturing into the distance. "Old man, recall the moment you first heard the renovation noises. Was it not around the same time the lighthouse near your window was completed?" Sun Tianji reflected for a moment and vigorously nodded. "Yes. That lighthouse was completed over a year ago, and I began hearing the renovation sounds around the same time." Qinyang smiled and said, "Exactly. Your house is afflicted by the sun drum evil, which is why you hear these strange sounds." "Sun drum evil? What is that?" Qinyang shrugged and explained, "In feng shui, one must avoid both energy and form evils. Energy evils stem from environmental influences, such as sunlight or sharp objects, while form evils arise from inherent flaws in the structure, like missing corners or wells." Pointing again into the distance, Qinyang continued, "Your house has an excellent layout and a pleasant surrounding environment, which made it comfortable to live in before. However, once the lighthouse was built, it created the sun drum evil, which directly enters your room. Over time, It begins to affect your eardrum and psyche. Chen Yang provided a brief explanation of the room's feng shui. Sun Tianji listened, feeling utterly bewildered. Having spent a lifetime as a prison guard, he held no belief in ghosts or feng shui matters. Furrowing his brow, he said, according to your theory, if others reside in my room for an extended period, they too would hear the sound of the drill? Chen Yang nodded affirmatively. If they stay for 3 consecutive days, they will indeed be influenced by the sun drum evil. The solution is quite simple. This malevolent force is transmitted through sunlight. One merely needs a mirror to reflect the sunlight back. Allow me to fetch a mirror. Sun Tianji, with an expression of disbelief, soon emerged from the restroom, cradling a large mirror. Chen Yang assessed the position of the malevolent force and hung the mirror to the left of the window. At the moment the mirror was installed, the light in the room transformed into a gentle glow. Simultaneously, Sun Tianji felt an immediate tranquility envelop his ears. The incessant, droning noise of the electric drill vanished without a trace. Goodness, young man, you are remarkable, Sun Tianji exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Chen Yang. Chen Yang smiled broadly and replied, this is merely our duty as property management. In the next instant, with a resounding crash, the mirror on the window shattered and fell to the floor. Instantly, the cacophony of the electric drill returned. Sun Tianji covered his ears, bewildered, and queried, young man, what happened? Why did the mirror shatter so suddenly? Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively and said, the malevolent force is too potent. An ordinary mirror cannot withstand it. We must use a bronze bagua mirror, and it must be consecrated. Go procure a bronze mirror. It need not be extravagant. Just one in the shape of a bagua will suffice. I will prepare an altar to consecrate the mirror. All right. Sun Tianji now held Chen Yang in the highest esteem. Chen Yang gestured with his fingers, specifying, we need 2 red candles, 3 sticks of incense, and 5 pounds each of chicken, duck, pork, beef, and lamb. Purchase these items first, and I will set up the altar while you acquire the bronze mirror. Sun Tianji nodded, refraining from further conversation, and promptly descended to the convenience store to gather the supplies. After expressing his gratitude to Chen Yang, he hurriedly exited the community, phone in hand. Meanwhile, Chen Yang remained in his abode, arranging the altar. Not far outside the community lay an antique market. Upon reaching the entrance, Lu Mei spotted Sun Tianji, and her face turned pale with fright. However, she quickly became puzzled. Why did Sun Tianji appear so cheerful? Had he not confronted Chen Yang? Inside Sun Tianji's residence, Chen Yang meticulously arranged the altar, positioning the red candles, incense, and offerings with care. He affixed yellow talismans in each corner of the room. The process of consecration merely involves infusing the item with the elemental energy of smoke and fire. While not particularly complicated, it has sadly transformed into a means of profit for many merchants and temples. Just as Chen Yang was preparing, the door to the room burst open with a loud bang. Grandfather, are you all right? A mature woman in her mid-20s entered, her large eyes, hawk-like nose, and slightly wavy long hair framed by black-rimmed glasses. Standing around 5'7", even in sneakers, she exuded an air of authority. Her appearance bore a resemblance to Reba, yet with an added touch of intellect and vigor. Sun Ping rushed in, calling out for her grandfather. However, within the room, there was no grandfather, Sun Tianji, but rather a young man clad in property management attire. More importantly, the entire room was shrouded in smoke, with talismans fluttering about. This was clearly an act of superstition. Sun Ping, a renowned medical professor, is already the deputy director of the cardiovascular surgery department at the Central Hospital at a young age, and she is concurrently managing 3 significant national research projects. How can a family of such esteemed medical professionals tolerate this kind of superstition? Stop this at once. Sun Ping exclaimed angrily. Who are you? Why are you in my grandfather's house? Who allowed you to set up this nonsense? Chen Yang assessed Sun Ping, musing to himself. What a pity for such a beauty to be a powder keg. He replied, hello, beautiful. I am the property manager your grandfather invited to address the noise from the renovations. You need not thank me. It is our duty as a property management company. Thank you? Sun Ping nearly laughed in disbelief. Am I supposed to thank you? Do you believe I won't call the police and have you arrested right now? I am a doctor, and I have many friends in psychiatry. I can manage my grandfather's condition without your property company meddling. Now leave. How dare you? You are the one who should leave. Came a booming voice from outside. Sun Tianji, her grandfather, burst in holding a bronze mirror shaped like a bagua. He hastily set the mirror on the table and apologized to Qinyang. My apologies, young man. My granddaughter is ignorant. Please do not hold it against her. I will have her leave immediately. Sun Ping stood in shock. Ignorant? I am a distinguished medical doctor, an associate professor. Ignorant? And my own grandfather wants to throw me out while keeping this little con artist in the house. Her mind was reeling as she glared at Qinyang. Gritting her teeth, how unexpected to find a fraud like you in a reputable property management company, taking advantage of my grandfather's frail health to gain his trust. What is your next move? Are you going to swindle his house and pinch him too? Shut your mouth. Do not disrespect Mr. Chun. He is a true master. And you know nothing. Sun Tianji retorted angrily. Grandfather, I am a medical expert. Sun Ping protested, knitting her brows. Medical expert? What good does that do? I have a problem with my ears. Can you treat that? You keep insisting I have psychological issues and send me to those absurd psychiatrists. It's all nonsense. I see now that you can only deceive patients in big hospitals, while Mr. Chun is the real deal. Sun Ping was left utterly bewildered. Sun Tianji pointed towards the door, declaring, either leave or stay and keep quiet. Sun Ping bit her lip. Fine, grandfather, I will stay. I want to see how he treats your mental illness. At that moment, Qinyang chose to ignore Sun Ping and address Sun Tianji. Mr. Sun, do not be upset. Please bring over the bagua mirror. Of course, Sun Tianji responded courteously, retrieving the bronze mirror and placing it on the incense table. Qinyang circled the table 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right, muttering incantations. Watching Qinyang's superstitious rituals from the sofa, Sun Ping could not help but smirk at the audacity of it all. This fellow has actually deceived his way into his own home. Very well. Let us observe what tricks he has up his sleeve. At that moment, Qinyang abruptly bit into his own fingertip and swiftly traced a line across the surface of the bronze mirror. In the next instant, the previously unremarkable, rust-stained bronze mirror radiated a brilliant red glow. Sun Ping, witnessing this scene, felt a twitch at her eyelids. Despite her extensive knowledge in physics and chemistry, she could not fathom how that spectacle was achieved. Qinyang exhaled a breath of murky air, withdrew his finger, and spoke. It's done. The infusion of the 5 elemental fire and the activation ritual is complete. I will hang it for you from now on. This mirror shall remain unbroken and will forever ward off the malevolent sun's energy. Upon finishing his words, he affixed the bronze mirror in place. Sun Tianji felt an immediate sense of clarity, his ears ringing with tranquility. Thank you, truly, thank you, he exclaimed, grasping Qinyang's hand. Little brother, please stay for lunch today and sample my culinary skills. No, thank you, Qinyang politely declined. Sun Tianji shook his head emphatically, insisting, you must stay? Oh, I feel so serene and lighthearted now, haha. Young man, consider it my request. Grandfather, you are truly something else. You once cooked me a grand meal. Yet here you are begging for this charlatan. Sun Ping complained, her brows knitted in discontent. Humph, it's not my fault you're inept. You and your professor friends are utterly useless. You pale in comparison to Qinyang. You should stay for lunch as well and absorb Master Chen's teachings. Sun Tianji retorted, exasperated. Sun Ping sighed inwardly, truly unwilling to comment. A medical expert like herself, compelled to listen to a property company employee discuss medicine? The most egregious part was that this employee was a youth with little knowledge. At noon, Sun Tianji prepared 8 of his signature dishes. Naturally, Sun Ping stayed, for it was a rare opportunity to savor her grandfather's home-cooked meals. At the dining table, Sun Tianji subtly inquired about Qinyang's circumstances. He learned that Qinyang had come to the big city only the day before and was evidently still unmarried. A broad grin spread across Sun Tianji's face as he began to play matchmaker between Sun Ping and Qinyang. Ah, Qinyang, why not share your WeChat with Xiaoping? In the future, should you encounter any medical challenges, you may consult each other, Sun Tianji said jovially, emboldened by the wine. WeChat? What is that? Qinyang blinked in confusion, then produced his phone, asking, is it one of those devices that can make video calls? Sun Ping was momentarily taken aback by Qinyang's outdated phone, then burst into laughter. His antiquated device, which couldn't even run Tetris, was wrapped in tape, clearly having been used for quite some time. How about this? I will gift you a new phone. Though I'm uncertain how you managed to bamboozle my grandfather. You have temporarily alleviated his auditory hallucinations, and for that, I am grateful, she stated, promptly ordering a delivery service to purchase a Huawei P40. A phone priced at 7,000 yuan is quite commendable, especially considering its value in light of Sun Tianji's health. After all, she had previously spent over 200,000 yuan to treat Sun Tianji's auditory hallucinations, investing considerable personal connections as well, yet the ailment remained unaddressed. Upon the delivery of the phone by the courier, Sun Ping assisted Qinyang in setting it up and instructed him on its usage. Sun Tianji stood behind them, feeling an inexplicable joy as he observed the two conversing closely. "All right, this phone is yours now. You can use WeChat. I'll scan you to add as a friend. In the event my grandfather has another episode, I'll call on you to distract him," Sun Ping remarked, reaching for the phone. Just as she was about to scan, a message arrived on her WeChat, displaying a photograph of a man. "Ding dong, Xiao Sun, this is a very important patient, the son of a wealthy businessman from Qingzhou, just returned from abroad. I'll have him admitted to your ward for proper treatment. By the way, he is still single." Upon reading the message, Sun Ping couldn't help but shake her head and smile wryly. Now the entire department seemed preoccupied with her marital prospects. Just as she was about to respond, Qinyang, frowning, snatched the phone from her. He cast a glance at the man in the photograph and shook his head. "This man is doomed." "What are you talking about? Stop spouting nonsense." Sun Ping glared at Qinyang. "Give me back my phone." Qinyang set the phone down and spoke earnestly. "I'm not being ridiculous. He truly is on the brink of death. He won't survive past midnight. Stop making such absurd claims." Sun Ping retorted, growing impatient. "This man's name is Cheng Hai, the sole heir of the Cheng family, worth over 1 billion. If he dies, it would cause a seismic upheaval in Qingzhou. Besides, he merely has high blood pressure and is here for management. There's no way he could die." Qinyang shook his head, undeterred by her assertions. Regardless of who he is destined to perish. Just look at his countenance. Dark energy has already penetrated deeply. His forehead glistens with sweat. And although his eyes exhibit excitement, they are clearly unfocused. These are symptoms of the 5 declines of life. The only reason he appears somewhat stable is due to the outward flow of yang energy, which merely sustains him temporarily. However, this yang energy will soon dissipate entirely. By midnight, when the yang energy wanes and the yin energy peaks, his demise is inevitable. In any case, you will not be able to save him." Qinyang muttered on. Sun Ping, glaring at him, snapped, "You should be quiet. A charlatan who merely lucked into alleviating my grandfather's mental illness now thinks he is a miracle worker. Go, and amuse yourself elsewhere." Qinyang, uninterested in further debate, waved the new phone and said, "It's getting late. I should be heading back. Thank you for the phone, Sister Sunday grandfather. If you need anything, come find me at the property management office. Farewell." With the new phone in hand, Qinyang left in high spirits, eager to add Su Jing on WeChat. In the room, Sun Tianji sighed, saying, If only Qinyang could see you in a romantic light. If you two were to marry, I would die without a care." "Grandfather," Sun Ping retorted, exasperated, "how can you say that? I am, after all, a class beauty, pursued since elementary school through my doctorate. The suitors have never ceased. I am now a renowned expert with a promising future ahead. How could you suggest that boy would not be interested in me?" Sun Tianji disdainfully snorted and remarked, "You are hardly an expert. You cannot even treat my ears. Moreover, Master Qin just mentioned that the patient is doomed. You ought to be cautious and perhaps refrain from taking this case to avoid complications." Sun Ping hesitated. Patients like Cheng Hai were typically sought after by physicians. As the sole heir of the Cheng family, he was merely suffering from hypertension at present. Once he was treated and discharged, the Cheng family, being a prominent clan, would undoubtedly bestow generous monetary gifts upon the doctor, at least starting from 100,000. Furthermore, by ensuring Cheng Hai's health in the hospital, she could seek assistance from the Cheng family in times of need. Such a favor was indeed rare. After contemplating, Sun Ping finally steeled herself and picked up her phone to send a message to the department head. She harbored a genuine disdain for Qinyang, believing him to be nothing more than a rural quack. However, recalling Qinyang's fervent demeanor earlier, she decided to relinquish this opportunity. Sun Ping messaged the head of the department. "Director Liu, my grandfather has fallen ill again. I will take a leave of absence today and will not be coming to work. Please allow someone else to take care of Mr. Cheng." Director Liu replied, What a pity to miss such a splendid opportunity. Very well, I shall have Xiao Wang attend to him." Setting down her phone, Sun Ping turned to Sun Tianji and lamented, "Grandfather, this was a rare chance to cultivate a relationship with the Cheng family. And now it has been given to that woman, Wang Lan." Sun Ping and Wang Lan were both associate chief physicians and were in a competitive relationship within the department. The opportunity had genuinely made Sun Ping feel reluctant. Sun Tianji scoffed, "What if Chung Hai truly passes away tonight? That would not be an opportunity, but rather a pitfall. He came in just for hypertension treatment. How could he possibly die?" Sun Ping shook her head helplessly. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, clutching his new smartphone, merrily made his way back. The joys of a smart device were exhilarating. Not only could he video chat with Su Jing, but he could also peruse the videos of charming young women. The ladies on Douyin were all fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, each more alluring than the last. As he approached the artificial hill in his neighborhood, Chen Yang suddenly halted, sensing a powerful surge of dragon energy. This so-called dragon energy was akin to auspicious qi, yet far more potent, capable of dispelling malevolent forces and suppressing evil spirits. Ever since he acquired the cauldron in his abdomen, he had become remarkably sensitive to fluctuations in energy. His eyes brightened, and he could no longer focus on the dancing ladies. He stowed his phone and eagerly scanned the area. Soon, he discerned that the dragon energy emanated from a pavilion beside the artificial hill. Inside the pavilion stood a middle-aged man, approximately 6 feet tall, gazing intently at the lake. Though not particularly tall, he exuded a formidable presence that commanded respect. The dragon energy was radiating from the man's waist, where 5 weathered copper coins hung. Indeed, those are the great 5 emperor coins. Chen Yang felt a surge of excitement and could not help but swallow hard. The 5 emperor coins were categorized into great 5 emperor coins and small 5 emperor coins. In the current market, what circulates are merely the lesser 5 emperor's coins, comprised of the Xuanji Tongbao, Kangxi Tongbao, Yongzheng Tongbao, Qianlong Tongbao, and Jiaqing Tongbao. These coins, all minted during the Qing dynasty, are relatively easy to find, resulting in their widespread circulation. However, the lesser 5 emperor's coins lack the potent dragon energy that wards off malevolent spirits. The authentic 5 emperor's coins, known as the greater 5 emperor's coins, originate from the half-cash coins minted by Qin Shi Huang, the 5 Zhu coins produced by Emperor Gaozu of Han, the Kai Yuan Tongbao overseen by Emperor Taizong of Tang, the Song Yuan Tongbao issued by Zhao Kuangyin of the Song dynasty, and the Yongla Tongbao crafted by Zhu Yuanzhang of the Ming dynasty. The greater 5 emperors' coins, forged by the founding emperors of 5 dynasties, embody the celestial mandate and have circulated through the ages, thus acquiring the fortune of the world. This type of 5 emperors' coin is imbued with dragon energy, suffused with the spirit of founding emperors, rendering it exceedingly precious. Whether for suppressing malevolent forces or for divination, its efficacy is remarkable. Chen Yang's grandfather often lamented the missed opportunity to possess a complete set of these coins. Upon seeing a middle-aged man adorned with 5 emperors' coins at his waist, Chen Yang found himself momentarily rooted to the spot. He observed the man, whose complexion was dark, eyes devoid of vitality, and whose chin bore darkened lines. Oh, this one is on the brink of calamity. Furthermore, the despondent look in his eyes suggested that he was teetering on the edge of despair, perhaps even contemplating self-harm. Chen Yang approached the man, entering the pavilion, and coughed lightly before saying, "Greetings, I am the property manager of this community, dedicated to alleviating the troubles of the residents. Please, you must leave." Zhu Jin frowned, replying, "I am currently in a foul mood and wish to be left alone." Chen Yang chuckled heartily. Settling into a chair with his legs crossed, "I understand. Observing your features, the wealth palace appears green, the lines on your face darkened, indicating financial troubles and potential imprisonment. Moreover, your overall demeanor is shadowy, with your eyes tinged crimson, clearly suggesting you are nearing bankruptcy and harboring thoughts of despair. Who are you?" Zhu Jin abruptly turned, scrutinizing Chen Yang. His teeth clenched in anger. He thought, "You must be sent by those people to humiliate me. You intend for me to sell my assets at a loss, but tell them, not a chance. I would rather face imprisonment than allow those shameless scoundrels to profit." Chen Yang waved his hand, grinning. "Uncle, do not jump to conclusions. I am indeed the property manager, having just started today. Look, here is my identification badge." Zhu Jin furrowed his brow, scoffing. "If you are merely a property manager, how could you possibly know my situation? Can you predict fortunes as well?" Chen Yang nodded. "Indeed. I can read faces and divine fortunes." Zhu Jin, dismissive, turned away. Chen Yang continued, "Although you find yourself in dire straits, there remains a glimmer of hope. How about I offer you some guidance to help you rise again? Simply part with the 5 emperor's coins at your waist, and we shall see. Rise again. Zhu Zhan gritted his teeth, sighing, and turned to Qin Yang. Fine, I am intrigued to hear what tricks this charlatan has up his sleeve. Qin Yang laughed heartily. You need only to shake the 5 emperor's coins 3 times without uttering a word. Zhu Zhan produced the coins from his waist and shook them 3 times. Each of the 5 coins fell in differing orientations, the upright symbolizing yang and the inverted symbolizing yin. By adding these 3 results, one could discern the fortunes of the hexagram. The hexagrams of the 6 lines are not particularly complex, and their accuracy can only be deemed moderate. However, the use of the 5 emperor coins by Zhu Zhan enhances the precision of the divination, allowing for a glimpse into the celestial patterns of fate. Qin Yang, deftly manipulating his fingers, proclaimed, above is 7, below is 5, with Jin above and Qin below. This is the Ming hexagram. Jin represents the mountain, while Qin signifies water. Where mountain and water converge, the essence of the earth emerges. Uncle, you previously engaged in the timber trade, and now you have ventured into the realm of antique jade and stones. Zhu Zhan was momentarily taken aback, incredulous that such conclusions could be drawn. Is there a way to resolve my current predicament? He inquired. Qin Yang lightly gestured, stating, the hexagram's text reveals, do not marry a woman, as encountering a golden husband brings no benefit. In summary, this is an ominous hexagram, arising from matters concerning women, entangled in legal disputes, familial discord, and the presence of malevolent individuals. A dire omen indeed. The solution requires you to utter a single word. At this moment, Zhu Zhan's eyes widened in astonishment. Fixated on Qin Yang, his business misfortunes were indeed rooted in his interactions with women. Once a renowned timber merchant, he had risen to prominence through the trade of precious woods like mahogany and sandalwood, amassing a fortune of 10 billion at his peak. However, a year ago, he encountered the jade dealer Wang Ju, whose eloquence, insight, and beauty captivated him. Under her influence, he invested a substantial amount of wealth into the antiquities business, believing it would elevate his commercial success. Yet recently, Zhu Zhan abruptly realized that his financial chain had inexplicably collapsed. At this juncture, the bank suddenly withdrew its support, and those 3 close friends, whom he had trusted, revealed their true intentions. Rather than repaying their debts, they aimed to swallow him whole, plotting to wait for his business to fail in order to seize his timber and antique inventory. It dawned on Zhu Zhan that he had fallen into a trap, a scheme orchestrated by Wang Ju, his 3 friends, and the bank manager, a fatal snare. Through gritted teeth, Zhu Zhan uttered, regret. Qin Yang nodded, regret. The gateway of the heart. Indeed, it has been revealed. Closing his eyes, Qin Yang envisioned countless hexagrams flashing through his mind. Regret, the gateway of the heart. The heart symbolizes fire, ruling the south, and is connected to the tongue, a communion of heart and speech. The Ming hexagram contains the fire of the heart. Amidst misfortune lies a glimmer of fortune, life arising from death. The interplay of mountain and water yields fire, favoring the element of metal. Suddenly, Qin Yang opened his eyes, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The mental exertion of divination consumes energy, and more critically, it can unveil heavenly secrets, altering one's destiny, a perilous endeavor that may invoke divine retribution. Thus, practitioners of such arts often meet with tragic ends. Typically, Qin Yang merely observes fortunes and would never engage in divination to avoid the backlash of celestial machinations. Yet, for the sake of the 5 emperor coins, he was willing to take the risk. He turned to Zhu Zhan, stating, Uncle, you indeed possess a slender chance. Seek towards the south. There exists an individual with whom you have shared heartfelt conversations. This person likely bears the surname Jin, Qian, or Go. Zhu Zhan paused, perplexed, and replied, the south? I have no close friends there. Wait, the surname Qian? I believe I met a university student named Qian 3 years ago on a train. He was wrongfully accused of theft, and I testified on his behalf, helping him clear his name. The young man felt deeply wronged at that moment. He grasped my hand, weeping as he recounted his sorrows throughout the night. Indeed, his surname was Qian, and he was named Qian Duoshan, studying at a university in the south at that time. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang exclaimed, that must be him. Please reach out to him. Zhu Zhan immediately shook his head, furrowing his brow as he replied, impossible. That young man is of no use. He is quite poor, dressed in rags, which is why others suspected him of theft in the sleeper carriage. Furthermore, his university is rather mediocre, and now, 3 years later, he has likely become just an ordinary laborer. How could he possibly resolve my dilemma? Qinyang chuckled and said, "Do you really look down on us country folks so much? In any case, contact him. If it proves effective, don't forget to gift me the 5 emperor's coins you have at your waist." Zhu Zhen nodded gravely. "All right, I will return now to find his contact information." Qinyang waved his hand and walked towards the Jingxin Property Management Office. Upon entering, Qinyang headed straight for Su Jing's office. Inside, Su Jing was instructing Lu Mei about some matters. "Honey, I'm back," Qinyang exclaimed with delight. Su Jing looked exasperated and said, "Qinyang, could you refrain from shouting such things in public?" After pondering for a moment, Qinyang nodded. "I understand. Does this mean we can only call you honey at home and boss outside?" "That works for me." Lu Mei, standing nearby, widened her eyes in astonishment. "Honey? At home? Su Zong, have you truly married? What nonsense is this?" Su Jing exclaimed, stomping her foot in anger, then quickly approached to ask, "Qinyang, when you were at Old Sun's house, he didn't harm you, did he?" "Not at all. Old Sun even cooked me a delicious meal. Moreover, his granddaughter bought me a smartphone." Qinyang proudly displayed his new device. Quick, dear. Give me your WeChat so I can scan you. Lu Mei, share your WeChat ID as well." Both Su Jing and Lu Mei stared in disbelief. Lu Mei pouted, incredulous. "Qinyang, have you cured Old Sun's mental illness?" "That is not a mental illness, it's a seasonal affliction. You wouldn't understand. In any case, Old Sun will no longer cause any trouble." Qinyang sat on the sofa, proudly swinging his feet. Upon hearing that Qinyang had managed to handle the notoriously troublesome Old Sun, both women were filled with joy. At that moment, a blaring fire alarm suddenly echoed from downstairs. A vehicle marked for fire safety inspection screeched to a halt in front of the Jingxin Property Management Office. Inside the vehicle, Su Wentao adjusted his glasses, a sinister look gleaming in his eyes. He was determined to bring down Su Jing's property company. He aimed to force Su Jing to marry Mi Jia's third young master, Mi Tianlai, as soon as possible. Su Wentao touched his face, still stinging from the few slaps he had received from Chen Yang the previous day. Where did this trouble come from? I had no idea that woman, Su Jing, had such relatives. Fuming, Su Wentao straightened his clothes and addressed the 2 men in the vehicle. "Lu Gu, Brother Wang, I am relying on you for what comes next. Once we shut down this property company, I'll treat you both to a night of revelry." Lu He chuckled and reassured, "Don't worry, old Su. Let us go inside." Lu He was responsible for the fire safety inspection. The 3 of them shared a hearty laugh as they entered the Jingxin Property Management Office. Upstairs, Su Jing and Lu Mei were puzzled to hear about a fire safety inspection, having just undergone one the previous month. The 2 women, accompanied by Chen Yang, descended the stairs. Upon spotting Su Wentao, Su Jing's brows furrowed tightly as she coldly inquired, "Su Wentao, what is the meaning of this?" Su Wentao, unperturbed, laughed heartily and replied, "My dear sister, I assure you I'm not up to any mischief. I merely worry that your company's fire safety standards might not pass. Hence I brought 2 colleagues to conduct an inspection." He then turned to Lu He and asked, "Mr. Lu, what should be done if there is no water in their fire hydrants, as per regulations?" Lu He replied gravely, "In such circumstances, operations must be immediately suspended for rectification, and a fine of between 30,000 to 100,000 yuan must be imposed. Now, I kindly ask Ms. Su to step aside. We need to inspect the hydrants." "Impossible. There was water just last month." Su Jing protested, her brow furrowing. Lu He and another inspector approached the hydrant and, to their dismay, discovered it was indeed devoid of water. Lu He, frowning, stated, "Ms. Su, your company is a property management firm, and the responsibility is substantial. According to regulations, you must cease operations and pay a fine of 100,000 yuan." "This cannot be true." Su Jing panicked. How could there be a sudden issue when there was water just the previous month? This was the work of Su Wentao. Su Wentao merely chuckled, looking down on Su Jing with disdain. Adjusting his glasses, he remained silent. Indeed, he had orchestrated this scenario, having long ago infiltrated Su Jing's company with spies. Earlier that morning, he had set up Lu Yao and Zhang Chui to stage a dramatic incident. He had anticipated that the morning's events would suffice to ruin Su Jing's property management company. However, to his surprise, the situation took an unexpected turn when Zhang Chui revealed the truth, leading to the unraveling of his plan. Thus, he had no choice but to confront Su Jing directly, sealing her company and imposing fines. Su Wentao was acutely aware of Su Jing's financial predicament. A fine of 100,000 yuan was beyond her means. If he could delay matters for just a few days, Su Jing's property management company would be completely ousted from the community, leading to its downfall. Without this company, Su Jing would have no choice but to await arrangements to marry into the Mi family. Fuming, Su Jing gritted her teeth. Yet she forced a smile and turned to Lu He, pleading, "Let us inspect the hydrants now, and I assure you we will resolve the issue by tomorrow." Lu He, shaking his head with a frown, replied, "That will not suffice. This is a matter of principle and seriousness. A fine must be imposed, along with suspension for rectification." Su Jing felt a tightness in her chest, overwhelmed with frustration. "Ha ha ha, my dear sister, you might as well shut down the company for now. Let us not make things difficult for others, shall we? And remember, you must pay that fine of 100,000 yuan." Su Wentao laughed triumphantly, clenching her teeth in anger. Su Jing felt dizzy, nearly fainting. Panic set in. If her property management company truly collapsed, she would lose her very foundation. At that moment, a thunderous roar of an engine echoed outside the door. A colossal Ford Raptor six-wheel drive diesel off-road vehicle came to a halt before the property management office. The figure that sprang from the vehicle was none other than Zhu Zhan. At this moment, Zhu Zhan wore an expression of joy, radiating confidence. Gone was the sorrowful spirit that once sought an end to his despair. Previously, after parting ways with Chun Yang at the Rockery Pavilion within the community, Zhu Zhan had trudged home in a state of dejection. Although Qin Yang had suggested that Qian Duoshan could provide a solution, Zhu Zhan remained unconvinced. For one, Zhu Zhan was hardly acquainted with Qian Duoshan. Their meeting had been a mere coincidence on a train, where he had aided in clearing Zhu Zhan's name, nothing more. Moreover, Qian Duoshan was an unremarkable university student from a rural village. Such individuals were plentiful in society. What assistance could he possibly offer? After all, Zhu Zhan was facing a financial crisis, requiring at least 8 million to sustain himself. 8 million in cash was a sum that many listed companies would struggle to amass in a short period. Zhu Zhan returned home with a desperate hope, akin to grasping at straws, and retrieved the notebook that Qian Duoshan had gifted him years ago. The first page of the notebook bore Qian Duoshan's words of gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Zhu, for your righteous words. I, Qian Duoshan, am eternally grateful." Below were Qian Duoshan's contact details. Upon seeing the notebook, Zhu Zhan could not help but smile wryly. Could a poor student who expressed thanks with a mere notebook truly resolve an 8 million debt? He picked up his phone and dialed Qian Duoshan's number. When the call connected, Zhu Zhan hesitated before speaking. "Hello, Qian, this is Zhu Zhan." On the other end, Qian Duoshan responded with enthusiasm. "Brother Zhu, I've finally reached you. How have you been? I'd love to come visit you." Zhu Zhan managed a wry smile, replying, "Not too well. I'm currently facing a bit of a predicament." Qian Duoshan immediately inquired, "What troubles you, Brother Zhu? Please, tell me." Zhu Zhan sighed, "I've been deceived by a woman. I was doing well in the timber business. But this year, I foolishly invested over 17 million into the antique trade based on a woman's words. At that moment, the banks suddenly withdrew my loans and refused to extend further credit, while several partners defaulted on their payments, leaving me in a precarious position. I now owe the bank 8 million, and if I cannot repay it, I will face bankruptcy." Qian Duoshan responded, "Ah, it seems someone has conspired with the bank to orchestrate your downfall and seize your assets." Zhu Zhan chuckled bitterly. "I didn't realize you understood such matters, Qian. I called you today hoping you might have a solution, although I didn't hold out much hope, considering it was merely a fortune teller who suggested it. Brother Zhu, come to Nantang City today, and I will approve a cash injection of 10 million for you to restore your financial stability," Qian Duoshan declared. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhan felt as if his mind had exploded, tears streaming down his face. He choked on his words. "Qian, what did you just say? You can approve 10 million? What work are you involved in now?" Qian Duoshan smiled and said, "Brother Zhu, after being wronged on the train, I vowed to myself that I would become wealthy. Upon returning to school, I dedicated myself to my studies, and after graduation, I secured a position in the banking sector. Subsequently, I met the manager of our Nantang City branch, who had just gone through a divorce and is 13 years my senior. Despite the age difference, I did not disdain her. I married her. As luck would have it, my wife is currently authorized to grant 1 million yuan in funding for small enterprises. If you register your company in Nantang City, I can immediately transfer the funds to your account. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhen collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. He had never anticipated that during his most challenging and desperate moments, all his friends and relatives would stand aside, merely waiting to witness his downfall. Yet, two strangers, whom he had only just met, had come to his aid. Consequently, after putting down his phone, Zhu Zhen promptly drove straight to Jingxin Property Company. He felt immense gratitude towards Qin Yang, who seemed extraordinary in his eyes. Leaping out of his rugged vehicle, Zhu Zhen strode inside, only to sense an unusual atmosphere. He waved at Qin Yang and inquired, "What is going on?" "Oh, little Lu, you're here too? Conducting a fire inspection?" Lu, upon seeing Zhu Zhen, nodded and bowed. As Zhu Zhen was in the lumber business, he was quite familiar with fire safety regulations and was well acquainted with the director of the fire management office. Approaching Qin Yang, Zhu Zhen asked, "What troubles you, my friend?" Qin Yang exclaimed in frustration, "Ask him. He deliberately damaged our company's water pipes and now has come to inspect, threatening to shut down our property company and impose a fine of 100,000 yuan. What? Zhu Zhen, upon hearing Qin Yang's words, immediately understood the situation. As a seasoned businessman, he was all too familiar with such unscrupulous tactics in commercial competition. With a stern expression, he turned to Lu and declared, "Little Lu, how dare you engage in such actions? I will call your director right now and have him personally investigate this matter regarding the fire hydrant." Lu, upon hearing this, felt his legs weaken. Nearly collapsing to the floor, he hurriedly pleaded, "Brother Zhu, please, no. I was wrong, truly wrong this time. It was a moment of folly, and I assure you, I will never dare again." Old Lu, feeling anxious, said with a furrowed brow, "They are clearly in the wrong here." Suddenly, Lu slapped Su Wentao across the face, exclaiming, "Get lost. I don't know you. Su Wentao, let me tell you, don't ever involve me in such matters again. If I end up in prison, it will be because of you." Afterward, Lu and his companions hastily left. He truly could not afford to offend Zhu Zhen, who was a business magnate with a fortune nearing 10 billion. Su Wentao, covering his face in disbelief, glanced at Qin Yang and then at Zhu Zhen, finally speaking, "My friend, I advise you not to meddle in this matter. This property company has nothing to do with you." Zhu Zhen scoffed, "Nonsense. My residence is situated within the garden community, and I simply cannot allow such a thoughtful, high-end, and all-capable property management company to falter." Su Wentao gritted his teeth in indignation. This property management company, high-end, thoughtful, all-capable. He could only turn and walk away. "Hold on." Qin Yang approached Su Wentao. Suddenly accelerating his pace, he declared, "You seem to be a hapless soul destined to be battered. If you dare to cause trouble again, do not blame us for being impolite." With the situation resolved, Su Jing felt an immense sense of relief. She hurriedly bowed to Zhu Zhen, exclaiming, "Thank you, thank you. Dear homeowner, if it weren't for your timely arrival, our company would have faced closure." Zhu Zhen quickly waved his hand, stating, "I should be the one expressing gratitude to your company. It is you who have rescued me." Both Su Jing and Lu Mei were taken aback by his words. How could their property management company have rescued a big boss like Zhu Zhen? Zhu Zhen gave a thumbs up, expressing his appreciation. "Director Su, your Jingxin Property Management is truly innovative. Finding a master like Mr. Chun to serve as the property steward is indeed a blessing for all homeowners. On behalf of all the homeowners, I extend my heartfelt thanks." Su Jing was momentarily stunned. Zhu Zhen then turned to Qin Yang, respectfully presenting him with 5 emperor coins. Placing them in his hand, as he patted Qin Yang's hand, he said, "Little deity, I want to say much in gratitude. I must hurry to Nantang City. After I resolve my matters, I will return to express my appreciation properly. Farewell." With that, Zhu Zhen strode away, driving off in his roaring Ford Raptor. Qin Yang gazed at the imposing vehicle, feeling a surge of excitement. Wow, what a formidable car. It would surely be powerful for plowing fields in our village. Qin Yang wiped his mouth, mumbling. Su Jing and Lu Mei exchanged looks. Su Jing patted Qin Yang's shoulder, saying, "Qin Yang, thank you. I didn't expect you to be so capable, a qualified steward indeed. I have decided to raise your salary to 6,000 a month, the same as Lu Mei." "Wow, thank you, dear boss." Qin Yang chuckled heartily. As the afternoon workday came to a close, Su Jing initially intended to rent another apartment for Qin Yang. However, given that he had resolved 2 significant issues for the company upon his arrival, she felt reluctant to send him away. Moreover, Such an exceptional employee must be closely monitored to prevent him from being poached by other property management companies. Upon returning to their modest two-bedroom apartment, Su Jing immediately rolled up her sleeves and busied herself in the kitchen, clattering pots and pans as she prepared a meal. Meanwhile, Qinyang lounged on the sofa, playing with his mobile phone. Indeed, smartphones are truly remarkable. Once he receives his salary, he plans to buy one to bring back to his grandfather. This phone offers an abundance of beautiful young women dancing. With a phone, his grandfather need no longer climb over the widow's wall at the northern edge of the village daily. Soon, Su Jing had prepared 4 dishes along with a bottle of red wine, setting them on the table. "Qinyang, you performed splendidly today. Let us continue to strive tomorrow," she said, her cheeks flushed. Qinyang raised his glass, gazing at Su Jing's face, and suddenly found himself lost in thought. "What's wrong?" Su Jing inquired, puzzled. Qinyang broke into a wide grin. "My dear wife, you are truly beautiful, akin to the luscious peaches from our orchard on the mountain. I can hardly resist the urge to take a bite." Su Jing shot him an exasperated glance. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Qinyang chuckled in response. After sharing a few drinks, Su Jing remarked, "Qinyang, once we endure this month, our property management company will start collecting fees. And then I will be able to pay you your salary and bonuses. Moreover, if our company can expand its operations in the future, I shall grant you a share of the profits." Qinyang immediately shook his head. "What's the matter? Don't you desire money?" Su Jing asked, puzzled, for she had always been fond of wealth. Growing up, her parents had perpetually struggled financially, often being pursued for debts, and she had lived in such an environment. Thus, upon entering university, her thoughts were consumed with the pursuit of financial gain. While other girls reveled in romance and extracurricular activities, enjoying the vibrant tapestry of university life, Su Jing was preoccupied with thoughts of making money. With a smile, she turned to Qinyang. "With your share of the profits, you can amass wealth, purchase a home, a car, and even attract a beautiful girlfriend. Don't you want that?" Qinyang, counting on his fingers, earnestly replied, "My dear wife, in just 30 days, we shall be wed and consummate our union. It is destiny. Heaven has ordained us to be together, and we must abide by it." Su Jing glared at him in irritation. "Be quiet. Do not mention that again. You may appear harmless, but you possess a thick skin and are quite adept at charming women. Once you acquire wealth, I dread to think how many young ladies will fall for your charms." Qinyang sighed. "I speak the truth. Before the 15th of August, we must consummate our marriage. Enough. Watch television and let us change the subject, or I might just have to reconsider allowing you to stay over." After dinner, Qinyang took a shower and effortlessly leaped onto Su Jing's blanket, breathing in her scent. He quickly fell into a deep sleep, snoring loudly. Su Jing, feeling utterly frustrated, had no choice but to take the couch. "Oh dear, tomorrow I must buy a bed. It appears I cannot rid myself of this fellow anytime soon. Exceptional employees are indeed hard to come by. I hope my Jingxin property management company swiftly secures orders from other communities." The next day, Su Jing took her exemplary employee, Qinyang, directly to the company. After his first day of work, Qinyang had gained a general understanding of the company's operations. The primary responsibilities of a property management company revolve around maintaining order, ensuring cleanliness, and preserving the community's environment, which meant that security and cleaning staff were the most numerous. Additionally, Jingxin Property Management Company assisted homeowners in buying and selling second-hand properties and coordinated home renovations. Moreover, a portion of commercial properties was also owned by the management company. However, these operations had yet to be fully developed. Consequently, the company was struggling and teetering on the brink of dismissal from the community. Should Jingxin Property Management Company be expelled from the garden community, it would be unable to secure new projects and would face inevitable closure, especially given the monthly payroll expenses exceeding 150,000. Qinyang sat in Su Jing's office, stroking his chin and murmuring, "I observe that there are numerous useless vacant spaces in this community. It would be more worthwhile to cultivate them for growing vegetables and grains, which would also yield some income." Upon hearing this, Su Jing sighed, exasperatedly pressing her forehead, and glared at Qinyang, saying, "I implore you, please do not transplant rural notions into our urban setting." Qinyang retorted with a smirk, "You might not believe it, but if I were to manage that vacant land in the community, I could cultivate vegetables, raise fish, rear chickens, and even open a farm stay. How delightful that would be." At that moment, the office door burst open with a loud bang. A woman, roughly 5 feet tall, and weighing around 150 pounds, strode in briskly. Upon seeing her, Su Jing's face instantly brightened with a smile, and she greeted her with a tone of deference, saying, "Sister Wang, what a pleasant surprise. Please, have a seat." Qinyang, quickly pour Sister Wang some tea. Humph. Do not play tricks with me. Wang Liqin's plump hand slammed down on the desk with a thud. The flesh on her face jiggled as she pointed at Su Jing and declared, "Miss Su, this is your final serious notice. I am giving you 3 more days. If there are still rats in the community, your property management company will be out of here. As a director of the Garden Community Owners Committee, I have the right, obligation, and responsibility to advocate for better services for our residents. Remember, 3 days. After that, I shall return with the signatures of all the owners." Wang Liqin's demeanor was unforgiving as she coldly berated Su Jing, who could only manage a forced smile in response. Observing his wife being subjected to such indignity from the sofa, Qinyang abruptly stood up and exclaimed, "Hey, you fat woman, get out immediately. Who do you think you are, causing a ruckus in my wife's office? You must have a death wish." Wang Liqin froze momentarily, her face draining of color before turning a deep shade of purple. She pointed her chubby finger at Qinyang, stammering, You dare call me a fat woman, a shrew? Who do you think you are? I do not care who you are, just leave." Qinyang snapped back. Fine, fine. You will regret this, and you too, Su Jing. You vixen, just wait." Wang Liqin stormed out in a huff. Before her retirement, she had been the director of the logistics department, and everyone had fawned over her. Now, as a member of the owners' committee, the property management company dreaded her complaints. Thus, Su Jing had always adopted a supremely respectful demeanor in her presence. But now, she had been scolded by a mere property manager. The more Wang Liqin pondered, the angrier she became, and as she descended the stairs, her foot slipped, sending her tumbling down. Su Jing watched in horror, then turned to Qinyang and fiercely pinched his arm. "Qinyang, have you lost your mind? How dare you offend her? I feel you have truly brought calamity upon me." As Su Jing spoke, her eyes reddened with tears. She sank despondently onto the sofa, resembling a wilted flower. Seeing his beloved wife on the verge of tears, Qinyang hurriedly sat beside her, grasping her delicate hand. "My dear, do not be disheartened. That woman is taking advantage of us, and we must not indulge her," he reassured, tenderly caressing her small hand. Su Jing glared at Qinyang, her voice laced with exasperation. "You know nothing. She is a director of the homeowners committee, which has the power to replace the property management company. If we offend her, our company could be dismissed, and then we wouldn't even be able to afford our rent." Qinyang frowned and retorted, "Can she just change it on a whim? What gives her that right? Just because she looks fierce and unattractive?" Su Jing shook her head. "The fact is, our property management company is at fault. I don't know what's wrong with this community. It seems to attract an abundance of rats. Despite our best efforts, we cannot drive them away. In fact, the number has increased, and even many of the neighborhood's cats have fallen victim to them. This issue is our responsibility. Wang Liqin is merely here to seek some benefits. Initially, all I needed to do was to greet her with a smile and offer her a few thousand yuan in shopping vouchers to send her on her way. But you completely offended her." Sighing, Qinyang replied, "Isn't this a minor issue? I'm quite skilled at catching rats. In my rural village, they were everywhere, and I practiced since childhood. Just leave it to me. Don't worry." He patted Su Jing's hand reassuringly. Su Jing sighed deeply. Suddenly, she realized that Qinyang was still holding her hand. She shot him a glare and quickly withdrew her hand. "You scoundrel, taking advantage of women." Qinyang chuckled, murmuring, "I've discovered something." "What is it?" Su Jing asked, puzzled. With a serious demeanor, Qinyang said, "There's electricity in your hand." "Electricity? What do you mean?" Su Jing extended her hand to inspect it. Her fingers were long and delicate, reminiscent of jade, with faint blue veins visible beneath the surface. As Qinyang held her fingers, he remarked, "I don't know what it is, but every time I touch your fingers, my heart races as if I've been electrocuted. It's quite peculiar." Su Jing, flustered, pushed Qinyang away and shot him an annoyed look. "Enough. You really have no shame. Now that you've stirred up trouble, go resolve it." Qinyang stood up, declaring, "Yes, my wife. I pledge to eliminate the rats within 3 days." Su Jing, exasperated, smacked her forehead. "I am not your wife." "Fine. Just go see how rampant the rats are." Qinyang left the property management office and wandered through the garden community, searching for signs of the rodents. By the foot of a foam mountain in the community, 3 security guards huddled together, smoking. Upon noticing Qinyang rummaging through the bushes, they erupted in derisive laughter. The guard with the darker uniform, the leader Qin Nantian, exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "See? This thick-headed fool doesn't he belong in the workplace? If he had just sweet-talked me, he wouldn't he have to tire himself out now?" The other two guards chuckled in agreement. "Exactly. Brother Tian, you've got 5 houses from the demolition at home. If you sell just 3, that has 5 million in assets. Honestly, Brother Tian, why not just acquire our property management company? Then Su would be yours." Hearing these words, Qin Nantian could not help but smirk with pride. "You are quite astute. The reason I remain here as the head of security is indeed for that woman, Su Jing. My, she is truly stunning. Those legs of hers are simply mesmerizing. If only I could bear her on my shoulders." Although Su Jing is a businesswoman, it is said that she is buried under a mountain of debt. She hardly seems worthy of you, Brother Tian. That fellow. I have no idea what his connection to Su Jing is, but seeing him frequent her office daily, I can't help but feel he is a toad yearning for a swan's embrace. Rising to his feet, Qin Nantian sneered him. He thinks he is worthy. Come, let us have some fun with that lad. The 3 men chuckled triumphantly, their cigarettes dangling from their lips as they approached Chen Yang, who was still rummaging through the grass. Qin Nantian flicked his hand, causing the cigarette but to land on Chun Yang's shoulder before falling into the underbrush. Chen Yang frowned, turning his gaze towards Qin Nantian and his companions. Qin Nantian raised an eyebrow and taunted, "What are you looking at me for? Pick up that cigarette, but that is your job." Chen Yang, disinterested, retorted, "Get lost," and continued his search for the mouse. Noticing Chun Yang's attitude, Qin Nantian chuckled. "Oh, you little rascal. You possess quite the spirit. Do you believe I won't inform Su about you hiding in the grass to smoke and carelessly tossing your butts? By noon, you shall be dismissed." Annoyed, Chen Yang straightened up and shot a glance at Qin Nantian. "You can shove it aside. Su Jing is my wife. She would certainly believe me." "Ha ha. Su Jing is your wife. You fool. You truly are like a toad dreaming of swan meat. You must be out of your mind." The laughter erupted from Qin Nantian and his companions. "Captain, this imbecile has a few screws loose." At that moment, the sharp sound of heels echoed through the air. The men turned to look, their eyes lighting up in unison. Approaching them was a woman clad in a dark green long dress, her face free of makeup, carrying a small bag, striding confidently towards them, standing at a height of 1.7 meters. While her beauty might not rival Su Jing's breathtaking allure, she exuded an intellectual charm. The 3 men were momentarily entranced. Then Qin Nantian quickly waved, grinning, "Miss Sun, you look absolutely stunning today." The woman was none other than Sun Ping. Sun Ping lifted her head, nodding indifferently towards Qin Nantian, her expression devoid of warmth. Qin Nantian swallowed hard, daring not to speak further. Suddenly, Sun Ping's gaze fell upon Chen Yang. "Chen Yang, it truly is you. I was just about to visit your property management company to find you." Sun Ping exclaimed with delight, hastening towards Chen Yang. What do you need me for?" Chen Yang asked, puzzled. Without answering, Sun Ping stepped forward and unexpectedly embraced Chen Yang, planting a kiss on his cheek. Chen Yang was taken aback. The 3 security guards beside him were equally stunned. What on earth was happening? Sun Ping, known for her aloof demeanor and intellectual beauty, a medical expert, was showing such affection towards a mere steward. This was impossible. The world had gone mad. 3 security guards found it utterly unacceptable and astonishing. Sun Ping gently patted Chen Yang on the shoulder and said, "Chen Yang, I must head to work now. I will definitely come to my grandfather's house for dinner when I have the time. I will be waiting for you." With that, Sun Ping turned and hurried away, a smile of gratitude brightening her face. This feeling of appreciation arose because, earlier that morning, Sun Ping received a message from a nurse in her department. The nurse informed her that an incident had occurred the previous night. Their rival, Wang Lan, had admitted Cheng Hai, the son of a wealthy family. Initially, the entire department envied Wang Lan for this opportunity. However, who could have foreseen that, in the dead of night, Cheng Hai would suddenly fall ill, convulsing and losing consciousness? Wang Lan immediately sprang into action to save him, but ultimately it was in vain. Cheng Hai passed away. The death of a patient, particularly one from an affluent family, is no trivial matter. The Cheng family would certainly not permit their son to die so abruptly. Consequently, Wang Lan was bound to face considerable trouble ahead. This unfortunate incident could have easily befallen Sun Ping instead. The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine. If it hadn't been for Chun Yang's timely intervention, recognizing the severity of Cheng Hai's condition, she would now be embroiled in legal troubles. Thanks to Qin Yang's quick thinking, Sun Ping found herself unscathed and with one less competitor. The next department head would undoubtedly be her. Phew, Qin Yang, you truly are remarkable. Reflecting on this, Sun Ping felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. She resolved that when she found some free time, she must express her heartfelt thanks to Qin Yang and the Jingxin Property Management Company. Qin Yang, taken aback by Sun Ping's spontaneous kiss, felt his face flush with embarrassment. He quickly departed, anxious that this incident might reach Su Jing's ears. No wonder TikTok advises boys to protect themselves when venturing out. Indeed, the most handsome lad from Gangtu village must learn to maintain a low profile. Qin Yang resumed his search for the rodent infestation within the community. Suddenly, in a corner, he discovered the decaying corpse of a stinking tabby cat, while 3 slender-tailed rats feasted upon its entrails. Rats consuming a cat? This defies the natural order, disrupting the elements and mingling the realms of yin and yang. It surely heralds strange occurrences. Clearly, there must be deeper reasons behind the rodent problem in this community. Qin Yang's demeanor grew serious. He crouched down slowly, observing the 3 rats. One of the rats suddenly lifted its head, baring its teeth at Qin Yang in a menacing display. Its beady black eyes glinted ominously. Indeed, these rats were tainted by malevolent energy, emboldening them to devour feline flesh without fear. He pondered the source of this corruption. Grasping a nearby bamboo stick, Qin Yang swung it at the rats. The 3 rodents jumped in alarm, squeaking in indignation before scurrying away in a flurry. Qin Yang immediately pursued them. The rats darted through the underbrush with remarkable speed. But fortunately, Qin Yang was well trained. He leaped over the holly bushes and landed in the flower bed, continuing his pursuit of 3 mice. Before long, the trio scurried into a secluded villa surrounded by iron railings. Qin Yang paused, lifting his gaze toward the house. It was a grand and luxurious standalone villa. Yet due to its age, neglect, and abandonment, it bore an air of decay. Enclosed by a barbed wire fence, the yard was overgrown with weeds, and the exterior walls were peeling and weathered. Qin Yang circled the villa, observing that numerous mice occasionally poked their heads out, only to retreat with caution. His brow furrowed. It seemed the source of the rodent infestation in the neighborhood lay within this very villa. What could be inside that attracted such a multitude of mice? Moreover, these mice were evidently abnormal, bold enough to confront even cats. Qin Yang quickly recited, heavenly law, pure and bright, earthly law, agile and light, yin and yang, crystallized form. Spirit revealed, in the cosmic norm, reach the heavens, touch the ground, true form, swiftly found, urgently, as the decree commands. Swiftly, heavenly eye, unveil the essence. In the next moment, Qin Yang looked forward and beheld 7 streams of dark malevolent energy swirling at the center of the dilapidated villa, penetrating deep into the ground. A hazy, blood-black aura billowed from the roof, swirling slowly, forming a pattern reminiscent of a ghostly eye. Was this the 7 spirits of malevolence formation? Qin Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. He had heard from his grandfather that many such ominous formations existed in the Xiangchuan mountainous region. Yet today he encountered one in the bustling neighborhood of Qingzhou City. It appeared that the mice were drawn to this formation of malevolent energy. To eradicate the mice, the formation must be dismantled. The 7 spirits of malevolence formation could gradually drain the owner's 7 spirits, leaving only 3 souls behind. Qin Yang pondered, then took out his phone and dialed Su Jing. Su Jing, still sulking in her office, was worried about her property company being ousted by Wang Lijun and the homeowners committee. Hello, how dare you call now? Do you realize how many mice infest this neighborhood? She snapped. Qin Yang chuckled and replied, Dear, don't be alarmed. I have already identified the source. Let me ask you, can you get in touch with the owner of Villa 1? Villa 1, the most luxurious villa that has been unoccupied? That belongs to the Liu family. Why? Su Jing asked, puzzled. Qin Yang, unaware of the significance of the Liu and Wang families, responded, Well, it appears the rodent problem in the community is linked to the Liu family's villa. It seems they have been cursed. I suspect the elderly members of the Liu family have met a tragic end. Shoo, Qin Yang, you are courting disaster. Stop talking. Su Jing interrupted, alarmed. Hold your tongue. I'll come find you, and we can discuss this in person. She hung up, her face pale, hurrying out. This guy truly had no filter. The Liu family was a renowned and powerful clan in Qingzhou City. How could he dare to curse them so openly? He was indeed inviting trouble. Qinyang stood outside the villa, awaiting her arrival. Before long, Su Jing approached briskly, clad in a professional pencil skirt. Bathed in sunlight, she exuded an unparalleled charm and grace. Suddenly, Qinyang felt his heart race uncontrollably. As Su Jing reached him, she seized his ear with a playful twist. Qinyang yelped in pain, clutching his chest, exclaiming, "It hurts, it hurts." With a frown, Su Jing stomped on his foot and retorted, "I'm twisting your ear. And you're holding your chest. What nonsense. If you're going to lie, at least do it convincingly." Qinyang shook his head, gazing earnestly at her, and said, "I truly have a pain in my heart. I don't know why, but watching you sway as you walked over made my heart race as if a little deer were trapped inside, repeatedly butting against it, causing me distress." Su Jing paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, playfully twisting his arm. "You must have skin made of alloy. How can you be so thick-skinned? You say such cheesy things without a hint of embarrassment." Qinyang shook his head. "My skin is not thick. I merely speak the truth. There really is a little deer bumping around inside. All right, enough of your nonsense. Even if you were a love guru, you couldn't sway me. Now tell me, what is the situation with the rat and the Lu family?" Su Jing urged, her mind solely focused on her business and profit. Qinyang gestured towards the adjacent villa, saying, "It has been ensnared in a malevolent seven spirits formation, which gradually drains the life force of the homeowner, ultimately leading to their demise. The rat was drawn here by the aura of this sinister formation. Eliminating the rat is quite simple. We just need to enter the villa and dismantle this formation." "Really? Is that true?" Su Jing looked at him skeptically. However, recalling previous encounters with ghosts, she found herself believing him to some extent. After pondering, she suggested, "How about this? You contact the Lu family and see if they can unlock the villa themselves. Although the Lu family's villa is unoccupied, it is laden with surveillance cameras, so we cannot sneak in to cause damage." Qinyang agreed readily. Su Jing returned to the property management office and obtained the contact information for Lu Ran, a prominent member of the Lu family. She relayed the phone number to Qinyang. Upon examining the number, he noted that it began with 138, followed by either a 6 or an 8. Easy to remember. What a fortuitous number, he mused as he dialed. After a lengthy pause, a woman's voice answered, "Hello? Who is this?" Qinyang promptly replied, "Oh, Ms. Lu, hello. I am the steward from Jingshin Property Management. My name is..." The call abruptly disconnected. Qinyang stared at his phone in confusion. He redialed. "Hello, this is... damn it." Qinyang exclaimed in frustration, "What is going on? Is this woman out of her mind?" Gritting his teeth, he attempted to call Lu Ran once more. Meanwhile, outside the most luxurious room at the Xinqing High-End Rehabilitation Center, a stunning woman with long legs donned a light, gray trench coat, her piercing gaze fixed upon the window. Despite her breathtaking beauty, she remained oblivious to the world outside. Yet, her cold and unyielding visage deterred most men, rendering them hesitant to approach her. She is Lu Ran. At this moment, Lu Ran's phone rang for the third time. Her eyes flashed with impatience as she answered abruptly, coldly declaring, "If you dare to call again, I shall report you for harassment." The caller was none other than Qinyang. Unfazed, Qinyang spoke directly through the line. "Are your grandparents deceased? When they passed, did they suffer from 7 gaping wounds on their backs, oozing blood and pus, meeting a tragic end?" Lu Ran, filled with fury, was about to terminate the call when Qinyang's words struck her like a bolt from the blue. She paused for 3 seconds, teeth clenched, trembling as she inquired, "Who are you? What do you want? Did you harm my grandfather? Provide me with the antidote. Whatever you seek, we can negotiate." Hearing her words, Qinyang responded with a hint of surprise. "Ah, so your grandfather is still alive. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Qinyang, the property manager for Jingshin Property Management. Your Lu family owns a villa under my supervision. I have contacted you today to discuss." Initially perplexed, Lu Ran quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The source of her grandfather's peculiar affliction lay within that old villa. In disbelief, she recognized this might be her sole opportunity. Regardless of whether Qinyang was a deceiver or the perpetrator of poisoning, she felt compelled to engage with him. Rapidly, she declared, "Hello, Mr. Chun. I shall meet you at the garden community in 10 minutes. After hanging up, she hastily exited. In the most luxurious hospital room, the Lu family stood silently around. Inside, an elderly Taoist priest, his hair and beard white as snow, attempted to expel evil spirits and heal Lu Russian, who lay unconscious on the bed. However, his efforts yielded little success. Lu Russian remained in a deep coma, blood-red saliva continuously oozing from his back, his body trembling in agony. Witnessing her grandfather's pitiable state, Lu Ran bit her lip and swiftly departed. Xiaoran, where are you going? A middle-aged woman called out, seizing Lu Ran's arm with urgency. Are you foolish? Your grandfather is on the verge of death, possibly preparing his will. If you leave now, we shall inherit nothing. Lu Ran shot an indignant glare at the woman. Mother, grandfather will not die. I am going to seek someone who may possess a solution. With that, Lu Ran pushed past her mother and hurried away. She climbed into a red Jaguar, speeding towards the garden community. She felt an urgent need to meet the property manager. Regardless of his intentions, she had to explore every possibility. Upon reaching the entrance of the garden community, Lu Ran halted her vehicle, retrieving her phone to make a call. At that moment, she noticed a villager clad in property management attire approaching swiftly. Hello, Miss Lu. Qinyang greeted her as he drew near. Lu Ran quickly stepped forward. Nodding in acknowledgement, greetings, I am Lu Ran. Are you truly the property manager? Qinyang patted his chest and proclaimed, of course. Not only am I a property steward, but I am also an exemplary employee. Your car is truly beautiful, even more so than you. Lu Ran furrowed her brows and addressed Qinyang. Excuse me, but I would like to confirm something. Did you truly see our ancestral home and predict my grandfather's illness? Can you save him? Qinyang nodded, saying, as long as he is still alive, there is hope for his recovery. Though your grandfather's condition appears peculiar, once the root cause is eliminated, he will soon be well. All right, thank you. Come with me. Without further ado, Lu Ran pushed Qinyang into the passenger seat, hopped into the car, and pressed the accelerator, heading straight for the sanatorium. As they sat in the car, Qinyang turned his head to observe Lu Ran driving. Lu Ran frowned slightly, driving at high speed, and inquired, what are you staring at? Qinyang smacked his lips and remarked, your legs are quite long. You would be perfect for driving a tractor. Lu Ran retorted, enough. I do not drive tractors. Upon arriving at the sanatorium, Lu Ran grasped Qinyang's arm and led him directly to the ward. Suddenly, a gasp echoed from within the room, prompting Lu Ran to quicken her pace. With her long, slender legs, she rushed into the ward. Inside, a golden flame was ablaze. Qinyang entered as well, his eyes widening at the sight. An elderly man clad in a Tai Chi robe, with white hair and an ethereal presence, was emitting golden flames from his palms. He was repeatedly striking the back of an old man lying on the hospital bed while muttering incantations. Spirit Master Lingbao. Comfort the form. Disciple souls, 5 organs in the abyss. Azure dragon and white tiger, in harmonious opposition. Vermilion bird and black tortoise, guard my truth. The flames emanating from his hands intensified, while the old man on the bed cried out in pain. Others in the ward nodded in admiration, recognizing the formidable prowess of Master Ma Juyang, a renowned exorcist from a prestigious lineage who had secluded himself in Longhu Mountain for decades. It seemed the old gentleman was indeed saved. Even Lu Ran, standing at the door, was impressed. She turned to Qinyang and whispered, it seems you are no longer needed. This Master Ma, with flames erupting from his hands, must be incredibly powerful. My grandfather will likely recover soon. Qinyang smirked and leaned closer to Lu Ran's ear, whispering, you are all being deceived. This man is an old swindler. His tricks are commonplace in our village. But now these con artists have forsaken rural areas to prey on city dwellers like you. His warm breath brushed against Lu Ran's ear, momentarily stunning her, as her initial irritation gave way to astonishment. Suddenly, Lu Ran turned her head, her bright eyes fixed on Qinyang. Are you implying that he is a fraud? Qinyang shrugged, absolutely a charlatan, though his methods are somewhat sophisticated. He merely applied a layer of heat-insulating oil on his hands. At that moment, with a sharp clap, Master Ma extinguished the flames in his hands. Exuding an air of a reclusive sage, Ma Juyang nodded and declared, the malevolent energy has been thoroughly dispelled. However, the individual you have offended is none other than the infamous seven-eyed prison demon from the underworld. This formidable fiend has been driven away by me, but there is no guarantee it will not return. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hospital room turned to Ma Juyang, inquiring about a solution. With a flick of his fingers, Ma Juyang responded, 48 hours. As long as the seven-eyed prison demon does not return within that time frame, the elder shall live safely to the age of 100. Should the demon reappear, you may contact me at any time, and I shall come to subdue it without fail. The younger members of the Lu family expressed their gratitude. Ma Juyang nodded, embodying the demeanor of a master. He adjusted his Tai Chi robe and donned his square celestial hat as he strode out of the hospital room. Qinyang chuckled softly. The occupants of the room glared at him in outrage. Ma Zhuyang furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "Who is this young fool? Get out." The other Lu family members also glowered in anger. "Who is he? His attire suggests he is merely a janitor from a property management company. I do not recognize him. He is certainly not a doctor. It seems he entered with Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, what is going on? Who is this foolish boy?" Lu Ran felt embarrassed at that moment and stammered, "He is a master I invited to treat my grandfather." Laughter erupted throughout the room. Even Master Ma could not suppress a sneer. At this juncture, Lu Laosan turned to his daughter and exclaimed, "Xiao Ran, what nonsense are you spewing? Where did you find this little property worker? What illness can he possibly treat?" Qinyang rolled his eyes and stepped forward, addressing Ma Zhuyang. "You are wearing transparent fireproof gloves, aren't you? Furthermore, when you say to contact you once the elder falls ill, won't that make you unreachable when the time comes? We see such tricks often in the countryside." Upon hearing Qinyang's first statement, Ma Zhuyang's expression shifted. Nevertheless, having roamed the world for many years, he maintained his composure. With a huff, he retorted, "You know nothing, so refrain from speaking out of turn. I reside in the hotel next to the hospital." "Humph. Do you think I am one of those shameless scammers? Ignorant wretch." After uttering this, he did not linger and swiftly exited the hospital room. In truth, he indeed wore plastic gloves. More importantly, Ma Zhuyang had discerned that Lu Laotu would not survive beyond 3 hours, prompting his hasty departure. By the time the Lu family sought him again, he intended to feign ignorance and disappear completely, thus shedding any responsibility. However, Ma Zhuyang did not anticipate that Qinyang had seen through his little schemes. He dared not linger and quickly left, maintaining an air of poise, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned master. Inside the hospital room, the numerous relatives of the Lu family all cast their accusations at Lu Ran. With a cold huff, Lu Ran declared loudly, "Silence. I believe Mr. Chen's words hold merit, that Master Ma is not necessarily trustworthy. Now, I ask Mr. Chen to take a look at grandfather." "Hold on." Lu family's second uncle approached, his face twisted in anger as he scrutinized Qinyang, his eyes filled with disdain. "What can this brat possibly cure? Lu Ran, your grandfather has pampered you, allowing you to manage the family's business. But now, when your grandfather's life hangs in the balance, you dare act unilaterally. What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Ran furrowed her brows tightly. At that moment, Lu family's eldest uncle stepped forward, a seemingly jovial smile on his plump face that concealed a more sinister intent. "Little Ran, you are but a woman, although you have managed the business reasonably well. In critical situations, you only display foolishness, lacking the composure of a man. Of course, we understand your concern for the old master. However, such concern often leads to chaos, and we can forgive that. Nonetheless, in future business matters, it would be prudent for you to entrust them to my son. A woman ultimately finds it difficult to achieve great things. I believe this is also the old master's intention." The other Lu family members in the room nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lu Ran has acted recklessly, even seeking the help of a country bumpkin to treat the old man. Previously, she enjoyed the old master's special favor. But such indulgence cannot continue. A chorus of mocking remarks echoed around Lu Ran. Her face flushed red with anger, yet at that moment, she realized the weight of her solitude. Qinyang stood amidst the crowd, suddenly bursting into laughter. "You lot, a gathering of self-serving individuals. If you obstruct me any further, the old man may very well perish on the sickbed." As soon as Qinyang's words left his lips, those in the ward erupted in curses. Lu family's second uncle sneered, "Lu Ran, is this the master you've summoned? Not only a fraud, but also daring to curse your grandfather. You truly are the height of rebellion." Qinyang chuckled, glancing at the second uncle of the Lu family. "Do not blame the long legs. Whether I am a fraud can be proven in an instant." Beside him, Lu Ran, already troubled, felt a surge of anger upon hearing Qinyang refer to her as long legs. She glared at him in exasperation. Ignoring her, Qinyang approached Lu family's second uncle. Assessing his features, the second uncle laughed coldly. "All right, let me test you. Just tell me how old I am this year." Qinyang smirked. "Your question is rather trivial. Observing your features, I see you possess the fire dragon fate. Your element is earth, born in the year of Wu Chun, 1976. Furthermore, your marital palace is rosy, indicating a harmonious family, and your progeny palace is complete, with 2 sons and a daughter. Although your wealth is scarce, it is still bright and abundant, suggesting a smooth-sailing life and a peaceful old age. Qinyang spoke confidently, awaiting the astonishment and applause from those around him. After all, reading faces was merely the most basic of his skills. Since obtaining that miraculous cauldron, once it entered his dantian, Qinyang's ability to read faces had become remarkably accurate. However, in the next moment, the entire ward erupted with frenzied laughter. Indeed, he was a fraud. What nonsense, lacking the necessary diligence, yet attempting to deceive our Lu family. Lu Ran's actions this time were exceedingly disappointing. The scornful voices echoed everywhere. Lu Ran hastily grasped Qinyang's arm, frowning as she said, "Qinyang, do not speak recklessly. My second uncle's family has only one son and one daughter." "Oh, impossible." Qinyang immediately shook his head, turning to Lu's second uncle. "Hey, you tell us. How many children do you have?" "Of course, I have two." Lu's second uncle's face flushed with anger. "You are nothing but a swindler. Leave at once. I need some fresh air." He could not bear to stay any longer and attempted to exit. Qinyang chuckled heartily, saying, Don't go. Let me deduce where the third child is. Speak any more nonsense, and I shall make you regret it. Get out now." Lu's second uncle shouted. Just then, Lu's second aunt strode over, grabbing Lu's second uncle by the ear. "Wait, I wish to hear this. Let him continue." Then, addressing Qinyang, Lu's second aunt said, "Young man, please carry on. It matters not if you are mistaken." Qinyang shrugged. "I shall not err. From his face, it is evident he has 3 children, while yours is indeed 1 son and 1 daughter. As for the whereabouts of the third child, I sense he is not far from you and is likely a close relative. To ascertain further details, I would need to inquire about your husband's birth date." "My close relative. My sister's son, perhaps," Lu's second aunt exclaimed, seizing Lu's second uncle's hair. In that instant, Lu's second uncle reacted swiftly, realizing that his wife had previously suspected an affair between him and his sister-in-law. Now, denial was no longer an option. He slapped himself 4 times, crying out, "Wife, please forgive me. It was truly an accident. I did not intend for it to happen with Shaoli. We merely succumbed to temptation after a few glasses of red wine. Come out now." Lu's second aunt forcibly dragged Lu's second uncle away. The spectators in the room were utterly astonished, gazing at Qinyang in disbelief. Qinyang then approached Lu's elder uncle, murmuring, "Now it is your turn. Though you appear amiable and always smiling, your heart harbors deep cunning. Furthermore, the shadows in your marital palace and the bluish tinge on your cheeks indicate a history of numerous women, resulting in unclean ailments. Moreover, your masculine vigor has waned." "Enough," Lu's elder uncle interrupted, blocking Qinyang's mouth. "Boy, attend to the illness, not to idle chatter. Now go treat the elder." Qinyang glanced at the others, declaring, "Who among you still doubts me? Do come forth and test it." The remaining members of the Lu family recoiled in retreat. In a large family, who does not possess personal secrets? Who remains without faults? Everyone shook their heads, stepping back. Lu Ran watched this scene, her mouth agape in astonishment. She never anticipated that the property manager she had hired was, in fact, a master of physiognomy. Lu Ran grasped Qinyang's arm, exclaiming, "Qinyang, please check on my grandfather. He may truly be on the verge of passing." Qinyang approached the bedside. Lu Rushan lay there, eyes closed and utterly motionless. His back bore 7 festering sores, incessantly oozing dark fluid, resembling the eyes of 7 malevolent demons. Some of the sores had even corroded deeply enough to expose his internal organs. Qinyang furrowed his brow and sighed. Indeed, it is the 7 spirits of death formation. Fortunately, I have arrived not too late. In another hour, it would have been too late. He withdrew 5 ancient coins from his pocket and tossed them into the air, where they landed precisely on the old man's back. Supreme and responsive, unceasingly adapting, dispelling evil and binding spirits, safeguarding life and body, granting wisdom and clarity, calming the mind and spirit, ensuring the permanence of the 3 souls and the return of the 7 spirits, hastily, as commanded. Swiftly, the 5 ancient coins emitted a faint glow of blue, red, gold, white, and black. The light penetrated Lu Rushan's body, enacting the soul-binding spell. The 7 spirits of death formation was designed to gradually extract a person's 7 spirits. Now, with Qinyang employing the soul-binding spell, bolstered by the ancient coins, Lu Rushan's frail spirit was instantaneously stabilized. Cough, cough, cough. The bedridden Lu Rushan began to cough. Lu Ran, witnessing this, was filled with immense joy. "Grandfather, you have truly awakened. How wonderful! How wonderful!" The others in the room were equally astonished. Just moments ago, Master Ma Juyang had performed a vigorous operation, yet the old man had shown no sign of response. Now, with merely 5 copper coins, Chen Yang had roused him. Chen Yang pocketed the ancient coins and stated, "This is merely the first step in the treatment. The next step is even more crucial. Apart from Lu Ran, the remaining descendants of the Lu family must leave Qingzhou for at least 3 days. I recommend visiting Yunnan to observe the elephants. Return in 3 days." Upon hearing this, all present in the hospital room exchanged bewildered glances at Lu Ran and Chen Yang. Even Lu Ran found it difficult to comprehend. She quietly asked Chen Yang, "What kind of treatment is this? Why must they leave Qingzhou?" Chen Yang nonsensically replied, "This is to suppress the curse within the bloodline. If the old man's descendants come near, it will trigger the curse, placing him in peril. In any case, this must be done. They should all depart Qingzhou by 6 o'clock this afternoon." In the hospital room, Lu's uncle snorted coldly and remarked, "Kid, what tricks are you trying to play? My father is in poor health, and you want us all to leave, leaving only Lu Ran by his side? What are your intentions?" Although he did not state it explicitly, the other Lu family members shared similar suspicions. After all, the majority of the Lu family's assets still rested in Lu Russian's hands. Whoever he chose to bequeath them to would become the wealthiest. The final moments of life were of utmost significance. On the bed, Lu Russian suddenly spoke, saying, "According to this young celestial master, everyone should leave Qingzhou. You need not worry about your assets. I have already prepared a will and entrusted it to a lawyer." Upon hearing this, the eldest of the Lu family quickly smiled and replied, "Father, that is not my intention. I am merely concerned for your well-being, which is why we should all leave the city to supervise one another. Anyone who fails to heed the words of Master Chen Yang shall not lay claim to a single penny of the inheritance." Lu Russian's voice was not loud, yet it carried a weight of authority. Indeed, after Lu Russian issued his command, none of the Lu family dared to voice any dissent. Everyone began to prepare their vehicles and departed Qingzhou via the expressway. Chen Yang assisted Lu Russian to his feet and remarked, "Old Lu, you must now recuperate in a different, unfamiliar place. Once I eliminate the malevolent 7 souls formation from the garden villa, you will be able to fully recover." Lu Russian nodded repeatedly, feeling significantly lighter at that moment. Lu Ran furrowed her brow and inquired, "Chen Yang, what exactly are you up to? First, you asked my father, my cousins, and my uncle to leave, and now you want me to take grandfather to an unfamiliar location. What do you suspect? Do you believe that someone from the Lu family is intentionally trying to harm him?" Lu Russian turned his gaze towards Chen Yang, his old eyes filled with concern. Having led the Lu family for 50 years, he feared nothing more than the betrayal of kin. With trembling lips, Lu Russian sighed and said, "Mr. Chun, please speak plainly. Have they conspired to eliminate me in a bid for the position of family patriarch?" Chen Yang shrugged, grinning lightly as he replied, "Old Lu, the curse you are under is known as the malevolent 7 souls formation. This curse is exceedingly difficult to set up, which implies that the one who cursed you is quite skilled. Such an expert, if they desired your demise, could easily do so without resorting to this formation. The malevolent 7 souls formation gradually extracts your 7 souls, leading to a separation of your spirit and a slow death. In the later stages of having your souls drawn out, your courage diminishes, your character becomes indecisive, your thoughts shift, and your resolve weakens. Therefore, I suspect the purpose of employing this formation is to influence your thoughts over the next 7 months, coaxing you to accept certain people and situations, ultimately leading to conservative decisions. I do not know who wishes to harm you, but they are undoubtedly someone close to you. Thus, I have decided to have them all leave. Among the Lu family, I can only be certain that you genuinely wish to save your grandfather, which is why I have allowed you to remain." As Chen Yang finished speaking, both Lu Russian and Lu Ran fell into a contemplative silence. After a while, Lu Russian sighed and said, "Very well, I shall heed Master Chun's arrangements." Subsequently, Lu Ran rented a modest dwelling in an urban village to ensure Lu Russian was settled comfortably. Chen Yang prepared a prescription to stabilize the soul, restore vitality, and promote healing of the wounds. With timely administration, the injuries would naturally heal within a month. After completing these tasks, Chen Yang and Lu Ran returned to the garden community, arriving at the periphery of the old Lu family villa. Lu Ran gazed at the weathered facade of the grand estate, sighing as she remarked, This villa is the root of our Liu family. Back in the day, all our uncles, cousins, and aunts lived together as one family. Now, as our family business grows and our fortunes multiply, our relationships have become increasingly distant. Qinyang, feeling rather indifferent, shrugged and replied, "No need for lamentation. Hurry up and open the door. I must warn you, there are countless mice in this villa, so do not be afraid." "I am not a coward," Liu Ran retorted, producing a key to unlock the grand entrance. She stepped into the overgrown courtyard. But the next moment, a startled scream escaped her lips as she spun around and leapt into Chun Yang's embrace. He held her by the legs, muttering, "I did warn you about the multitude of mice here, but this is far too many and far too large," Liu Ran exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she hastily dismounted from his grasp, unwilling to re-enter the courtyard. Qinyang tossed a sack filled with rodent poison into the yard. With a resounding boom, thousands of beady black eyes emerged from the depths of the courtyard, racing towards the bait. In no time, the entire sack of poison was consumed. However, the mice, under the influence of malevolent energy, did not perish despite ingesting the poison. Qinyang grabbed a shovel and swiftly began to dig on one side of the courtyard. Soon, a blood-red coffin surfaced from the earth, containing the hair and nails of Liu Rushan. He incinerated the coffin and continued to excavate in other areas of the yard. 2 hours later, 7 blood-red coffins had been unearthed, completely dismantling the sinister formation. At the moment the formation was disrupted, the entire villa brightened slightly, and the malevolent energy dissipated. In the courtyard, the afflicted mice began to convulse violently before succumbing to the poison they had ingested. Qinyang contacted the cleaners to remove the heaps of dead mice. Liu Ran stood at the entrance of the villa, her stomach churning at the sight of the carcasses, and she could not suppress her urge to vomit. She tossed the villa keys to Qinyang and declared, "Mr. Chun, you may handle this villa as you see fit. Feel free to burn everything inside. Just treat this villa as your own. I shall return now." Without a backward glance, she swiftly departed, her long legs carrying her away. Faced with the sight of thousands of dead mice, even the strongest of men would falter, let alone Liu Ran, who possessed a slight aversion to filth, to the extent that she no longer desired the old villa. Once Qinyang had completed the removal of the rodent remains, he retrieved the keys and unlocked the door to the villa. A damp, musty odor wafted forth, yet the furniture remained intact, preserved remarkably well due to its rosewood construction. The 3-story villa was exceedingly spacious, boasting 2 underground levels. Qinyang wiped the corner of his mouth, marveling at the grandeur of the house, which was even larger than the courtyard in Gangtu village. How splendid it would be to reside here, he mused. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his dantian. Subsequently, the bronze cauldron within his dantian began to whirl rapidly, as if it were experiencing an insatiable yearning for that gentle aura. Following the ethereal essence, Qinyang ascended to a study on the 2nd floor. The atmosphere was reminiscent of a spring breeze, revitalizing one's spirit. The essence emanated from the wall. As Qinyang explored the surface of the wall, he soon discovered a hidden mechanism. With a decisive press, the wall suddenly revealed a concealed compartment. Within that shadowy recess lay a box crafted from golden silk Nanmu wood, from which the warm and gentle breeze emanated. Qinyang was taken aback as he retrieved the Nanmu box and opened it. Inside, he beheld a piece of jade carved in the likeness of a tiger, albeit in a fragmented state, possessing only half of its form. Cradled in his hand, faint wisps of spiritual energy pulsed gently upon the tiger jade pendant, coalescing yet remaining distinct. The cauldron in Chun Yang's dantian continued to spin and resonate, displaying an intense longing for this spiritual essence. A flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. After all, this artifact had been discovered within the confines of the Liu family's villa. In that moment, he felt akin to a thief. However, the notion of returning this jade pendant was unbearable. After all, he reasoned, I did save that old man's life. Let this jade pendant serve as their family's reward. Besides, I can always extend my assistance to the long-legged one in the future. With that thought, a sense of justification washed over him. He promptly seated himself cross-legged, grasping the jade pendant in his palm. To an ordinary individual, this jade artifact would merely appear exquisite, a valuable antique. Yet, to those who practiced martial arts, its worth was magnified due to the latent spiritual power it contained. As he prepared to absorb the energy, the surface of the jade suddenly rippled with undulating waves, invisible to the untrained eye. However, as a practitioner of physiognomy, Chunyang instantly sensed the shift in aura. Oh, it seems this jade pendant indeed harbors secrets. It is not merely a piece of superior spiritual jade, he mused, as he waved his finger and touched his brow. Heavenly I Chi observation technique. Activate. In the next moment, waves of energy emanated from the surface of the pendant, coalescing into a three-dimensional map-like formation, albeit incomplete. Chunyang was astonished. Could this be the secret treasure of a geomancer? Such a phenomenon truly existed in the world? He recalled tales from his grandfather, who spoke of certain geomancers that, to prevent information leakage to the uninitiated, utilized energy to create maps and convey messages, for ordinary individuals could not perceive such energies. Not even martial artists. Only those adept in the Chi observation technique could discern them. Thus, these artifacts were referred to as the secret treasures of geomancers. Before him, the jade pendant revealed a map of mountains and rivers, with 3 locations marked by black dots, presumably indicating destinations. However, as the map was only half-formed, precise identification remained elusive. After observing for a while, Chunyang closed his eyes, imprinting the map into his memory. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, indifferent to the origins of the jade pendant. In conclusion, this is a fine jade, imbued with abundant spiritual energy. Chunyang reached out to grasp it, channeling his inner energy. With a sudden surge, the spiritual essence from the jade pendant surged into his body. It circulated through him, transforming into inner strength, ultimately converging in his dantian. Within the dantian, a fist-sized bronze cauldron spun rapidly, voraciously absorbing the inner power, while scattering glimmers of golden light. This cauldron, an unexpected treasure for Chunyang, was shrouded in mystery, its true nature unknown to him. Yet, its assistance had proven invaluable. After more than an hour, a crack resounded as the jade pendant shattered in his grasp, its spiritual energy fully depleted, resulting in its structural change. Chunyang opened his eyes, feeling considerably lighter. Oh, if only I could absorb such a piece of spiritual jade every day, I wouldn't be trapped in the small cycle of the realm for so long. Chunyang, still yearning for more, licked his lips and stood up. At that moment, the sound of a car echoed outside, followed by the click of high heels. Peering downstairs, he spotted the long-legged Lu Ran. Oh no, it seems she has remembered the jade pendant. A cold sweat broke out on Chunyang's forehead. He hurriedly placed the broken pendant into a Namu wooden box, securing the hidden compartment. He then wiped away the marks on the wall. The rapid sound of footsteps approached. Upon reaching the second floor, Lu Ran noticed Chunyang and smiled shyly, saying, "Oh, Chunyang, I forgot that there's an important item belonging to my grandfather here. So I returned to retrieve it." "Important item? All right. I just entered the villa and have not touched anything. Feel free to look for it," Chunyang said, his gaze nervously fixed on the floor. Lu Ran, however, showed no suspicion. She directly entered the study, opened the hidden compartment, and retrieved the golden Namu wooden box. "Found it. It has indeed been here for 7 or 8 years. My grandfather still remembers this." Lu Ran mumbled as she carried the Namu box out. Chunyang feigned curiosity, asking, "Long legs, what is this? Hidden away so carefully, it must be something valuable." Lu Ran shot him a glare. "Don't call me long legs. This item was purchased at a high price on the black market by my grandfather in his youth. It's said to be the tiger talisman left by Lu Bowen from the Ming dynasty, rumored to summon the spirits of the dead." Upon hearing Lu Bowen's name, Chunyang felt a stir in his heart. Although the notion of summoning spirits was sheer nonsense, it was indeed possible that this jade pendant was crafted by Lu Bowen himself, for he was undoubtedly one of the top 3 masters in feng shui throughout history. Chunyang chuckled, bidding farewell to Lu Ran. As for the possibility of the old Lu discovering the shattered pendant later, that would surely have nothing to do with him. He would never admit it, no matter what. Chunyang stretched, feeling his strength further enhanced by the absorption of the jade's spiritual energy, and his spirits lifted. He locked the villa door and returned to the property management office. Inside the office, Su Jing and Lu Mei were huddled together over the desk, discussing the gifts for the evening. Su Jing bit her lip and said, "How about we gift a set of Yika fragrance cosmetics?" Lu Mei frowned and replied, "That set costs over 18,000. Boss, do you have that much money?" Upon hearing this, Su Jing painfully shook her head, clutching her chest and lamenting. "I don't have that much money. Even if I did, I wouldn't be willing to spend it. Sigh, I wash my face with just water every day. And now I'm supposed to give that woman 18,000 worth of cosmetics. Just the thought of it pains me." Lu Mei suggested, "General Su, I think we should visit her tonight to apologize. Worst case, we kneel before her and plead that she doesn't drive us to bankruptcy. Cough, cough. At that moment, Qinyang approached, perplexed, and said, "What are you two discussing about gifts and kneeling? My dear, you can't kneel to anyone. The Qin family cannot afford such shame." Seeing Chun Yang's demeanor, Su Jing stood up in anger and grabbed his ear, exclaiming, "How can you even say that? It's all your fault. You've completely messed things up with Wang Liqin. I just checked, and there are still plenty of rats in the neighborhood. If Lu Mei and I don't apologize to Wang Liqin, we'll be bankrupt the day after tomorrow." Qinyang quickly laughed it off. "Oh dear. I've said it before, the rat problem is in my hands. It's a done deal. Don't worry. The source of the rodent issue in our community is already gone, and next, we just need to adopt 10 yellow tabby cats. And we won't have a single rat left." Su Jing and Lu Mei exchanged doubtful glances at Qinyang. He glanced at the time and urged, "Trust me. Let's go find yellow tabby cats. Remember, we need to find those with alternating yellow and gray stripes. These cats are the real mouse hunters. Even their cries can scare the rats away." Su Jing sighed, exasperatedly rubbing her forehead. "All right, I suppose I have no choice but to trust you, you rascal." Subsequently, Su Jing instructed everyone in the company to make calls to inquire about yellow tabby cats. The company was willing to pay 200 yuan each for adopting adult tabby cats. Qinyang then left the community, searching the nearby urban villages for unwanted yellow tabby cats. Unfortunately, while Qingzhou City had many stray cats, most were white or mixed-color cats. These cats were gentle in nature but lacked the hunting prowess of yellow tabbies. Qinyang searched through garbage heaps, shop entrances, and narrow alleys. At that moment, a screeching brake echoed, followed by a woman's voice. "Hello, sir, please show your ID." Upon hearing this, Qinyang looked up to see a stunning woman with a curvaceous figure and fair skin, dressed in a uniform. It was Bai Honglu. "Oh, Big Bai, what a coincidence." Qinyang greeted her with familiarity. Bai Honglu, surprised to see him, chuckled, "What are you sneaking around for? I've received reports from the residents saying a menacing-looking character was lurking nearby, likely a thief. Turns out it's just you." Qinyang, speechless, retorted, "Sneaking? I'm looking for cats." He then explained the rat situation in the community. Bai Honglu understood and patted Qinyang on the shoulder, saying, "So you're just looking for tabby cats, right? Here is a refined and enhanced version of your text. There's nothing here. Follow me. I know a place abundant with stray cats, particularly the yellow tabbies." Bai Honglu opened the car door and said, "Get in, I'll take you there." Qinyang gazed enviously at the pristine Havel 6 police vehicle, swallowing hard as he remarked, "You administrators are quite fortunate to have such provisions. I owe you my gratitude." Bai Honglu responded, leaping into the driver's seat with a triumphant smile. "During my last train journey, I apprehended the notorious Level 5 fugitive Li Dabiao, achieving a significant accomplishment that brought honor to our unit. Consequently, Boss Shin specifically allocated this patrol car for my use." As they drove, Bai Honglu continued to express her admiration. "Though you may seem ordinary, you possess remarkable capabilities and bring good fortune. Before our acquaintance, I was on the brink of dismissal. However, after meeting you, I have secured my position, earning Boss Shin's recognition, and even received a vehicle and a dormitory." She chuckled. "Tonight, after we catch the cats, I shall treat you to dinner." Upon hearing this last statement, Qinyang eagerly nodded. "Dinner sounds splendid. Recently, I saw on my phone that the whole lamb feast in Qingzhou City is particularly delectable. Please treat me to that." Bai Honglu rolled her eyes. "Of course not. My monthly salary is only 4,500. A whole lamb feast costs 6,000. How could you be so greedy?" As they chatted, they arrived at an abandoned hot spring resort on the outskirts of the Third Ring Road. Bai Honglu halted the car and said, "We've arrived." This place was once a renowned hot spring resort, but it was shut down due to illegal operations. After lying dormant for several years, it has turned into a paradise for stray cats. Together, Qinyang and Bai Honglu ventured into the abandoned resort, making their way toward the desolate hilltop. Not long after their departure, a black Passat came to a stop nearby, occupied by two indifferent men clad in gray jeans and fitted bulletproof vests. Upon glancing at the Havel 6 police vehicle, their brows furrowed. The scar-faced driver reached for his phone and dialed a number, stating, "That kid is currently with a female officer at the abandoned hot spring resort. It's an ideal location to act. However, that woman has a special identity." He paused, hesitating to continue. A raspy voice on the other end replied, "What's the matter? You renowned deadly duo can't handle a mere woman? The scar-faced man sneered. There's no need for provocation. We simply prefer to avoid attracting the attention of the law. Nevertheless, since the boss has a need, we wouldn't hesitate to take care of a woman. Even if she were an elite from the Eagle Squad, it would be a trivial task for us. Excellent. Then let us eliminate them together, with the reward tripled. In any case, that boy must not survive the night. The raspy voice concluded before hanging up. The scar-faced man chuckled and turned to his companion in the passenger seat. Ready to commence their operation. They concealed their vehicle behind the trees and retrieved a toolkit from the trunk, filled with various components. With remarkable speed, they assembled a sniper rifle, simultaneously producing several handguns to keep on their persons. Let's go? The deadly duo moved with grace and agility, their demeanor unmistakably indicating that they were no ordinary individuals. They arrived at the iron fence and effortlessly leaped over it. The more than 2-meter-high barrier posed no challenge for them. The two quietly scrambled up the hillside. Qinyang and Bai Honglu reached the villa. The hot spring resort was expansive, encompassing a mountain peak and a large bathing area. Bai Honglu, seated on a stone, gasped, "Look, are there not yellow weasels everywhere? These cats are adept at catching mice and can even hunt down weasels and snakes, allowing them to thrive here." Qinyang smirked. "Come on, your stamina is lacking. You've only climbed a few hundred meters and you're already exhausted." "What do you know?" Bai Honglu retorted, visibly frustrated. "I weigh only 95 pounds. But this pair of bombs adds quite a bit. Imagine carrying 10 pounds of meat around your neck. How far could you go?" Qinyang was momentarily speechless. He instinctively swallowed and quickly turned away, reddening as he remarked, "You're quite improper. If you were in our village, you'd be dunked in a pig pen." Bai Honglu burst into laughter, her initial complaints now feeling trivial. After saying that, she regretted her words. Unexpectedly, Qinyang seemed even more reticent about the topic. She waved her hand dismissively. All right, I was just speaking the truth. You were so brazen on the train, why shy away now? Let us continue our search for the cats." Qinyang nodded, about to move when suddenly he froze. His eyes wide with shock and disbelief as he gazed at Bai Honglio's face. "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that?" she asked, puzzled. Without warning, Qinyang stepped forward, gripping Bai Honglio's arm and pulling her close. "Hey, Qinyang, calm down. What are you doing?" Bai Honglu exclaimed. "I shouldn't have said those things. Please, just stay calm." Silence. Qinyang breathed rapidly, his gaze cautious and alarmed. "You are in grave danger." Again. Bai Honglu was exasperated. He had previously warned her of impending doom on the train. Why was he repeating himself now? Naturally, she was skeptical. "Stop joking. Let us just catch the cats." Qinyang shook his head. "This is no jest. The omen is dire. The blood on your brow is dark, an omen of death." Bai Honglu paused, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, "Qinyang, your forehead seems to be turning crimson as well." At her words, Qinyang's heart raced violently. If an ordinary person like Bai Honglu could notice such a change, it indicated that death was imminent. Without a moment to spare, he retrieved his 5 emperor coins and tossed them into the air. The coins landed on the ground, 4 of them embedding into the earth, while the last one rolled down the mountain. These 5 emperor coins were immensely valuable, yet at that moment, Qinyang felt no sense of loss. He comprehended the gravity of the situation instantly. All 4 directions led to peril. The only chance for survival lay below. At that moment, 100 meters away on a rock, the 2 ominous figures of the doomed duo lay in wait, confident and composed. The scarred face held his sniper rifle, meticulously aimed at Qinyang's head, and he chuckled softly. "We can send them on their way." Another companion had his rifle trained on Bai Honglu, sneering coldly. "What a pity. That girl could score a perfect 99 for her looks and a full 100 for her figure." The scarred man licked his lips, imagining the exhilarating impact of a headshot on such a stunning woman. Indeed, her head was about to burst. As he spoke, he squeezed the trigger. A thunderous crack echoed. The bullet from the sniper rifle had already surpassed the speed of sound. At this distance and visibility, the deadly duo never missed their mark. However, just as the trigger was pulled, Qinyang had already seized Bai Honglu and leapt into the chasm below, plunging into the depths of the great bath. The height was over 10 meters, but fortunately, since the hot spring resort had closed, the area was unmanaged, allowing spring water to accumulate in the bath, resulting in deep waters. The deadly duo froze momentarily, then quickly re-aimed their rifles at Qinyang and Bai Honglu. They had not anticipated that Qinyang and Bai Honglu would leap directly downwards. It should be noted that the slope they occupied offered no cover, meaning that if the first shot missed, they would still be vulnerable to a second attempt. Yet, Qinyang had boldly pulled Bai Honglu into the water below. Splash! Splash! After sending up 2 sprays of water, they vanished beneath the surface. Damn it! After them, the scarred man's expression darkened ominously. His instincts tingled with foreboding. Normally, when faced with danger, one would immediately flee toward the woods downhill. Yet, Qinyang and Bai Honglu had chosen to plunge into the water. Did they see the sniper rifle? Indeed, the only way to evade the sniper's deadly aim was to dive underwater. How could these two dare to make such a reckless decision in the blink of an eye? The deadly duo sprang into action, this time without their sniper rifles. They drew their compact submachine guns and rushed toward the waterhole below. Upon hitting the water, Bai Honglu was utterly unprepared. She gulped down a few mouthfuls of water and immediately lost consciousness from the shock. Meanwhile, Qinyang grasped Bai Honglu and swiftly swam beneath the surface. As a minor practitioner of the heaven and earth cycle, he possessed considerable strength. However, even a skilled practitioner could not contend with a sniper rifle. In close quarters, Qinyang need not fear a gun. Yet, a sniper rifle was different. The bullet's speed was too swift, surpassing the speed of sound, rendering auditory cues useless for evasion. The only way to survive was to conceal themselves, turning the visible into the hidden. The water was murky, mingled with branches and leaves, providing perfect cover for Qinyang and Bai Honglu to disappear completely. After swimming several hundred meters, they reached a rocky outcrop. Qinyang carefully pulled Bai Honglu ashore and concealed them both behind a rock formation. Bai Honglu had fallen unconscious, her abdomen swollen. Qinyang, witnessing this scene, dared not act carelessly. He hurriedly dragged Bai Honglu aside and pressed against her chest. With a sudden splutter, a mouthful of muddy water was expelled. After a couple of presses, he sensed something was amiss. Bai Honglu wore a corset with steel reinforcements, which could potentially fracture her ribs under such pressure. Qinyang swiftly removed the corset. Next, he focused on expelling the water from her stomach, and then proceeded to blow air into her lungs. After 2 minutes of artificial respiration, Bai Honglu suddenly coughed and regained consciousness. Qinyang quickly covered her mouth, whispering, "Stay silent. It's dangerous. Someone is still pursuing us. It's a sniper." Bai Honglu trembled, recognizing the weapon, a magnum from Arctic warfare, a top-tier sniper rifle capable of reaching an initial velocity 3 times that of sound, with an effective range of 1,100 meters and precision within 5 centimeters. The adversary could easily obliterate our eyes with such a rifle. Upon hearing Bai Honglu's assessment, Qinyang couldn't help but chuckle. This woman could deduce the type of gun merely from the sound. Still trembling and oblivious to her disheveled attire, she looked at Qinyang and said, "You can still laugh? The opponent is a professional assassin. If you hadn't pulled me down just in time, what would have happened to my clothes?" Qinyang quickly clarified, "You drank a lot of water. In my attempt to save you, I performed rescue breaths. Please don't misunderstand. I had no ulterior motives." Bai Honglu shot him a sidelong glance and muttered, "Shut up. What is there to misunderstand? We're on the brink of death. We should focus on how to eliminate the enemy. I've realized you're a harbinger of disaster. In my 25 years, I've lived safely, but ever since I met you, I've come perilously close to death twice. If I must die this time, I will at least take someone down with me." With that, Bai Honglu retrieved a pistol from her waist and checked it. "They're coming," Qinyang remarked, his ears keenly attuned. Bai Honglu continued to tremble. Qinyang wrapped his arm around her shoulder, subtly channeling a surge of spiritual energy into her feng fu acupoint at the back of her head. In an instant, Bai Honglu steadied herself. Qinyang felt the ground for stones and whispered, "How proficient are you with a gun?" "Don't worry, I graduated top of my class," Bai Honglu replied, panting heavily. "I just have a bit too much modesty and a rather appealing physique. Otherwise, I would be a remarkable talent." As they spoke, her hands grew steadier. Qinyang leaned close to her ear and whispered, "I'll toss you to the hillside of the artificial mountain. You hide there while I draw them out. You shoot. Remember to aim precisely." Bai Honglu wanted to caution Qinyang against taking risks, but he had already gently thrown her upward, landing her on the heights of the artificial mountain. In the next moment, Qinyang dashed out with a swift motion. "There he is," the scar-faced man bellowed, his fury palpable, astonished that a mere property worker and a superficial female officer could evade the onslaught of his 2 brothers. The 2 assassins stealthily approached Qinyang's hiding place, encircling him. In his hand, Chunyang clutched a handful of stones. Hearing their footsteps, he discerned that only 2 individuals were present. Fortunately, merely 2. However, these 2 were evidently martial artists, likely masters at the Dark Force level. Caution was imperative. Chunyang pondered. Martial artists begin their journey by cultivating their vitality and strengthening their bodies. Typically, a champion of the world in combat sports resides at this level. Following this phase, they expand their dantian, advancing to the Dark Force level. Achieving this level enables one to deliver a single punch capable of slaying a bull or a palm strike lethal enough to kill an ordinary person. A practitioner at the Dark Force level is already considered a formidable expert. Beyond Dark Force lies the mastery of the run and do meridians. Transitioning into the small circulation of Qi, Chunyang himself was a practitioner of the small circulation. The progression continues to the great circulation, culminating in the status of a grandmaster. In truth, experts at the Dark Force level are exceedingly rare. Suddenly, Chunyang sprang forth, hurling a stone towards the 2 assassins. Upon spotting him, they immediately raised their firearms. The sound of gunfire erupted as they unleashed a barrage of bullets towards him. Being Dark Force masters themselves, their proficiency with firearms rendered their lethal skills immensely powerful. Chunyang tumbled awkwardly, the stones in his hand scattering chaotically. They struck the ground around the assassins, producing a cacophony that momentarily disrupted their focus. At that instant, Bai Honglu, hidden atop the artificial hill, took aim and fired. With a resounding crack, one of the assassins, marked by a scarred face, fell to the ground, struck in the neck. Realizing there was someone concealed on the hill, the scarred assassin swiftly leaped to evade further shots. Bai Honglu, undeterred, fired 4 more rounds in quick succession, yet failed to hit her target. Simultaneously, the scarred assassin retrieved a grenade from his waist, poised to hurl it in Bai Honglu's direction. Witnessing this, Chunyang sighed in resignation. The scarred assassin was exceptionally powerful, having reached the pinnacle of the Dark Force level, verging on a small circulation practitioner. Under such circumstances, hitting him with a handgun proved exceedingly difficult, regardless of Bai Honglu's self-proclaimed sharpshooting prowess. Chunyang seized another stone, propelling it with precision towards the assassin's chest, targeting the Shua high point. The stone, imbued with force, struck him with a resounding thud. Although the assassin wore a bulletproof vest that absorbed the impact, the sheer force rendered him momentarily paralyzed, as if his strength had abandoned him. He stood there, hand raised with the grenade, resembling a statue, immobilized. A gunshot rang out. Bai Honglu, utilizing her last bullet, expertly struck the center of the scarred assassin's forehead. The battle concluded. Chunyang exhaled in relief. Although he could have dealt with the 2 assassins himself, he wished to avoid any subsequent investigations. He waved to Bai Honglu atop the hill, signaling her to descend. "Well done. Your marksmanship is truly impressive." As she climbed down and beheld the fallen assassins, an overwhelming surge of excitement compelled her to embrace Chunyang tightly around the neck. They had survived, and against all odds, vanquished 2 lethal foes. At that moment, Bai Honglu burst into tears. Hey, don't embrace me. If my wife finds out, it will be disastrous," Chunyang hurriedly exclaimed. "Shut up. I nearly perished. What harm is there in holding you for just a moment? Besides, you just kissed me and engaged in even more scandalous behavior, which I have not forgotten." Bai Honglu glared at Chunyang, her tone fierce. Chunyang promptly responded with indignation. "That was me saving you. Don't place the blame on me. I must marry Su Jing." He continued, "Moreover, you should give up. Half of Qingzhou City knows that Su Jing is to wed the 3rd young master of the Mi family, Mi Tianlai. You should come to terms with it." Bai Honglu laughed again as she picked up the walkie-talkie to call for reinforcements. Subsequently, she said, "Chunyang, I will step aside to put on my clothes. You wait here. No, don't involve me. I cannot afford to get caught up in this." Chunyang waved his hand, insisting, "Bai, consider this a plea from me. I truly cannot waste time in your precinct. I need to catch Huang Liao and return to the community. Additionally, I must consummate my marriage with Su Jing within a month. There are only 29 days left, and each day is crucial for me." After speaking, Chunyang turned and ran away. Bai Honglu shook her head, not too concerned. She donned her clothes and waited by the artificial hill, her heart filled with perplexity. Why did that scarred face suddenly appear dazed at the last moment, as if paralyzed? If he had not suddenly fallen ill, it might have been her life that was lost. Before long, over 20 police cars surrounded the entire hot spring resort, with a multitude of personnel rushing in. Leading the charge was Shen Chong, the foremost detective of Qingzhou City. He approached Bai Honglu and inquired, Bai Honglu, are you injured? How could there be assassins roaming in broad daylight? Bai Honglu merely had some bruises on her forehead and arm. She shook her head and replied, Captain Shun, I am fine. I have no idea what has possessed those two. They attempted to assassinate me with a sniper rifle. Are they friends of Li Dabiao, seeking revenge? Shinchong nodded. It is highly likely. Let us take the bodies back to the precinct. Just then, a colleague from the evidence department suddenly exclaimed, Captain, come quickly. These two seem to be the notorious deadly duo. What? That cannot be. The deadly duo are infamous assassins. Not only ordinary people, but even the elite of the highest special forces might not stand a chance against them. Indeed, they bore a striking resemblance. By heavens, it truly is the deadly duo. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Hearing the commotion, Shinchong rushed over. Upon a mere glance, his head buzzed and his blood surged. Overcome with excitement, his legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. This is indeed the deadly duo. Dual level 5 criminals, level 3 dangerous assassins. Among the top 5 on the super level 5 wanted list. They have actually been captured in our Qingzhou city. As he spoke, Shinchong was nearly brought to tears from the overwhelming emotion. The deadly duo were not only immensely powerful, but, more importantly, their methods were utterly despicable. The term absolute exterminators is ascribed to them because each time they commit murder, they not only eliminate the primary target, but also eradicate all their closest kin, leaving no one behind. Their aim is to eliminate any potential future threats. These two individuals have become infamously notorious, with the number of lives claimed by their hands exceeding 100, including both the elderly and children. In total, they have taken 327 lives. Shinchong, filled with excitement, turned to Bai Honglu and slowly gave her a thumbs up. All other colleagues promptly bowed deeply towards Bai Honglu, expressing their gratitude and admiration. Bai Honglu stood there momentarily bewildered. She thought to herself, have I truly slain the absolute exterminators? Am I truly that formidable? Wait, where is Qinyang? Does he not desire any credit for such a significant achievement? At that moment, Qinyang had successfully captured 6 yellow cats, dragging a sack. He stood at the entrance of the hot spring resort, wearing a look of melancholy. How was he supposed to return? There were no taxis in this area, nor even shared bicycles. Alas, he certainly did not wish to ride back in a police car. As Qinyang shook his head, contemplating walking back, his gaze suddenly fell upon a Passat car nestled among the garden bushes. The engine was still humming softly, indicating that the exterminators likely intended to flee immediately after their heinous act. Without hesitation, Qinyang tossed the sack onto the back seat and jumped into the driver's seat. It was undoubtedly the assassin's vehicle, and with no one around to contest, it seemed rightfully his. Qinyang nodded and began to explore the controls. Although he had only driven a tractor before, he had ridden in vehicles belonging to Su Jing and others, inquiring about basic driving operations. This automatic car, requiring no clutch, felt like a foolproof machine. With a press of the accelerator, he sped towards the garden community. As he drove, Qinyang felt an inexplicable thrill. This was the sensation of driving, and it was undeniably exhilarating. Once he earned enough money, he would certainly purchase a luxurious SUV that truly belonged to him. Upon entering the garden community, Qinyang retrieved the cats from the car. Other employees from the property management had also found 7 or 8 tabby cats. The sun had set, and Qinyang tossed all the cats into the heart of the community, scattering some cat food around. The garden community was sufficiently vast for the tabby cats and offered a suitable habitat, so he had no concerns about them wandering off. Having completed this task, Qinyang clapped his hands and returned to the property management office. Outside the office, Su Jing stood in the parking lot, looking dejected. Hey Su, what's wrong? A tall security guard approached him. It was Captain Qin Nantian. Frustrated, Su Jing kicked the tire of his car and replied, Don't mention it. The car is broken. It's so strange. It was working perfectly before. Qin Nantian stepped closer and said kindly, Su, I studied maintenance for 2 years. Let me take a look at it. Really? Captain Qin, you are quite versatile. Su Jing smiled gratefully, immediately starting the car and opening the hood. Qin Nantian pretended to inspect it and said, The catalytic converter is faulty, which has caused the automatic transmission gears to misalign. This will require a major repair, likely costing over 10,000 yuan. However, I have a friend at the repair shop. If you entrust your car to him, you'll only need to pay a 500 yuan labor fee. Su Jing couldn't quite grasp everything he said, but the numerous technical terms made her feel that he was quite knowledgeable. She replied appreciatively, "Thank you so much, Captain Qin." Qin Nantian chuckled and responded, "You are too polite, Miss Su. By the way, I've noticed that the company's recent performance hasn't been stellar. If you encounter any difficulties or need investors, feel free to reach out to me. My family recently underwent a demolition, and we've received over 10 properties. If all goes well, we could sell them for more than 10 million. Over 10 million. My heavens, Captain Qin, you are indeed from a wealthy family. It truly seems unfair for you to work here," Su Jing exclaimed in surprise, then laughed. Qin Nantian gazed at the woman before him, feeling a surge of warmth. She was the most beautiful and captivating woman he had ever encountered. Most importantly, after 2 years of serving as her security captain, he understood that she was not only stunning but also exceptionally virtuous. She never frequented bars, disliked shopping, and maintained minimal interactions with men outside of work. She was a rare, prosperous woman focused solely on business and making money. If he could marry her, it would be worth a lifetime. Laughing heartily, Qin Nantian scratched his head and said, "Miss Su, you jest. Although I may have money, I lack your drive in business. By the way, your car won't be fixed anytime soon. Why don't I give you a ride home? It's on my way." As he spoke, he casually reached to wrap an arm around Su Jing's shoulders. Just as he was about to touch her, a hand shot out and seized his wrist. "Ouch!" Qin Nantian instinctively cried out in pain. The newcomer was Qin Yang. Qin Yang pushed Qin Nantian aside and sneered, "You're no good. Like a worm in rotten peanuts. You're not trustworthy. Perhaps you're the one who damaged my wife's car." Qin Nantian was taken aback and frowned. "Your wife? What are you talking about?" Su Jing quickly intervened, saying, "Qin Yang, stop talking nonsense. Captain Qin was only trying to help me fix my car. His offer to drive me home is out of kindness. Please refrain from insulting him." Qin Yang huffed, then proudly patted his chest. "Boss, you don't need to ride with him. I have a car too. Come on, let us go home." With that, he pointed smugly at a nearby black Passat. Su Jing, astonished, gasped, "Your car? Qin Yang, where did you get a car? I haven't even paid you your first month's salary." "It's from a friend," Qin Yang replied vaguely. "Though I just arrived in Qingzhou, I have plenty of friends. Let us go." He ushered Su Jing into the car. The Passat emitted a puff of black smoke from its exhaust before speeding off. Qin Nantian stood there, his face turning a shade of purple with anger. In the past, he truly required the position of a security captain. Yet now, he had become a relocated resident, a quintessential nouveau riche with a net worth exceeding 10 million. The sole reason for his continued presence in this role was Su Jing. Such a beautiful woman. If he could not win her affections, it would be a disgrace to his title as a relocated resident. However, he had not anticipated the emergence of Qin Yang. Moreover, from their conversation, it appeared that he was even living with Su Jing. Damn it! How dare he obstruct my path and vie for Su Jing? I will make him pay. Qin Nantian kicked a nearby broken vehicle in frustration and turned to leave. Indeed, the damage to Su Jing's car had been his deliberate act. He had just purchased a new Mercedes, intending to chauffeur Su Jing daily and seize the opportunity to win her heart. Little did he know, Qin Yang had abruptly entered the scene. Qin Yang sped down the street, driving recklessly. "Slow down." Su Jing, seated in the passenger seat, exclaimed with exasperation. "You don't even have a driver's license. Don't drive so fast." "Relax, it's not our concern if this car gets points deducted," Qin Yang chuckled. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he became serious, saying, "By the way, my dear wife, you must be cautious of that security captain. He is truly not a good person. I think you should fire him immediately." Upon hearing this, Su Jing rolled her eyes in disbelief and retorted, "Shut up." Although Qin Nantian can be a bit vain, he is generally diligent in his duties. Besides, do you have any idea how difficult it is to recruit security personnel these days? At this critical juncture, I need to retain my staff, not dismiss them. Qin Yang pouted and sighed. "I used to think that being a boss was so impressive when I watched TV. But here, you make me feel like you're just a pitiful creature." Sigh, how can the women of the Chun family endure such a life? Su Jing pinched Qin Yang's arm and said, "You be quiet. Do you really think of me as your girlfriend? How naive." Qin Yang shook his head and corrected himself. "No, not a girlfriend, but a wife, the kind that requires immediate consummation." Su Jing glared at him in irritation. The car returned to the residential complex where Su Jing rented an apartment. The two ascended the stairs one after the other. Just as they stepped out of the elevator, a loud crash echoed through the air. A computer was hurled into the hallway, shattering into pieces. Su Jing froze momentarily before screaming, "My computer! All my data is on that computer." Who are you? She dashed into her room. Inside, four burly men wielding steel rods and hoes had already reduced the furniture in the room to ruins, including the computer, sofa, and clothing. Several windows lay shattered, debris littering the floor. Witnessing this scene, Su Jing took out her phone, ready to call the police. At that moment, one of the men glanced at her and said, "Miss Su, there is no need to call the police. It would be futile. We are here on behalf of your creditors, instructed to demolish your belongings. In short, you must repay your debts promptly. Otherwise, you will not find peace in your residence." With a wave of his hand, the other three men ceased their destruction and prepared to leave. Su Jing furiously blocked the path of the four men, exclaiming, "You have destroyed my personal belongings and damaged my documents, and yet you intend to leave?" The leader of the group scoffed disdainfully, "Miss Su, we are from the Knife Society. Are you certain you wish to detain us? Huh? Should you dare to obstruct us further, be wary that my brothers and I might take you away to the wilderness. With that demeanor, we might not be able to restrain ourselves." The three burly men behind him erupted into laughter. Upon hearing the name of the Knife Society, Su Jing's arm trembled and she stepped back in alarm. The man grinned triumphantly, reaching out towards her face. "My dear, hurry and repay your debts. With your charming looks, you should be mindful that next time a creditor might just sell you off." Chen Yang, incensed, brandished a stick to drive the group away. He was intent on pursuing them further when Su Jing hurriedly grasped his arm, shaking her head, her eyes reddened with tears. "Don't chase them, Chen Yang. We cannot provoke the Knife Society. They are a ruthless bunch who value money over life. Entanglement with them spells disaster." Chen Yang turned to look at Su Jing, gritting his teeth in frustration. "This is outrageous. Is it merely a matter of debt? My grandfather once owed money to a widow, yet she never dared to enter our home and wreak havoc." Su Jing rolled her eyes in exasperation at Chen Yang's naivety. She retreated into her home, surveying the wreckage strewn across the floor, and sighed deeply. It must have been Su Wentao who sought the Knife Society's assistance. That scoundrel, in his desperation to force me into marrying Mi Tianlai, has truly gone too far. With that, she sank onto the sofa, her beautiful face etched with despair. The two-bedroom rental was littered with shattered debris, rendering it uninhabitable. Apart from the intact bed frame, even the blanket had been shredded. All of Su Jing's clothing, including her intimate garments, lay in tatters. She wondered if some of her belongings had been stealthily taken by those four ruffians. As she gazed at the chaos, she suddenly covered her face with her hands and wept in anguish. Chen Yang quickly approached and gently wrapped his arms around her head. This time, Su Jing did not resist. Her head rested against Chen Yang's abdomen as she cried uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the weight of her burdens. Since her parents had fled from their debts, she had been managing the property company alone, shouldering a staggering 30 million in debt while facing the relentless pressure of her grandmother and cousins urging her to marry, all while contending with the predatory gaze of the Mi family. Previously, this modest two-bedroom apartment had been her sanctuary from the storms of life, but now, it no longer felt safe. She was suffocating under the pressure. Chen Yang gently patted Su Jing's back, reassuring her, "My dear, rest assured, with me by your side, everything will be all right." After a couple of minutes of weeping, Su Jing felt a bit more at ease. She wiped her tears, stood up, and offered a faint smile to Chen Yang. "Chen Yang, regardless of what happens, I am truly grateful for your presence. You were my savior in the past, and this time, you are my only friend. Thank you for being here with me." Chen Yang nodded vigorously. "We are fated by the heavens, destined to be together. I will surely protect you." Su Jing curled her lips and remarked, "All right then, no matter how thick-skinned you are, you won't be able to stir my heart. Come on, let me treat you to a meal. Additionally, let's indulge tonight. I'll take you to a sauna club." Chen Yang's eyes sparkled at the invitation. Observing the situation in the room, Su Jing sighed, deciding not to dwell on the matter any longer. Chen Yang headed towards the bedroom. Upon entering, he exclaimed, "Damn, my marriage certificate. What the hell, these bastards?" Su Jing followed him in, noticing that the bag he had brought from the countryside had also been slashed open. The marriage guarantee document, which Su Jing had signed, lay torn into several pieces on the floor. Chen Yang knelt down, hastily gathering the fragments of the certificate, his face turning ashen with anger. Su Jing couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Enough, enough. I've told you before that marriage guarantee has no legal validity. It's useless to keep it, you might as well toss it away." "Absolutely not. This is my trump card. If I fail to win you over in a month's time, I will have to use this marriage guarantee to force you into the bridal chamber, Qinyang muttered. Su Jing, irritated, kicked at him. Do you still want to strong-arm me? Qinyang immediately shook his head. This is a match made in heaven. I am not deceiving you. We must get married and consummate our union. Otherwise, everything will be ruined. Su Jing, too weary to engage further, glanced at the time and said, Let us go. I'll take you to the sauna. Qinyang collected the shards of the marriage certificate and tucked them away close to him as they made their way outside. The sky had darkened, and not far away stood an imposing and splendid establishment, the Steam White Club. This was a legitimate sauna and wellness center, with a basic fee of $888 per person. Besides bathing and steam sessions, it also offered resting beds. Of course, for an additional fee. There were skilled female masseuses available. It was Qinyang's first visit to such an upscale venue, and he was led by a server to change clothes before entering a gigantic bathhouse. After bathing and changing into clean attire, he proceeded to the second floor, which was a shared space for both genders, designated for steam and relaxation. Enormous screens displayed the latest blockbuster, Godzilla vs. Kong. Su Jing waved to him. Hey, Qinyang, come here. As he approached, he couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of her in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Wife, you are so fair, Qinyang remarked. Wiping his lips, unable to contain himself, he laughed and added, You look like the fluffy white buns Aunt Wong steams. I can't help but want to take a bite. Shut up, Su Jing retorted, playfully tapping his head. We'll steam for an hour in this room, and then I'll take you to the third floor to sleep. The steam rooms here were relatively small, with over 100 available. Some contained groups of people conducting business, while others were couples enjoying intimate moments. Qinyang's heart raced. For some reason, being alone with Su Jing in the tiny steam room filled the air with the scent of romance. Su Jing reclined on the bench in the steam room, letting out a long sigh, her eyes closed, both relaxing and relieving stress. Qinyang occasionally cast furtive glances at Su Jing's legs. At that moment, a chorus of laughter erupted from the adjoining steam room, followed by a resounding voice of a man commanding silence. Shut up, all of you. Get some rest. We have to gather for training at 10 tonight. Another voice sighed softly. We joined the Blade Society hoping for a life of luxury, yet it's more grueling than being a fitness coach. We train all day and are utterly exhausted. Upon hearing this, Qinyang's expression hardened. Damn it, those from the Blade Society. Bullying my wife and tearing up our marriage certificate. Tonight, I shall extort them. With this thought, Qinyang felt invigorated. After more than half an hour, the group in the nearby private room began to rise. Qinyang immediately stepped outside to take a look. The members of the Blade Society were not the same individuals who had previously vandalized Su Jing's home. He scanned the room, committing a few faces to memory before returning to Su Jing. Wife, I'm stepping out for a bit, he announced. Su Jing, upon hearing this, immediately sat up. What are you going out for? I'll tell you, it costs $888 per person here. If you don't leave now, you'll be stuck until tomorrow morning. Once you step out, you won't be able to come back in. Oh, it's something important. I assure you it will be worth it, Qinyang replied vaguely. Su Jing nodded and waved him off. All right, go ahead. I'll rest in the lounge on the third floor. Qinyang departed. The steam club was quite formal, with security personnel patrolling everywhere, so safety was not a concern. He descended to the lower level, changed his attire, and wandered idly at the entrance. Before long, he spotted the 3 members of the Blade Society exiting and getting into a Toyota RAV4. Qinyang hailed a taxi and followed them. Approximately half an hour later, the Toyota entered a traditional Chinese medicine factory on the outskirts. Qinyang alighted from the taxi and glanced at the establishment, which was audaciously named the Blade Pharmaceutical Factory. How brazen, he thought. They even used their factory as a stronghold. With a cold smirk, Qinyang leapt over the wall and into the factory premises. Most areas of the factory were shrouded in darkness, as workers had clocked out and production had ceased. However, a small courtyard at the back was ablaze with light. Qinyang sprinted towards it. At the entrance of the courtyard, 2 burly tattooed men stood guard. Halt! What do you want? Get lost, one of the men grumbled, casting a disinterested glance at Qinyang. Without wasting words, Qinyang executed a swift kick, sending both men sprawling. He kicked open the iron gate and stepped into the courtyard. Inside, 18 floodlights illuminated the area, revealing over 50 men engaged in various forms of muscle training. Some were lifting dumbbells, others performing sit-ups, and some were stretching their back muscles. One might easily mistake it for a gym. Hey kid, are you seeking death? A muscular man approached, demanding, "Get lost. We don't serve strangers here." With a swift kick, Qinyang sent the man flying. He walked inside with his hands clasped behind his back and inquired, "Who is your leader? I have come today to discuss how to compensate me. Aren't you that little security guard?" A robust man with a swollen left cheek pointed at Qinyang. Qinyang regarded the man and nodded. "Indeed. It is you who has destroyed our home and shredded my marriage guarantee. You have crossed my threshold. Without 30 million, this matter cannot be resolved." 30 million? Are you out of your mind? He practices martial arts. Brothers, let us take him on together. To our surprise, a fool dares to come to the lair of the Wadeo society. A group of men charged towards Qinyang. Naturally, Qinyang showed no mercy. As a formidable practitioner of the Xiaozhou Tian, he faced these muscular men with utter ease. Though the Wadeo society members trained daily, they were merely robust. Only a few had barely grazed the threshold of martial prowess, but had yet to ascend to the realm of true warriors. To Qinyang, these individuals were nothing more than mere chickens and dogs. Bang! A series of sounds echoed as over 20 muscular men were sent sprawling to the ground. The onlookers gaped at Qinyang in astonishment. They then charged at him once more. At that moment, creak! The heavy iron door of the warehouse at the back of the courtyard swung open. Subsequently, 7 or 8 men emerged, accompanied by a rich aroma of traditional Chinese medicine wafting from within. What is going on? Everyone halt. The speaker was none other than Zheng Yijian, the leader of the Wadeo society. Zheng Yijian appeared weary and impatient. All present retreated at the sight of him, bowing respectfully and addressing him as boss. Qinyang, upon observing Zheng Yijian's visage, was momentarily taken aback, utterly incredulous. "You are the leader of the Wadeo society?" Qinyang was indeed bewildered. For Zheng Yijian bore a countenance that was solid and upright, with a full forehead and a square jaw. He had a noble face, a high nose, and prominent ears, clearly indicative of an individual of utmost loyalty and benevolence. How could such a person be the leader of the notorious Wadeo society? Qinyang stared at Zheng Yijian, incredulous, rubbing his eyes and scrutinizing him anew. Zheng Yijian's features remained steadfastly benevolent. There could be no pretense. Such a visage, among scholars, would signify a compassionate individual devoted to the welfare of the people, and among warriors, a chivalrous figure embodying unwavering loyalty and righteousness. It was inconceivable that he could be the leader of a nefarious faction. Surrounding members of the Wadeo society spoke up. "Boss, be cautious. This fellow is a martial artist. He appears foolish, yet his strength is formidable. He has clearly come to disrupt us. He is obviously attempting to extort money from our Wadeo society, demanding 30 million outright." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yijian instinctively reached for his waist, his hand clasping the grip of a pistol. His movements were remarkably precise. In truth, Zheng Yijian had been a formidable special forces soldier, renowned for his accuracy. After being compelled to retire, he had come to this city of Qingzhou. Zheng Yijian frowned and addressed Qinyang. "Young brother, what reason do you have for coming to my Wadeo society and injuring my brothers?" Qinyang let out a cold, mocking laugh. "You barged into my home, leaving it in ruins. Moreover, you have shredded all of my wife's clothing and torn apart my marriage contract. How is it that you are allowed to bully me while I am not permitted to retaliate?" Zheng Yijian hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, then coldly replied, "Even if my men did this, it is undoubtedly because you owe someone money or have provoked others. We are merely doing our job. Since you have come to trouble us, do not blame us for being impolite. Leave now, and I might let you go." "Let me go? Huh. Since I have come here today, I shall not depart until all of you are in custody," Qinyang declared, suddenly charging at Zheng Yijian. Zheng Yijian, unarmed, met Qinyang head-on. He possessed formidable strength, having reached the level of hidden energy. In front of others, he would be impressive, yet, against Qinyang, he was utterly inadequate. With a single kick, Qinyang sent Zheng Yijian flying. The others rushed forward, but Qinyang moved with an uncanny speed, striking like a phantom throughout the venue. The sound of blows echoed as the members of the Knife Association were sent sprawling. "Stop! You are a master. We, of the Knife Association, concede defeat." Zheng Yijian, clutching his chest, managed to rise and exclaimed, "Sir, you are indeed superior. We are no match for you. Please spare us. As the president of the Knife Association, I am willing to bear all responsibility. Please, do not continue to strike." With his hands behind his back, Qinyang regarded Zheng Yijian with a cold smile. "When you were destroying my home, I did not see you show any restraint." Plop! Zheng Yijian knelt before Qinyang, pleading for mercy. It was my failure to discipline my subordinates. I beg you to spare me. We truly cannot produce 30 million. My brothers must support their families. You may imprison me, but please let my brothers go. Upon hearing this, Qinyang furrowed his brow. Just then, from the large warehouse behind them, over 50 wheelchairs suddenly rolled out. Each wheelchair was occupied by a man. These 50 or so disabled individuals approached Zheng Yijian, and then, astonishingly, they all climbed down from their wheelchairs. Thump, thump, thump. In an instant, more than 50 individuals knelt before Qinyang. Do not arrest our leader. I am willing to take his place and bear the punishment. Please, send me to prison instead. We beseech you, noble hero, we bow to you. Spare our leader. Qinyang stood there, speechless. At that moment, he felt as though he had transformed into an irredeemable villain. Observing the 50 disabled individuals, he impatiently commanded, "Be silent. Your knife association has committed numerous wrongs. I am here to enact justice on behalf of the heavens. Do not think that your disabilities will shield you from the law." At that moment, a man in his 50s at the forefront began to weep loudly. "Young man, please listen to our explanation. The reason our leader has acted as he has is because we, the old and frail, have been a burden to him. Indeed, it is we, the disabled, who burden Xiaozheng. He possesses remarkable skills and could easily sustain himself. Yet he established the Wadeo Society solely to provide us with medical treatment and seek justice on our behalf. We are willing to take the place of our leader and endure prison punishment. Please, spare him." Dozens of disabled individuals knelt before Qinyang, pleading for mercy. At that moment, the 4 robust men who had vandalized the houses strode over. Each wielded a steel rod, their demeanor menacing. With a thud, they fell to their knees, raising their clubs and offering them to Qinyang. The man with a swollen face spoke. "Young master, we were wrong to vandalize your home today. We 4 accepted a dirty job for profit and engaged in illegal activities. We willingly accept our punishment. However, this has nothing to do with our leader. I implore you. Let him go." Qinyang, bewildered, rubbed his forehead and waved his hand, saying, "Enough, enough, get up. What on earth is going on? This is utter chaos. I am the most handsome man in Gangtu village, a model youth, here to undertake a righteous mission, and now I find myself cast as the villain." The eldest among the disabled quickly interjected, "Young sir, it is indeed our leader whom we have implicated. 6 years ago, Xiaozheng brought us to Qingzhou City for work, to undertake projects. Who could have predicted the strange occurrences at the construction site? One by one, we became paralyzed, unable to walk. Some were gravely afflicted, relying on respirators to survive. At that time, the site owner, seeing so many of us ill, offered no medical expenses and drove us away. Zheng Yijian, our foreman, did not abandon us. He single-handedly supported over 70 disabled individuals. Not only did he strive to provide us with medical care, but he also took care of our families and ensured our children could attend school. It has been a tremendous burden for him. Oh dear. We all urged Xiaozheng to give up. What does it matter if we, the disabled, perish? But Xiaozheng refused to abandon us, supporting us and fighting for compensation. To achieve this, he had to establish the Wadeo Society. Upon hearing this, Qinyang finally comprehended the situation. No wonder he perceived Zheng Yijian as a person of integrity and kindness at first glance. It turned out that the creation of the Wadeo Society was born from such profound hardships. At that moment, Zheng Yijian stood up and shouted impatiently, "Enough of your whining. Stop crying and cease your pleas. Stand up. I was the one who brought you out to work. It was your parents and families who trusted me to bring you to this unfamiliar city. If I were to abandon you, would I still be human?" Zheng Yijian then turned to Qinyang, his expression stern, saying, "Each person must bear their own responsibilities. If I have erred, then I shall face the consequences. Take me away." Qinyang waved his hand again. "All right, enough. Everyone get up. Let me examine your ailments." Zheng Yijian, still seething with anger, paused at Qinyang's words. "You can treat ailments?" Qinyang curled his lips and thumped his chest, declaring, "Nonsense. I am the most handsome man in Shaojing village. Although I may lack skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, I am undoubtedly proficient in medicine and martial arts." Zheng Yijian's mind sparked with insight as he recalled Qinyang's recently displayed prowess, igniting a fervent hope within him. Indeed, this young man possessed such formidable abilities at a tender age. He might very well be a product of a prominent figure or a prestigious sect training. Having witnessed much, They pondered the possibility of him truly being able to cure the peculiar ailments plaguing Lao Ding and his companions. Zheng Yijian promptly instructed others to assist Lao Ding and the others into wheelchairs. The group entered the warehouse, where the rich scent of traditional Chinese medicine enveloped them. Zheng Yijian and his companions not only brewed their own medicines and concocted ointments, but had also mastered acupuncture and tuina massage. In his quest to heal these individuals, Zheng Yijian had essentially cultivated himself into a semi-traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. As Qin Yang inhaled the aroma of the medicinal herbs, he understood why the lair of the Wadao Society was established within a Chinese medicine factory. The Wadao Society, after all, was named after the tile-cutting tools used by migrant workers to facilitate the treatment of these laborers. Zheng Yijian had established a Chinese medicine factory and devoted himself to learning acupuncture. His aim was to extend the lives of these hard-working brothers. Truly admirable. Qin Yang felt a genuine respect for Zheng Yijian. Were he in Zheng Yijian's position, he would undoubtedly struggle to achieve such a level of dedication. Indeed, he exemplified a visage of great loyalty and righteousness. With a soft sigh, Qin Yang approached a hospital bed. On the bed lay a man in his 30s. Oxygen mask in place, eyes wide open. Zheng Yijian stepped beside Qin Yang, introducing, "Esteemed brother, the ailments of my companions are quite peculiar. 6 years ago, I brought over 70 of them to work at a construction site in the Mi family area of Qingzhou City, only to find them inexplicably paralyzed. I worked alongside them throughout, sharing meals and living quarters, yet I remained completely unharmed. Subsequently, I took them to various renowned hospitals across the country, traditional Chinese, Western medicine, shamans, and quacks, but no one could identify the cause of their afflictions. Their bodily metrics and blood tests appeared completely normal, even more so than the average person. Yet, they remain paralyzed. Most of them, like Lao Ding, are unable to walk and are confined to wheelchairs. The remaining 10 or so have even more severe conditions. Lying in bed, struggling to breathe. Alas, I truly do not understand what is happening." After listening to Zheng Yijian's account, Qin Yang nodded thoughtfully. He approached the bedside, observing the man. The man's eyes were wide open, his consciousness clear, yet his entire body was paralyzed, rendering him immobile. Qin Yang reached out to feel the patient's pulse. It was steady and strong, indeed a normal pulse. How curious. Could it be that malevolent energy was the source of the illness? Qin Yang pondered this, and suddenly, he activated his inner energy, pressing his right index finger to the center of his forehead. Heavenly method, clear and pure. Earthly method, responsive and swift. The essence of yin and yang crystallizes. The energy manifests, reaching heaven and earth. The true form swiftly appears. Hasten as the law commands. Quick. Qin Yang activated the Eye of Insight. In the next instant, the various auras surrounding the patient flowed before his eyes. "Oh my goodness!" Qin Yang exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the patient's neck meridian, unable to suppress his exclamation. He widened his eyes, scrutinizing the patient's neck. Zheng Yijian, standing nearby, was startled and anxiously awaited his words. After a moment, Qin Yang's Eye of Insight dissipated, and he let out a sigh of relief. Zheng Yijian hurriedly inquired, "Master, what did you find? Is their condition severe?" Qin Yang shook his head and replied, "I have come to understand that these individuals are not actually ill. Not ill, but how could they all be paralyzed?" Zheng Yijian queried urgently. Qin Yang smiled softly, offering no further explanation. In truth, when Qin Yang activated the Eye of Insight, he had glimpsed a core of spiritual energy, a vibrant azure essence. This core was obstructing the patient's neck meridian, preventing the energy from circulating, which rendered the patient immobile. At that moment, Qin Yang approached the other patients in their beds, also examining those in wheelchairs. He was now quite certain that these workers were indeed impeded by the core of spiritual energy. It appeared that while working at the construction site, they had inadvertently unearthed a concentration of spiritual energy. This energy surged upward from their feet, becoming lodged at the Zissanli point on their knees, resulting in the disabilities of old Ding and the others, who were unable to walk. Additionally, more than 10 individuals, having inhaled an excess of spiritual energy, had formed cores that blocked their neck meridians, leading to their full body paralysis. Thus, they were not truly ill. Their condition stemmed purely from the accumulation of spiritual energy within their meridians, which could not circulate. As for Zheng Yijian, he was the only one who had not succumbed to paralysis because he was a martial artist capable of circulating some of the spiritual energy. Hence, Zheng Yijian remained unaffected. while the other migrant workers lay incapacitated. Healing these individuals merely required unblocking their meridians and assisting them in circulating the gathered spiritual energy core. Chen extended his hand towards the paralyzed patient in the bed. He reached out, placing 2 fingers on the patient's tiantu acupoint at the neck. Vital energy surged from Chen fingertips into the patient's neck meridian. Suddenly, the patient screamed in agony, feeling an intense heat in his neck, as if flames were engulfing him. Unable to contain his cries, he lamented, "It hurts. I'm burning alive. It's going to reach my head. I am going to die." As the patient pleaded for mercy, the surrounding onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. Then, a cacophony of exclamations erupted. Old Zheng was moving. It was utterly incredible. Within mere seconds, Old Zheng had managed to lift his hand. This miraculous little doctor was truly remarkable. On the hospital bed, the elderly Zheng, astonished, raised his hand. He realized, to his disbelief, that his arms could indeed move. In an instant, he bent forward and, with a sudden leap, sprang from the bed to the floor. His legs were strong and agile. "I'm well. I am truly healed," Zheng exclaimed, bouncing with the exuberance of a child in his untidy old age. The onlookers erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, Zheng Yijian suddenly collapsed, kneeling at Chun Yang's feet, clutching his legs and weeping uncontrollably. In that moment, Zheng Yijian was no longer the indomitable leader. He was a wretched soul finally able to shed the burdens he had carried. Clinging to Chun Yang's legs, tears streaming down his face, he lamented, "It has been so difficult, unbearably difficult. For 5 long years, I have lived a life worse than death, constantly preoccupied with money, with how to ensure their survival, thinking of how to secure a stable life for their families. I have been plagued by guilt and regret, questioning myself daily about why I brought these compatriots into such suffering. I had to feign strength and optimism, forcing them to confront life with smiles. I have committed many wrongs, formed the knife society, taken on dirty work, fought, stolen trade secrets, and disrupted the operations of other factories. To others, I am the esteemed leader of the knife society, a figure of great power and authority. Yet, little do they know that each night, I contemplate death, yearning to escape my responsibilities. Thank you, Master. You have healed them, and for this lifetime and the next, I am willing to serve you faithfully." Zheng Yijian, the stalwart leader of the knife society, renowned for his formidable prowess, now lay on the ground, weeping profusely. Seeing Zheng Yijian in such a state, Chen Yang let out a gentle sigh. He patted Zheng Yijian on the head and said, "Enough, enough. I understand that you are under immense pressure and that you are a person of great integrity. I will now heal them all." Chen Yang approached the second patient. For him, treating these individuals merely required the expenditure of his internal energy to assist in unblocking their spiritual cores. Furthermore, once unblocked, the cores would transform into vital energy, circulating within their bodies, ultimately enhancing their health. After dedicating over 3 hours to treat a total of 78 patients, Chen Yang finally completed the task. The men rushed toward him in a jubilant frenzy, lifting him high into the air. Chen Yang quickly waved his hands, looking somewhat exasperated, and said, "All right, I must return. This endeavor has been a significant loss. I initially intended to extort 30 million from your lair. Yet I have come away with not a single cent, having wasted my taxi fare." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yijian immediately offered, "Mr. Chun, allow me to escort you back. Although our funds are limited, we can still gather a few thousand. How about I give you 5,000 as a start?" Chen Yang cast a disdainful glance at Zheng Yijian and retorted, "You, the esteemed leader of the knife society, can only offer me 5,000? Truly, how audacious. Forget it. I shall decline." Zheng Yijian, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head and said, "Mr. Chun, you may not be aware that all the money we earn goes toward medical expenses. Look at those brothers outside my yard. They must work part-time as trainers at nearby gyms just to make ends meet, and some even resort to selling houses. Life is not easy for them. My pharmaceutical factory is also struggling to survive. However, once old Ding and the others recover, they will be able to work, and we should be able to earn hundreds of thousands a month, all for you." Chen Yang curled his lips. He felt too embarrassed to truly ask for that money. He patted Zheng Yijian on the shoulder and said, "Let us not dwell on that anymore. Please take me to the construction site." "The construction site?" Zheng Yijian asked, puzzled. Chen Yang nodded, his expression filled with anticipation. "The very site where your brothers fell ill." Although Zheng Yijian hesitated slightly, he could not refuse Chen Yang's suggestion. He drove with Chunyang straight to the Mi family's construction site. On the way, Zheng Yijin fumed. The Mi family is utterly outrageous. When we had accidents on their site, they refused to compensate us a single cent and claimed we delayed their schedule. I sought discussions with them multiple times, and they even had someone beat me up twice. The reason I formed the Tile Cutter Society was to unite our strength and confront the Mi family directly. However, the Mi family is indeed powerful. Our society has suffered losses on several occasions. As for their land, it has long been left desolate, overgrown with weeds, and no one dares to approach it. Upon hearing the name Mi family, Qinyang frowned slightly. The individual who wished to marry Su Jing seemed to be the third young master of the Mi family. Nevertheless, Qinyang felt indifferent to such trivial matters. The Mi family may be domineering, but if that third young master truly dared to force Su Jing into marriage, he would not hesitate to disregard the city's rules. After about 20 minutes, the vehicle halted before an extremely desolate mountainous area. Zheng Yijian pointed to a spot not far away and said, "That is the Mi family's construction site. They acquired this land cheaply, initially intending to develop an amusement park. However, after the workers' accident, they abandoned the site." Qinyang nodded and took a few steps forward. A faint aura could be sensed emanating from the area. Feeling this energy, Qinyang could not help but smile and said to Zheng Yijian, "Old Zheng, you stay in the car and rest. I'll take a look. I'll call you when I'm finished." "Young Master Chun, please be careful," Zheng Yijian respectfully advised, already regarding Qinyang as his master in his heart. Qinyang waved his hand and swiftly leaped forward. Before long, he discovered a massive foundation pit over 6 meters deep. At the depths of this pit, the aura was exceedingly rich. Qinyang jumped down and, upon sensing the abundant energy, felt the furnace in his dantian quiver vigorously. Without further ado, he sat cross-legged and began to circulate his internal energy. In the next moment, the furnace in his dantian spun rapidly, voraciously absorbing the external aura from his limbs, meridians, and acupoints. Typically, the speed at which ordinary small circulation martial artists absorb energy is quite slow. The spiritual energy at the foundation will require at least a month for complete absorption and digestion. However, Qinyang is different. The cauldron within him resembles a black hole vortex, voraciously drawing in energy, akin to a whale consuming its prey. Once this cauldron absorbs the spiritual energy, it swiftly transforms it into a golden-hued spiritual power, which then disperses throughout Qinyang's body. It is precisely due to this ability of the cauldron that Qinyang, at such a tender age, has already attained the realm of the minor Zhoutian. What is this cauldron, I wonder? It is truly extraordinary. Not only does it accelerate my cultivation speed, but more importantly, the golden inner strength it converts is far more potent than ordinary energy, yielding significantly superior effects. With his eyes closed, Qinyang engaged in rapid cultivation. Approximately 4 hours later, the entire reservoir of spiritual energy at the base had been completely absorbed by him. Alas, ascending to the major Zhoutian proves to be quite a challenge. Qinyang assessed his strength. He was still a third of the way from reaching the major Zhoutian. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs, when suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him, and he gazed excitedly at the ground below. Could it be? It seems that the spiritual energy is merely a fraction. Deeper beneath this foundation lies even more. Kneeling on the ground, Qinyang pressed his hands against the earth, carefully sensing. Then, a thoughtful expression crossed his face. He swiftly leaped out of the foundation and stood upon a high concrete block, surveying the entire construction site. Not far from the site were undulating hills, modest in stature yet lush with vegetation, stretching into the distance under the cover of night. Beyond that lay a range of towering mountains, the Qingzhou mountain range of Qingzhou City. So it is. This is indeed a hidden dragon's feng shui setup. The location of this construction site is at the dragon's throat. The dragon vein here draws upon the dragon energy of the Qingzhou mountain range, gathering it at this spot. Therefore, it is inevitable that beneath the bases of the nearby hills, traces of dragon veins still exist. However, excavating this spiritual energy will require significant effort. Qinyang swallowed hard. This is spiritual energy that must be obtained. Stretching lazily, he walked towards his vehicle. It was just past 4 in the morning. Qinyang patted Zheng Yijian on the shoulder. Startled awake, Zheng Yijian rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, "Master Chun, have you finished?" Qinyang nodded and inquired, "Is there any way to excavate those hills?" "Excavate?" Zheng Yijian paused, then replied, "It's quite a large undertaking. The key requirement would be explosives and excavators. If you leave it to me, I can have them excavated within a week. However, this is the Mi family's construction site. Although they have ceased development, there will still be someone monitoring it. If we start digging, they will surely notice. Upon hearing this, Qinyang furrowed his brow and asked, "Is there a way to purchase it from the Mi family?" Zheng Yijin nodded. "Yes, as long as there is sufficient money. This piece of land could be acquired for 3 billion. 3 billion. Qinyang stared in shock at Zheng Yijin. Zheng Yijin scratched his head, contemplating the sum of 300 million. This was already quite a bargain, considering the vast expanse of the land. Had it not been for the unfortunate incident, its value would surely have soared to at least 500 million. Was this akin to a Taoist priest playing the trumpet to frighten away ghosts? 300 million. When would one ever amass such wealth? My monthly salary is 8,000. 3 times 8 is 24, and 7 times 8 is 56. Qinyang, counting on his fingers, grew increasingly despondent. Zheng Yijin hastily interjected, "Master Chun, purchasing land typically involves securing a loan. Should you wish, I shall keep an eye out for opportunities to obtain a bank loan and acquire it." Qinyang nodded vigorously. "Indeed, if we can procure it, that would be splendid. If not, we shall resort to other means. Now, take me to the Steam White Club." At the Steam White Club's 3rd floor, Su Jing lay in the women's lounge, already in slumber. It was not until past 7 that she finally roused herself. The thought of her rented place being utterly wrecked cast a shadow over her countenance. She couldn't possibly spend each day sleeping at the sauna club. Sighing, Su Jing donned her clothes and called for Qinyang. He drove his salvaged Passat, escorting her to the property management office of the garden community. Barely had they arrived when the phone at the management office began to ring incessantly. "Hello? What on earth is your property management doing? There are so many vagrants in the community. Are you going to do something about it or not? If you choose inaction, just leave. We, the homeowners, pay the management fees to enjoy a pleasant environment. Yet now our children are too afraid to play in the community with all these garbage pickers and beggars around." Receiving these calls, Su Jing furrowed her brow and promptly headed to the security office to inquire with Qin Nantian about the situation. Maintaining order within the community was the fundamental duty of the property management company. Qin Nantian, as the captain of the community's security team, could not afford to make such a grave oversight. Upon reaching the security office, Su Jing entered and addressed Qin Nantian, "Captain Qin. Homeowners have called to complain about the numerous beggars and garbage collectors in the community. What is going on?" Qin Nantian's eyes lit up upon seeing Su Jing, and he could hardly suppress a gulp. At that moment, her skin, having been pampered by the sauna the previous day, glowed with a pearly sheen. Though devoid of any cosmetics, she appeared as radiant as jade in the morning light. Suppressing his inner desires, Qin Nantian stepped forward and sighed, "Miss Su, this morning has indeed been rather peculiar. While we were on duty, a continuous stream of vagrants, laden with burlap sacks, suddenly flooded into the community." Su Jing interrupted him. Frowning, "Captain Qin, as the head of security, you must not allow them entry, even if they force their way in. This is the fundamental baseline for our property management company. If we cannot uphold even this standard, how can the community's homeowners trust us?" Hearing the reprimanding tone in Su Jing's voice, Qin Nantian's mood soured immediately. He glared at her and retorted, "Miss Su, it's easy for you to say. Come, come. Today you can be the security captain and direct operations. Let us see how you would drive those vagrants away. I'm taking the day off." With that, Qin Nantian set aside the intercom and strode out with determination. Qin Nantian, Su Jing never anticipated that after more than a year of companionship, Qin Nantian would abandon his responsibilities at such a critical moment. The crux of the matter is that even a slight elevation in her tone led him to cease his duties. How could this be? Clenching her teeth in frustration, Su Jing stormed out. At that moment, Lu Mei hurried after her. Lu Mei grasped Su Jing's arm and exclaimed, "Su, it's terrible. Those vagrants are causing chaos in the community. Some are climbing onto the rooftop, others are relieving themselves by the rockery, and some have intruded into homeowners' lawns to sleep." Upon hearing this, Su Jing immediately urged, "Where are our security personnel? We must drive them out at once." Lu Mei adjusted her thick glasses, her face a mask of despair, and replied, "Su, you still don't grasp the difficulties we face. First of all, our security staff is insufficient to manage them. Moreover, if we resort to force, many of these beggars are elderly. Should they collapse on the ground, they could extort us and lead our company to ruin." "What? Really?" Su Jing felt a cold sweat break out as the gravity of the situation dawned upon her. What about calling the police? She inquired hastily. Lu Mei shook her head, stating, these vagrants haven't broken any laws. While they may violate our community regulations, those rules are set by our property management company, not by law. The police will surely not intervene. Su Jing gritted her teeth, suddenly realizing the complexity of dealing with the homeless and beggars. It must be Su Wentao, that despicable man. He truly is a cunning dog. To coerce me into marrying into the Me family, he is resorting to any means possible. Yesterday, he hired people to vandalize my home. And today, he has summoned these vagrants to disrupt my company. Lu Mei sighed, saying, Su, let us set aside those matters for now. We must quickly fetch Captain Qin. He is the only one capable of managing this crisis. Su Jing's heart was ablaze with indignation. Lu Mei elaborated. Captain Qin has served as our leader for a year and has handled similar situations. Moreover, his subordinates respect him. As a local, he has connections that may help us remove these troublesome vagrants. If we delay, the homeowner's ire could lead to our property management company being dismissed. With a heavy sigh, Su Jing nodded. Very well, go and bring him back. Lu Mei vigorously patted her round face and swiftly made her way toward the parking lot. At that moment, Qin Nantian sat in his car, smoking, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He held his phone, engaged in a conversation with the security personnel. Captain, you really took a leave of absence. Zhao Hu on the other end chuckled. Qin Nantian scoffed. That woman, Su Jing, dared to reprimand me. What is she? Merely the president of a nearly bankrupt property company. She can't even scrape together 100,000. I, however, possess assets worth millions. Zhao Hu laughed. But you are still the security captain, and she is the president. Bah, had it not been for her looks, would I still be working under her? To be frank, my aim is to woo her and seize the opportunity to take her to bed. As a result, she truly regarded herself as someone of importance, daring to address me in such a tone. Today, I shall impart a lesson, demonstrating just how incapable she is without me. That man, Qin Nantian scoffed derisively. Zhao Hu immediately flattered him, affirming, Indeed, Captain, your wisdom is unparalleled. These vagrants are clearly the handiwork of our competitors. I suspect it won't be long before President Su personally comes to solicit your assistance. Qin Nantian laughed heartily, replying, If she wishes to summon me, that is acceptable, as long as Su Jing is willing to give me a kiss and a hug. Ha ha ha. Such thoughts ignited a fire within him. He had encountered numerous women, and daily indulged in watching young ladies dance on Douyin. Yet, those women, no matter how they edited their images to appear fairer and slimmer, paled in comparison to the exquisite charm of Su Jing. At that moment, Lu Mei rushed over, approaching the car with purpose. She knocked on the window, her face beaming with a smile, and said, Captain Qin, could you please reconsider your leave? The company desperately needs you. President Su acknowledges her mistake and sent me to ask you to return. Upon hearing this, Qin Nantian's mood brightened instantly. Maintaining a stoic expression, he replied, If President Su recognizes her error, why has she not come to apologize herself? Clearly, she lacks sincerity. Step aside. Unless President Su comes in person, I shall not return to work. Lu Mei, feeling both frustrated and anxious, pondered for a moment before hastily calling Su Jing to convey Qin Nantian's stance. Meanwhile, Su Jing paced in her office, while Chun Yang lounged on the sofa, contemplating the real estate situation, as living in a sauna club was not a sustainable option. When Su Jing received Lu Mei's call, her brow furrowed in dismay. What? Qin Nantian demands that I personally apologize to him? What does he want? She queried, her voice laced with irritation. Lu Mei sighed softly, saying, President Su, while Qin Nantian is indeed rather insufferable, we must first stabilize the situation. For the sake of our property management company's survival, you must go and see him. Su Jing's face turned a deep shade of anger, and she sighed. Very well, I suppose I have been too lenient with my subordinates. This is my own fault. Fine, I shall go and apologize to Qin Nantian. Setting down her phone, she prepared to leave. Chen Yang, upon hearing her words, abruptly looked up, frowning, and asked, Wife, what are you saying? Why must you apologize to that scoundrel? Impatiently, Su Jing waved her hand. She was feeling quite troubled and wished to say no more. Taking a deep breath, she made her way to the parking garage. Chen Yang quickly followed, saying, Wife, are you worried about the house? You need not fret. I have already dealt with that so-called tile gang. They will never vandalize our property again. Su Jing shook her head, pained, and replied, "It's not about the house. Never mind. It's pointless to discuss it. In any case, I must urgently bring Qin Nantian back." Chen Yang's expression soured at her words. Soon, Su Jing arrived at the parking lot. She forced a smile as she approached Qin Nantian's newly acquired BMW. Through the window, Su Jing smiled at Captain Qin Nantian and said, "Captain Qin, please do not be upset. My tone may have been a bit hasty earlier, but we have collaborated numerous times, and there is no need for anger over a request for leave. The company is currently in a difficult position, and only you possess the ability to turn the tide." Qin Nantian, seated in the driver's seat, gazed out at Su Jing, a smile gracing his face. He exited the vehicle and placed a hand on Su Jing's shoulder, replying, "You are too courteous, Mr. Su. As your subordinate, it is my duty to weather the storm alongside the company. However, regarding the issue with the homeless individuals in the community, I will certainly resolve it. But I have yet to have breakfast. Would you kindly treat me to Starbucks?" Su Jing hesitated for a moment. Instantly, Qin Nantian's expression turned cold. "What? Mr. Su cannot even accommodate such a small request? Very well then. Let us proceed to Starbucks." Su Jing suppressed his anger and urgency. The situation with the homeless individuals in the community was already critical. Yet, Qin Nantian still insisted on accompanying him to Starbucks. At that moment, Chen Yang, standing nearby, had gleaned the unfolding events from Lu Mei's words. As a rural dweller, he was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of unscrupulous individuals. As Lu Sun once remarked, "It is easier to deal with the king of hell than pesky little ghosts." He also noted that those who are barefoot have no fear of those in shoes. In the countryside, once one entangles with certain lazy, good-for-nothing ruffians, trouble inevitably follows. They might steal your chickens today, trample your vegetables tomorrow, or even throw rat poison into your home at midnight. In short, these ruffians are exceedingly troublesome. No wonder Su Jing appeared so troubled. After hearing this, Chen Yang turned to observe, only to find Qin Nantian placing a hand on Su Jing's shoulder, forcibly inviting him to coffee. How audacious! With determination, Chen Yang strode over and seized Qin Nantian's wrist. "Ouch! That hurts. Let go of me, you bastard!" Qin Nantian cried out in pain. Su Jing was taken aback and quickly tugged at Chen Yang's sleeve, saying, "Chen Yang, please release Captain Qin." Chen Yang forcefully pushed Qin Nantian aside. Grimacing in pain, Qin Nantian angrily exclaimed, "Damn it, you truly are a lower-class person from the countryside, exhibiting such strength." Sweat beaded on Su Jing's forehead as she hurriedly approached Qin Nantian, saying, "Captain Qin, are you all right? Chen Yang is simply too impulsive. Please ignore him. I will go to Starbucks right now and order you some coffee." Qin Nantian, still fuming, retorted, "Mr. Su, our company is a legitimate property management firm. How can you allow such a person to work here as a property manager? He must be dismissed immediately. I refuse to work alongside someone like him." Upon hearing Qin Nantian's words, Chen Yang promptly removed his patched shoes and swung one at Qin Nantian. With a sharp crack, Qin Nantian was sent sprawling, tumbling twice before landing on the ground. Chen Yang, seething with anger, scolded, "Still thinking about breakfast? You fool are like a stone in a chicken coop, and the weasel's visit is far from benevolent. The little chick on the beam is not small. Imitating the chicken's call only invites a beating." Qin Nantian covered his face, momentarily at a loss for words as he listened to Chen Yang's incessant ramblings. Su Jing, taken aback by Chen Yang's audacity to strike Qin Nantian, hurriedly intervened. Scolding him in anger, "Chen Yang, have you had enough of this nonsense? Our property management company is on the brink of collapse. Could you refrain from your antics?" At that moment, Qin Nantian finally regained his composure and shouted, "Fine, fine. This employee you brought here, Su, dares to hit me. From now on, it's either him or me in this company. Farewell." With that, he hopped into his BMW and sped away. Su Jing watched the car drive off, despairingly cradling her head in her hands. Chen Yang, with a grin, remarked, "Dear, don't be so hasty. It's primarily Qin Nantian's foolishness. He even had the nerve to pat your shoulder. That lecherous man thinks too highly of himself. He is your subordinate. Yet he has the audacity to behave so disrespectfully." With a sigh, Su Jing lamented, "I recognize his overstepping, but we have no choice but to rely on him now. I've already humbled myself to seek his help, and now you've driven him away. What are we to do? Go bankrupt? What will become of me?" Chen Yang confidently thumped his chest, declaring, "What are just a few vagrants and beggars? Leave it to me. I assure you it will be resolved within the hour. A few? There are over 20. Lu Mei rushed over, her face etched with despair. Qinyang, you've truly brought great misfortune to Su Jing this time. With a chuckle, Qinyang replied, leave it to me. A simple phone call will sort it out. Lu Mei shook her head. What are you talking about? If neither Su Jing nor I can handle it, how do you think you can? Qinyang, brimming with confidence, insisted. Isn't this the sort of matter for the police? What is so difficult about it? You think it's that simple? These individuals haven't committed any crimes. No amount of phone calls will change that. Lu Mei sighed. Su Jing, initially hopeful that Qinyang might have a clever plan, felt her hopes dashed upon realizing he merely intended to call the police. The homeless individuals had done nothing illegal and would likely be ignored by law enforcement. Exchanging glances filled with despair and helplessness, Su Jing finally spoke. For now, we must contact the other security personnel, have them come in to manage the community's safety. We'll move out anyone we can. No sooner had Su Jing finished speaking than a voice crackled through Lu Mei's walkie-talkie. Secretary Lu. 5 security guards have called in sick with stomachaches. 3 others are stuck in traffic and uncertain when they can arrive. The rest are off the night shift and unreachable. Upon hearing this news, both Su Jing and Lu Mei felt even more overwhelmed. Grinding her teeth in frustration, Su Jing exclaimed, it must be Qin Nantian. He is determined to ruin this company. How outrageous. At that moment, Qinyang had completed his call. He set down his phone, grinning as he announced, all set. I've made arrangements. They said the police will arrive in 5 minutes. Dear, you can rest easy. Su Jing and Lu Mei exchanged looks of silent agony and disbelief, letting out deep sighs of despair. At that juncture, Bai Honglu stretched languidly. She had just received a call from Qinyang, requesting her assistance in clearing the homeless individuals from the garden community. This fellow, does he really consider us to be security guards? Bai Honglu sighed helplessly. However, she could not directly refuse Qinyang. After all, during their 2 encounters, she had successfully apprehended the notorious thief Li Dabiao and, on another occasion, captured the infamous duo known as the Deadly Pair. These accomplishments not only solidified Bai Honglio's standing, but also earned her special recognition, resulting in an exceptional promotion. She had now ascended to the position of vice captain. Yet, this was merely a temporary elevation. According to Xin Chong, in 2 months, Bai Honglu would officially become the captain and concurrently manage the office. One could say her rise in rank was akin to a rocket launch. Bai Honglu shook her head and stood up, making her way toward her team members. Her colleagues, both seasoned officers and newcomers alike, regarded her with profound respect and admiration stemming from the heart, a tribute to her strength. After all, while her capture of Li Dabiao might have been attributed to luck, her defeat of the Deadly Pair was undeniably a testament to her true prowess. Bai Honglu waved at Wu Tong, saying, Wu Gu, I need your assistance with something. Captain, your command is my utmost priority. You may call me Xiao Wu. Wu Tong promptly approached with enthusiasm. Bai Honglu chuckled awkwardly. Please, don't be so formal. I am younger than you. There has been an influx of homeless individuals in the garden community, and I need you to apprehend them. I have been working throughout the night and am quite fatigued, so I will leave this matter to you. Please attend to it swiftly. With that, Bai Honglu yawned and headed back to her desk, where she quickly fell asleep. She was indeed weary, after vanquishing the Deadly Pair. Her responsibilities had multiplied. She needed to draft a report on her achievements, compile various details, and prepare for an in-person briefing at the provincial office, among other tasks. After issuing her orders to Wu Tong, she rested her head on the desk and soon succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Wu Tong, upon receiving Bai Honglio's directive, was somewhat puzzled. Clearing out the homeless? This did not seem to fall under the purview of the criminal investigation team. It resembled more of a security task. However, his expression swiftly shifted to one of seriousness and excitement. Gather everyone. Quickly, change into plain clothes and follow me. Hurry. Wu Gu, what is happening? Are we going after a serious criminal? Do we really need plain clothes? How many of us are going? Wu Tong, with a grave demeanor, replied, the more, the better. We must act swiftly and discreetly. This mission has been personally assigned by Captain Bai. Think about it. A task from Captain Bai Honglu cannot possibly be trivial. Upon hearing this, the group immediately grew exhilarated. Captain Bai had never dealt with minor cases. Indeed, in her 6 months of service, she had only taken action twice, once with the capture of Li Dabiao and once with the extermination of the Deadly Pair. Could it be that a vicious criminal was masquerading among the homeless? The more they discussed, the more plausible it seemed. Before long, over 20 individuals donned plain clothes and set off in a standard Santana, heading straight for the garden community. In the garden community, at the property management office, Su Jing and Lu Mei sat across from each other, their gazes locked in a shared sense of despair. Su Jing clenched his teeth and proposed, "Why don't we offer money? We could pay those vagrants to leave." Lu Mei shook her head, responding, "Mr. Su, the crux of the matter is that we lack funds. Moreover, if we open this door, they will come back every day, and no amount of money will suffice to deter them. What then shall we do?" Su Jing lamented. "The homeowners are already somewhat dissatisfied with our management. Now they must surely harbor even greater resentment towards us." With a heavy heart, Su Jing shook his head in resignation. Lu Mei sighed indeed. At the end of the day, it boils down to our insufficient capabilities and inadequate staff. The most despicable of all is Qin Nantian, who adds insult to injury. It infuriates me. At that moment, the property management phone rang, its shrill tone cutting through the tension in the room. Lu Mei shivered at the sound, exhaling a resigned sigh. It's over. It must be a complaint from a homeowner. With a sense of despair, she picked up the receiver and forced a smile. "Hello. This is Jingxin Property Management. How may I assist you?" To her astonishment, an elderly gentleman on the other end exclaimed, "Wow, your property management is impressive. You swiftly apprehended those vagrants. Incredible. Your fees are also quite reasonable. Thank you." Lu Mei's mouth fell agape in disbelief. After hanging up, she was still grappling with the unexpected compliment when the second and third calls began to flood in. "Your Jingxin Property Management is truly commendable. The security guards are remarkably capable, appearing more formidable than the detectives on television. I shall come by to pay my dues today. Please continue to serve our community." Each call was a tribute to the management and the security personnel. What the homeowners did not realize was that it was not the security guards, but rather members of the criminal investigation team who were responsible for the apprehensions. Wu Tong and his team, like a pack of wolves, swiftly rounded up over 20 vagrants and beggars, escorting them into their vehicles. Disguised in plain clothes, they moved with the swiftness and secrecy of the wind. Those in the community who witnessed the captures applauded in admiration. Among the captured vagrants was a man named Chun Hai, trembling with fear and marked by scars. 7 years prior, in a fit of rage, he had taken 2 lives and had since been on the run, hiding from the law. In recent years, he discovered that being a beggar was both lucrative and safe. He had even joined a beggar gang, securing a respectable position that allowed him to earn a substantial income through both begging and extorting local businesses. However, he never anticipated being captured today, especially by individuals who clearly possessed extraordinary skills, far beyond those of ordinary enforcers. Chen Hai gasped for breath, anxiously scanning his surroundings. When the vehicle halted at a traffic light, he suddenly flung open the door and bolted in a panic. "Seize him! Chase after him!" Wu Tong's excitement was palpable as he pursued Chen Hai, his eyes gleaming with determination. With a resounding crash, Wu Tong's vehicle struck Chen Hai, sending him sprawling. The team quickly descended upon him, taking him away. Before long, the results of the investigation were revealed. Others are merely local ruffians, profiting from extorting businesses. Chen Hai, apart from being a scoundrel, is also a fugitive, a notorious criminal responsible for the deaths of 2 individuals. Wu Tong and his team were elated upon solving the murder case. They promptly approached Bai Honglio's desk. "Captain Bai, you are truly remarkable. Captain Bai, wake up. I have completed the tasks you assigned. Incredible. Whenever you take action, Captain Bai, it is bound to be a significant case. Simply astounding." At that moment, Bai Honglu, rubbing her sleepy eyes, gazed perplexedly at her colleagues, bewildered. "What is going on? Have I achieved merit again?" Su Jing and Lu Mei sensed something was amiss. The 2 women hurried downstairs to investigate. It was then they realized that not a single vagrant remained in the community. Lu Mei, astonished, exclaimed, "General Su, what Qinyang said is true. They really cleared out the homeless in just 5 minutes. Qinyang has connections. Amazing. I thought he was merely a newcomer." Su Jing shook her head, frowning. "He just arrived in the city and hasn't even left his town before." However, Su Jing laughed. "It's likely that fellow just got lucky." After he reported the situation, his call was indeed acted upon, thus the cleanup occurred. Regardless, he is a hero and deserves a reward. The 2 women shared a smile. Su Jing picked up her phone and dialed Qinyang. "Qinyang, where are you?" "Oh, I'm searching for a place," Qinyang replied joyfully. "Dear, I found a place to live, a grand villa. This way, we can always sleep in the same room." Su Jing was at a loss for words. You are becoming increasingly absurd. With the little money you have, you can't even rent a one-bedroom apartment. By the way, Qinyang, remember to come to the office before you finish work tonight. I have a reward for you. Qinyang huffed, no way. You beautiful women are always deceiving. I don't believe you. Su Jing replied, when have I ever deceived you? Last time you promised to reward me with 10 kisses, and you never delivered. But I will remember, and when we move into our new home, you'd better fulfill that promise. Qinyang chuckled and hung up the phone. Standing in the old villa belonging to the Liu family, he surveyed his surroundings. Although the house had been uninhabited for many years, it was still a villa. After calling by Honglu, he immediately thought of the Liu residence. Since this villa was empty, if Liu Ran and the others decided not to keep it, wouldn't it be perfect for him to move in? Qinyang swallowed slightly, took out his phone, and dialed Liu Ran's number. Liu Ran was busy, likely dealing with business matters. Qinyang spoke. Liu Ran, I must inform you that yesterday I encountered assassins, 2 highly skilled ones who attempted to kill me. This is likely related to my treatment of your grandfather. What? Liu Ran, upon hearing this, immediately halted the meeting and apologetically said, Qinyang, I am so sorry that you got entangled in this. Qinyang chuckled. Healing and saving lives is my duty. It's nothing to worry about. However, the daily commute does pose certain hazards. Therefore, I wish to reside in the garden community with my employer, thus uniting the workplace and living space, significantly reducing potential risks. Liu Ran, having long navigated the commercial realm and possessing a keen emotional intelligence, promptly grasped Qinyang's intentions. She responded immediately, Master Chun, our old villa has been of little use anyway. Please do not disdain it. You may reside there. You can stay for as many years as you wish, as it is ancestral property and cannot be gifted to you. However, the right to use it shall always be yours. Consider it your home. Qinyang readily agreed. After putting down his phone, he circled the villa a few times, nodding and murmuring, not bad. Not bad. Apart from a bit of overgrowth and some wear and tear in the decor, everything else is simply perfect. I will find a renovation company right away, and once it is tidied up, I shall be utterly satisfied. Qinyang cheerfully made his way toward the commercial center of the community. Living in Su Jing's previous residence had indeed been rather stifling. With 2 people, it was cramped, and now that Su Jing had given birth to a son, it was hardly feasible to continue residing there. Now, however, with a grand villa, not only could they accommodate a son, but even an entire basketball team would find ample space. At the heart of the garden community lies a square where residents engage in fitness activities and dance in the evenings. Adjacent to the square is the commercial center, featuring a premium supermarket, restaurants, and pharmacies. Of course, there are also numerous curtain shops and balcony enclosure stores. Qinyang observed the various storefronts. Hey, Master Chun, called an elderly man's voice. Qinyang turned to see Sun Tianji at a gazebo by the square, playing chess with a group of older gentlemen. Qinyang nodded in acknowledgement. Sun Tianji was particularly warm, his greatest desire being to unite his granddaughter with Qinyang. Previously, many regarded him as eccentric. However, since Qinyang had resolved the troublesome issue in his home, no one spoke ill of him anymore. Sun Tianji approached, exclaiming, Master Chun, I was just thinking of seeking you out. Do you have time for dinner at my home tomorrow? My granddaughter will be present as well to express her gratitude. You have no idea. She is about to be promoted to department head, all thanks to your previous advice. Qinyang smiled and nodded. After a brief conversation, upon learning that Qinyang was searching for a renovation company, Sun Tianji slapped his thigh and exclaimed, What a coincidence. My grandson is the owner of a renovation company. I shall summon him immediately. I assure you it will be completed within 3 days. Qinyang hesitated, inquiring, Will it be very expensive? I merely wish for a simple cleanup. No need for anything too professional. What are you saying, Master Chen? Are you jesting? Sun Tianji exclaimed, visibly agitated. You saved my home, my reputation, and resolved my difficulties without asking for a penny. Now, for merely renovating a house, you still wish to pay? I will have that young man take care of it for you. Sun Tianji took out his phone and said, Howsy, immediately bring all your workers to renovate my benefactor's house, located in the garden community. Yes, the one who resolved the issue with the day drum's evil spirit. Hurry over. I know you don't believe in feng shui, but you must treat my benefactor well. Qinyang had not anticipated Sun Tianji's enthusiasm. He felt a sense of relief and returned to the villa to wait. After approximately half an hour, a medium-sized truck came to a halt in front of the villa. Over 20 workers, along with various materials and machinery, jumped off the truck. Finally, the driver, Lin Hao, also disembarked. Lin Hao approached Chen Yang, extending his hand with a smile. Mr. Chun, hello? Thank you for curing my grandfather's illness. Is this the villa we are to renovate? Leave it to me. I have been in the renovation business for many years and am quite skilled. Chen Yang expressed his gratitude but soon furrowed his brow. Lin Hao, with a square face and a simple demeanor, appeared earnest and kind-hearted. However, the nasolabial folds on either side of his nose were dark and pronounced. This was an ominous sign of legal troubles. Chen Yang hesitated momentarily before speaking. Mr. Lin, it seems you have been encountering some misfortune lately. Your facial features suggest a negative influence. Have you faced any legal issues recently? Lin Hao was taken aback, but quickly responded with a laugh. I didn't expect my grandfather to share these matters with you. It's all minor stuff. We in the renovation business inevitably face a few unfortunate incidents. Chun Yang's expression turned serious as he shook his head. Mr. Lin, you should exercise caution. What you are facing is not trivial. Lin Hao slightly furrowed his brow yet managed a dismissive smile, saying, All right, I understand. We will get to work now. Mr. Chun, you can just observe. With that, Lin Hao turned towards the villa, disregarding Chen Yang, as he had little faith in the metaphysical concepts of facial features and feng shui. Seeing Lin Hao's attitude, Chen Yang understood and shook his head slightly, refraining from further persuasion. After all, one's fate is predetermined. The workers Lin Hao brought were highly professional and efficient. Within a few hours, they had nearly completed the renovation of the villa. The walls were adorned with new wallpaper, and the garden's lawn and flowers were neatly trimmed. The swimming pool was also cleaned and filled with fresh water, making the entire villa appear rejuvenated. Of course, after these tasks were completed, an additional day would be needed to replace the furniture and various bedding inside the villa. Chen Yang strolled around the villa with his hands behind his back, nodding in satisfaction. He addressed Lin Hao. Mr. Lin, I will need your assistance with the furniture arrangements. Please procure the furnishings, and I will reimburse you once I disperse the wages. Lin Hao waved his hand, grinning earnestly. Mr. Chun, you are too kind. You have cured my grandfather's mental illness, a favor that cannot be measured in monetary terms. I will take care of all the soft furnishings and furniture. I assure you it will be impeccably arranged for a seamless move-in. Chen Yang was naturally very grateful. He pulled a sketch from his pocket and said, Mr. Lin, this is a feng shui layout I designed for the house, a configuration conducive to a harmonious family life with many offspring. Please arrange it according to this layout. Lin Hao remained speechless internally. He had little faith in such matters. However, as someone in the renovation business, he had encountered many homeowners who believed in feng shui, so he had grown accustomed to it. Nodding with a smile, Lin Hao replied, No problem, leave it to me. Mr. Chun, I will bring the workers in tonight to work through the night, and by tomorrow morning, the renovation will be nearly complete. Then, we can let the sun air it out for a day, and by tomorrow night, you and your family can move in. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang expressed his gratitude even more fervently. After studying Lin Hao's demeanor for a moment, he hesitated but ultimately said, Mr. Lin, you are quite forthright in your dealings, and I appreciate that. However, I must remind you, you are indeed facing a lawsuit. Thank you, Mr. Chun. I must get back to work now, Lin Hao said, promptly ushering Chen Yang out of the house and returning to his tasks. Chen Yang sighed and shook his head, deciding not to say more. At this point, the villa renovation no longer required his involvement. Hands clasped behind his back, he hummed a tune as he made his way to the property management office. It was already afternoon. Upon arriving at the office, he spotted several security personnel, including Qin Nantian, huddled in a corner, smoking and chatting. Chen Yang raised his middle finger at Qin Nantian and strutted upstairs with an air of triumph. Hey, brother Qin, did you see that? That guy really deserves a beating. Damn, I can't believe he called in over 20 plainclothes officers. This time, we're finished. We had hoped to use this incident to demonstrate the importance of our security team to Mr. Su, but now that kid has ruined everything. Qin Nantian abruptly snapped his cigarette in half, sneering, What are you all afraid of? It's just a small property management issue. You're not seriously scared of that brat, are you? At that moment, Lu Mei's voice crackled through Qin Nanshan's walkie-talkie. Captain Qin and all security personnel, please come to the meeting. Mr. Su has called an emergency meeting for all staff. Hearing this, Qin Nantian led his team upstairs. The Jingxin Property Management Company comprised only 30 individuals. Excluding those on night duty, there were currently 20 employees present. Soon, all 20 gathered in the management office's hall. Su Jing stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her gaze sweeping over the employees as she spoke. This morning, we encountered a number of vagrants who were sent by our opponents. In a moment of crisis, it was Chun Yang who bravely stepped in and, through unconventional means, managed to drive all the vagrants and beggars away. Our company needs employees like Chun Yang, who dare to confront danger and address problems creatively. Although he has just joined us and is a housekeeper rather than a security guard, Chun Yang's actions this morning exemplified what it means to treat the company as one's own home. Therefore, I have decided to reward Chun Yang with 30,000 yuan this month and promote him to the position of head of the property management team, responsible for overseeing all matters related to property management within the community. In the future, all employees of our company who demonstrate commendable performance will be eligible for substantial rewards, including promotions and salary increases. The staff in the hall immediately erupted in applause. Some employees were visibly excited, while others discerned that this was clearly a performance intended for the security team, encouraging them to assume greater responsibilities. Su Jing nodded towards Chun Yang and inquired, "Chun Yang, do you have anything to say?" Chun Yang, rubbing his hands in excitement, exclaimed, "Thank you, my dear wife. No, thank you, boss. I promise to exert myself. So you regard me with renewed admiration. I believe I can catch up with you." Su Jing momentarily froze, her cheeks flushing, and then shot a glare at Chun Yang, admonishing, "Be quiet, stop babbling." Subsequently, she waved her hand and declared, "All right, the meeting is adjourned." Wait. At that moment, Chun Yang raised his arm and voiced loudly, "Boss Su, I believe the matter is not yet resolved." This morning, the security personnel were clearly shirking their responsibilities, exacerbating the situation. It was akin to Shi Menxing inviting Wu Dalong to dinner with ill intentions. I feel that the security team, particularly Captain Qin Nantian, should be severely punished. Upon hearing Chun Yang's words, Su Jing's expression turned frantic, and she retorted, "Shut your mouth. No more nonsense. Enough. Everyone disperse and continue working. There are still 2 hours until the end of the workday. Let us keep pushing forward." After dismissing the crowd, Su Jing, irate, seized Chun Yang by the collar and dragged him upstairs. Once inside her office, she closed the door and glared at him, her voice laced with fury. "Chun Yang, what on earth were you shouting about in the hall?" "Who was shouting?" "Those security personnel should be punished, especially Qin Nantian. That rascal clearly intends to put you in a difficult position. Why shouldn't he face repercussions? It would be best to dock his salary for a month, and then we could indulge in another sauna visit." Chun Yang muttered. Su Jing, at a loss for words in her anger, pinched Chun Yang's arm sharply, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? Do you realize how difficult it is to recruit security personnel right now? Security is the most crucial role in a property management company. The reason I refrained from discussing punishment today was to ease tensions. I intend to gradually recruit new staff and replace the security team over time. But you've completely derailed my plans." Chun Yang scratched his head and questioned, "Is it really that hard to recruit security personnel?" "Of course," Su Jing replied, shaking her head in exasperation. "Security personnel must have a good character, a health certificate, and, most importantly, a sense of responsibility. Furthermore, it's preferable to hire locals. Otherwise, if an outsider were to steal from the residents and flee overnight, it would create a significant problem, with a long list of concerns." Su Jing shook her head again and said, "Do you think I don't want to punish Qin Nantian and his team? It's just that I'm currently constrained and must endure." Chun Yang pouted, remarking, "You, as a boss, really seem quite helpless. All right, enough sulking. Your pouting looks so adorable that I can't resist the urge to take a bite." Su Jing was taken aback. Then, unable to contain her laughter, she chuckled. Quickly regaining her composure, she shot a playful glare at Chun Yang and said, Out. You're such an irritating fellow." Chun Yang observed Su Jing's mix of anger and amusement, her expressive eyes rolling in exasperation. Unable to suppress a gulp, he stepped closer to her, staring intently at Su Jing. "Before me stands my wife, her skin fair as snow, her eyes conveying emotions, her features exquisitely delicate, akin to a beautiful painting." Although Su Jing does not possess the long legs of Lu Ran, nor the voluptuousness of Bai Honglu, she is perfectly proportioned from head to toe. Her beauty penetrates to the very bone, rendering one utterly captivated. Heaven has truly been benevolent, blessing me with such an enchanting spouse. Chun Yang stepped forth to embrace Su Jing, only to have her sharply lift her foot and stamp on his. exclaiming, "You audacious rascal, get out." Abruptly awakened. Chunyang chuckled sheepishly. "My apologies. I was momentarily bewitched by your beauty and lost control," he mused. "Even the most beguiling of temptresses and the wily foxes could not sway me, yet you outshine even the most accomplished of enchanting beings." As Chunyang ambled toward the door, he murmured, "Ultimately, I have succumbed to love. My resolve is insufficient." Su Jing stood in astonishment within the office, and after a while, she burst into laughter, covering her mouth as she doubled over in mirth. She thought to herself, "This foolish boy. Had I not been steadfast in my heart, I might have truly been swayed by his clumsy, heartfelt declarations." Meanwhile, below, Qin Nanshan's countenance was dark with fury. Surrounding him were 7 security guards, all tightly clenching their jaws. "Captain, that Chunyang has certainly won Su Zong's favor," one remarked. "Indeed, I have noticed. That scoundrel is a toad yearning for swan meat," openly referring to Su Zong as his wife. Another added, "We must devise a plan to expel him. Otherwise, in a few months, he may ascend to a high position within the company and perhaps even win Su Zong's heart." Qin Nantian, already seething with anger, felt his rage intensify upon hearing these words. He violently tossed his cigarette butt to the ground, crushing it beneath his foot with a derisive sneer. "Enough of this nonsense. An ignorant fool dares to vie for my woman, audaciously presuming to ride atop me. Brothers, let us take action. Today, we will incapacitate him." Zhao Hu, standing nearby, voiced his concern, "But, Captain, that young man possesses considerable strength. We may not be able to subdue him." Qin Nantian scoffed. "Do we truly need to sully our hands with such a simple-minded youth? Zhao Hu, come here. You will find Chunyang and inform him that he must retrieve fresh produce from the cold storage, and in doing so, trap him inside, utilizing signal jammers to prevent him from calling for help." After outlining his plan, the surrounding guards erupted in laughter, each giving a thumbs up. "Captain, this scheme is brilliant. The cold storage is frigid, and locking him in for 20 minutes will surely leave him shivering," they exclaimed. "Indeed, let us proceed. Once he is frozen, we can deal with him." Qin Nantian, upon hearing their laughter, sneered, "You are truly foolish. 20 minutes? I intend to leave him in there for an hour, completely incapacitating him. But, Captain, it is currently summer, and with such thin clothing, if he remains frozen for an hour, it could lead to dire consequences," Zhao Hu stammered, his face paling at the thought. Qin Nantian waved his hand dismissively, assuring, "Rest assured, I have verified that 1 hour in the cold won't kill him, but it will surely ruin him. Ha ha ha, he will become a eunuch. Let us see how he can compete for women with me. Moreover, the aftermath of freezing will leave him with lifelong bone pain and a frail body. At that point, we can do as we please with him." The surrounding security guards erupted into laughter, though 2 of them momentarily displayed a flicker of compassion before quickly masking it. The crowd sprang into action. Zhao Hu hurried after Chunyang, who was about to patrol the community to check on the residents. "Hey, housekeeper Chun, I need to fetch a bag of fresh produce from the cold storage. I can't carry it alone. Can you assist me?" Zhao Hu inquired. Chunyang glanced at the plump security guard, hesitated briefly, then nodded in agreement. The 2 made their way towards the cold storage located in the northeast corner of the community, a designated facility for fresh produce managed by the property management. Zhao Hu twisted the massive iron handle of the cold storage door and slowly opened it, releasing a gust of icy air. "It's that bag of bean curd residue inside," he pointed out. Chunyang, trusting his words, stepped inside. At that moment, Zhao Hu suddenly turned and dashed outside, forcefully slamming the cold storage door shut. Chunyang hesitated, remaining still, his brow furrowing in contemplation. At that moment, he was determined to discern this fellow's true intentions. The door rattled as Zhao Hu anxiously and hastily secured it, fearing that Chunyang might burst through with overwhelming strength. However, Chunyang remained unmoved. Though he could easily have escaped, he chose to stand calmly within the cold storage. Hearing the door's closure, he comprehended the situation. He then took out his phone and checked, only to find that the signal had been jammed. "Oh, so this is their plan, to freeze me to death in here? Very well, I shall see what they intend to do." Chunyang decided to leap onto a wooden rack, sitting cross-legged to cultivate his inner energy. For an ordinary person, the cold storage was undeniably perilous, akin to a frozen hell. It was said that spending just 20 minutes inside would cause one to tremble uncontrollably and collapse. After 40 minutes, many of the body's organs and tissues could suffer damage, potentially resulting in permanent changes. An hour would incur irreversible harm, rendering a person incapable of rising from bed for a lifetime. As Chen Yang sat cross-legged on the wooden rack, he patiently awaited developments, keeping an eye on the time. He was eager to witness how far these security guards were willing to go. His internal energy flowed within him, dispelling the surrounding chill, enveloping him in warmth. As a martial artist at a minor level, he was naturally unafraid of such a degree of cold. 20 minutes passed without anyone coming to open the door. 40 minutes went by, and still, no one arrived. At that moment, a cold smile and fury surfaced on Chen Yang's face. It seemed that Qin Nantian and his cohorts were intent on escalating the situation. Another 20 minutes had elapsed. At this moment, it had been a full hour since Chen Yang was confined. Finally, a sound resonated from the cold storage door. Chen Yang glanced at the time, and the realization dawned upon him. Qin Nantian intended to render him utterly incapacitated. With this in mind, there was no longer any need for civility towards them. As the door to the storage room swung open, Qin Nantian and several other security personnel rushed in, feigning terror. Quick, search. See if Steward Chen has been forgotten in the cold storage. Zhao Hu, how could you be so careless? Did you not check before closing the door? We must avoid a fatality. The security team all presented an air of concern. However, after scanning the room, they found no trace of Chen Yang. Hey, there's no need to look. I'm right here. Chen Yang called out from his perch atop a wooden rack, smirking at the ineptitude of Qin Nantian and his cohorts. At that moment, Chen Yang did not hold back. He leaped down from the rack and delivered a forceful kick to Qin Nantian. You, Qin Nantian, have left me to freeze for an hour, nearly costing me my life. I'll ensure you remain here for eternity. Chen Yang shouted deliberately, while his foot continued its assault, landing squarely between Qin Nantian's legs. With a sharp crack, Qin Nantian let out a blood-curdling scream, his body curling up like a shrimp in agony, nearly losing consciousness. Trembling with rage, Qin Nantian bellowed, "Everyone, attack! Kill him! I will take the blame if anything goes awry." His fury had reached a boiling point, and at that moment, his sole desire was to obliterate Chen Yang. Zhao Hu and the other security personnel lunged towards Chen Yang. With a cold smile, Chen Yang delivered another kick, this time to Zhao Hu's abdomen, striking precisely at his acupoint, ensuring that he, too, would suffer a similar fate as Qin Nantian. With the remaining guards, Chen Yang raised his palm, delivering a series of resounding slaps. One after another, they were sent sprawling. Approaching the crumpled figure of Qin Nantian, he sneered, "I've recorded all the evidence. You attempted to murder me. Prepare for a lifetime in prison. You're seeking death." Qin Nantian, sweating profusely from the pain, pointed at Chen Yang. "No one will believe you. I will report this to General Su. I will make sure she has you expelled." At that moment, Qin Nantian did not dare to call the police. Struggling to rise, he dialed the property management office. "Get General Su to the cold storage. Let her see the quality of employee she has chosen. That bastard Chen Yang has gone mad. He has injured all our security team." Qin Nantian cursed in anger. The customer service representative at the property management office was taken aback and promptly notified Su Jing. Before long, Su Jing and Liu Mei hurried to the cold storage. Upon arrival, they found Qin Nantian and Zhao Hu sprawled on the ground, while the other security personnel bore faces swollen like pig heads. Witnessing this scene, Su Jing felt an overwhelming surge of anger, nearly fainting from the intensity of her emotions. Her blood boiled as she pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Yang, exclaiming, "Did you strike someone?" Chen Yang shrugged nonchalantly, retorting, "Those wretched individuals subjected me to their cruelty. They confined me in the cold storage for an entire hour. I was frozen like a eunuch. How could I possibly refrain from retaliating?" "What?" Su Jing was taken aback. In that moment, her embarrassment faded away, and she hurriedly approached Chen Yang, her voice laced with concern. "Is that true? Did they really imprison you for an hour? Are you truly incapacitated?" Chen Yang, wary of potential reprisals from Qin Nantian and his cohort, feigned the role of the victim. With a tone of grievance, he lamented, "That Zhao Hu told me to fetch items from the cold storage, only to lock me inside for over an hour. I have brought disgrace upon the Qin family. I have failed my ancestors. We must rush to the hospital." Su Jing exclaimed, her worry palpable. Meanwhile, Qin Nantian, lying on the ground, seethed with indignation. "Su, we have all been assaulted, and severely at that. This scoundrel injured me. Today, you must either dismiss him or our entire security team will walk out. Captain Qin, please. Let us not act in haste," Su Jing implored, striving to defuse the tension. Qinyang, equally enraged, retorted, "Very well. You made that choice. Let your pathetic security team leave. My wife does not require your inept services." With gritted teeth, Qin Nantian glared at Su Jing, stating, "I offer you one final opportunity to choose. Will you retain us, or will you keep this troublemaker, Qinyang?" Su Jing stood frozen, her mind racing. She could not possibly dismiss Qinyang, who had aided her on numerous occasions. Yet, she also could not afford to lose Qin Nantian and the security team. Without them, her property management company would be doomed. Su Jing was astonished at Qinyang's ability to stir up such chaos, managing to offend the entire security team. With a heavy sigh, she addressed Qin Nantian, "If you choose to resign, then do not bother coming to work tomorrow. The company will deposit your salaries and severance by the end of the month." "What? You would indeed dismiss us all for the sake of one individual?" Qin Nantian was taken aback by this outcome. He glared at Su Jing, stating, "You must understand that without our security team, your property management company is worthless." Qinyang burst into laughter, stepping forward to embrace Su Jing tightly. "Thank you, my dear wife. I knew you would keep me." He lifted Su Jing into the air, spinning her around joyfully. Her face flushed crimson, and she angrily twisted away from his grasp, insisting, "Put me down, immediately." With a smug grin, Qinyang kicked Qin Nantian in the face, exclaiming, "Why are you still here? Are you waiting to be dismissed by Su? Begone quickly." Qin Nantian, infuriated and powerless, stumbled to his feet, pointing furiously at Qinyang before staggering away with the other security personnel. As they departed, Qin Nantian pulled out his phone and sent a collective message to all the remaining security members. "Let all the security guards resign simultaneously." Qinyang, witnessing Qin Nantian and his associates depart, exhaled a sigh of relief. He stretched lazily and remarked, "At last, this feels comfortable. With this bunch of trash gone, my dear, you can finally reorganize the company properly." Su Jing, in despair, slapped her forehead and shot an angry glare at Qinyang. "Reorganize the company? What nonsense. We don't have a single security guard left. Let us not even mention it. What about tonight? What about the safety of the community's residents? How can we ensure the security of the property?" Fuming, Su Jing pinched Qinyang's arm. "You just come here to torment me." Qinyang shrugged nonchalantly. "It's just security guards, isn't it? Can't you just hire some more? Now hire? Do you think recruiting security guards is as easy as buying cabbage? Never mind. I really need to go back and think of a solution. For tonight, we can only have the cleaning staff fill in," Su Jing lamented, hurrying towards the office alongside Lu Mei, both flustered and frantic. Qinyang stroked his chin, murmuring, "Isn't it just finding security guards? How difficult can that be?" He promptly took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, find me 50 security guards, with a monthly salary of 1,000 each." Qinyang had long been dissatisfied with Qin Nantian and his crew. With their departure, he felt quite pleased. While it was indeed true that reliable security guards were hard to come by, for Qinyang, it was not a challenge. He directly called Zheng Yijian, requesting 50 security guards. Zheng Yijian, upon hearing this, was pleasantly surprised. "Certainly. Old Ding and the others have just returned and are in need of work. I'll take them to serve as security." Qinyang nodded in agreement. "Excellent. Bring them to the Huayuan community. They need to be on duty tonight." Zheng Yijian readily complied. Qinyang, stretching with satisfaction, sauntered towards the property management office. Outside the company, Su Jing was on the phone, pleading desperately for someone to take the night shift. However, the cleaning staff and maintenance workers all had families and were unwilling to work at night. "Hey, darling, I just hired 50 security guards at 1,000 a month, which amounts to 50,000 in expenses. What do you think about that?" Qinyang announced. Su Jing paused, looking at Qinyang in astonishment. 50? And at 1,000 a month? Where did you recruit them? They can't all be elderly, can they? Of course not. They will arrive shortly. No sooner had Qinyang finished speaking than 10 vans pulled up at the property management office. Zheng Yijian, accompanied by 50 members of the Wadeo Association, hurried over. Since they were working for Qinyang, Zheng Yijian had selected 50 diligent and robust subordinates. Notably, several of them exercised daily at the pharmaceutical factory, their muscular physiques making quite an impressive visual impact. Qinyang waved to Zheng Yijian. "Come over here. From now on, you will work at Jingxin Property Management Company. I will be your security team leader, and old Zheng, you will be the deputy team leader, overseeing operations." Zheng Yijian immediately nodded. "Yes, Captain Chen." Zheng Yijian's gratitude towards Qinyang was profoundly genuine. Chen Yang had healed more than 70 individuals, including Lao Ding. Such a favor outweighed saving him 10 times over. Therefore, upon receiving Chen Yang's request, Zheng Yijian naturally did not hesitate. To work alongside Chen Yang and to repay him was truly Zheng Yijian's heartfelt desire. Beside them, Su Jing stood with her mouth agape, incredulous at the unfolding scene. She never imagined that Chen Yang would actually summon 50 security guards, all robust and full of vigor. Was it truly this simple? Chen Yang pointed at Su Jing and said, "This is my wife. No, rather, my boss, Miss Su Jing, the owner of the property management company." "Good day, Madam Chen." Zheng Yijian and the others bowed respectfully, speaking in unison. Su Jing was momentarily taken aback, her brows knitting with indignation. Chen Yang burst into laughter, quickly stifling it, and added, "No calling me that. We're not married yet. From now on, refer to her as Ms. Su." In any case, they were to commence work that very night, providing a perfect opportunity for everyone to familiarize themselves with the workplace. Furthermore, it was anticipated that there would be disruptions later that evening, so everyone needed to remain vigilant. "Understood, Captain Chen." Zheng Yijian waved his hand, instructing, "Unload all the equipment from the vehicle and set it up immediately." Yes, the group sprang into action. Soon, cameras, ladders, and discrete wiring were unloaded. They efficiently positioned the cameras in various concealed locations throughout the community. Chen Yang flashed a grin at Su Jing and said, "See, my dear, I told you I could handle it. They are all quite professional. Where did you find these security guards? Some of them even have tattoos. And they only require 1,000 a month? They won't secretly cause trouble for the residents, will they?" Su Jing expressed her concern. After all, who in their right mind would adorn themselves with tiger heads and dragons? Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. "There's nothing to worry about. All is well now. We can clock out. We didn't fully enjoy the sauna yesterday, so let us indulge today." Seeing Chen Yang's confidence, Su Jing decided to let it go. She nodded. "All right, I'll take you again today. However, we can't go there every night. 888 a day means 30,000 a month for one person and 60,000 for two. I can't afford that." Chen Yang chuckled with pride. "Don't worry, my dear. Tomorrow, I'll move you into our new home." With that, Su Jing and Chen Yang shared light-hearted banter as they left work. They returned once more to the Steam White Club. After enjoying the sauna, they made their way to the third-floor relaxation area. This floor featured a dedicated massage section. Though massages were charged separately, there was also a communal lounge filled with large sofa beds and a massive screen ahead for watching films. Separate areas for men and women were available for overnight stays. Chen Yang and Su Jing reclined in the public lounge, where Chen Yang, witnessing the enormous movie screen for the first time, swallowed hard and exclaimed, "My dear, this film is astonishingly lifelike. Goodness, back in our village. We have movie screenings every month, but those films are so blurry they appear utterly fake." Su Jing smiled, saying that she would take him to see something even more astonishing in the future. Chen Yang nodded, lying beside Su Jing and inhaling the delightful fragrance of her hair, momentarily overwhelmed with joy. However, Su Jing's eyes revealed a hint of concern. She attempted to inquire several times, but ultimately hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The public lounge was dimly lit and crowded, which emboldened her a little. She leaned closer to Chen Yang and whispered, "Chen Yang, how is your injury?" "My injury?" Chen Yang replied, puzzled. Su Jing nodded, her cheeks flushing as she clarified, "I mean the harm caused by the cold storage. You must seek medical treatment promptly if you fall ill. Do not delay." Chen Yang responded with a nonchalant "Oh," thinking it should be fine. "What do you mean by should?" "This illness is serious. It requires immediate attention. You need to ascertain whether there is a problem," Su Jing insisted softly. Chen Yang scratched his head, uncertain how to confirm it. "Well, I felt fine when I went to the restroom." Su Jing shot him a glare, perplexed by whether he was feigning ignorance or genuinely clueless. Did he not learn basic biology? It seemed he hadn't, as he appeared not to have completed elementary school. Su Jing sighed. Finally, she moved closer to Chen Yang and, in a voice barely above a whisper, explained, "Chen Yang, I researched the dangers of cold storage for men, and they are quite severe. Typically, within half an hour, it can render a man unable to marry or father children. So, you must check if you are still okay." Chen Yang turned to look at Su Jing, feeling her breath in the dimly lit lounge. At that moment, his heart began to race uncontrollably. Unable to restrain himself, he reached out and grasped Su Jing's delicate hand. In the shadowy lounge, Yang was no longer concerned about the film playing on the large screen. The two of them sat closely on the sofa, their proximity creating an unspoken allure. Su Jing bit her lip, genuinely worried about Yang's health. After all, he had saved her several times. If the cold storage had indeed harmed him, it could spell disaster for his future. Despite her helplessness, Su Jing understood the gravity of the situation. Taking a deep breath, she softly said to Yang, "Let go of my hand. I will help you check." "Huh? Check what?" Yang was taken aback. "Be quiet. No talking." Meanwhile, across the street at a lively outdoor eatery, Qin Nantian and a group of security guards sat drinking and feasting on barbecued meat, seething with anger. Qin Nantian, consumed with rage, realized he had been severely affected by Yang's actions, potentially jeopardizing his future. Gritting his teeth, he vowed, "Tonight, we will steal all the cables from the community. I wish for the immediate downfall of Su Jing's despicable property company." The surrounding security guards all nodded in agreement. "Yes, we shall heed Brother Qin. That wretched woman Su Jing dismissed us all for the sake of Yang. Now she must understand that without the security team, she is nothing." Having stolen the cables, the residents of the community were left without electricity for an entire week, and in their fury, they would undoubtedly drive them out. Now, they have no security left. Let us see how she manages. Let her pay dearly. Qin Nantian remained seated, taking a generous swig from his drink. He did not feel much joy from the discussions around him. Ruining Su Jing was merely the first step. Next, he intended to utilize all his assets to exact revenge on Yang and Su Jing, ensuring that those scoundrels would wish for death. This demolition, if converted entirely to cash, would yield at least 10 million. Purchasing 2 lives for 10 million is far too easy. Qin Nantian's heart seethed with rage. "Yang, I shall make you comprehend the grave consequences of crossing me. Your greatest error was rendering me a eunuch while sparing my life." In his heart, only fury remained. After a few drinks, Qin Nantian produced a card, stating, "Here lies 200,000. Once we procure the community's cables, we shall split the sum equally. Furthermore, all proceeds from selling the cables will be yours as well." The other security guards naturally lavished praise upon Qin Nantian. Subsequently, he led more than 10 individuals quietly towards the rear of the community. Having served as security for over a year, they were intimately familiar with every corner and vulnerability of the complex. They knew precisely where to enter and where the surveillance had blind spots. Qin Nantian harbored no worries. They swiftly infiltrated the community, heading straight for the distribution room. As they brandished their tools, Qin Nantian and his cohort prepared to act. Suddenly, the blinding glare of spotlights illuminated the area. In an instant, over 30 security guards, armed with rubber batons, charged forward. "Catch the thieves. How dare they attempt to steal our community's cables? Break their legs, then hand them over to the authorities." At that moment, Zhang Yijian waved his hand and led the charge. The crowd of Wadao members surged towards Qin Nantian, their clubs raining down upon him. Qin Nantian was bewildered. He could not fathom how this community could have so many security guards. How could Su Jing possibly recruit such a multitude in just a couple of hours? Bang! A club struck Qin Nantian's arm. Zhang Yijian laughed triumphantly. "Kid, our boss anticipated your disruption long ago, huh?" Yang paid no heed to these matters. The following day, he awaited Su Jing, prepared to accompany her to work at the garden community. Su Jing, seated in the passenger seat, bore dark circles under her eyes. Yang turned to her, saying, "Dear, why do you look like a panda?" Su Jing, too weary to respond, found herself at a loss for words with this fellow. Yang drove a Passat, accompanied by Su Jing, back to the property management office. A group of elderly homeowners stood there, awaiting their arrival. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Jing's face paled. She was genuinely concerned that yet another issue had arisen. Rushing over, she inquired, "Dear elders, have you encountered a problem? Our Jingxin Property Management Company is dedicated to serving you." "Oh, Su, your property management is truly commendable," one elder exclaimed. "Indeed, the new security personnel you hired are not only spirited, but also courteous. Moreover, they apprehended over 10 thieves yesterday." Another added, "I witnessed them catching those thieves, who were equipped with various tools, attempting to steal the community's cables. Su, we have come to express our gratitude and to settle the outstanding property fees," one elder continued. Su Jing was utterly astonished by this revelation. After all these years, it was the first time homeowners had voluntarily come to pay their fees. However, She remained perplexed about what had transpired the previous night. Maintaining her composure, she replied, "That is simply our duty. Thank you. Thank you. Please settle the fees inside." After attending to the elderly homeowners, Su Jing hurriedly made her way to the office. Upon seeing Su Jing, Lu Mei excitedly remarked, "Su, did you see? After the change of security personnel yesterday, the homeowner's attitude towards us has transformed. Chunyang truly did a splendid job. The security guards he found are both economical and responsible." Su Jing inquired about the details of the situation and nodded in appreciation, grateful for Chunyang's assistance. How fortunate to have Chunyang. It was worth checking on his injuries yesterday. Huh, injuries? Lu Mei asked, surprised. Where was Chunyang hurt? Oh, nothing. Let us get back to work. Su Jing replied, flustered, as she hurried off to organize tasks. Chunyang walked towards the villa, and it must be said that Sun Tianji's grandson was indeed quite reliable. Upon reaching the villa, he found that the renovations were completely finished, and the furniture had been newly replaced. The windows and doors of the villa stood open, with several powerful fans whirring away. The more he observed, the more satisfied he became. The villa had not only been completed swiftly, but also with remarkably high-quality materials. This entire endeavor must have cost several $100,000, he thought, taking a deep breath. His admiration for Lin Hao grew, though he couldn't help but shake his head at the visage he had seen yesterday. Chunyang was thoroughly pleased with the villa. In the evening, he planned to bring Su Jing over, certain that she would be utterly delighted. Approaching the swimming pool, he found it filled with fresh water. He leapt in, swimming a lap before surfacing. Just then, he received a call from Sun Tianji, who was exceedingly warm in his greeting. "Xiaochen, are you free now? I've prepared plenty of delicious food. Come over." Chunyang chuckled at the invitation, feeling grateful towards Sun Tianji. After responding affirmatively, he purchased some fruit and set off towards Sun Tianji's home. Sun Ping sat comfortably on the sofa, engrossed in a substantial clinical medical guide. Upon noticing Chunyang's arrival, she greeted him with a warm smile, saying, "Chunyang, please come and take a seat." Today, Sun Ping had evidently made a conscious effort to enhance her appearance. As a physician specializing in thoracic surgery, she was accustomed to the operating room and spent most of her time in the hospital. Thus, the art of adornment and makeup was quite foreign to her. However, today, she had not only applied makeup but also donned a pair of mid-heeled shoes and a skirt. After brewing some tea for Chunyang, she inquired, "Chunyang, my grandfather has invited you to dinner, and I have some questions I wish to discuss with you. The other day, how did you know at first glance that Cheng Hai would not survive the night? Was it from his complexion or his eyes? I have recently perused numerous texts but found no relevant basis for this." Chunyang pondered for a moment before responding, "Sister Sun, this is a form of medical experience. In the absence of instruments, traditional Chinese medicine relies on observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation, with observation being paramount. One can discern a person's health by examining their eyes, complexion, hair, temples, and various parts of the face. For instance, according to the theory of internal organs, the cheeks correspond to the liver. So a patient with hypertension might exhibit signs of liver fire in that area. Similarly, the chin is associated with the kidneys. Individuals with yin deficiency and excessive fire may develop acne on their jawlines." Chunyang imparted some fundamental knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine to Sun Ping, who appeared to have discovered a new realm of understanding, her eyes sparkling with newfound clarity. Previously a skeptic of traditional Chinese medicine and concepts such as feng shui and facial reading, her perspective had dramatically shifted following the incident with Cheng Hai. In the kitchen, Sun Tianji overheard the lively conversation between Sun Ping and Chunyang and could not help but smile with satisfaction. "Ah, if only Chunyang could become my granddaughter's husband. That would be perfect. A Western medical doctor and a master of Chinese medicine. Our family would surely soar to great heights." He mused, preparing a lavish spread of delicious dishes. During the meal, Sun Tianji suddenly recalled the topic of renovations. He turned to Chunyang and asked, "Chunyang, has that Lin Hao fellow helped you finalize the villa?" Chunyang quickly replied, "Grandpa Sun, I must sincerely thank you and Brother Lin. The renovations are exceptional. However, what is it? If there is anything you are dissatisfied with, do not hesitate to say so. I will have that lad rectify it immediately." Sun Tianji confidently thumped his chest. Chunyang waved his hand and clarified, "It's not about the renovations, but rather Lin Hao's facial features, which suggest he may face legal troubles and imprisonment. I informed him of this yesterday, but he did not believe me. Therefore, Grandpa Sun, you might want to speak with him to encourage early prevention." Upon hearing this, Sun Tianji burst into laughter. Sun Ping, giving a thumbs up, remarked, Qinyang, your reading of facial features is indeed accurate. My cousin has indeed encountered legal issues. He was recently involved in a renovation for a villa, and a light fixture fell, tragically killing the family's nanny. As a result, my cousin had to pay over 500,000 yuan, and the lawsuit just concluded yesterday. Sun Tianji sighed. There's little to be done. Misfortune befalls us all at times. Fortunately, the authorities have confirmed that the renovation was not at fault, attributing the incident to a defective light fixture. And they have imposed a fine of over 1 million on the manufacturer. Ultimately, while we incurred financial loss, Lin Hao has not been imprisoned, which is a small mercy. Upon hearing this, Qinyang immediately shook his head, his expression turning serious. What I refer to is not this matter, but rather the calamity that looms ahead, a genuine prison disaster. What? Another one? Sun Ping gazed at Qinyang in disbelief, exclaiming, my cousin has been exceedingly cautious lately. How could another accident possibly occur? Let us just eat. This time, Sun Tianji was also skeptical. Qinyang sighed in resignation, unable to elaborate further. Having just finished their meal, Sun Tianji's phone rang. Picking it up, he cheerfully said, is my dear girl missing her old man? On the other end was his daughter, Sun Qingqing, Lin Hao's mother. Before she could utter a word, she burst into tears. Dad, something terrible has happened. Lin Hao has been taken away. He is charged with intentional murder. Intentional murder? What? How could this happen? Sun Tianji's legs trembled in shock. Sun Qingqing cried. It's the same villa as before. Last time, Lin Hao's chandelier fell and killed the nanny. I know, but that incident was resolved, wasn't it? What has changed? Has the nanny's family reversed their stance? No, Dad, it's worse. The chandelier has fallen again, and this time it killed the lady of the house. During the rework, Lin Hao personally installed that chandelier, which he had also selected. Now it has fallen once more, resulting in a fatality. Thus, the authorities have concluded that Lin Hao committed murder. Upon hearing this, Sun Tianji collapsed onto the sofa, trembling uncontrollably. Grandpa, what's wrong? Sun Ping rushed to support him. Sun Tianji, pale as death, proclaimed, it's your cousin. He has truly encountered a grave misfortune. That same villa has claimed another life, and again it was due to a chandelier. This time, it was Lin Hao who installed it and chose the brand, yet it has fallen again, killing the lady of the house. He is now being treated as a murderer. Sun Ping, upon absorbing this information, swiftly turned to Qinyang, her eyes wide with disbelief. Sun Tianji then grasped Qinyang's hand tightly, pleading, Master Chun, I implore you, please save Lin Hao. He cannot be wrongfully condemned like this. He has no enmity with that family. How could he commit such an atrocity? Qinyang replied earnestly. Rest assured, Grandpa-san, if there is a way to assist, I shall certainly do so. It appears the villa may hold some secrets. Let us visit the site and seek evidence that can exonerate Lin Hao. I will accompany you. Sun Ping promptly stood, declaring, I know the location of that villa. I will take you there at once. Qinyang nodded in agreement. Sun Ping drove her white Buick, accompanied by Qinyang, heading straight to the Xinghe community on the outskirts of Qingzhou City. This residential area, nestled in the countryside, boasts an extraordinarily beautiful environment. Although the property prices here only range between 6,000 to 7,000, the entire community resembles a paradise, featuring rivers, lakes, and wooded hills. Sun Ping remarked, this is a cultural tourism development. Due to the low cost of the land, the selling prices of the homes are also quite reasonable. Even villas are priced at around 10,000 per square meter. My cousin's last renovated villa is that one perched on the mountainside. As Qinyang sat in the car, he gazed at the villa, then turned his attention to the rolling green mountains behind it. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. He focused on the plot of land at the rear of the villa. At first glance, the entire mountain appeared as if it were a swollen pregnant belly. At that moment, a thick malevolent aura began to emanate from the mountaintop. Qinyang immediately pointed his finger to the center of his forehead. Heavenly law is clear. Earthly law is agile. The essence of yin and yang crystallizes, and the spirit manifests. From heaven to earth, let the true form quickly appear, swiftly as commanded. Heavenly I Chi observation technique. Quick. In the next instant, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Qinyang's eyes. Looking once more, he discerned that the mountain top was not only enveloped by dense malevolence, but also seemed to be nurturing something. The entire mountain appeared to breathe, rising and falling, as if it were indeed a pregnant woman's belly. Stop the car, Qinyang said gravely to Sun Ping. She did not dare to ask further questions and promptly parked the car at the foot of the mountain. Qinyang exited the vehicle and gazed at the mountains surrounding the villa. 7 dark, malevolent shadows floated indistinctly around the hillside of the villa. It was the place of 7 nurturing a fetus, a dire omen. I never expected such a place could exist in the city. This is troublesome, he muttered. Sun Ping hurriedly inquired. So, Qinyang, is there any hope for my cousin? After a moment of thought, Qinyang replied, there should be hope. After all, the one responsible for the killings is the malevolent feng shui of this area, and your cousin is merely a scapegoat. Let us head to the villa and get the people out. How unfortunate for the one who purchased this villa. They unwittingly positioned it at the navel of the 7 nurturing site, with no way to escape. Death is inevitable. Sun Ping drove the car, taking Qinyang directly to the large villa situated on the mountainside. The villa was ideally located, offering an expansive view of the community's beauty. Nearby, a spring bubbled melodiously, surrounded by bamboo groves and blooming flowers, with the vast green mountains looming behind. This should have been an idyllic place by the mountains and water. Unfortunately, for reasons unknown, an overwhelming amount of malevolent energy had gathered at the foot of this mountain. What should have been a feng shui site radiating auspicious energy had instead transformed into a sinister ground nurturing ghostly offspring. Thus, the villa, once a symbol of grandeur, had become a place of great peril. Upon arriving, Qinyang and Sun Ping made their way into the villa. Inside, white mourning banners hung everywhere. A man in his 40s stood within, speaking on the phone. Mom, I'm sorry to Xiaowan. My career had just begun to flourish, and our lives were finally getting better, and then she just passed away. Mother, father, rest assured, I am your son-in-law, which makes me your son as well. I shall remain your son for all my days, and I will not remarry. I will raise our child alone and ensure your comfort in your twilight years. As he uttered these words, he broke down in tears. After putting down his phone, he wiped his eyes and turned to gaze outside the villa. The moment he laid eyes on Sun Ping, Zhou Wei was momentarily taken aback by her beauty, then inquired, Who are you? Sun Ping stepped into the villa and addressed the man, Mr. Zhou, greetings. I am Sun Ping, the cousin of Mr. Lin Hao. Leave. Zhou Wei's face twisted with rage as he gritted his teeth and glared at Sun Ping. Get out. I will never forgive that beast Lin Hao. He must pay dearly. I want him dead. He must answer for my wife's life. Sun Ping furrowed her brow. Zhou Wei suddenly stood up, shouting, What are you still doing standing there? Get out of my house. No matter what you say, I will never forgive him. Sun Ping took a few steps back, frightened by Zhou Wei's demeanor. Standing to the side, Qinyang observed the black prayer beads on Zhou Wei's wrist, his lips curling in disdain. He sauntered forward and remarked, Stop pretending to be a grieving husband. Deep down, you know the truth. The one who caused your wife's demise is you. You are also responsible for the death of your housekeeper. What did you say? Zhou Wei stumbled back, fear etched on his face. Then, recovering quickly, he trembled and pointed a shaking finger at Qinyang. You're talking nonsense. Who are you? What is your connection to Lin Hao? I tell you, Lin Hao is responsible for my wife's death. He must be held accountable. Qinyang scoffed, scrutinizing Zhou Wei from head to toe, saying, Ever since you moved into this villa, have you not noticed the strange occurrences? You sense the malevolence here, yet you chose not to leave. You brought your wife to live here and even hired a housekeeper. That bead on your wrist is quite valuable, obtained from some master, I presume. You sought only a protective charm for yourself, neglecting to procure one for your wife. Thus, you are the true author of her demise. Zhou Wei stood there, stunned, his face a mask of shock. He shook his head. No, what are you saying? I do not understand. Qinyang replied, You may claim ignorance, but you are certainly aware on some level. You sensed the impurity of this place, yet you only sought a protective charm for yourself, disregarding your wife's safety. Whether it be the housekeeper's death or your wife's, you know the responsibility lies not with Lin Hao. However, in your desperate bid to absolve yourself, to find a scapegoat for your own peace of mind, you must insist that Lin Hao is the murderer. Am I correct? Zhou Wei's complexion paled, and he hurriedly concealed the prayer beads within his sleeve. Qinyang continued, Do not hide it away. Our purpose today was never to seek your forgiveness of Lin Hao. We are here to save you. This villa is situated atop accursed ground, a place of great malevolence. Within the span of 7 days, at least 7 lives must be claimed. That prayer bead on your wrist will not save you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei was drenched in cold sweat. Qinyang disregarded his surroundings, clasping his hands behind his back as he strode purposefully towards the villa. Inside, remnants of the forensic investigation still lingered. After surveying the area, Qinyang ultimately shook his head and exited. Sun Ping immediately approached him, inquiring, "What did you find? Is there any evidence that could exonerate my cousin?" Qinyang replied, "There is no direct evidence. It seems the only course of action is to summon the constables so they may witness the peril of the 7 burying ground with their own eyes. Only then will they believe Lin Hao is innocent. Is that feasible?" Sun Ping asked, biting her lip anxiously. "It is," Qinyang assured her. "I have an acquaintance who should be able to assist us. For now, let us return. This place is far too dangerous, especially for women like you. You must not linger here." Together, Qinyang and Sun Ping drove back. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Zhou Wei stood in a daze, glancing down at the string of prayer beads on his wrist. Suddenly, he fell to his knees, crying out in despair. He lamented his past decisions, regretting that he had not sought a talisman for his wife and that he had not moved sooner. As Qinyang had noted, he had sensed that the villa was tainted, with strange occurrences frequently taking place. Yet, he had dismissed these feelings and continued to reside there with his wife. In search of solace, he had even spent 30,000 on a protective prayer bead from Master Kong Hai. However, he had only thought of himself and had not foreseen the tragedy that would unfold so swiftly. The deaths of the nanny and his wife were indeed intertwined with his own choices. He should have relocated sooner. Wiping away his tears, Zhou Wei recalled Qinyang's earlier words and hurried into the house to gather his belongings, leaving behind the finest villa in the entire community. Meanwhile, Qinyang and Sun Ping returned to the garden community, where Lin Hao's family had gathered at Sun Tianji's residence. Upon seeing Qinyang's return, they crowded around him, eager for news. Qinyang spoke, "Tonight, I will take the case officer to the villa to witness the truth for themselves. They must understand that Lin Hao is not the murderer. The malevolent forces of that location are to blame. Only then can we save Lin Hao." Thank you, thank you." A woman grasped Qinyang's hand tightly, her eyes swollen from tears. "Your property management company, Jingxin, is truly remarkable. Dad, the management here is incredibly considerate." The woman was none other than Lin Hao's mother, Sun Qingqing. Qinyang waved his hand dismissively, not lingering any further. His assistance to Lin Hao was motivated not solely by Sun Tianji and Sun Ping, but also by Lin Hao's inherent sincerity and diligence. Such a person should not be condemned to a fate of imprisonment. After a moment's thought, Qinyang dialed Bai Hongliu's number. Bai Hongliu yawned and said, "Oh, Qinyang, I was just thinking of you. What do you need me for?" Qinyang asked, puzzled. Bai Hongliu responded with a smile. "I wanted to invite you to dinner. Regardless of the circumstances, I owe my current position to your contributions." "Ah, dinner? Very well, let us do it tonight then. I will pick you up from your workplace at 7. Bai Hongliu paused momentarily, asking, "You came to pick me up? How will you do that? Riding an electric bike?" "I have a car." After arranging the time, Qinyang set his phone aside. He opted for the evening, as it was during this hour that one could distinctly perceive the chilling aura of the 7 embrace. Qinyang procured cinnabar, a brush, and yellow talisman paper nearby, swiftly crafting several celestial eye talismans. Utilizing these talismans would allow for a brief awakening of the celestial eye, enabling him to glimpse malevolent entities. As the clock approached 7, Qinyang drove directly to Bai Hongliu's workplace. She had changed into a knee-length floral dress and stood by the roadside, radiating an exquisite beauty. Moreover, Qinyang was well aware that Bai Hongliu's allure extended beyond her outward appearance. Her complexion was remarkably fair. He halted the car, waving, "Over here, Bai, get in." Upon seeing Qinyang's Passat, Bai Hongliu was momentarily taken aback. She opened the passenger door and settled into her seat, astonishment etched on her face. "Oh my, this car is impressive. Quite upscale. Did you modify this Passat? Where did you get all this money?" she exclaimed, her surprise palpable. Qinyang, lacking knowledge of modifications, mumbled, "I simply bought it from a used car dealer. Now, let us head somewhere first. By the way, Bai, are you aware of the Lin Hao case?" Bai Hongliu nodded. "Yes, I know. I'm currently the captain of the criminal investigation team, and I oversee these cases. I didn't expect you to know about Lin Hao. What do you think his motive for murder was?" Upon hearing this, Qinyang felt relieved, grinning as he replied, "Today, I'll take you to explore his motive." "Really? That is wonderful." Bai Hongliu laughed, her joy evident. Lin Hao seems so unassuming. Who would have thought he committed 2 murders? Perhaps he had a quarrel with someone during renovations? Without further ado, Qinyang pressed the accelerator, heading straight for the Xinghe community. Nestled halfway up the mountain, the villa was now deserted. He parked at the entrance. At this moment, The surroundings were eerily silent. Bai Honglu looked at Qin Yang with curiosity. You brought me here to investigate a murder motive? Qin Yang nodded. He turned to Bai Honglu, stating earnestly, Bai, I will take you up the mountain next, to reveal the true cause of death. However, you must remain calm and composed. Bai Honglu nodded, rolling her eyes playfully. Of course, I want to be afraid. I graduated from a prestigious institution. I'm a genius. Last time, I even apprehended the notorious Duo Sha. What is there for me to fear? Qin Yang was taken aback. This foolish woman genuinely believed she could contend with the Duo Sha. Truly, ignorance was bliss. He grasped Bai Honglu's hand and led her towards the rugged hillside behind the villa. Upon reaching the slope, aided by the faint community lights, they could see the entire villa's silhouette. Qin Yang paused and extracted the talismans from his possession, declaring, I'm about to awaken your celestial eye. Remember, do not be afraid or panic upon seeing anything. Awaken the celestial eye? Bai Honglu replied, somewhat puzzled. At that moment, Qin Yang flicked his fingers, and the talisman in his hand ignited instantly. Qin Yang directed the talisman towards the very center of Bai Honglu's forehead. In the next moment, a brilliant light flickered into her eyes. Bai Honglu was startled, fearing that the burning yellow paper might scorch her head. However, to her astonishment, the talisman vanished in an instant. She pouted and exclaimed, Qin Yang, what nonsense are you up to? Have you brought your superstitions into the city? Qin Yang hushed her and pointed towards the hill behind the villa, saying, Look at that mound beneath the villa. Bai Honglu glanced over impatiently, but her expression suddenly froze. Subsequently, her hands and feet began to tremble involuntarily. She instinctively grasped Qin Yang's arm. Below, the land emitted a black mist. If that were all, it would suffice. But the ground appeared to be breathing, gently rising and falling. Bai Honglu nervously swallowed. Qin Yang, what on earth is happening? Why do I feel as though that land is alive? That is the 17 conception ground, Qin Yang quickly explained. If you look up, doesn't it resemble a pregnant belly? Surrounding it are 7 eerie shadows, gazing down upon the land. Bai Honglu turned to look, and indeed, it resembled a pregnant belly. The 7 shadows were distinctly visible. At the same time, there were strange silhouettes wandering nearby, clearly not human. Could it be that this place is unclean? Bai Honglu finally believed him. Qin Yang sighed in relief. Yes, it is exceedingly unclean. This 17 conception ground is one of the most perilous formations in feng shui. Therefore, the deaths within the villa were not due to the chandelier falling, but rather the influence of this feng shui formation. For the 17 conception ground to fully mature, it requires the nourishment of at least 7 souls in a short period. 2 have already perished here. If 5 more were to die, it would be extremely dangerous. What would happen then? Bai Honglu asked, trembling. Does this mean the stone fetus will be born? Qin Yang nodded emphatically, indeed. If the ghostly fetus of the 17 conception ground truly matures, the consequences would be terrifying. Bai Honglu turned and urgently inquired. What if it really is born? What will emerge? Qin Yang shook his head. I cannot say. It could be a carefully orchestrated zombie or malevolent spirit. Or it might be a natural manifestation of the universe, producing entities like phantoms or mountain spirits. In any case, once born, it would be exceedingly perilous. Bai Honglu gasped, quickly asking Qin Yang, what is it? Have we been discovered? No, it's your face. You are about to face a calamity, Qin Yang said, astonished, gazing at Bai Honglu. She felt exasperated. They had met 3 times, and each time Qin Yang had warned her of impending bloodshed. It was clear that he was a harbinger of disaster. Bai Honglu, filled with indignation, turned to Qin Yang and exclaimed, What are you dawdling for? Hurry back. Do you truly intend to wait until I meet with calamity? Qin Yang shook his head in response. Why are you shaking your head? Bai Honglu said, her voice laced with irritation. With a sigh, Qin Yang remarked, It's too late. Bai Honglu was taken aback, when suddenly she felt a sharp pain in her thigh. The excruciating agony compelled her to scream. Shoo! Qin Yang quickly covered her mouth, urging, Quiet down. What has happened? I've been bitten by something. Bai Honglu trembled with pain. Qin Yang swiftly glanced at her back, where a completely black, pointed-nosed snake was crawling. It's a sharp-nosed viper, what we refer to in the countryside as the 5-step snake, highly venomous, he explained. In a swift motion, he grasped the viper by its neck and crushed it to death. 5-step snake? Upon hearing this, Bai Honglu's eyes brimmed with tears. I don't want to die. Quickly, call for an ambulance. No need, Qin Yang said, adopting a serious tone. This entirely black snake has moderate toxicity. If it were one with patterns, you'd likely have less than 20 minutes to live. This black one, however, you'll survive for at least 3 hours. Rest assured. 3 hours. Bai Honglu, exasperated, exclaimed, I'm on the verge of death, and you're still jesting. Hurry and call the hospital to prepare an antidote. Seeing her pale face, Qinyang couldn't help but chuckle. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, all right, I'm done teasing you. With me here. You want to die from something as trivial as this. I will extract the venom and apply the snake's blood to your wound, and you'll be fine. Ridiculous. It's a venomous snake. Bai Honglu cursed. Isn't its blood even more toxic? Qinyang promptly lifted Bai Honglu, stating, you, my dear, are quite lovely yet lack knowledge. The venom is secreted from its fangs and has no connection to its blood to prevent self-poisoning. Venomous snakes possess detoxifying properties within their blood. They soon arrived at Zhou Wei's villa. Upon turning on the lights, Qinyang set Bai Honglu down on the sofa, reassuring her, rest easy. In our countryside, we often deal with snake bites and leeches. I have plenty of experience. Bai Honglu, now drenched in sweat, was overwhelmed with anxiety. She disregarded all else and insisted, fine, I'll trust you one more time, but I must call the hospital first to send an ambulance. Qinyang procured a small amount of snake blood and began to extract the venom from Bai Honglu's wound. She, too anxious to object, allowed him to proceed. Once completed, he mixed the snake blood with her injury. There, you can take a nap and you'll be all right, Qinyang said confidently. Yet, Bai Honglu felt uneasy. She had already noticed her breathing becoming labored and her limbs weak. She understood this was a sign of the venom spreading, and it was the most deadly neurotoxin. This toxin could claim a life in an instant. Leaning against the sofa, Bai Honglu's eyes brimmed with tears as she reflected upon her life. If she were to perish, the individual she would feel most remorseful towards would undoubtedly be her parents. Both were accomplished individuals, yet after entering high school, she had begun to rebel, leading to a strained relationship with them. Should she survive, she vowed to humbly reconcile with her parents. Qinyang, if I were to die, please convey to my parents that I love them. I have regretted choosing this profession. My physique is too alluring, and my courage too feeble. Although I have diligently practiced my marksmanship and achieved first place in shooting competitions, I still consider myself an inadequate law enforcer. I should have heeded their advice and pursued a career as a lawyer. As she spoke, her body stiffened, engulfed by fear, and she broke down in tears. Qinyang, observing Bai Honglu's distress, chuckled heartily. Fear not, Bai, your timidity is quite notable. This is merely a sign that the venom from the snake is beginning to take effect. In 3 minutes, you shall be completely well. Bai Honglu regarded him with skepticism, her expression one of indignation. I truly have met with misfortune encountering you. Each time we cross paths, it seems to be accompanied by calamity. First, you bore witness to my vulnerable state. Then, you performed artificial respiration on me, and now, once again, you have led me into yet another predicament. Oh, woe is me. In despair, Bai Honglu closed her eyes. After a moment, she opened them to discover that she could move her body. The numbness was rapidly dissipating. Wait, am I truly healed? She exclaimed with surprise. Qinyang, holding the snake, replied, as I mentioned, we rural folk are often bitten by snakes. We possess ample experience in treating such venom. Now, let us return. Tomorrow at noon, we shall bring explosives to blast open this 7-ene embryo, releasing the stagnant energy. All will be well. At that moment, an ambulance had arrived at the entrance of the residential complex. Bai Honglu boarded the ambulance for a medical examination, while Qinyang drove, clutching the black-bellied viper, heading straight for the garden community. Outside the property management office of the garden community, Su Jing awaited Qinyang. Dressed in a professional attire and holding a light blue handbag, she bore an expression tinged with helplessness. Continuing down this path was ultimately unsustainable. Su Wentao lurked with predatory intent, ever ready to coerce her into marrying into the Mi family. Now, he had even resorted to demolishing his own house. What else might he be capable of? Sighing softly, Su Jing lamented the difficulty of living freely. Her striking beauty undoubtedly brought certain advantages, yet it also ushered in a multitude of troubles and a lack of autonomy. Just then, a black Passat screeched to a halt beside her. Qinyang waved enthusiastically, exclaiming, Wife, get in. I have 2 surprises for you today. Upon witnessing Qinyang's endearing demeanor, Su Jing couldn't help but laugh. She realized that ever since his arrival, he had resolved many of her dilemmas. More importantly, being with Qinyang brought her joy and freedom, allowing her to relax completely without the burden of wearing a mask. Though he was merely an unschooled villager from the mountains, he had become her refuge. However, he possesses certain qualities that can evoke joy and laughter, which no level of education can replace. Su Jing opened the car door and took a seat, inquiring, "What surprise? Just the two of us? Without even a place to stay? Where could there be a surprise?" Qinyang chuckled, pressed the accelerator, and steered the car into the garden community. "Hey, it's after work hours. Why are you bringing me to the community?" Su Jing frowned. Qinyang grinned. "This is your first surprise." He led Su Jing to the Lu family's villa and came to a halt. A look of confusion spread across Su Jing's face. At that moment, the security camera at the community entrance captured Qinyang's license plate, causing the gate to open automatically. A voice announced, "Welcome home, Master." "Master?" Su Jing stared at Qinyang in utter astonishment. After parking the car, Qinyang proudly declared, "Yes, from this moment on, this villa belongs to both of us. Hurry, go see if you like the interior decoration." "What?" Su Jing alighted from the car. Skepticism etched on her face as she approached the villa's entrance. As she reached the door, a facial recognition system activated, and with a click, the door lock unlocked automatically. Upon entering the villa, the intelligent lighting illuminated the space. Su Jing was taken aback. She quickly turned around, furrowing her brow at Qinyang. "What on earth are you doing? This villa belongs to the Lu family. How has it now become ours? Did you secretly renovate it and change the security system behind their backs?" Qinyang immediately shook his head. "Don't worry, my dear. This villa was gifted to me by Lu Ran. As you know, Lu's elder was wronged, and I happened to heal him, so they offered us this villa. Of course, the ownership remains with them, but we can stay here for as long as we wish." Still somewhat unconvinced, Su Jing took out her phone and hastily messaged Lu Ran for confirmation. Soon, Lu Ran politely replied, affirming that the villa was indeed entrusted to Qinyang for his discretion. "Oh my goodness, are we really going to live in a villa? The decor is simply exquisite." Su Jing exclaimed, her previous worries dissipating entirely. Qinyang chuckled, standing tall. "In our countryside, when one marries, a new house is typically built. Although I haven't constructed a new home, renovating this villa is quite close. Wouldn't you agree? In the future, when we have a son, he can occupy the guest room on the second floor, and if we have twins, we'll prepare the third floor, and if triplets come along, it will be a lively household." "Be quiet." Su Jing shot a look at Qinyang. "You have such fanciful thoughts." Qinyang, momentarily taken aback, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "My dear, you are remarkably knowledgeable. I always thought I was the only one who appreciated classical poetry, yet here you are." Su Jing, exasperated, tapped her forehead. "That's not classical poetry. It's a pun. In any case, stop daydreaming. I will occupy the southern room on the second floor, and you will take the northern one." Qinyang pouted but then smiled. "I have a second surprise for you." Another surprise?" Su Jing inquired playfully. "What is it?" "Look, a sharp-nosed viper." Qinyang retrieved a black cobra, over a meter in length, from the bag behind him. Su Jing couldn't help but scream in sheer terror, her face paling as she collapsed onto the sofa, pointing accusatorily at Qinyang. With a chuckle, Qinyang remarked, "Tonight, we shall feast on snake soup. This delicacy is highly esteemed. As the old saying goes, a bowl of venomous snake soup guarantees the birth of twins. Haha. Indulging in this will surely bless us with a pair of chubby little ones after our marriage." Hearing this, Su Jing felt an overwhelming urge to bang her head against the wall. Yet, lost in the joy of their new abode, she chose to ignore Qinyang. She dashed around, exploring the entire villa with unbridled enthusiasm, especially captivated by the swimming pool. Unable to contain herself, she rushed to the community supermarket to purchase a swimsuit. Upon returning to the villa, she eagerly changed into her swimwear and leaped into the pool. A large canopy overhead ensured privacy from prying neighbors while also preventing dust from tainting the water. After swimming a few laps, Su Jing finally felt refreshed. Meanwhile, Qinyang prepared the snake soup and stood at the door, intending to call Su Jing for dinner. But upon seeing her emerge from the pool, her wet hair cascading over her shoulders and her enchanting figure on display, he suddenly contemplated the possibility of advancing their wedding date. The following day, Qinyang awoke to the raucous sound of music blaring near his ear. Rubbing his eyes, he made his way upstairs, discovering Su Jing already in the exercise room, following a yoga instructor on video. "Up so early?" he yawned. Su Jing winked at him. "Come, join me for yoga. I always dreamed of having a dedicated training space at home, and now it's a reality." Qinyang approached her and began practicing yoga alongside her. However, He soon found himself struggling to continue, as Su Jing's exquisite form was too distracting. Certain yoga poses nearly caused him to nosebleed. What's wrong? Su Jing asked, puzzled. I think I overindulged in the snake soup. It's making me feel a bit heated, Chen Yang stammered, hastily waving his hand. I'll take my leave. Su Jing paused, then burst into laughter. You really ought to find a girlfriend, you know. Chen Yang pouted in irritation. After breakfast, Chen Yang called Bai Honglu. Hey, is your leg better? Let us head back to Xinghe community and blow up that cursed site while it's still noon. Bai Honglu replied curtly, I'm not going. I reported everything to Boss Shin yesterday. He'll be taking a team with him to handle it today. I can't stand seeing you again. Every encounter brings me misfortune. As a young woman, I feel like I'm being dragged through the mud by you. Chen Yang was left speechless. Bai Honglu continued. By the way, Lin Hao has been released. The case has been dropped. In any case, hurry and eliminate that pregnant site. Boss Shin will reward you with a Brave Act award, worth 10,000 yuan. What? A 10,000 yuan reward? Is that for real? Certainly. Here is the refined and improved translation of the provided text. Very well. I shall resolve the matter by noon today. Chen Yang exclaimed, suddenly invigorated. He ended the call, entered his vehicle, and sped towards the Star River Villa. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, he found Xinchong awaiting him, accompanied by 3 team members. Xinchong, the chief of the Qingzhou City Constabulary, nodded at Chun Yang and remarked, Mr. Chun, I have already heard a detailed account of the peculiar occurrences here from Bai Honglu yesterday. Where shall we commence our efforts? Chen Yang gestured towards the villa, stating, This villa is precisely situated at the navel of the 7-in conception site. Therefore, we should drill a hole from the rear of the villa. At precisely noon today, we shall break the mountain and allow the sunlight to penetrate, thereby alleviating the situation. Xinchong nodded, exhaling deeply. Very well, let us proceed swiftly. The fact that 7 people have perished in 3 days is indeed highly abnormal. Chen Yang also sighed. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he turned hurriedly to Xinchong. Wait, Mr. Shun, what did you say? 7 people have died. I thought it was only 2. Xinchong shook his head. Do not mention it. Last night, outside this villa, 5 grave robbers perished. Apparently, they were quite notorious, internationally recognized thieves. It is astonishing that they met their end here. 7 souls have departed. We may already be too late. Chen Yang murmured, his brow knitted in concern. 7 lives lost within 3 days implied that the 7-in conception had ripened, and it was highly likely that malevolent entities had already escaped. Chen Yang retrieved 4 golden talismans from his bag, concealing them within his sleeve. He addressed Xinchong and the others. Mr. Shun, stay close to me. This area is perilous, even in daylight. We must first access the villa and detonate the mountainside. As for the malevolent entity, that may prove to be more troublesome. Xinchong, unable to comprehend fully, could only nod repeatedly, trailing closely behind Chen Yang. One of the younger men beside Xinchong displayed a hint of disdain, muttering under his breath, What a charlatan! Not only did he deceive Bai Honglu, but now he seeks to con the chief as well. Humph. Xiao Wang, silence yourself. Xinchong barked in irritation. Wang Lu immediately sealed his lips, deterred from speaking further. Yet his discontent festered. He held Qin Yang in low regard, but was perturbed to discover that Bai Honglu and Qin Yang were acquainted and evidently on amicable terms. This revelation troubled him deeply. Bai Honglu was the goddess of his heart, a pursuit he had long chased in vain, only to find that Qin Yang had gained her favor first. The 5 men, laden with explosives, were on the verge of entering the villa when, upon crossing the threshold, a furious voice bellowed, What are you doing? Thieves, dare to pilfer from my abode. You seek your demise. The reprimand echoed from within the villa. Qin Yang looked up and chuckled. To his surprise, it was the old trickster, Ma Jiuyang. Ma Jiuyang approached, cursing as he came. Out. Out. How dare you intrude upon my home in broad daylight, possessing such audacity? Xinchong furrowed his brow and, with a respectful gesture, addressed Ma Jiuyang. Greetings, master. It appears this house belongs to Mr. Zhou Wei, does it not? Ma Jiuyang, with a proud tilt of his chin, replied, It once belonged to Zhou Wei. But as of this morning, it has been transferred to me. This luxurious villa now rightfully belongs to Ma Jiuyang. Qin Yang could not suppress a laugh as he turned to Ma Jiuyang and said, Master Ma, are you not the one renowned for deceiving others? How is it that you now find yourself deceived? This is a thoroughly cursed house. Acquiring it would surely cost you your life. Ma Jiuyang, upon seeing Qin Yang, was momentarily taken aback, and his expression darkened further. The last encounter in the hospital, when he had duped the Liu family regarding the treatment of old Master Liu, had almost been exposed by Qin Yang. He never anticipated encountering this little rascal again. Get out, you little scoundrel. I have inspected this house. It is nestled by the mountains and water, surrounded by auspicious signs. How could it possibly be a cursed dwelling? Ma Jiuyang erupted in anger towards Qin Yang. Beside him, Xinchong quickly interjected, Wait, Master Ma, this house truly is cursed. We are here today to blast open the ground beneath it, allowing sunlight to penetrate. What? You intend to blow up my villa? Get out immediately. I don't care who you are. You have no right to demolish my property. I just spent 2 million cash to buy it. If you destroy it, you will owe me. Ma Jiuyang, seething with rage, expelled Xinchong and Qin Yang from his presence. Observing the change in Ma Jiuyang's demeanor, Qin Yang chuckled and quickly said, Wait, Master Ma, here is my business card. Please take it. Ma Jiuyang paused, taking the card and glancing at it. It read, Qin Yang, Chief of Security and Head of the Butler Team, Jingxin Property Management. Phone, 181-0531. Furrowing his brow, Ma Jiuyang retorted angrily, A property management company? Why are you giving me your card? I have no need for your services. You will need it. Judging by your features, the space between your eyebrows is tinged with a bloody hue, indicating impending doom. Furthermore, the aura around your ears is dark, and the ground beneath is ominously green, a classic sign of encountering spirits. I am not just a property manager, but also an exorcist. When danger arises, call me. Qin Yang hastily explained to Ma Jiuyang. Upon hearing this, Ma Jiuyang raised his hand, ready to tear up Qin Yang's business card. Qin Yang shrugged and said, If you tear it, your demise is inevitable. With a sly smile, he turned and departed with Xinchong and the others. Bang! Ma Jiuyang slammed the door shut in a fit of rage. He was furious to have spent 2 million on a property worth 5 million, only to encounter such distressing news on the very first day. In his anger, he tossed Qin Yang's card into the trash and resumed cleaning the villa. As he reached the backyard, Ma Jiuyang continued to mutter curses, wishing ill upon Qin Yang. He picked up a hoe and began to uproot some weeds. Suddenly, with a strike of the hoe, blood oozed from the ground. What? Ma Jiuyang was momentarily stunned, rubbing his eyes and gazing at the earth. The blood continued to bubble up. What on earth was happening? His lips quivered in disbelief. In the next moment, the sky darkened and ominous clouds obscured the sun. Everything around him transformed. Ma Jiuyang felt as if he was standing in a desolate wilderness, and when he looked up, he saw an endless expanse of grassy hills. In the distance, dark clouds loomed, connecting with the ground below. From time to time, hurricanes would whip up withered branches. Suddenly, a tiger's roar echoed behind him. Ma Jiuyang hurriedly turned around and was confronted by a massive striped tiger, over 2 meters long, drooling and glaring at him. Oh no! Ma Jiuyang fled forward. The tiger lunged, pouncing towards him. Wait, something isn't right. Although Ma Jiuyang was a deceiver, he had also studied basic Taoist arts and was accustomed to various supernatural occurrences. In that moment, despite his fear, he retained a glimmer of rationality. I have encountered a ghost. This villa is truly unclean. A cry of pain escaped Ma Jiuyang's lips as the tiger sank its teeth into his leg, an excruciating agony coursing through him. This cannot be an illusion, can it? Why does it hurt so much? Could it be a mountain demon? Without further thought, he trembled and retrieved a precious ancient talisman from his bosom, muttering incantations. Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe lends its power, guiding the winds and thunder. With my body, I summon the eradication of demons, swift as the divine mandate. Suddenly, the talisman ignited, transforming into a silver lightning bolt that struck outwards. In an instant, the tiger vanished, and the wilderness dissipated. He found himself back in the backyard. At that moment, Ma Jiuyang noticed a small figure resembling a monkey not far from him. The creature had a yellow beak and a monkey-like face, adorned with a straw hat, standing upright with an eerie smile, exuding a sinister aura. Indeed, it was the mountain demon. Ma Jiuyang nearly wet himself and turned to flee towards the front yard. However, the grand door had vanished, and everything around him twisted grotesquely. This is bad. My master said that mountain demons are formed from miasma, adept at creating illusions and hungry for human flesh. Am I to perish here? Right. What about that property manager's business card? Ma Jiuyang frantically dove into the garbage pile, rummaging desperately. Outside the villa, Xinchong sighed and turned to Qin Yang, saying, Mr. Chun, what shall we do now? 7 people have already died in this villa. If more perish, not only will I lose my official cap, but all of us managing Qingzhou will also be in jeopardy. Xinyang shook his head and replied, Do not panic, Lord Xin. That trickster will soon call me for assistance. Wang Lu, standing beside Xin Chong, scoffed, Xinyang, you're overly confident. That old man, I happen to know, is a descendant of the Ma family, renowned as Master Ma. Have you seen My Date with a Zombie? The story of Ma Xiaoling is based on the affairs of Master Ma Jiuyang's family. Upon hearing Wang Li's words, Xin Chong and the others turned, astonished. Is that true? The old man has such a significant background? It seems the Ma family indeed has a legacy of exorcism. Could Master Ma be the son of Ma Xiaoling? I adored that show. Ma Xiaoling had such beautiful legs. Wang Lu waved his hand dismissively, boasting, Don't get distracted by legs. What I say is true. Master Ma not only hails from a family of ghostbusters, but has also studied at Wudong and Maoshan. The last time the venerable Lu from Qingzhou fell gravely ill, it was Master Ma who healed him. What? Lu Rushan's ailment was cured by Master Ma? Xin Chong raised an eyebrow. A mix of surprise and admiration evident in his expression. I am aware of Lu Rushan's condition. Not long ago, I had the opportunity to see him. He was indeed on the brink of death, but recently I have heard news of his recovery, all thanks to Master Ma. Xin Chong rose to his feet, his words brimming with joy. If that is the case, then Master Ma Juyang's expertise must be exceptional. He will undoubtedly be able to resolve this murder incident at the villa. Wang Lu spoke with evident pride. Of course. In any case, Shen Laoda, you need not place your trust in a mere inexperienced youth. It is only because Bai Honglu is new to the field and has yet to see the world that he was deceived by someone like Qin Yang. Haha. Qin Yang cast a sardonic glance at Wang Lu. Are you quite certain that old Master Lu's illness was cured by Ma Juyang? Nonsense. I can assure you of this. Wang Lu stood tall, confidence radiating from him. This matter was recounted in person by Ma Juyang. Prior to his visit, old Master Lu was on the verge of death. Yet within mere days of Ma's arrival, the old gentleman made a remarkable recovery. Xinyang found himself at a loss for words. This Ma Juyang certainly had a talent for embellishment. However, despite the old man's propensity for deceit, he indeed possessed some genuine treasures. Just moments ago, as I approached Ma Juyang, I sensed a peculiar aura emanating from him. It stirred the furnace within my dantian into a rapid tremor. It must surely be something of great value. With his phone in hand, Xinyang awaited a call. He was certain that Master Ma would reach out. Of course, should he fail to do so, it would result in a missed opportunity. Meanwhile, Wang Lu spoke to Xin Chong and the others. Shen Laoda, I propose we directly seek out Master Ma at the villa and request his assistance in resolving this matter, which would surely be more effective than following Chun Yang's misguided directives. It is not that I look down upon him. It is merely that Qin Yang is too young and inexperienced. Bai Honglu recommended him, but that was only because he too is young and naive. Now that we know Master Ma is here, it would be prudent to invite him to address this peculiar incident at the villa. Xin Chong pondered Wang Li's words, feeling swayed. Indeed, in terms of appearance, age, and reputation, Master Ma Juyang was far more suitable than Qin Yang. Just as Xin Chong was about to speak, Qin Yang's phone rang. He promptly activated the speakerphone. Casting a disdainful glance at Wang Lu, he addressed the phone. This is Jingxin Property Company. I am Master Chen. Master Chen, please help me. I am Ma Juyang. I beg you to save me. I do not wish to die. Please hurry. I will agree to any conditions. Ma Juyang's desperate cries echoed from the other end. Qin Yang chuckled and replied, Hold on for just 10 more seconds. I will be there shortly. I cannot hold on any longer. 5 seconds is all I can manage. Ma Juyang's agonized screams rang out. Qin Yang ended the call, turning to face Wang Lu. Wang Li's complexion turned pale, disbelief washing over him. He could not fathom how the renowned Master Ma Juyang would actually seek assistance from Qin Yang. Xin Chong hurriedly interjected. Qin Yang, it seems that Ma Juyang is in peril. We must rush to his aid. Stay here. I shall venture forth alone, Qin Yang declared. Leaping over the wall of the villa's courtyard, an awkward silence enveloped Xin Chong and Wang Lu, with Xin Chong casting a reproachful glare at Wang Lu, silently chastising him for his loose tongue. Fortunately, Qin Yang was not one to harbor grudges. Otherwise, another life might have been lost today. Wang Lu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, but found himself at a loss for words. Within the villa's courtyard, Qin Yang soon located Ma Juyang, who lay amidst a heap of refuse, clutching an enigmatic turtle shell adorned with blood-red symbols. These markings were not mere faces, but rather a peculiar form of twisted script. Trembling in fear, Ma Zhuyang clung to the shell as if it were his only lifeline. Nearby, a monkey-faced mountain demon lurked. But Qin Yang dismissed it with a mere glance. It posed no threat to him. His entire focus was captivated by the ghostly turtle shell in Ma Zhuyang's grasp. Simultaneously, within Chun Yang's dantian, the mysterious bronze cauldron spun rapidly, vibrating with an otherworldly hum, a manifestation of a profound yearning that resonated deep within his soul. Akin to a desperate mother finally reuniting with her long-lost child. Chun Yang swallowed hard and approached Ma Zhuyang, who remained ensnared in his terror, wailing in despair. "Hey, Master Ma, I'm here," Chun Yang called out. Ma Zhuyang weakly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Chun Yang, tears streamed down his face. "Master Chun, please save me," he implored, extending a frail hand. Chun Yang nodded, responding, "I shall save you. But first, you must acknowledge your earlier slights against me, claiming that Lu Russian was your patient and usurping my credit." Caught in a hallucinatory state, Ma Zhuyang managed to utter, "I was wrong, truly wrong. Please save me. If I perish in this illusion, I shall die in reality as well. The mountain demon is terrifying. It will devour me." Chun Yang suppressed his excitement and continued, "Very well, relinquish the turtle shell you hold, and I will rescue you." "This shell is a treasured heirloom of the Ma family," Ma Zhuyang protested weakly. Chun Yang feigned a turn to depart. "All right, I shall give it to you. Master Chen, please save me," Ma Zhuyang cried out hastily. Without further ado, Chun Yang stepped forward and snatched the turtle shell from Ma Zhuyang's grasp. Immediately, he turned and unleashed a lightning talisman towards the mountain demon. "Boundless heavens, grant me your power. With my body, I summon the thunder to vanquish evil, as commanded." A brilliant golden lightning bolt descended from the heavens, striking the mountain demon's head. Though both he and Ma Zhuyang wielded the same lightning talisman and incantation, Chun Yang's incantation was tenfold swifter, and the golden lightning he summoned was exponentially more potent. With a resounding crack, the bolt cleaved through the mountain demon's yellow hat, eliciting a howl of rage. The mountain demon let out a piercing scream, glaring furiously at Chun Yang before leaping into the air, transforming into a cloud of black smoke, and vanishing into the backyard. In an instant, Ma Zhuyang also escaped from the illusion. He clung to Chun Yang's leg, sobbing uncontrollably. "Thank you, Master Chun. However, that turtle shell is worthless. You don't need it. Please return it to me. Otherwise, I would be betraying my ancestors of the Ma family." Ma Zhuyang, holding on to Chun Yang's leg, cried out in desperation. He had lost all sense of shame and only wished to reclaim the ancestral turtle shell. The specific purpose of the turtle shell was a mystery, even to Ma Zhuyang's great-grandfather. Yet, the shell had been passed down through generations of the Ma family. Before every generation's demise, they would instruct their descendants to safeguard this turtle shell, for it concealed a profound secret. Although no one had known what that secret was for many years, Ma Zhuyang, relieved from danger, immediately resorted to shamelessness. Chun Yang paid no heed to Ma Zhuyang, for within him, the cauldron was trembling violently, even emitting a low hum. Simultaneously, the ghostly turtle shell in Chun Yang's hand was quivering rapidly. What could this mean? The ancestral turtle shell of the Ma family seemed to be linked to the cauldron in my dantian. Chun Yang furrowed his brow in contemplation. He had stumbled upon the cauldron in the dry well of his backyard when he was 18. After accidentally injuring his head, he bled onto the cauldron, which then entered his dantian. Over the years, the presence of the cauldron had significantly accelerated Chun Yang's cultivation. Most importantly, after the cauldron entered, the inner energy within Chun Yang transformed into a golden hue. With this golden inner energy, Chun Yang not only excelled in observing and discerning energies, but also surpassed his grandfather in talisman creation and divination. Now, Chun Yang was astonished to discover that the cauldron resonated with the turtle shell from Ma Zhuyang's family. Gritting his teeth, he made a decisive move. He raised his finger, bit it, and smeared the blood onto the turtle shell. In the next moment, the turtle shell erupted into a streak of black light, which surged directly into Chun Yang's body. The light entered his dantian, and with a loud crack, the turtle shell aligned perfectly with the cauldron. The cauldron featured 9 curved surfaces, and upon the turtle shell's entry, it immediately occupied the central curve. In the following second, that particular surface of the cauldron transformed into a bizarre blood-red hue. Simultaneously, a crimson flame ignited from the cauldron, engulfing Chun Yang's dantian. "Ah!" Chun Yang screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. He felt as if countless silver needles had pierced into his brain, each one coursing with electricity. A multitude of electrified silver needles jabbed chaotically within his mind. Ah! Chen Yang cried out in torment, his body convulsing violently. Beads of sweat pouring from him as if he had just emerged from water. Master Chen, what is happening to you? Ma Zhuyang hurriedly shook Chen Yang. Chen Yang was on the brink of fainting, utterly unable to respond. Upon noticing this, Ma Zhuyang promptly turned Chen Yang over. He muttered anxiously, Master Chen, please wake up. Are you all right? Despite his words of concern, Ma Zhuyang's hands did not cease their frantic search. He pried open Chen Yang's hands, finding nothing. He rummaged through Chen Yang's pockets, yielding no results. He emptied Chen Yang's backpack, yet still found nothing. Wait, where's the turtle shell? Where is our Ma family's turtle shell? Without a moment's hesitation, Ma Zhuyang began tearing at Chen Yang's clothing. He stripped Chen Yang down to a pair of gray-blue shorts. But still, the turtle shell eluded him. Could it have fallen to the ground? Ma Zhuyang scoured the area, but the ground yielded nothing. At that moment, Xinchong and others rushed in. Ma Zhuyang quickly stood, adopting an air of superiority as he declared, esteemed guests. Master Chun has suffered a seizure due to excessive use of talismans. I have administered treatment, and he should be fine now. I shall no longer require this villa. Feel free to handle it as you see fit. With that, Ma Zhuyang swept away dramatically, leaving the others perplexed. Hadn't Qinyang come to rescue Master Ma? How had the roles reversed, with Master Ma now saving Qinyang? Wang Lu, unable to contain himself, scoffed, See, I told you. Master Ma is the true expert. Perhaps that earlier call was merely a ploy by Qinyang. Xinchong shot Wang Lu a glare, admonishing him to be silent. Qinyang appears to be in great distress. We must move him to a safe place outside. The group carefully carried Qinyang, along with his clothing, out of the villa. Inside Qinyang's mind, countless electrical currents crackled and surged, causing immense pain. Just as he believed he could endure no longer and was on the verge of death, the agony abruptly ceased. The currents faded away. Slowly, Qinyang opened his eyes, the sunlight feeling exceptionally piercing. Wait, is that you, old Xin? What are you doing here? Qinyang hastily rose, his expression shifting to confusion. Why are you removing my clothes? Xinchong quickly replied, Qinyang, do not move. Forget about your clothes for now. We've called an ambulance. We must get you to the hospital. Your head is covered in blood and sweat, and it smells foul. Something must be wrong with you. Blood and sweat. Qinyang wiped his forehead and discovered dark, congealed blood on his hand. Could this be the result of my mental fortitude being refined? A surge of excitement coursed through him. He immediately glanced around, and to his astonishment, he found that his vision had sharpened immensely, allowing him to clearly spot a mosquito several kilometers away at the entrance of the community. Simultaneously, his hearing and sense of smell had transformed. He could detect a myriad of scents and perceive ultrasonic and infrasonic waves that were imperceptible to the average person. It was indeed true. That old trickster Ma Zhuyang, with his ancestral turtle shell, had bestowed upon him such remarkable benefits. Upon the fusion of the turtle shell and the cauldron, my mental prowess surged to an extraordinary level. My current mental strength is nothing short of formidable. Qinyang leaped to his feet, donned his attire, and glanced at the time before addressing Xinchong. It's getting late. We must eliminate that mountain demon promptly. If we wait until nightfall and it escapes, we will be in grave trouble. Qinyang proceeded to the backyard, explaining as he walked. This place, known as the 17 Pregnant Earth, has birthed a recently matured mountain demon. These demons excel at crafting illusions, are bloodthirsty, and possess shape-shifting abilities. In short, it must be eradicated today. Xinchong nodded, feeling a growing admiration and respect for Qinyang. Upon reaching the backyard, they immediately began to dig a hole and fill it with explosives. Meanwhile, Qinyang swiftly inscribed thunder-evoking talismans. The mountain demon, born from the miasma of the mountains, fears thunder the most. With several thunder-evoking talismans, it could be struck down instantly. Qinyang hastily crafted a dozen talismans. At that moment, an explosion resounded as the 17 Pregnant Earth was blasted open. Armed with the talismans, Qinyang approached the entrance, took a deep breath, and leaped down into the depths. He was determined to vanquish the mountain demon completely. Xinchong, witnessing Qinyang's resolute actions, felt a wave of admiration and emotion. Though Qinyang hailed from a rural background, his strong sense of responsibility and eagerness to help others set him apart from those with higher education and status. No wonder Hong Lu referred to him as a reliable feng shui master. It was indeed true. The other team members nodded in agreement, expressing their admiration. Wang Lu let out a jealous huff, unable to voice any rebuttal. At this moment, equipped with a flashlight and a gas mask, Chunyang descended into the underground realm. Brimming with confidence, his recent surge in mental power allowed him to sense the dangers lurking within the cave. The flashlight illuminated the mountain's interior. Here lies the origin of the 17 pregnant earth. Beneath the mountain's belly, an emptiness pervaded, filled with miasmic fog. It was no wonder that the mountain demon thrived in such an environment. The sheer volume of miasma was staggering, had my mental strength not suddenly elevated. Venturing into such treacherous terrain would have been perilous indeed. Chunyang mused as he continued deeper into the cavern. Before long, he sensed the presence of the mountain demon ahead. Suddenly, the surroundings transformed into a marsh. Chunyang felt himself sinking further. "Is this the extent of your tricks?" he scoffed, dismissively waving his hand. The marsh evaporated instantly. With his heightened mental strength, his resistance to various illusions had multiplied. The mountain demon, still unaware, was desperately attempting to conjure more illusions. With the invocation of ancient powers, Chunyang declared, "Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe lends its law. I wield the might of the heavens, summoning thunder to smite the demon, swift as the decree commands." In an instant, he flicked his fingers, and several thunder-evoking talismans fell upon the mountain demon's head. Bolts of heavenly thunder erupted from thin air, striking down upon the demon. With a resounding crash, the mountain demon disintegrated into smoke, vanishing completely. Chunyang let out a sigh of relief. Lost in a moment of self-reflection, he exclaimed, "The tortoise shell from the Ma family has been an immense boon to me. The enhancement of my mental acuity has not only broadened my vision and sharpened my hearing, but has also allowed me to master the arts of talismans with greater precision and speed. Previously, I could only employ a maximum of 2 thunder-calling talismans at a time. Now, I can effortlessly ignite 5. When we next meet, I must express my gratitude to that old man, Ma Juyang. Upon the cauldron, there are 9 curved surfaces, one of which is occupied by the tortoise shell from the Ma family. Does this imply that there are 8 other tortoise shells that could resonate with the cauldron residing in my dantian? Nonetheless, what is the cause of the eerie emptiness in this valley? Why is there such a dense miasma?" Chunyang hesitated for a moment before advancing further, his flashlight illuminating the cavern's depths. With his keen eyesight, he pierced through the miasma to discern his surroundings. This does not appear to be a naturally formed cave. Rather, it seems to be hewn by human hands. Yet, the scale of this excavation is astonishing. Are there steps here? What lies below? Chunyang descended the steps, continuing his journey downwards for over 100 meters. Suddenly, he encountered a wedding bed, a magnificent and exquisite bridal couch crafted from golden silk nanmo. Surrounding the bed were bright red double happiness characters, adorned with crimson curtains. A faint, fragrant aroma wafted into Chunyang's nostrils, penetrating through his gas mask. What a curious sight, a wedding bed. Chunyang's bewilderment deepened. At that moment, the curtains of the wedding bed were drawn aside, revealing a woman clad in a resplendent red wedding robe, her stunning visage captivating all. She smiled radiantly at Chunyang. "My dear, you have finally arrived." Chunyang's mind exploded in disbelief. His eyes widened as he beheld the bride, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Jing. But how could Su Jing possibly be underground? What on earth is happening? His heart raced uncontrollably, and his thoughts began to swirl chaotically, buzzing in his head. He felt an overwhelming urge to retreat, to flee from this bewildering scene. Yet, his body felt as if it had been ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him immobile. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he gasped for breath, biting down on his tongue until it bled. Yet, he discovered that he remained utterly unable to move. "My dear, what are you waiting for? If we miss the auspicious moment, it would bode ill for us both." The woman giggled playfully, exuding an enchanting charm. Chunyang's forehead became slick with perspiration. His body, seemingly possessed, involuntarily stepped toward the woman. "No, I must not advance. There is danger here. What in the world is going on? I must escape." Chunyang shouted desperately, yet he could not command his own legs. Just then, a powerful vibration resonated from within his dantian. The cauldron trembled violently. A thread of golden internal energy emanated from the cauldron, enveloping Chunyang's entire being. In an instant, he regained control over his body. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. Whoosh! Chunyang was like a rabbit hunted by a shotgun. disoriented and oblivious to his surroundings. He desperately escaped. A few minutes later, he found himself back at the entrance of the backyard. With a swift movement, Chen Yang grasped the rope and climbed with all his might. Upon emerging from the hole and seeing Shin Chong and the others, he finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. Fill the hole, use the dirt trucks to completely bury this mountain's belly, and seal off this villa to prevent others from residing here, Chen Yang said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, still shaken. Shin Chong promptly agreed and went to arrange for the trucks. Chen Yang took deep breaths, and it was not until half an hour later that he regained his composure. He was still perplexed about the woman he had seen at the foot of the mountain. Was she an illusion, or was there truly a woman? Was she a corpse, or did she merely resemble Su Jing? He hoped that whatever that was wouldn't climb up. Dear heavens! His innocence had been nearly compromised. Chen Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Once Shin Chong and the others had dealt with the villa situation, Chen Yang stood up, still feeling uneasy. He picked up a hoe and began to arrange a ceiling talisman formation around the area. Suddenly, his phone rang. Answering it, he heard Su Jing's voice on the other end. Chen Yang, what are you doing? Why haven't you come to work all day? She asked. I'm farming. Chen Yang replied, setting down the hoe. Farming? What are you planting? Su Jing inquired. My unwavering devotion to you, he quipped. Hurry to the company. I have good news to announce, Su Jing said before abruptly hanging up, not wishing to engage further with Chen Yang. Chen Yang sighed in relief, saying to himself, it's all settled. This place must be properly sealed. He began to make his way back, noting that his boss had been urging him. As he walked, he murmured, I must be growing increasingly important in Su Jing's eyes. She misses me after just one day apart. It seems the time to consummate our relationship is ripe. Chen Yang was elated, hurrying back to the garden community. Outside the property management office of the garden community, remnants of red firecracker paper littered the ground, indicating that a celebration had recently taken place. Chen Yang entered Su Jing's office, and upon seeing him, she stood up excitedly. Chen Yang, you did an excellent job with the rat extermination. Yesterday, the Business Administration Office conducted a surprise inspection, checking hygiene and pest issues. Out of over 50 communities in Qingzhou, our property ranked 5th. Fantastic. The Business Administration Office just awarded us a plaque. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang's enthusiasm waned. He responded with a hint of sarcasm. So, you hurriedly called me here not because you miss me, but because of this plaque? Su Jing rolled her eyes at him. What are you thinking? Do you know what this ranking signifies? The competition among property management companies is fierce. Achieving 5th place means other communities are likely to seek our services, which will lead to greater profits. Chen Yang rubbed his nose, displaying a distinct lack of interest. Su Jing poured a glass of water for Chen Yang and, with great enthusiasm, continued, moreover, in 5 days, it will be the time for the New Year's property fee collection. As long as our property company withstands these few days. Once we collect the property fees for the next year, I will have the means to repay Mi Jia. At that point, Mi Jia and Grandma will no longer be able to pressure me into marriage. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang was suddenly invigorated. He immediately responded, all right. Let's deal with that Mi Jia situation first. By the way, my dear, how much do you owe them? Several million, Su Jing sighed. It's my parents' debt. However, they have absconded, leaving behind this mess of a property company and a mountain of debt. Sigh. We can only take it one step at a time. Chen Yang pounded his chest and assured her, rest assured, with me around, I will ensure that we repay our parents' debts as swiftly as possible. Su Jing cast a disapproving glance at Chen Yang, choosing not to engage further with this carefree fellow. After Chen Yang left the office, he pondered what to have for dinner when his phone rang. It was Lin Hao calling. Excitedly trembling, Lin Hao said, Mr. Chun, do you have some time? Could you come to my grandfather's house? We have prepared dinner, and we are eagerly awaiting your arrival. All right, I'll head over now, Chen Yang replied, informing Su Jing that he would skip dinner. He then made his way to Sun Tianji's home. Upon arriving, he was taken aback to find a gathering of over a dozen people. Besides Sun Tianji and Sun Ping, Lin Hao's parents and other family members of Sun Tianji were present. As soon as Chen Yang stepped inside, without a word, Lin Hao knelt before him and bowed his head deeply, exclaiming, Thank you, Master Chun, for saving my life. His gratitude was palpable. Initially, everyone believed that Lin Hao's murder suspicion could not be cleared. However, once Chen Yang intervened, accompanied by Shin Chong and by Hong Lu, he clarified the misunderstandings surrounding the case. Lin Hao was not only exonerated but also received a compensation sum. Moreover, The $50,000 that had been paid for the accidental death of the nanny was returned. With palpable excitement, Lin Hao addressed Chen Yang. Master Chen, after this incident, I truly cannot dismiss the significance of feng shui and metaphysics. Therefore, I wish to invite you to be the co-owner of my renovation company, offering you 50% of the shares so we can be partners. Chen Yang helped Lin Hao to his feet and waved his hand, saying, I merely assisted with a small matter. There is no need to offer me so much. Grasping Chen Yang's arm earnestly, Lin Hao replied, Mr. Chen, I genuinely wish to collaborate with you in the business. Though I have been in renovation for many years, I am entirely uninformed about feng shui layouts. With your involvement, our company can achieve both aesthetic appeal and auspicious feng shui, ensuring our business flourishes. Sun Ping chimed in. Smiling, Chen Yang, you should agree to my cousin's proposal. While it may seem on the surface that he is conceding half the company, in the long run, he could very well be the one benefiting. Sun Tianji and the others also encouraged Chen Yang to accept the offer. Chen Yang scratched his head, reluctantly acquiescing. At the dinner banquet, Sun Tianji, either deliberately or inadvertently, played matchmaker between Sun Ping and Chen Yang. However, Chen Yang held no interest whatsoever. While Sun Ping was indeed quite attractive and a distinguished medical expert, his thoughts were solely consumed by Su Jing. He was determined to win her heart before the Mid-Autumn Festival on the 15th of August, not merely as a girlfriend, but to consummate their relationship. After a hearty meal, Chen Yang departed, intent on returning to the villa to seek out Su Jing. At that moment, the voice of Zheng Yijian crackled through the intercom at his waist. Captain, there's a suspicious man loitering near the property management office. He has been hanging around for quite some time, and I sense something amiss. Chen Yang furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Is he a vagrant? No, he is dressed quite well, wearing a baseball cap, and seems to be waiting for someone. Moving about furtively, not the demeanor of a good person, Zheng Yijian replied. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yang responded, All right, wait for me. Let us go take a look. He hastened towards the security office of the property management, summoning Zheng Yijian and several other security personnel. Upon exiting the property management company's front door, they indeed spotted a man in a baseball cap, sneaking behind a flower bed. Upon noticing Chen Yang and his entourage, the man promptly turned and attempted to flee. Wait! Chen Yang shouted, sprinting forward and seizing the man's shoulder. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Su Wentao. Chen Yang broke into a grin, grabbing Su Wentao by the neck. Oh, Su Wentao, you scoundrel, lurking here, looking for trouble again, are we? Furious, Su Wentao retorted, Let go of me, you bastard. I'm standing on the street. It's none of your business. Release me, or I'll call the police. Isn't he the one who hired us to vandalize Mr. Su's property? Old Wu interjected, pointing at Su Wentao. Upon seeing Old Wu and the others, Su Wentao was even more bewildered. Previously, he had sought the assistance of the Wadao Society to damage Su Jing's rental property, intending to pressure her into marrying the young master of the Mi family as soon as possible. He never anticipated that the Wadao Society members would now be employed as security guards for the property management company. The chaos of it all was astonishing. Su Wentao had been hiding there to follow Su Jing, intending to discover her current residence. He had resolved to make Su Jing's life utterly miserable. Upon hearing Old Wu's comment, Chen Yang swiftly removed his shoe and delivered a resounding series of slaps to Su Wentao's face. I see you're in the wrong place. Let me tell you, from this day forward, if I see you loitering around here again, I'll deal with you on the spot. Security team, listen up. Should you spot Su Wentao, make sure to give him a thorough beating. After issuing his orders, Chen Yang kicked Su Wentao, sending him sprawling into a distant flower bed. With his cheeks swollen and filled with rage, Su Wentao pointed at Chen Yang, his voice hoarse from anger. You just wait, you little bastard. I'll ensure your property management company is shut down by tomorrow. I must inform Master Mi that a mere word from young Master Mi could spell your doom. Chen Yang paid no heed to Su Wentao. Presently, Su Jing resided in the garden community, which indeed offered her a significantly safer environment, particularly since her workplace was situated within the same vicinity. Chen Yang returned to the villa, where he found Su Jing seated on the living room sofa, engrossed in a television show, her laughter echoing joyfully. Observing her delight, Chen Yang could not suppress a broad smile himself. Suddenly, his mind was invaded by the image of the bride from beneath the earth. Why did that woman bear such an uncanny resemblance to Su Jing? Furthermore, why had his grandfather left him a note urging him to marry Su Jing within a month? Was there a connection between these two mysteries? Qinyang shook his head, his confusion deepening. Qinyang, you're back? Su Jing waved him over, inviting him to join her in watching the reality show Yearning for Life, Season 6. Ha ha ha. The living conditions in this place are so impoverished. Qinyang approached, casting a few glances before wearing an expression of bewilderment. What is so entertaining about this? Our Gangtu village is even poorer. And those fishing and vegetable-growing lifestyles. Do people actually watch this? Goodness, what are city folk thinking? He muttered to himself, shaking his head as he departed for his bedroom. Sitting cross-legged, he resumed his cultivation. At present, the furnace in his dantian had merged with a turtle shell, bestowing upon him immense mental power. Qinyang needed to adapt swiftly to this new force. Meanwhile, Su Jing sat on the sofa, glancing back at Qinyang's silhouette with a smile creeping onto her lips. It had been ages since she felt so at ease, watching television on the sofa. The previous months had been fraught with anxiety, living in that dilapidated rental, always wary of relatives who might intrude at any moment. Now, she could laugh heartily, swim with abandon, and enjoy television without a care. Thank you, Qinyang, she murmured softly, grateful for his presence that had illuminated her once dreary life. The following day, early in the morning, Qinyang and Su Jing were having breakfast when a commotion erupted outside. Qinyang furrowed his brow, remarking, "It seems something has happened." "What is it?" Su Jing inquired, puzzled. "Someone has hanged themselves," Qinyang replied while slipping on his slippers and heading outside. "What? How do you know?" "Let's go see," Su Jing exclaimed, following him. "No, you can't go out in your nightgown," Qinyang admonished, his eyes narrowing at her. "Such behavior would be frowned upon in our village," Su Jing protested. But Qinyang quickly donned his sneakers and dashed outside. By the lake in the community, beneath a tree by the rockery, a crowd of elderly men and women had gathered. In their midst stood a middle-aged man, his face contorted in agony, blood staining his feet, and a length of rope around his neck. The onlookers were abuzz with chatter. "Ah, Lu Fatty has truly fallen on hard times. Even hanging himself resulted in a broken leg. Old Lu has had nothing but bad luck this past year. Once, he was a well-known wealthy merchant in our community, having amassed his fortune through the supermarket business, with assets exceeding $1 billion at the peak of his prosperity. However, misfortune struck. This past year, his wife betrayed him. His son abandoned him, and his daughter vanished without a trace. His business collapsed entirely, leaving him burdened with insurmountable debt. It is said that his last remaining house has been mortgaged to the bank and will soon be repossessed. Come on, let us not linger here," Qinyang urged, pushing his way through the crowd. His keen ears had caught snippets of conversation among the elderly, who gathered in the morning for their training. They had rushed over upon hearing a thud, only to discover Lu Jinfu hanging from a tree, having fallen and broken his leg. Qinyang approached Lu Jinfu, introducing himself. "Hello, Mr. Lu. I am Qinyang, the head of the property management team at Jingxin. Please, do not despair. Everyone encounters low points. As long as you endure, brighter days will follow." Upon hearing these words, Lu Jinfu erupted in a wail filled with anguish. "A low point? This is no mere low point. It is a precipice. I could bear the betrayal of my wife, who ran off with another man. I could endure my rebellious son, who left home to mingle with the wrong crowd. I could survive the sudden disappearance of my youngest daughter, knowing not what fate befell her. I weathered the storm of a failing business, the supermarket's demise, and my financial ruin. Yet, I mortgaged my home to gather the last of my funds to partner with my brother, hoping for a resurgence, only to be deceived again. Now, my family is shattered, and I am destitute. Soon, I shall lose my home. The most infuriating part is that I wish to end it all, to hang myself. But the rope would break, leaving me with a shattered leg. Oh, cruel heaven, do you delight in rendering me a cripple, forcing me to endure endless humiliation?" Qinyang studied Lu Jinfu's face, furrowing his brow. "This cannot be," he murmured to himself. "Your features suggest a life of harmony and prosperity, a countenance that should lead to a peaceful old age." Lu Jinfu sat on the ground, tears streaming down his face, yearning for an end to his suffering. Qinyang gestured to the neighbors around him. "Let us escort Mr. Lu back home." Eagerly, the elderly gathered, helping Lu Jinfu to his feet to lead him home. Though their intentions may not have been entirely altruistic, their curiosity about the unfolding drama was palpable. Together, they entered room 3101 in Building 3. The first floor features a basement and a small garden, and the home appeared relatively tidy. However, upon entering, Qin Yang instinctively covered his nose and squinted his eyes. The layout of the room was quite commendable, and the furnishings had been arranged with feng shui principles in mind. Yet, to his astonishment, the pervasive, dark energy within the space was suffocating, akin to residing in a cesspool. The entire house was haunted by the presence of 8 unfortunate spirits, swirling throughout the room. Living in such a dwelling, how could one possibly escape misfortune? However, these ominous and malevolent energies, along with the intertwining misfortune spirits, are visible and perceptible only to Qin Yang. Others remain oblivious to their presence. Qin Yang surveyed the house, his mind already comprehending the entirety of the situation. He turned to Lu Jinfeng and inquired, "Mr. Lu, have you undertaken any renovations to your residence in the past year? The feng shui of this house has been thoroughly compromised." Lu Jinfeng, seated on the sofa with a broken leg, shook his head in anguish. "No, I have never altered this place. To be frank, when I first acquired this house, I engaged a renowned master from Xianggang to design its feng shui. Subsequently, my business indeed flourished, leading to my marriage and the blessing of a son and a daughter, with my assets once exceeding 3 billion. But now, sigh." Upon hearing Lu Jinfeng's words, Qin Yang's expression turned contemplative. How could a once auspicious feng shui configuration suddenly become so perilous? It not only failed to usher in good fortune, but instead filled the entire room with an overwhelming sense of misfortune. Qin Yang extended his hand and pressed his finger to the center of his brow, reciting an incantation. Heavenly laws clear, earthly laws spiritual. The essence of yin and yang crystallizes, energies manifest, reaching the heavens and the earth. True forms swiftly appear, urgently, as commanded. Swift, heavenly I Chi observation technique. Instantly, the room became infused with a swirling array of 9 colors. It revealed the existence of the 5 ghosts wealth gathering formation, an intricate design by a masterful practitioner. The mountain dragon Lianjin aligns with the water dragon Juman, where the 5 ghosts signify the Lianjin of the 9 stars, a gateway to wealth, capable of amassing fortune and prosperity. Qin Yang glanced around, effortlessly locating the position of Lianjin, the heart of the 5 ghosts wealth gathering formation. This entire configuration resembled a voracious whirlpool, ravenously consuming the surrounding energies. Thus, while the 5 ghosts wealth gathering formation is advantageous, it proves unfriendly to the inhabitants nearby. Approaching the Lianjin star position, Qin Yang observed a vast influx of foul and malevolent energy being drawn into the house. This noxious aura permeated the room, so dense that it had coalesced into a spirit of misfortune. It became evident that someone had tampered with the formation's core. Turning to Lu Jinfeng, Qin Yang asked, "Mr. Lu, did you make any alterations to the house a year ago?" Lu Jinfeng shook his head once more, insisting, "No, I have never made changes. I assisted that feng shui master, who assured me that the arrangement he crafted was robust and cautioned me against any modifications. Thus, I have maintained the layout unchanged." "Really? It cannot be," Qin Yang exclaimed, stepping onto a specific spot at the entrance. Lu Jinfeng immediately protested, "Absolutely not. However, a year ago, there was some renovation to the underground plumbing." Upon hearing this, Qin Yang grasped the situation. He addressed Lu Jinfeng, "Here is the plan. Old Lu, I will arrange for someone to renovate your house and rectify the fortune." Lu Jinfeng waved his hand, sighing, "Alas, that is not feasible. I have no funds for renovations. Moreover, the bank is set to seize this house in a few days. What good is a renovation then?" Qin Yang chuckled, "Worry not. Leave it to me. I'll handle the renovations. If you manage to turn your fortunes around, then you can compensate me. If the bank takes the house, I shall demand not a single cent." After concluding his conversation, Qin Yang called Lin Hao, instructing him to bring a team to commence renovations on Lu Jinfu's residence immediately. Lu Jinfu, seated on the sofa, pounded his fist against the cushion in desperation, exclaiming, "Mr. Chun, please stop. I truly cannot afford the renovations. I only wish to die." Qin Yang, unfazed by his pleas, summoned Lin Hao, who promptly arrived with his crew to excavate the area in front of Lu Jinfu's door. As they dug over 3 meters deep, they unearthed a relatively new sewage pipe that ran through the location. Qin Yang nodded to himself, recognizing the situation's implications. This site, originally a conduit for auspicious energy from all directions, had been compromised a year prior when the community's drainage system was overhauled, inadvertently placing a sewage line at the heart of the 5 ghosts wealth conduit. Consequently, It now absorbed the foul excretions of dozens of households above, transforming from a source of financial fortune into a vessel for noxious negativity. Such a pervasive stench of decay lingering within the dwelling would inevitably lead to familial discord. Fortunately, Lu Jinfu was inherently fortunate, which explained his survival until now. Had he been of lesser fortune, he would have succumbed to this malevolent feng shui half a year ago. Chen Yang directed Lin Hao and the others to bring in lime and golden sand for burial, while also establishing a small formation of refreshing breezes atop the golden sand. They then thoroughly covered the site. Inside the residence, they placed statues of Guangong and the god of wealth, opened all windows, and activated every air conditioning unit and fan to facilitate airflow and energy circulation. Within just over an hour, the feng shui adjustments were complete. The lime was utilized to thoroughly obscure the foul energies emanating from the sewage. Its white hue symbolizes purity and is an effective means of dispelling negativity. Even the most severe of malevolent energies can be neutralized by white lime. In addition, the golden sand, representing financial prosperity in feng shui, though costly, was strategically employed. The formation of refreshing breezes would effectively disperse the negative energies and attract wealth. Coupled with the protective presence of the Guangong statue and the wealth-attracting benefits of the god of wealth statue, the malevolent forces and lingering misfortunes within the house dissipated rapidly, while golden fortune coalesced within the space. Chen Yang exhaled in relief and addressed Lu Jinfu, stating, "All done. Old Lu, if you find this effective, please remember to settle the payment. The renovation costs 38,000. With that, Chen Yang and Lin Hao departed from Lu Jinfu's room. In the room, a gathering of curious neighbors expressed their indignation and disdain, lamenting the property management company's audacity. They have become increasingly outrageous. To dig a hole and cover it up, demanding 38,000 for renovations. Why don't they just rob us? They were particularly incensed by Chen Yang profiting off Lu Jinfu's plight. How can they be so heartless? With the next property fee due in just a few days, perhaps it's time to replace the management company with a more reputable one, like Evergrande or Vank. I've heard such larger companies are much more reliable, unlike these small ones that only care about money." On the sofa, Lu Jinfu wept uncontrollably, not out of sorrow for the 38,000, but rather from the profound realization that he was utterly alone in this world, devoid of anyone who truly cared for him. After a lengthy wait of over 3 hours, the ambulance finally arrived to transport Lu Jinfu to the hospital. The residents of the community were profoundly disillusioned with the property management company, particularly as the only individuals involved were the elderly residents of the neighborhood. These individuals possessed a remarkable capacity for gossip. Soon enough, news of Lu Jinfu's attempted suicide resulting in a broken leg, along with Chun Yang and the property management company seizing the opportunity for profit, spread like wildfire among the majority of the community. Chun Yang returned to the property management office, where he found Su Jing engaged in a promotional event. Draped in red fabric, surrounding security personnel were beating drums and making merry, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Chen Yang hurried over and inquired, "Darling, what is happening here? Has our community won a prize?" "What prize? I'm merely trying to encourage the residents to pay their property fees in advance. Those who do will receive rice and cooking oil. Yet, alas, very few are willing to pay early." Su Jing replied, shaking her head in exasperation. Chen Yang stroked his chin and muttered, "This method is ineffective. I shall think of another approach." Upon hearing this, Su Jing reached out and pinched Chen Yang's ear, exclaiming in frustration, "As long as you refrain from causing trouble, I will be eternally grateful." This morning's incident regarding the forced renovations in the homeowners' residences has already circulated throughout the community. They are now contemplating whether to replace our property management company. You really should use your brain when acting. Chen Yang, feeling dejected, retorted, "These people truly cannot recognize a benefactor when they see one. My renovations for Lu Jinfu were intended to save him. How have I become the villain in this scenario?" Su Jing, with a resigned shrug, acknowledged, "I understand your good intentions. But given the sensitive nature of this situation, such rumors will make it exceedingly difficult for us to collect property fees. Nevertheless, do not dwell on it. Just focus on your duties. I will handle things here." With a bright red scarf draped around her, Su Jing continued to engage with the nearby residents, persuading them to pay their property fees in advance. Meanwhile, across the street in a CAF, Su Wentao's face was swollen, resembling that of a pig's head. Wearing a hat and holding binoculars, he observed Su Jing at the community entrance, humbly soliciting the residents for their fees, and could not help but smirk. However, his smile quickly turned into a grimace as pain shot through his cheeks. Ouch, this hurts. Damn, Xinyang. I will find an opportunity to make you pay dearly for this. As he touched his face, it was not only swollen but bore distinct shoe prints, glaringly evident. At that moment, the CAF door swung open, and a stout woman hurried toward him. It was Wang Liqin. She took a seat across from Su Wentao, her initial cheerful demeanor fading upon seeing his bruised face. Young Master Su, what kind of training have you undergone? Did you use your face to block your opponent's shoe? Wang Liqin was genuinely astonished. Su Wentao, irritated, let out a cold snort and impatiently replied, "Let us not discuss that. Sister Wang, I sought your presence today to request that you decisively take control of Su Jing's property management company." Wang Liqin shook her head, stating, "Although I am a director of the homeowners committee, I lack the authority to directly replace the property management company. I must first garner the consent of the majority of homeowners." Su Wentao chuckled, producing his phone, and said, "Sister Wang, I possess a significant insider revelation regarding the absolute corruption of Jingxin Property Management Company. If you disseminate this information tomorrow, I assure you, no homeowner will dare to continue allowing Jingxin Property Management to oversee our affairs." Hearing this, Wang Liqin pondered thoughtfully. Stroking her chin, Su Wentao, fully aware of her dilemma, presented her with a bulging envelope. "Sister Wang, if you manage to replace Jingxin Property Management, in addition to the 10,000 yuan incentive, I shall provide you with an additional 20,000. Su Wentao generously proclaimed. Wang Liqin's eyes crinkled with delight. "Very well. Leave this matter to me. As a director of the homeowners committee, I must ensure the safety of our community." With the money in hand, she felt invigorated. Shortly thereafter, she received Su Wentao's explosive tip-off. Upon discovering that the security personnel of Jingxin Property Management included tattooed delinquents, her eyes sparkled with resolve. With confidence, Wang Liqin departed the CAF, accompanied by her team. Su Wentao, sipping his coffee, could not suppress a triumphant laugh. "Su Jing, let us see how you will respond. You refuse to tread the path to paradise and instead choose the descent into hell. Humph. Once you marry young Master Me, your every desire shall be fulfilled. Yet, you stubbornly resist. When you find yourself devoid of a property management company, how will you manage to live and indulge? Once you become young Master Me's woman, not only will the entire Su family bask in the glory, but the 100 million yuan investment promised to me will be swiftly transferred." Ha ha ha. In the afternoon, Zheng Yijian assembled all 63 security personnel, led by Chen Yang, to practice on the plum blossom stakes in the community square. Chen Yang aimed to cultivate these individuals as the backbone of the team. Should Su Jing's property management company expand in the future, these security personnel would be its strongest support. Chen Yang surveyed the group and inquired of Zheng Yijian, "Old Zheng, why are there fewer familiar faces?" Zheng Yijian promptly explained, "Boss Chen, it seems that someone has been probing into our past misdeeds within the Wadeo Society. I feared it might be a threat to our security team and property management company. So I reassigned all those with tattoos or dubious histories back to the Chinese medicine factory, only bringing in those of unquestionable character." Chen Yang considered this and nodded. "That is acceptable. In any case, we must urge these individuals. Since they have chosen to train in martial arts under me, they must practice diligently. Within 2 months, I aspire for everyone to become proficient." Zheng Yijian grinned with excitement. If his subordinates could all become skilled fighters, the influence of the Wadeo Society in Qingzhou City would rapidly expand. The following day, after breakfast, Chen Yang and Su Jing made their way to the entrance of the property management company. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the sight of hundreds of homeowners gathered outside the company's gates. Meanwhile, many individuals waved small white flags in fervor, vociferously chanting something. Chen Yang and Su Jing hurried over, and Chen Yang immediately spotted Wang Liqin at the forefront. Wang Liqin, holding a megaphone, vociferously declared, "Corrupt property management, leave our community." The crowd echoed her sentiment, raising their arms and flags, chanting in unison, "Corrupt property management, leave our community." Su Jing, witnessing this scene, turned pale as she had not anticipated Wang Liqin's fierce resolve. Previously, she had bestowed upon Wang Liqin substantial gifts monthly, each worth at least 2,000 to 3,000. Yet now, Wang Liqin resorted to such tactics to force her property company out. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yang shouted, "Silence." His voice boomed, overshadowing the sound of Wang Liqin's megaphone. Wang Liqin smirked, pointing at Chen Yang. "Do you see this? This unscrupulous property company hires thugs as security and uneducated hillbillies as managers, deceitfully renovating homes for old loot to swindle money. Can we allow such a company to remain? Absolutely not." The surrounding residents were swayed, particularly upon learning that many of the security personnel were indeed thugs from the Wadeo society, which incited their outrage. They were resolute in their desire to replace this property company. Chen Yang strode forward, pointing at Wang Liqin. "You vile creature, cease your incitement. You are as rotten as an August gourd. If you were in our Gangtu village, your tongue would have been severed and hung from a tree by now. Begone." Wang Liqin, with a smug grin, disdainfully regarded Chen Yang. "Look at you. You think you deserve to be a manager in our community? If it weren't for that conniving Su Jing, you would be utterly jobless." Upon hearing Wang Liqin insult Su Jing, Chen Yang, filled with fury, advanced towards her. "Chen Yang, don't be impulsive," Su Jing cried out, rushing to embrace his arm. Wang Liqin laughed derisively. "What are you? Do you dare to challenge me? If you have the guts, strike me." In an instant, Chen Yang stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to Wang Liqin's face. He dusted off his hands and muttered, "I never expected there are still people who enjoy being struck." Turning to Su Jing, he beamed. "Su, this woman practically invited me to hit her. I merely obliged." Su Jing felt as if her head might explode. At such a critical moment, while Wang Liqin had come to incite trouble, Chen Yang had chosen to slap her instead of calming the crowd. Wang Liqin was a director of the homeowners committee. Offending her would jeopardize their ability to continue operating in this community. Stunned momentarily, Wang Liqin then sprang up, her face flushed with rage. "Very well. You dare to strike me, and I assure you, your property company is doomed. I will initiate the process to have you replaced immediately. Sister Wang, please restrain your anger. I have dealt with Chen Yang, and he has been dismissed. I implore you, do not act this way." Su Jing urgently grasped Wang Liqin's arm. Wang Liqin, with a swift motion, cast Su Jing to the ground. "You wretched girl, I have endured you for far too long. To be frank, I intend to replace you. Your pathetic property management company cannot even handle a mouse, yet you have the audacity to continue overseeing our community?" Chen Yang hurriedly helped Su Jing to her feet. He took her delicate hand and said, "My dear, do you not see? Wang Liqin's arrival today signifies her intention to sever ties with us completely. No matter how much you placate her or offer her favors, she will never show you mercy." Su Jing sighed and shook her head. "I am fully aware of that. However, we can only delay matters for now. We must navigate through today's situation and later discuss privately with each homeowner. This is the only way to resolve today's turmoil." "Nonsense. We should not grant that woman any courtesy." Chen Yang squeezed Su Jing's hand. "Leave it to me. The accusations she made against us are unfounded. Why should we tolerate her bullying?" With that, Chen Yang leaped onto the stone lion at the front of the company. His voice boomed, commanding the attention of everyone present. "Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to reflect on the performance of our Jingxin Property Management Company. Our fees are modest, yet we have poured our heart and soul into our work. Just yesterday, our company received accolades, ranking in the top 5 among all property management firms." Wang Liqin brandished her phone, pointing at Chen Yang. "You scoundrel! Who would have thought that beneath your seemingly honest exterior lies such a flair for deceit? I shall not dwell on the rodent issue for now, but your company's employment of thugs as security personnel is inexcusable. Indeed, your security guards bear tattoos. I have heard they are affiliated with the Wadeo Society, many of whom have even served time. Is your property management company here to protect the homeowners, or to exploit us?" The elderly residents around them were outraged, shouting in protest. Their disturbance stemmed from the photographs on Wang Liqin's phone, revealing that some security guards were indeed thugs. Chen Yang picked up the intercom and declared, "All security personnel, assemble at the company entrance immediately." After putting down the intercom, he addressed the homeowners. "You have all been deceived by Wang Liqin. This woman, leveraging her position on the homeowners committee, has consistently sought bribes from our property management. This time, since our general manager did not comply, she has intentionally stirred up trouble. Now, all our security guards will gather here. You may inspect them at your leisure. If you find even one with a tattoo or a criminal record, our property management will vacate immediately and compensate you for any losses in management fees." Chen Yang's voice was strong and resolute. In that moment, the crowd erupted in discussion. By now, Over 40 security guards had assembled in formation. The homeowners approached to inspect them, yet they found nothing amiss. After all, Zheng Yijian had already conducted a thorough investigation of everyone. In this moment, the homeowners turned their fiery gazes towards Wang Liqin, revealing their simmering anger. It became evident that we had all been used as pawns by Wang Liqin. I had suspected that the security personnel in our community, so fervent in their duties, could hardly resemble mere ruffians. Previously, they had apprehended numerous thieves and chased away vagrants. Such professionalism could not possibly stem from ex-convicts. Wang Liqin, having failed to obtain personal gain, had thus resorted to inciting discord. Her title as a member of the homeowners committee must be revoked. Wang Liqin was momentarily taken aback, hastily unlocking her phone. She repeatedly exclaimed, "This is impossible, absolutely impossible." Su Wintao investigated, and he asserted that these security guards are undoubtedly affiliated with the Wadeo Society. He could confirm it 100%. Where have these individuals vanished to? Upon hearing this, Qinyang realized that Su Wintao was once again orchestrating trouble behind the scenes. Wang Liqin scanned the security team but could find none of the individuals Su Wintao had mentioned, failing to uncover evidence that the guards were indeed thugs. She swiftly shifted the focus of her accusations. Pointing at Qinyang, she declared, "All right, Qinyang, even if I erred concerning the security team, we witnessed your coercion of Lu Jinfeng yesterday, demanding over 30,000 for renovations. There were many witnesses present. You cannot evade responsibility for this." With that, Wang Liqin raised a loudspeaker, addressing the surrounding neighbors, esteemed residents. This employee has exploited his position within the property management company to forcefully conduct renovations at old Lu's home. Many have witnessed this disgraceful act. As her voice echoed, numerous elderly women nodded in agreement. They had been at the lakeside, dancing and exercising early that morning, and were well aware of Lu Jinfeng's plight, especially since Qinyang had still summoned a renovation company to work on his home despite his dire situation. It was an act of callousness, utterly devoid of humanity. Wang Liqin smirked, brandishing the loudspeaker and loudly accusing Qinyang. "Why are you not defending yourself now? Can you not endure the consequences? Your demeanor while profiting from unscrupulous dealings is truly repugnant. Our community will not tolerate such a corrupt and greedy property management company." Surrounding homeowners nodded in agreement. Su Jing observed this scene with a heavy heart, lowering her gaze. She had been aware of the situation since yesterday and had feared it would lead to trouble. Indeed, within just a day, calamity had struck. It appeared that her beleaguered property management company could not evade its impending doom. With a deep sigh, Su Jing reflected on her perseverance in maintaining this nearly bankrupt company for so long, yet ultimately, it seemed destined for failure. At that moment, a distant sound of jubilant music, complete with drums and firecrackers, echoed through the air. A group of people turned in curiosity. They beheld a procession of musicians approaching, and at the center of the group was a wheelchair. A woman clad in a bright red wedding gown pushed a man adorned in a matching groom's attire, both radiating joy as they made their way forward. The team arrived at the entrance of the property management company. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "Isn't that Lu Jinfeng? The notoriously unfortunate Lu Jinfeng? Didn't he just attempt to take his own life yesterday and break his leg? How is it that he is getting married today? Wasn't he supposed to be in the hospital for his leg? How did he end up here?" Wang Liqin, upon seeing Lu Jinfeng, realized it truly was him. She immediately raised a loudspeaker and approached, saying, "Mr. Lu Jinfeng, you have arrived just in time. I am Wang Liqin, a member of our community's homeowners association. Yesterday, that scoundrel Qinyang, along with the property management company, forcibly renovated your home, did they not? Aren't they a heartless property management company? Have they not taken advantage of your misfortune to profit at your expense? Mr. Lu, please speak up. Our homeowners association will stand behind you. We will ensure that you recover the costs of the renovation." Wang Liqin proudly assured Lu Jinfeng. Lu Jinfeng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. He said to Wang Liqin, "Give me the loudspeaker. I have something to say." "All right." Wang Liqin handed the loudspeaker to Lu Jinfeng, clearing his throat. Lu Jinfeng addressed the crowd, "Greetings, dear neighbors. You all must recognize me, the unfortunate soul. Indeed, I am the one who has been betrayed by my wife, abandoned by my son, lost my daughter, gone bankrupt, and on the verge of losing my home. Lu Jinfeng. Just yesterday, I attempted to hang myself and ended up breaking my leg. Thankfully, it was Qinyang from our property management company who rescued me and brought me back home. Furthermore, Mr. Chun is a master of feng shui, and he generously renovated my house for free. As a result, my fortunes have turned. Remarkably, during my hospital stay yesterday, I encountered my first love from when I was 23. To my surprise, she too has divorced and is now a doctor at the hospital. We rekindled our connection, shared countless stories, cried for a long time, and ultimately decided to marry and start anew. Moreover, yesterday, not only did I find love and discover my true soulmate, but I also received an order from a former boss who had owed me $2 million during my lowest days, a debt I never pressed him to repay. Yesterday, he graciously offered me a $200 million order, reviving my business. I, Lu Jinfeng, am no longer facing bankruptcy. Even more touching, my daughter returned yesterday. She had been in the mountains serving as a poverty alleviation teacher and was unable to contact me due to a broken phone. As for my son, he has promised to return for my wedding with my wife. I have come here to express my gratitude to Mr. Chun. Lu Jinfeng suddenly burst into tears, overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of his fortune. He had endured so much and lost so much. It seemed that all his misfortunes had dissipated with the renovation of his home. Chen Yang approached, and Lu Jinfeng grasped his hand, kneeling before him. A woman behind Lu Jinfeng hurriedly stepped forward to support him, saying, "Old Jin, please don't get too emotional. Your leg isn't fully healed yet. We can repay Mr. Chen later. You're no longer young, so don't embarrass yourself." Chen Yang quickly helped Lu Jinfeng back up, glancing at Lu Jinfeng's first love. A woman with a round face, slightly plump, yet possessing charming features. She does not possess the sharp chin and striking beauty typical of internet celebrities, nor does she evoke an immediate sense of awe upon first meeting. Yet, her beauty is subtle and understated, growing more enchanting with each glance. Her forehead is full, her jawline well-defined, her cheeks tinted with a rosy hue, and her eyes are clear and bright. She possesses all the traits of a partner who brings prosperity. Chen Yang spoke up, "Old Lu, when are you planning to hold the wedding? Our property management company must lend a hand." "Really? Thank you so much." Lu Jinfu's wife, Yu Wei, chuckled. "We hope to have it within a month, once old Lu's leg has healed." She continued, "I must say, your property management company is incredibly considerate and exceptionally knowledgeable. When old Lu broke his leg, you were the first to rush over. You also took care of the feng shui issues at old Lu's home. And now you're even organizing the wedding. If only our community could have a property management company like yours." Lu Jinfu, seated in his wheelchair, chimed in, "Xiao Yi, once you marry, you'll be living here. And you'll have access to Mr. Chin's property management services." Yi Wei nodded eagerly, smiling. Holding a megaphone, Lu Jinfu addressed the surrounding crowd, "Dear neighbors, you must all come to my wedding. Whether you know me or not, I want everyone there. And no gifts, please, just come empty-handed. I plan to fill our entire neighborhood with a grand banquet to sweep away all misfortune." Cheers erupted, and applause filled the air. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Most of the community was already aware of Lu Jinfu's unfortunate incidents. Yet, thanks to Chun Yang's renovation company, his fortunes had seemingly turned around. At that moment, a bald old gentleman, notably astute and quick-witted, rushed forward, grabbing Chen Yang's arm. "Mr. Chun, we need renovations at our home. Could you please help us?" Chen Yang hesitated. "I need to discuss this with the owner of the renovation company." "Don't discuss anything. The price is negotiable. I'll pay whatever it takes. I beg you to renovate our home today." The bald elder was visibly anxious, sensing the mounting pressure. Indeed, the next moment, all the elderly residents began to gather around Chen Yang. "Mr. Chun, we need renovations too. We live on the 3rd floor. Mr. Guanjia, you must come see our place. We're owners in the garden community, and we always pay our property fees on time. Don't crowd. I was here first." At this point, a light bulb went off in Chen Yang's mind. He raised his voice, "Dear neighbors, please do not rush. Our property management company has limited manpower, so renovations may take some time. I will prioritize feng shui design services based on the order of property fee payments." Upon hearing this, the crowd realized that renovations would be conducted based on their payment order. Without hesitation, the bald elder was the first to dash to the property management company's finance department to pay his dues. Chen Yang continued with the megaphone, "Additionally, I must clarify that the excellent feng shui effects at Mr. Lu's home are due to his inherent good fortune. It was merely a mishap in feng shui that caused him a year of misfortune. In contrast to other families, even with adjustments to their feng shui, there would be little immediate effect." However, no one heeded Chen Yang's modesty, as they all rushed to pay their property fees. Su Jing watched this scene with immense delight. Beside her, Wang Liqin appeared pale, her head bowed as she hurriedly slipped away. Qinyang observed Wang Liqin's retreating figure, his lips curling in discontent. At that moment, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Why is she calling me? Qinyang pondered, furrowing his brow at the screen. He answered the call, and a flat, emotionless voice greeted him. Mr. Chun, do you have a moment? My grandfather wishes to meet with you. Qinyang hesitated before responding. All right. Very well. I shall pick you up at the entrance of the community at 9:56. The call ended, and Qinyang couldn't help but chuckle bitterly at the phone. This Lu Ren always maintained an impassive demeanor, her long legs intimidating other men. Even picking someone up had to be timed to the minute. Surveying the bustling scene, he decided to leave first. He approached Su Jing and said, Su Jing, the landlord has some matters to discuss with me. I must step out. The landlord? Su Jing paused, then quickly realized, is it the Lu family looking for you? Go on, they are quite a prominent family. Do not offend them. I know. We are all very amicable. Qinyang waved as he departed. Su Jing rolled her eyes. Amicable? Just moments ago, he had slapped Wang Liqin. Nevertheless, today's events were largely thanks to him. Phew. It seemed they would collect a significant amount of property fees today. Su Jing couldn't help but chuckle as she watched Qinyang walk away. At the entrance of the community, precisely at 9:56, a red Jaguar screeched to a halt before Qinyang. He entered the vehicle, muttering, What does your grandfather want with me? Is his condition relapsing? Lu Ren shook her head, a hint of gratitude surfacing on her otherwise cold visage. As she drove, she replied, My grandfather has made a remarkable recovery. The sores on his back have nearly healed, and he can walk normally now. Aside from a bit of weakness, he is quite healthy. Qinyang grinned. That is good to hear. Otherwise, I would feel indebted for residing in your family's villa. Additionally, you should be cautious. Last time someone hired a ruthless duo to eliminate me, they might eventually turn their attention to you and your grandfather. Lu Ren acknowledged with a brief, rest assured. My grandfather and I are vigilant about safety. She then fell silent, accelerating towards a courtyard residence. Upon entering, they found Lu Russian, the current patriarch of the Lu family, practicing Tai Chi in the yard. Spotting Qinyang, he beamed. Ah, my dear friend Chun, you are truly my savior. I have been concerned that you have been too busy to thank you. Please forgive my silence. Qinyang waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I am indeed quite occupied. I have become the security team leader and head of the property management group at the company. Thus, I am considered part of the upper echelons of property management. Lu Russian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, nodding as he remarked, Well, your promotion is quite swift. Behind him, Lu Ren wore an expression of utter disbelief. Lu Russian invited Qinyang into the house and instructed the maid to bring forth the food and drink. With a smile, Lu Russian declared, Qinyang, you have saved my life, and I must repay you. Speak up, what is it that you desire? As a businessman with a modicum of influence in Qingzhou City, I can offer anything from 100 million to a lucrative position with an annual salary in the tens of millions, or even luxury homes and women. Upon hearing the figure of 100 million, Qinyang's eyelids twitched slightly. Immediately, he recalled the jade pendant he had absorbed while at the residence. That pendant was undoubtedly of significant value, not only rich in spiritual energy, but also possessing half of a hidden Feng Shui Master's treasure map, clearly of great importance. Having completely absorbed Lu Russian's pendant, he felt he had no face to demand any reward now, especially since he was already residing in his villa. After taking a sip of wine, Qinyang said, Old Master Lu, I am already staying in your villa. We are even now. There is no need to mention rewards again. My saving your life was merely a matter of chance. You need not dwell on it. Both Lu Russian and Lu Ran were simultaneously taken aback. They had not anticipated that Qinyang would desire no reward whatsoever. Lu Russian paused for a few seconds, then laughed heartily, saying, Splendid. I am feeling a bit fatigued. I shall take a moment to rest. Xiaoran, please see to it that you entertain Mr. Chen well. Lu Ran nodded in agreement. Lu Russian, hands clasped behind his back, retreated to his room, inhaling deeply, his eyes glistening with satisfaction. A man of remarkable skill, neither servile nor arrogant, and most importantly, one who regards wealth as mere water, transcending worldly concerns. Is this not the very type of individual I desire? If my Lu family were to welcome him as a son-in-law, every challenge would be effortlessly resolved. At the dining table, Qinyang gazed at the enormous Australian lobster. Resembling a basin, and instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth. Lu Ran glanced at him and said, "If you wish to eat, please do not hesitate." Qinyang chuckled awkwardly, replying, "It's not that I'm being polite. I've simply never had it before and do not know how to tackle it." Lu Ran, amused by his candidness, could not help but laugh. She proceeded to teach him the basics of how to eat lobster. Unable to contain himself any longer, Qinyang seized the lobster, swiftly tearing it apart and devouring it voraciously. "Wow, it truly tastes exquisite. Just as delicious and tender as the bamboo shoots we dig up in Gangtu village," he exclaimed, wiping his mouth in admiration. Lu Ran was momentarily stunned, then looked at Qinyang with a hint of exasperation, thinking, if you keep describing it like that, the lobster might just develop self-doubt. At that moment, Lu Ran's phone rang. She excused herself and answered the call. Meanwhile, Qinyang was thoroughly enjoying his meal, feasting on the array of precious delicacies he had never encountered before. He devoured them without reservation. Across from him, Lu Ran spoke a few words into her phone, then, unable to contain her excitement, exclaimed, "Really? That is wonderful. All right, I will proceed with this matter right away. You all quickly draft the contract." She hung up the phone. Lu Ran could not help but clench her fists. She was exhilarated and overjoyed. This time, she was determined to prove herself to everyone. Qinyang, with sauce smeared all over his mouth, looked up and said, "Long legs, how pricey is that large lobster? I would like to buy some lobster fry to take back to our Gangtu village for farming. Then we could fish for lobsters and feast on them daily." Lu Ran couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head as she replied, "That is an Australian lobster. It is quite expensive. If it were so easy to farm, it would have been introduced long ago." Qinyang pouted. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Lu Ran's cheeks. Lu Ran looked at Qinyang with curiosity, furrowing her brows as she asked, "Qinyang, why are you staring at me? That is rather impolite." Qinyang immediately shook his head and hurriedly said, "Wait, hold on. Long legs, don't move. Let me take a closer look. Your complexion was just fine, but now, after a phone call, the position of your wealth palace has turned black. Are you about to strike it rich?" Qinyang's face was a picture of astonishment. The transformation was simply too stark. After just one phone call, the area corresponding to wealth on her cheek had suddenly darkened. Moreover, Lu Ran had applied a light makeup. The foundation she used was undoubtedly of high quality, making it improbable for a mere shadow to manifest. Hence, the darkness was far too intense. Lu Ran was perplexed, her mind filled with confusion as she asked, "What's wrong? Did my makeup smudge? What turned black? Dark circles?" Qinyang shook his head, confidently asserting, "You are about to incur a financial loss. The amount you discussed on the phone was quite substantial, wasn't it?" Lu Ran immediately regarded Qinyang with caution. The details she had shared in that call were confidential, core business secrets of the Lu Group. How could Qinyang inquire about this? Could he possibly be a spy sent by a competitor? That was implausible. What rival would send someone like Qinyang to gather intelligence? Lu Ran contemplated briefly before nodding. "Yes, the amount is significant, nearly reaching 1 billion. But why are you asking these questions? How did you deduce this?" Qinyang shrugged, stating, "Long legs. You've been deceived. You are 100% being duped. That billion is about to go down the drain, which is why your complexion has reacted so dramatically." Lu Ran found this hard to believe. It was improbable. She had consulted the most professional personnel in her company regarding this investment plan, sought validation from relevant biological companies, and engaged the most specialized intelligence agencies for comprehensive probing. It was certainly not a scam. Qinyang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I don't understand what you're talking about, but I can assure you that if you proceed to transfer the funds and sign the contract this afternoon, you will undoubtedly lose money, entirely." Lu Ran instinctively wanted to refute him. However, she soon recalled the scene in the hospital room. She remembered how Qinyang had examined her uncles. It was astonishing and unbelievable. This guy could read faces, and with remarkable accuracy. Did that imply that her project truly harbored issues? Lu Ran's hands were tightly intertwined, a reflection of her fervent desire to prove herself. Thus, she single-handedly facilitated this investment. However, should this endeavor fail, it would spell disaster. The situation within the Lu family was precarious. In the past, Lu Russian had delegated business decision-making authority to several grandsons, monitoring their performance. Meanwhile, Lu Ran, blessed with remarkable business acumen, had seen her company flourish, emerging as the most impressive among them. Nevertheless, the Lu family remained a traditional clan, and the next heir was destined to emerge from the grandsons. Despite her exceptional abilities, Lu Ran could only serve as an auxiliary figure, ultimately destined to marry and become a part of another family. Recently, Lu Russian found himself ensnared in a web of intrigue, prompting him to reconsider the matter of succession. Uncertain of the perpetrator's identity, he was resolute in recognizing that his granddaughter possessed the strongest capabilities and was the most loyal to the family. Moreover, Lu Russian had always held a particular fondness for this granddaughter. Consequently, he began to contemplate bequeathing the position of family head to Lu Ran. However, as a woman, she faced significant challenges in earning the respect of the family. Therefore, prior to assuming the role of head, she needed to achieve tangible results that would garner everyone's faith. This investment of 1 billion was her declaration of intent, her testament of merit. If problems arose from this endeavor, all plans would be rendered futile. With a serious demeanor, Lu Ran turned to Chun Yang, frowning as she said, "Mr. Chun, I have taken your words to heart. Given the magnitude of this investment, I ought to exercise greater caution. I will engage 3 investigative firms from outside the region to assess the feasibility of this investment." Chun Yang shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "The business decisions are yours to make. However, I suggest you reconsider this investment." Lu Ran shook her head, opting not to debate further. She promptly stood up to make calls, orchestrating the upcoming investigative plans. Lu Russian, reclining in his room, had been listening intently to the conversation outside. At this juncture, he could no longer contain his excitement and staggered out. Sitting opposite Chun Yang, he smiled and said, "Chun Yang, I invited you today to express my gratitude, and I also wish to discuss a matrimonial proposal." Matrimonial proposal? Chun Yang was taken aback. Indeed, Lu Russian affirmed with a grin. "What are your thoughts on my granddaughter's appearance?" "She is quite beautiful," Chun Yang replied, nodding, then candidly added, "especially her long, lovely legs." "Ha ha." Lu Russian could not restrain his laughter. "As long as you like her, that is what matters. You young people are so direct. I inquired about your background. You come from Gangtu village to Qingzhou city, lacking formal employment, property, or a vehicle, and you are unmarried. Therefore, why not marry Lu Ran? Subsequently, all the Lu family's assets, amounting to billions, will be yours." "Ah." Chun Yang's mouth fell agape, and he disdainfully exclaimed, "Old Lu, I rescued your life out of goodwill, and you seek to barter my person in exchange? How despicable." "Huh." Lu Russian looked perplexed. "But, Chun Yang, you yourself said my granddaughter is quite beautiful. Moreover, should you marry into our Lu family, you would become the next head of the clan. Consider this. Other villagers toil for generations and may never amass a fortune of 10 million, whereas you, upon entering the metropolis, would instantly find yourself with assets worth billions. Isn't that enticing?" Chun Yang set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth, expressing his frustration. "Enough? There is absolutely no way I would ever marry into a family. If I were to become a son-in-law, do you think the villagers wouldn't mock me endlessly? My ancestors from the Chun lineage would surely rise from their graves to haunt me." Lu Russian was taken aback by Chun Yang's resolute refusal. Stroking his chin, Chun Yang continued, "If marrying into the family is off the table, I find your proposal rather appealing. Of course, I must first marry Su Jing within a month. After that, if you still believe I am worthy, I might consider Lu Ran." "Bah." Lu Russian glared at Chun Yang in exasperation. "You little rascal. If you refuse to marry into the family, how dare you suggest that my granddaughter become your concubine? It's utterly infuriating." Chun Yang shook his head firmly. "In any case, I will never become a son-in-law. You might as well stop dreaming about marrying a fairy." With a sigh, Lu Russian reflected on Chun Yang's outdated mindset. In this day and age, many families are welcoming sons-in-law. Why was Chun Yang so resistant? Never mind. It seems the Lu family is simply not destined for this. I shall lie down. Sitting here has exhausted me. Lu Russian leaned on the table, straining to rise. Seeing this, Chun Yang promptly approached him and said, "Old Master Lu, your prolonged bed rest has led to your meridians becoming sluggish." Lu Russian nodded in agreement. "Yes, Professor Wang mentioned the same. But what can be done? I suffered from sores on my back and lay bedridden for over 7 months, and now I feel utterly weakened. That's easily remedied. I will perform a massage to invigorate your meridians. I assure you it will take no longer than an hour," Chun Yang declared confidently. Lu Russian paused, turning to look at Chun Yang in astonishment. "Is that true? Professor Wang personally treated me for 3 days and had me practice Tai Chi and Bajuanjin. And the results were only mediocre. You claim you can heal me in an hour?" Chun Yang set down his chopsticks and replied earnestly, "At most. It will take an hour, and I guarantee your meridians will recover significantly. You will be able to stroll with birds, play chess, and even dance with the ladies at the square without issue. Lu Russian regarded Qin Yang with surprise, skepticism evident in his eyes. Just then, a hearty laughter echoed from outside. Shortly after, an elderly man clad in traditional attire strode in confidently. He stood just above 1.60 meters, yet exuded an undeniable presence that commanded respect. Upon seeing the elderly gentleman, Lu Russian quickly rose to greet him, smiling. "Professor Wang, you arrived a bit late. Only remnants of the feast remain. Shall I have the maid prepare more?" Wang Hongjun waved his hand, laughing heartily. "I did not come for food. After much contemplation yesterday, I believe that employing the volcanic needle technique combined with methods to invigorate the meridians will effectively address your condition. I hope to see results within a month." Lu Russian was deeply moved by his words, expressing, "Thank you, Professor Wang, for your constant concern. I am truly grateful." Wang Hongjun chuckled heartily and waved his hand, saying, "No need, no need. In truth, it is rare for me to encounter a case like yours, and I cannot resist the urge to validate the efficacy of our traditional Chinese medicine's therapeutic massage. As the Dean of the Traditional Chinese Medicine College, I aspire to share more invaluable experiences. If this case proves effective, I hope you will allow me to present it to my students." Lu Russian, with a wry smile, nodded in agreement, saying, "Of course, Professor Wang, you truly never forget your students." At that moment, Lu Russian recalled Qin Yang. He hastily added, "By the way, Professor Wang, allow me to introduce this young gentleman, Qin Yang. Do not be deceived by his youth. He is also a skilled practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Previously, I suffered from sores on my back that no hospital could cure, but he was the one who healed me. Moreover, he just mentioned that he could restore my arms and legs in just 1 hour." Wang Hongjun was initially taken aback, but upon hearing the latter part, he shook his head in disbelief. With a sigh, he remarked, "Old Lu, you must exercise caution. Although I am unaware of what transpired before, the symptoms of your tendons and meridians being slackened cannot be remedied in merely 1 hour." Qin Yang wiped his mouth, stood up, and said, "It is simply a matter of the tendons being used for an extended period, leading to atrophy. What is so difficult about treating it? You just mentioned the methods of burning the mountain and soothing the tendons and bones. While effective, they are not direct." Without further ado, Qin Yang instructed Lu Russian to lie down. Lu Russian complied. Qin Yang continued, "To treat the slackening of tendons and meridians, it is crucial to utilize the Jaimin point." Jaimin? I believe I have encountered this term in some ancient text. What does it mean? Wang Hongjun instinctively inquired. Qin Yang, somewhat perplexed, shook his head and glanced at Wang Hongjun. "Did you not claim to be the dean of a traditional Chinese medicine academy? How can you not have heard of Jaimin?" The ancient medical texts possess 4 foundational works. The Shinong Benqiao Jing discusses herbal medicine. The Shanghan Zabing Lin addresses diseases. The Huangdi Neijing elucidates medical principles and meridians. And the Huangdi Weijing pertains to the treatment of musculoskeletal injuries through Jaimin. The Huangdi Weijing. That medical text has long since become extinct and has not been passed down. Wang Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Yang paid no further heed to Wang Hongjun. He directly pressed his hand on Lu Russian's Jaimin point and began to tap rhythmically. As he tapped, Qin Yang explained, "Jaimin and the meridian acupoints are pathways for the circulation of qi and blood in the human body. Among them, the meridian acupoints facilitate the flow of qi, while Jaimin promotes the flow of blood. The human body possesses 36 major Jaimin and 108 minor Jaimin. These can be used in conjunction with acupoints to treat any musculoskeletal ailment." As Qin Yang introduced the concepts, he simultaneously administered treatment. In just half an hour, Lu Russian, resting on the sofa, was nearly moaning with comfort. After being bedridden for over 7 months due to his ailment, his meridians had long become slackened, his muscles weakened, and his body filled with stagnant blood, rendering him unable to move freely. Yet, through the coordination of Jaimin and acupoints, Qin Yang had restored a substantial portion of his meridians and muscles within just half an hour. "All right, stand up and take a few steps. I will return the day after tomorrow, and by then, your body will be fully restored," Qin Yang remarked casually. Lu Russian rose to his feet and paced around the room, overwhelmed with joy. "My limbs truly possess strength now. My goodness, Qin Yang, you are nothing short of remarkable. I urge you to contemplate the prospect of marrying my granddaughter. Once you join the Lu family, the second child of Lu Ran could bear your surname." Lu Russian exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He had previously assumed that Chunyang's knowledge was confined to the realm of witchcraft and divination. But he was astonished to discover that his medical prowess surpassed even that of Wang Hongjun, the dean of the traditional Chinese medicine college. Lu Russian gazed at Chunyang with fervent eyes, saying, "What do you think, Chunyang? Once you are integrated into the Lu family, you will become my grandson. At that point, you and Lu Ran will oversee the entire Lu family enterprise, destined to become the next family heads." Chunyang looked at Lu Russian with an expression of helplessness. "Old Lu, as the esteemed first scholar of Gangtu village, I would rather starve than take on such a role." He then added, "I've had my meal, so I shall take my leave." "Wait." Wang Hongjuan's face was alight with excitement as he stepped forward and seized Chunyang's arm. "Hold on, Chunyang, Mr. Chun, no, Master Chun. Where did you come across the Huangdi Neijing? And could you possibly impart more of your knowledge of the Jiamen?" Chunyang hesitated, rooted in place. Sensing Chunyang's uncertainty, Wang Hongjun immediately knelt before him. "I understand, Master Chun, that your medical knowledge is not easily shared. I am willing to become your disciple. And once I learn from you, I pledge that I will never divulge your teachings without your permission." Lu Russian, standing nearby, was taken aback. He rushed forward to grasp Wang Hongjun's arm, exclaiming, "Director Wang, isn't this a bit excessive? Chunyang is indeed impressive, but there is no need for such grand gestures." Wang Hongjun shook his head, his demeanor grave and sincere. "You do not comprehend, Lu Lao. You have not studied traditional Chinese medicine and are unaware of the paramount importance of the Huangdi Neijing in our field. I have spent my entire life in pursuit of the contents of this book, yet to no avail. Now, Master Chun has undoubtedly seen it. I am willing to do anything to catch a glimpse of this tome." As he spoke, Wang Hongjun once again grasped Chunyang's leg. "Master, I bow to you. I am your disciple, Wang Hongjun, paying my respects." Chunyang was taken aback and quickly stepped aside, shaking his head. "Please, do not do that. You are already in your 60s or 70s. Bowing to me is akin to inviting me to meet the king of hell." Wang Hongjun, however, remained on the ground, bowing once more. Then, he stood up with a chuckle, declaring, "Having completed 3 bows, Master Chun, you are now my teacher. Please, impart your wisdom regarding the Huangdi Neijing." Chunyang regarded Wang Hongjun and realized that the old man had quite a thick skin. Yet, upon further reflection, he found a measure of respect for him. After all, despite his esteemed status, he was willing to humble himself for the sake of a medical text, showing no regard for his dignity. It was evident that he was genuinely eager to learn and dedicated to promoting traditional Chinese medicine. Chunyang let out a resigned sigh and said, "There is no need for formal apprenticeship. However, I can impart my knowledge regarding the treatment of musculoskeletal ailments through the methodology of the Geomancer technique. In truth, I have perused the Huangdi Neijing in the past, albeit only partially, not in its entirety." Wang Hongjun immediately shook his head, asserting, "I have already completed my bowing ritual. How can it not count? Master, might you also share this knowledge with those young scholars at the Traditional Chinese Medicine Academy? They are genuinely passionate about the art of traditional healing." Chunyang nodded nonchalantly. He recalled that his home had once housed numerous texts on traditional medicine, including the now-lost Huangdi Neijing, the Qingnong Jing, and the medical treatises of Bien Quebec. In retrospect, the tattered volumes that he had previously undervalued now appeared to him as priceless treasures. Upon hearing Chunyang's agreement, Wang Hongjun was overjoyed and exclaimed, "This is splendid. We can promptly organize a free clinic, enabling those young scholars to master this set of techniques for treating musculoskeletal disorders, ensuring their future employment prospects." Chunyang's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. Indeed, a free clinic. What if we were to take the students from the Traditional Chinese Medicine Academy to the Huayuan community to provide treatments for the elderly suffering from back and leg pain, and offer remedies for various sleep disturbances? The only stipulation would be that they pay their property fees in advance. Once they settle their dues, they could benefit from our clinic. This way, we are bound to collect the property fees. With renewed determination, Chunyang turned to Wang Hongjun and declared, "All right, Professor Wang. Let us head to the Traditional Chinese Medicine Academy right away. I will teach you the Jiamen treatment techniques, and this afternoon and tomorrow, you will gain experience at a designated location for the free clinic." Chunyang and Wang Hongjun were in perfect accord. Wang Hongjun laughed heartily, grasping Chunyang's arm as they made their way out. At that moment, Lu Ran entered with her long strides. She had just concluded a phone call and had contacted 3 external investigation firms to thoroughly assess the credibility of the project. Noticing Chun Yang's departure, Lu Ran immediately inquired, "Chen Yang, how is my grandfather's health?" Chen Yang shrugged and replied, "He is doing well. If I treat him again the day after tomorrow, he will be fully recovered, so there is no need for concern. Additionally, I sincerely recommend that you halt your project." Lu Ran nodded, "Understood. I am being very cautious. In any case, do not worry, and please refrain from speaking out of turn. This involves significant commercial confidentiality." Seeing Lu Ran's expression, Chen Yang discerned that she was still reluctant to abandon the project. With a sigh, he said, "Very well, if you choose not to believe me, that is your prerogative." Subsequently, Chen Yang and Wang Hongjun departed from the Lu residence and headed directly to Qingzhou University, a prestigious 211 double first-class institution where Wang Hongjun served as the head of the traditional Chinese medicine academy. On the way, Wang Hongjun lamented, "Alas, it is increasingly difficult to recruit students into the field of traditional medicine nowadays. After graduation, finding a suitable job is a challenge. Many either shift to selling pharmaceuticals or become drug representatives, while others are relegated to rural hospitals, performing basic physical therapies to appease patients. It is truly disheartening." Chen Yang chose to disregard these lamentations, believing that the efficacy of traditional medicine would ensure its enduring legacy. If its efficacy proves inadequate, it will undoubtedly be suppressed entirely by modern medicine, ultimately fading into obscurity, a natural law indeed. Chen Yang and Wang Hongjun have entered Qingzhou University. This marks Chun Yang's inaugural experience within the university realm. The campus, adorned with picturesque scenery, resonates with peals of laughter. Here, tens of thousands of youthful scholars converge. More notably, the contemporary young women are fond of donning exceedingly short shorts, displaying rows of long, alluring legs that leave Chen Yang utterly mesmerized. He inhaled sharply and remarked to Wang Hongjun, "Director Wang, this place is truly wonderful." Wang Hongjun, taken aback for a moment, quickly regained his composure and chuckled, "Master, if you find it so delightful, why not consider a position here at our school? I could appoint you as a distinguished lecturer to enlighten our students." "Really? I could work here too?" Chen Yang couldn't help but wipe the corner of his mouth, but then immediately shook his head. "Oh no, I cannot. I have a pressing task this month. I must marry, leaving no time to work here." Wang Hongjun was perplexed. His car came to an abrupt halt at the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine. As Chen Yang exited the vehicle, he took his first steps on a university campus, and a prestigious 211 university at that. He was indeed somewhat astounded. At that moment, three young men, dripping with sweat, approached with palpable excitement. Upon spotting Wang Hongjun, they greeted him warmly. "Director Wang, hurry to the grove. We are currently engaging with those arrogant fellows from the music academy. This time, our college's belle has taken the initiative. If we delay, we may miss the enchanting music." The trio hurriedly dashed away. Wang Hongjun shook his head in exasperation and sighed. These young rascals, while lacking in academic diligence, certainly make no less mischief than their peers. "Very well. We shall await their return to teach the therapeutic method of Geomancer." Chen Yang stroked his chin and inquired, "What do they mean by that? Is it a competition?" "Indeed, it is merely a debate over whether the piano is more melodious than the guqin, or if the violin surpasses the erhu in prowess. Alas, these youngsters are here to study traditional Chinese medicine, not classical instruments." Wang Hongjun lamented, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang scratched his head and said, "Well, I wish to see where the grove is." "Oh, it's just to the left. There is an open concert hall within the grove. If you wish to go, please do. I shall not accompany you. As a dean, my presence there would seem to intimidate the students of other faculties." Wang Hongjun maintained his dignified authority. Chen Yang refrained from further comment and turned towards the grove. Surrounding him were young men and women, brimming with vitality and confidence, many of whom were undeniably beautiful. Upon arriving at the grove, he ventured inside and indeed found an open hall at its center, adorned with a variety of musical instruments. On either side, students, numbering over 100, were divided into two camps, locked in a spirited contest. Seated beside a banana leaf guzheng was an exquisitely beautiful girl, her round face and rosy nose embodying the essence of beauty. On the opposite side, behind a grand piano, sat a tall, handsome boy, clad in designer attire, exuding a blend of charm and arrogance. The young man addressed the girl behind the guqin, saying, "Meng Qingxua, let us make a pact. If you lose this time, You must either ensure that no one from your traditional Chinese medicine college approaches this grove ever again, or you shall become my woman. Heh, you must choose one or the other if you lose. Meng Qingxue pressed her hands on the guqin, her expression inscrutable, her focus unwavering. The young man continued to chuckle. In truth, I recommend you choose the latter, become my woman. Your college is shabby, impoverished, and rustic. The only one worthy of my attention is you. Should you choose to be mine, at least during these university years, I shall devote myself entirely to you, my dear. Qinyang stood among the crowd, observing this spectacle with curiosity. The young man opposite him arrogantly adjusted his tie before settling at the piano. His gaze brazenly scrutinized Meng Qingxue. Yang Qinghai was quite pleased. He was determined to have Meng Qingxue for himself. With an affluent background, striking looks, and the talent of a musical prodigy, no woman could escape his pursuit. Though he was merely 21, he had already courted over 40 girlfriends, many of whom were inexperienced young heiresses, transformed from girls into women under his charm. Yang Qinghai gazed at Meng Qingxue, confident that this traditional girl, so innocent and unblemished, would never evade his grasp. The boys from the traditional Chinese medicine college were seething with indignation, muttering curses under their breath. How outrageous of Yang Qinghai to pursue Meng Qingxue. She was the belle of their college, their goddess. How could they allow that lecherous cad to defile her? This competition would determine the future usage rights of the grove. Meng Qingxue could not afford to lose. Rest assured, I have heard her guqin skills once, and they were truly ethereal. That scoundrel opposite cannot possibly compare. Qinyang, standing amidst the crowd, grasped the situation completely upon hearing their discussions. The traditional Chinese medicine college and the music college were adjacent, with this grove lying between them. Students from the traditional Chinese medicine college often studied here, while those from the music college enjoyed playing instruments in the same space, leading both sides to find the other's noise bothersome. Thus, today's musical duel was born. The victor would claim the rights to the grove, prohibiting entry to the other college. Yang Qinghai smiled slightly, and then, with deft fingers, he began to play the piano. The melody that emerged was nothing short of enchanting, akin to a myriad of notes transformed into sprites dancing at the ears of all present. He performed the well-known and challenging piece, the Croatian Rhapsody, with remarkable speed and precision. As the final notes faded, the music college erupted in applause, showering him with praise. Young Master Yang, your skills are truly exceptional, simply delightful. Oh, my ears are in ecstasy. Alas, young Master Yang would never notice me. Notice you? Oh. Yang Dashao has indeed become a renowned heir of a prominent family in Qingzhou. Are you aware of his maternal grandfather's identity? He hails from the esteemed Mi family, the foremost lineage in Jiang province. My goodness, young and affluent, charming and debonair. It seems that Meng Qingxue will inevitably succumb to becoming Yang Shao's woman. After listening to the piano piece, Meng Qingxue furrowed her brow. The opponent possesses considerable strength, indicating that she must exert her utmost effort. With one hand, she pressed down upon the strings of the guqin. The sound resonated melodiously. A refreshing aura enveloped the entire venue. Upon hearing the enchanting notes of the guqin, Qinyang's eyes sparkled, unable to resist scrutinizing Meng Qingxue. Her proficiency in playing the guqin had evidently reached a remarkable level, and during her performance, she subtly employed internal resonance. This woman is extraordinary. Not only is she strikingly beautiful, but her hidden prowess is formidable. As the surrounding audience absorbed the captivating music, they instinctively fell silent, their ears attuned to the sound. The guqin's melody was exquisite, a clear stream flowing into their hearts. Despite his lack of formal education, Qinyang, who had learned the arts of music and calligraphy under his grandfather's guidance since childhood, immediately recognized that Meng Qingxue was destined to triumph. Just as the students from the traditional Chinese medicine college were filled with excitement, a sudden, sharp crack echoed. One of the strings on the guqin snapped violently, striking Meng Qingxue's finger. She gasped, halting her performance, and gazed at the guqin before her, a frown forming on her brow. Yang Qinghai chuckled triumphantly, rising to applaud. He remarked to Meng Qingxue, "Qingxue, your guqin skills are indeed commendable, yet halting so early makes it impossible to compare with my piano piece. It appears you must select another instrument for our contest." Meng Qingxue hesitated momentarily, then shook her head, saying that there was no need for a comparison. They had already lost. Yang Qinghai erupted in laughter, proclaiming, Then according to the rules, from this moment on, you shall be considered my woman. The students from the traditional Chinese medicine college were enraged, cursing in frustration. If not for the unexpected string snapping, Meng Qingxue would have undoubtedly secured victory. What merit does that arrogant Yang Chenghai have to boast about? The mere sight of him incited a desire to confront him. Confront him? He is the young master of the Yang family, and his maternal grandfather is the head of the Mi family. Should one dare lay a finger on him, it is likely that your entire family would never see the light of day again. They suggested that Meng Qingxue choose a different instrument to compete. Yes, a different instrument. Meng Qingxue sighed, rising to address the students behind her. There is no need for a contest. Even with the guzheng, I could only narrowly win against him. As for other instruments like the flute, guqin, or pipa, my practice is insufficient, and I would not stand a chance. Upon hearing this, the students of the traditional Chinese medicine college displayed expressions of despair and sorrow. Qin Yang approached, stating to Meng Qingxue, "Your skills are indeed commendable, but your control over internal energy lacks precision, resulting in the broken string. Thus, you did not falter due to your musical talent. Rather, you must practice the mastery of internal energy release further." Meng Qingxue was taken aback by his words, examining Qin Yang with curiosity. "Who are you?" she asked, astonished. Qin Yang chuckled softly and remarked, "I am also from your traditional Chinese medicine academy. In any case, there is no need for concern. Just watch me." At that moment, Yang Qinghai, accompanied by individuals from the music academy, approached. Yang Qinghai reached out to pat Meng Qingxue on the shoulder, grinning as he said, "Qingxue, as per our agreement, let us make a sound." Qin Yang promptly pushed Yang Qinghai's hand away, pinching his nose as he retorted, "What agreement? We have not yet lost." A flicker of anger flashed in Yang Qinghai's eyes. He scrutinized Qin Yang from head to toe and, unable to contain himself, burst into derisive laughter. Yang Qinghai jeered at Qin Yang. "Surely, you do not intend to challenge me? Do you also play music?" Qin Yang cast a glance at Yang Qinghai, curled his lip in disdain, and then took a seat in front of an ancient guqin, placing his hands upon the strings. Indeed, Qin Yang had never laid hands on a piano. However, he had been compelled by his grandfather to learn the guqin and go game since childhood. The harmonious notes cascaded from the guqin, evoking a joyful melody. Even the very first note left everyone in the audience momentarily stunned, their spirits soaring along with the music. As he played "100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix," the vibrant notes flowed freely. In playing the guqin, beyond mastering the fundamental techniques, it was essential to harmonize one's inner energy with the sound of the instrument. His grandfather had once said that a true guqin master must also be adept in inner energy. The guqin brings joy to oneself, while the guzheng delights others. Playing the guqin is akin to a dialogue with one's own heart, resonating with the rhythms of nature. When one's inner energy becomes tumultuous, a single piece on the guqin can cleanse the mind and soothe the spirit. The audience stood entranced, their emotions involuntarily dancing to the rhythm of the music, joyful, exuberant, and benevolent, as if countless birds were swirling around them. When the performance concluded, Qin Yang rose to his feet. Yet, the crowd remained motionless. The first to react was Meng Qingxue, who stared at Qin Yang in astonishment. As a practitioner and a martial artist of the dark energy level, she could clearly discern that Qin Yang had flawlessly fused his inner energy with the guqin throughout. Even now, as the music ceased, the lingering resonance still hung in the air. Applause erupted from Meng Qingxue as she approached Qin Yang, exclaiming, "Classmate, your guqin skills are truly exceptional. Even my grandfather, a recognized guqin master, would find himself evenly matched with you. Impressive." At this moment, the surrounding students began to come to their senses. Did that truly come from a guqin? How could it sound so enchanting? No way. I never expected a traditional instrument could be so melodious. It shouldn't be. The king of instruments is undoubtedly the piano. How could it be inferior to the guqin? Look up. Look at the little grove. So many birds have flown in. They exclaimed. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix indeed. The music is simply extraordinary. Just look at those swirling, dancing birds. Oh my goodness. Students from both the traditional Chinese medicine academy and the music academy marveled and gasped in awe. Qin Yang turned to Yang Qinghai and said, "Hey, my friend, why don't you tell us who the victor is?" Yang Qinghai wore a grim expression as he turned to scrutinize Qin Yang from head to toe. With a cold snort, he pointed at Qin Yang, declaring, "You, young man, wait for me. Let us go." He then departed with the members of the music academy. Meanwhile, students from the traditional Chinese medicine college encircled Chunyang. Which major are you in? I don't think I've seen you before. Thank you for helping us win the grove. What is your name? Chunyang waved his hand dismissively and replied, I am not a student here. I was brought by Wang Hongjun. I am here today to seek your assistance. All students who have studied acupuncture and massage, please follow me as we go to find Wang Hongjun. Leading the students well-versed in acupuncture and massage, Chunyang entered a large classroom. Meng Qingxue, majoring in herbal medicine, had come to this institution primarily to uncover ancient methods of alchemical concoctions and lost techniques. Observing Chunyang's retreating figure, she felt a sense of curiosity. Although she was not in the acupuncture and massage program, she followed him nonetheless. Upon entering the classroom, Wang Hongjun stood at the podium, visibly excited. He addressed the students, proclaiming, Today, I am thrilled to share with you an epic-making discovery in traditional Chinese medicine. The Huangdi Weijing truly existed. This text specifically discusses treatments for various external injuries and musculoskeletal pains. Now, I am honored to introduce my newly accepted master, Chunyang. Master, please come to the stage. As Chunyang ascended the podium, the students erupted in lively discussion, astonished that Dean Wang had recognized Chunyang as his master. Chunyang gestured for silence and began. Let us discuss methods for treating musculoskeletal pain, specifically the Jaimin treatment method. This is documented in the Huangdi Weijing, which mentions 36 major Jaimin and 108 minor Jaimin, alongside 12 primary meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels. Having studied these concepts since childhood, Chunyang found it easy to articulate them. An hour later, he had covered the fundamental outline. He addressed the class. Next, we will engage in practical application. We shall proceed to the Huayuan community to offer free consultations to the residents there. Wang Hongjun, puzzled, inquired, Master, why must we go to the Huayuan community? Chunyang's face flushed slightly as he cleared his throat and replied, Well, I will explain later. For now, just follow my instructions. Prepare all necessary equipment for the free clinic this afternoon, such as blood pressure monitors and massage tables, and we will enter the Huayuan community first thing tomorrow morning. When Chunyang returned to the Huayuan community, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He walked directly into Su Jing's office, where she was frowning over a report. Dear, why the long face? Do you realize that when you frown, it emits a kind of toxic gas? Chunyang remarked, tapping on the desk. Su Jing looked up and glared at Chunyang, retorting, What kind of toxic gas can my frown produce? A kind that causes my heart to ache. Chunyang lamented, placing a hand over his heart with a sigh. I don't know why, but every time I see you frowning, I feel a pang of sorrow. Ugh, please. Su Jing reached out and firmly twisted Chunyang's ear. Where on earth did you learn such slick talk? Do you think you are some sort of sea king? Chunyang shook his head. What sea king? I'm merely speaking the truth. By the way, what are you looking at? Su Jing sat down, tapping on the report as she spoke. Today, under the allure of your renovation company, over 30 households have paid their property fees, but it is still far too few. My parents owe the Me family $3 million, which is due the day after tomorrow. Collecting such a sum in just 2 days is nearly impossible. Calculating with her delicate, fair fingers, Su Jing continued, the property fee for one household is about 5,000. To amass 3,600,000 households need to pay. In other words, we must have 2/3 of the entire community paying tomorrow, which is utterly unfeasible. Don't worry. Chunyang winked at Su Jing with confidence. Leaning closer, he chuckled. I'm already prepared. I can guarantee we will collect property fees from at least 600 households tomorrow. By the way, my dear, once you repay the Me family, can we officially go on a date? Su Jing's beautiful eyes scrutinized Chunyang, doubt evident in her voice. What do you have prepared to ensure that so many homeowners willingly pay their property fees? Chunyang rubbed his nose. Well, I've realized that our property company has been too passive. We've constantly been threatened by those rascals like Wang Liqin, who want to replace us. So, I've decided that from now on, we will take the initiative and show genuine care for the homeowners, making them reluctant to and afraid of replacing us. Su Jing's eyes sparkled, and she found herself feeling a sense of security in Chunyang. He chuckled. Hey, darling, don't you think I'm actually quite handsome? Sharing a room with me would be delightful. Bah. Su Jing snapped back to reality and rolled her eyes at him. Stop it. Showing care for the homeowners requires money. And right now, we are sorely lacking in that department. How can we show care without funds? Chunyang merely chuckled, exuding an air of self-assurance without further elaboration. Just then, Su Jing's phone rang. She picked it up, and, upon seeing the caller, her expression clouded with worry. Hesitating, she contemplated whether to answer. "What's wrong?" Qinyang inquired. Su Jing sighed. "It's my grandmother calling. Without a doubt, she is trying to pressure me into marriage, insisting I wed the young master of the Mi family." Qinyang's brow furrowed deeply. "Has your grandmother lost her senses? You are my wife. This union is destined. Why do they all insist on forcing you to marry that young master? Enough. They just keep rambling." Su Jing sighed in exasperation. After a moment's contemplation, she pressed the answer button and spoke. "Grandma, you're looking for me? Tonight, your uncle is being discharged from the hospital. To celebrate his recovery, our whole family is gathering for dinner at the Night King Palace. You should come too." The elderly woman's voice was cold. Hearing this, Su Jing let out a sigh of relief and quickly replied, "All right, I will definitely be there." The call was then abruptly ended. Su Jing glanced at the time and said to Qinyang, "You can manage dinner on your own. I'm going to have a meal with my grandmother and the others. I expect to return quite late." "Where's the Night King Palace?" Qinyang asked, puzzled. As Su Jing tidied up the table, she replied, "The Night King Palace is the largest legitimate entertainment and leisure venue in Qingzhou. It offers dining, sauna services, board games, dance halls, and various other amenities. It is quite reputable and safe, so you need not worry." Qinyang scrutinized Su Jing's expression and immediately shook his head, saying, "No, I am not at all reassured. The look on your face is ominous, with deep-set lines around your mouth. You are likely to encounter trouble tonight, face legal issues, or even suffer humiliation. I must accompany you." "Really? Is that true?" Su Jing asked, astonished. "Could my grandmother truly wish me harm? That seems impossible. I can assure you, my instincts are never wrong," Qinyang asserted confidently. In truth, Su Jing's complexion had subtly changed, hardly noticeable at a casual glance. However, after acquiring the mysterious shell of the 9-year-old trickster, Qinyang's mental acuity had surged, enhancing his ability to read faces and predict fortunes. After a moment's hesitation, Su Jing gazed at Qinyang with her beautiful eyes and said, "But I had promised my grandmother I would attend. After all, this banquet is a celebration for my uncle's discharge from the hospital. It would seem rather inappropriate for me to skip it. Perhaps you could accompany me?" Qinyang nodded eagerly, grinning. "Sure, my dear. With me by your side, no one would dare to bully you. Besides, I should meet your grandmother and the others. After all, we will soon be family." "All right," Su Jing replied, looking at the time. "Let us change our clothes and head out." Qinyang and Su Jing left the property management office and made their way towards the villa in the community. On the way, Qinyang called Zheng Yijian, instructing him to procure some red banners to be displayed throughout the neighborhood. In the villa, Su Jing changed into a fitted dark dress, applied a touch of makeup, and styled her hair elegantly. She donned a pair of mid-heeled shoes and descended the stairs. Qinyang, seated on the sofa sipping water, looked up upon hearing her approach. With a sputter, he couldn't contain himself, spraying the water from his mouth in surprise. His eyes widened as he stared at Su Jing on the staircase, his expression one of astonishment. "What are you doing?" Su Jing asked, bewildered. "You look as if you've seen a ghost. Your outfit is just like a specter, a heart-stealing apparition." "It makes my heart race," Qinyang exclaimed. "Wife, could you please change? Your legs look too stunning. I'll be jealous with so many people at the banquet." As he spoke, he circled around Su Jing, his eyes wide. Su Jing laughed and playfully twisted Qinyang's ear. "You little rascal, you're becoming quite the charmer. If it were another woman, you might have swept her off her feet. You should tone it down." Qinyang shook his head. "Are you truly going to wear that? Is it not unseemly?" Su Jing asked, puzzled. "Quite the opposite. You are far too beautiful," Qinyang declared. "I have never seen a woman more alluring than you. As long as you look splendid, it's important not to embarrass ourselves at this gathering with relatives. Let us go." Su Jing and Qinyang got into the car, heading straight for the Night King Palace. Upon arriving at the Night King Palace parking lot, Qinyang parked his vehicle and prepared to depart with Su Jing. Not far away, a flickering gray malevolence was faintly discernible, undulating ominously. Qinyang furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated encountering such sinister energy even in a parking lot. Could it be that this place was tainted? The key detail was that the malevolence appeared to be moving, resembling a figure with an eerie semblance, akin to that of a living corpse or a zombie. After a moment's contemplation, Qinyang turned to Su Jing and said, "My dear, please head upstairs first. I wish to investigate that peculiar presence." He gestured toward the rear of the parking lot. "What do you intend to do?" Su Jing grasped Qinyang's arm, her concern evident. You aren't thinking of relieving yourself there, are you? I must remind you, this is a city. One cannot simply go wherever they please. With a bemused expression, Qinyang replied, My love, just because I lack formal education does not mean I am uncivilized. What do you take me for? Moreover, we do not engage in such indiscretions. We typically resolve our needs in our own fields, allowing for natural fertilization. Su Jing rolled her eyes at him. Fine. I will be in the 7th floor Ming Wang box. Do not stray from your path. With her bag in hand, she gracefully departed. Qinyang secured his vehicle and made his way toward the source of the malevolence. His mental acuity had significantly enhanced, enabling him to discern even the faintest traces of sinister energy. The situation was extraordinarily strange, and Qinyang's curiosity was piqued. He had never before encountered a zombie, let alone discover one concealed within the bustling confines of a city parking lot. As he approached, he clutched a thunderbolt talisman in his hand. Suddenly, he leapt from the car's roof and landed behind the elevator. Behind the elevator stood a meticulously dressed middle-aged man who was smoking while leaning against the wall. He was drenched in sweat, his complexion ashen. His forehead appeared darkened, and the area before his ears was deeply sunken. His eyes were bloodshot and dark, tinged with a purplish-gray hue, indicating a dire state of health. Startled by Qinyang's sudden appearance, the middle-aged man fell to the ground. Qinyang scrutinized him, then surveyed the surroundings, muttering, Huh? He is not a zombie. How peculiar. Where did you come from? You startled me. The man, Duan Hong, managed to stammer as he shakily regained his composure, his words tumbling out in disarray. Qinyang, stroking his chin, regarded Duan Hong with curiosity. You are undeniably a living person, yet you exude an aura reminiscent of a zombie's malevolence. Duan Hong, already burdened by his own troubles, coughed violently upon hearing Qinyang's unexpected remark. You, what audacity! Who do you think you are to curse me? Do you even know my identity? Qinyang shrugged nonchalantly, responding, I do not know who you are, but I am quite certain that you are on the brink of death. Are you not feeling a chill rising from the soles of your feet, as though cold water were seeping in? Simultaneously, does your crown chakra not feel ablaze, as if you are perpetually under a blazing fire? Duan Hong's cigarette but fell with a soft thud to the ground as he stared at Qinyang in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Qinyang continued, Moreover, is your skin becoming hardened? Are your nails inexplicably darkening and elongating? Do your teeth feel an incessant itch, as if driven to bite? Tisk, judging by your appearance, you may not survive beyond 7 days. I advise you to draft a will for your loved ones and arrange for a swift cremation after your demise. Otherwise, you might face a transformation into something unnatural. Are you investigating me? Duan Hong's eyes reflected confusion and wariness as he gazed at Qinyang. Who are you, and what do you intend to do? Huh. I have no interest in meddling in others' affairs, Qinyang retorted, turning on his heel to leave. He had initially presumed Duan Hong to be a zombie, only to discover he was merely a man. However, the malevolent aura surrounding Duan Hong was overwhelming, indicative of numerous misdeeds and the use of dark sorcery that had led to his current state. Qinyang chose to disregard him and headed straight for the Night King Palace. Duan Hong struggled to his feet and tremulously entered the elevator. This elevator possessed high-level access that ordinary individuals could not enter. As the proprietor of the Night King Palace, Duan Hong was, of course, permitted entry. The elevator ascended directly to the topmost floor of the establishment. Duan Hong hurried towards his office, though it was merely a matter of a few dozen meters. He was already breathless and fatigued. Upon sitting down, he urgently addressed the security personnel. Quick, investigate the identity of that young man who just entered our establishment. Hurry. Yes, Mr. Duan. The security officer promptly began reviewing the surveillance footage and contacted the local law enforcement. Although the Night King Palace operated as a legitimate establishment, its vastness and numerous entertainment offerings necessitated stringent security measures. The staff alone, comprising various security personnel and servers, numbered over 3,000. Furthermore, the establishment maintained extensive connections with local law enforcement. Before long, the information was retrieved. Duan Hong stared at Qinyang's details in disbelief. He just arrived in Qingzhou? He works for Jingxin Property Company? This means he is not an agent sent by my adversaries. He certainly couldn't have learned about my condition from the hospital. Could it be that he truly discerned it? The realization struck him. If he could identify his peculiar ailment at a glance, it was possible he might also possess the means to cure him. At this thought, Duan Hong's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. He was acutely aware of his own physical state. Despite all medical examinations yielding normal results and failing to pinpoint a specific ailment, Duan Hong distinctly felt that he was far from well, teetering on the brink of collapse. He had sought out monks, consulted Taoist priests, and approached numerous medical experts, even investing heavily in a visit to the renowned Jiang. Yet, he had ultimately found no answers. Now, the sudden realization that Chunyang might be his salvation filled him with a surge of hope. Duan Hong sprang to his feet, his heart racing with exhilaration. Meanwhile, in the Ming Wang private room, Chunyang pushed open the door and entered. The room was bustling with a dozen or more diners enjoying their meal. Chunyang scanned the area but did not see Su Jing. Where's my wife? Chunyang furrowed his brows. Among the guests, an elderly lady emanated an air of authority, her face marked by a hint of sharpness. She furrowed her brow as she glared at Chunyang, coldly stating, "Nonsense. Where do you intend to find a wife? Leave." Chunyang raised his head and noticed that they were indeed in the 7th floor's Pluto private room. He replied, "My wife is Su Jing. Isn't she here dining?" "What? Su Jing is your wife? Ha ha ha, you're killing me. You actually came here to claim a wife. Are you out of your mind?" A voice chimed in. "I suspect that Su Jing is rather promiscuous and may have indeed gotten involved with this rustic fellow." At the dining table, a man stood up, pointing at Chunyang. "Chunyang, how dare you show your face here? Do you believe I would flay you alive?" Chunyang recognized the man as Su Wentao. He couldn't help but laugh and waved his hand, saying, "Oh, it's my brother-in-law. It seems I haven't come to the wrong place. But where is Su Jing? She arrived before me. Who is your brother-in-law? Get the hell out of here." Su Wentao was seething with rage. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed from the entrance. Chunyang turned to see Su Jing, who had just washed her face. Moreover, there was a distinct handprint on her left cheek. Upon seeing the mark, Chunyang's anger surged. He quickly stepped forward, grasping Su Jing's wrist, asking, "Wife, what happened? Who struck you?" Su Jing waved her hand, her face reflecting a semblance of strength. She spoke to Chunyang. "I'm fine. You should sit down and eat." Su Jing was reluctant to elaborate. She had not anticipated that her grandmother would be so ruthless, publicly slapping her in such a setting. However, she was, after all, her grandmother. Su Jing felt compelled to endure it, especially since her grandmother genuinely had her best interests at heart. She pulled Chunyang down beside her. At this moment, Su Wentao gritted his teeth and addressed the elderly matriarch. "Grandmother, this is Chunyang, the scoundrel I mentioned who cohabitates with Su Jing." The table erupted in murmurs. "What? Cohabitation? Su Jing certainly has eclectic tastes. How disgusting. This woman, who usually keeps a low profile, turns out to be so scandalous." A chorus of derisive remarks emerged from the younger relatives. Su's grandmother slammed her palm on the table, directing her ire at Su Jing. "Su Jing, are you only happy when you drive me to despair? Your parents are useless, only knowing how to squander money. I never imagined you would be such a disappointment. I command you to expel Chunyang immediately, and you are forbidden to meet him again. Furthermore, you must find me Tian to go on a date tomorrow, dining and watching a movie together. Should you dare refuse, I will break your legs." Chunyang frowned. He had merely wished to meet Su Jing's family, especially with the upcoming wedding requiring their collective presence. Yet, he had not anticipated that upon their first encounter, the elders of the Su family would insult him so openly. The Su family seemed to have united in finding a common adversary and seized the opportunity to criticize Su Jing relentlessly. Su Jing lowered her head, her fists clenched tightly. She found herself unable to refute their accusations, as it was indeed true that her family was currently in disarray. When her parents fled from their debts, she bore the burdens alone, living a life far worse than that of a pig or a dog. Were it not for Chunyang, her existence would have been marked by utter humility and helplessness. Upon hearing the scornful taunts and complaints from the relatives of the Su family, Chunyang could no longer contain himself. He glanced at the table, then extended his hand and slammed it down upon the underside. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the table shook violently. The drinks and dishes upon it cascaded downwards towards the heads of the Su family members. With a splat, a pot of scalding turtle soup struck the elderly matriarch squarely in the face, while fruit juices and liquor splattered into the eyes and hair of the others. The most unfortunate of all was Su Wentao, who found the entire pot of hot lamb soup poured over his chest and trousers. "Ouch! It burns, it burns!" he screamed in agony. The elderly matriarch also cried out, stumbling backwards and landing on the floor. In the midst of the chaos, Only Chun Yang and Su Jing remained unscathed, untouched by the flying food and drink. Terrified, Su Jing swiftly stood up, glancing around at her relatives and then at Chun Yang. Momentarily taken aback, she squeezed Chun Yang's shoulder and whispered, "Did you do this?" Chun Yang shrugged, thinking it was only fitting for those who spoke without wisdom to receive such treatment. "You are truly remarkable," Su Jing exclaimed, pointing at Chun Yang, unable to suppress a smile. However, she was cautious not to laugh too heartily. She hurried over to the elderly matriarch on the ground, feigning concern. "Oh dear, Grandma. What happened? Are you all right? If you wished for turtle soup, just let us younger ones know. There's no need to be so careless." With that, Su Jing removed the turtle from the old woman's head. The matriarch climbed to her feet, examining the disarray of her family. Then casting her gaze upon Chun Yang and Su Jing, who were both unharmed. With her arms trembling in fury, she struck her cane upon the ground repeatedly. "You wretched scoundrel! Do you dare to plot against us? I warn you, if you do not agree to the marriage with me Tian today, you shall not leave." In the next moment, with a loud bang, the door to the private room burst open. 7 or 8 burly men with menacing expressions entered, all dressed in floral shirts. Their necks and shoulders adorned with tattoos that hinted at their nefarious nature. Among them, a tall man with a knife and a nose ring approached, sneering as he addressed Su Jing. "Miss Su, we have been waiting for you with great impatience. Your parents owe our Genio Financial Company 100,000 yuan, and with interest, it has ballooned to over 1 million now. I must ask, when do you intend to repay this debt?" Su Jing was taken aback, stepping back in terror. "What do you want from us? I have no knowledge of my parents' debts, and even if I did, it has nothing to do with me." "Nothing to do with you? Huh. Little beauty, it seems you are indeed beautiful yet devoid of wit. They owe our tourist company a considerable sum. Do you truly believe you can evade responsibility?" Wu Bin erupted into a raucous laughter. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding individuals promptly encircled Su Jing and Chun Yang. At that moment, Grandma Su, wiping the remnants of the old turtle soup from her forehead, interjected, "Mr. Wu, do not be excessive. Su Jing is capable of repaying her debts. Let us not forget that she is the fiancée of the young master Mi Tianlai." "What?" Wu Bin's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at Su Jing in astonishment. "Are you truly the betrothed of young master Mi? If you are indeed his woman, then this debt shall be forgiven. I still owe him a favor. Out of respect for him, I certainly cannot make things difficult for you." Su Jing stood silent, a myriad of thoughts swirling in her mind. Grandma Su, growing impatient, cast an exasperated look at Su Jing and bellowed, "Su Jing, you useless girl. What are you hesitating for? Quickly tell Mr. Wu your true identity. Otherwise, we shall be unable to rescue you today." Su Wentao chimed in, "Su Jing, you should heed your grandmother's advice. You might want to investigate Mr. Wu's character. If he were to abduct you, who knows what could transpire?" "Huh." With Su Jing's beauty. "If Mr. Wu were to take her away, I wonder if he could restrain himself." One of them snickered. Why would Mr. Wu need to hold back? He likely yearns to take Su Jing away at this very moment. The crux of the matter is that this is still a private lending dispute. Even the constables would have no means to intervene. The Su family members added fuel to the fire. Su Jing's complexion turned pale with fear as she stepped back towards Chun Yang. In that instant, the true nature of the dinner gathering dawned upon her. Her grandmother and the others had summoned her not to celebrate Uncle's release from the hospital, but had already informed Wu Bin of her presence. They had set a trap, waiting for her arrival. Now, if she did not acknowledge her engagement to Mi Tianlai, she would undoubtedly be taken away by Wu Bin. Conversely, if she confessed, she would irrevocably become a sacrificial pawn. Su Jing clenched her teeth tightly. At that moment, Wu Bin indeed appeared to take a keen interest in her. His gaze roamed over Su Jing, revealing unabashed admiration. Wu Bin licked his lips and chuckled, "Quite impressive. I never imagined that Su Bingqiang, that balding scoundrel, would father such a stunningly beautiful daughter. Haha, my dear beauty, I suggest you refrain from admitting any ties to young Master Mi. This way, I can openly escort you to my office." Indeed, in Mr. Wu's office, there is everything one could desire. "I assure you, you will find great comfort." One of his subordinates interjected eagerly, "Mr. Wu, once we arrive at the company, if you find yourself fatigued, allow me to assist you in collecting debts. I can hardly wait to contribute to our company." The subordinates all surveyed Su Jing, their faces adorned with wicked grins, thoroughly pleased with her presence. Grandma Su coldly remarked, "Su Jing, At this juncture, you ought to urgently seek assistance from young Master Me. Do not forget, if you are taken away today, you will truly become a wilted flower, and no one shall desire you. This worthless girl. Tears streamed down Su Jing's cheeks. She was engulfed in despair, unable to fathom that her own family would orchestrate such a scheme against her. Just as Su Jing was about to speak, a sudden, blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Startled, she opened her eyes to behold the arrogant Wu Bin, now shrieking in agony. His nose was a gruesome sight, bloodied and split in two. Beside Su Jing stood Qin Yang, brandishing a blood-soaked nose ring, evidently the very one that had adorned Wu Bin's nose moments before. Surveying the grotesque object in his hand, Qin Yang remarked, "You city folk are truly peculiar. In our rural areas, only the plowing oxen wear such things. Perhaps your company should be renamed from Golden Bull to Water Buffalo." Witnessing the audacity with which Qin Yang had ripped the nose ring from Wu Bin, Su Jing felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Hastily, she urged, "Qin Yang, you must flee. I will call the police immediately. How dare you tear my nose? It hurts terribly." Wu Bin, infuriated, felt a surge of rage. In that moment, his sole desire was to kill. With a dagger aimed at Qin Yang, he growled, "If I don't chop you to bits today, I shall no longer bear the surname Wu." The members of the Su family, observing this spectacle, reveled in schadenfreude. It's over for that poor wretch. His life reaches its end today. He deserves it for provoking Wu Bin. He should have met his demise long ago for slapping me repeatedly. Su Wentao sneered, caressing his face with a smug grin. Just when everyone assumed Qin Yang was doomed, the door to the private room swung open once more. Entering was Duan Hong, the proprietor of Night King Palace, accompanied by a cadre of heavily armed security personnel. Duan Hong had intended to discreetly send several dishes to Qin Yang as a gesture of hospitality. However, before he could do so, he stumbled upon Wu Bin and his entourage wreaking havoc in the private room. Recognizing Wu Bin as a notorious loan shark with a penchant for brutality, Duan Hong swiftly summoned his security team and rushed toward the scene. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Wu Bin encircling Qin Yang. "This is intolerable," Duan Hong exclaimed, pointing at Wu Bin. "You have the audacity to cause a ruckus in my establishment, disturbing my esteemed guest's meal. Do you seek death?" Wu Bin, taken aback by the number of individuals Duan Hong had brought, stammered, "Duan, this is a misunderstanding. I assure you I will not disrupt your business. However, I must take him with me. Look at what he has done to my nose. I care not for your grievances. Leave immediately, or I will break your bones for offending my distinguished guest." Duan Hong retorted, his resolve firm. "Bring me their legs to be shattered." Duan Hong, a man of resolve, initially sought merely to expel Wu Bin. However, realizing he would need to secure Qin Yang's favor for his own salvation, he concluded that Wu Bin, as Qin Yang's adversary, could not be allowed to escape unscathed. With a decisive wave of his hand, he signaled his intent. Suddenly, security rushed over. Wu Bin was momentarily taken aback, then shouted in fury, "Duan Hong, how dare you lay a hand on me? Do not forget, I am a person of considerable influence." With that, the security guard raised the steel rod in his hand and struck the legs of Wu Bin and his companions with force. The assailants were Duan Hong's well-trained bodyguards, each earning over 200,000 a month, specifically employed to handle unsavory matters that the establishment faced, particularly when disputes arose that could not be settled through legal means or when a customer demanded excessive compensation. In an instant, Wu Bin and his 8 associates had their legs broken, howling in agony as they collapsed to the ground. Su Jing witnessed this scene and hurriedly expressed her gratitude to Duan Hong. She grasped Qin Yang's hand and fled towards the exit of the private room. The Su family stood in stunned silence, particularly the matriarch. She had orchestrated this scheme with Wu Bin to force Su Jing into acknowledging her relationship with Mi Tianlai. Yet unexpectedly, Wu Bin had been incapacitated. In an instant, the Su family fell silent, too intimidated to mention their connection to Wu Bin, hastily retreating with their heads hung low. In the parking lot, Qin Yang sat in his car and said to Su Jing, "Dear, please return to the community first. I need to handle some matters." "What matters?" "Wu Bin is not someone to be trifled with. We should leave quickly," she replied anxiously. Qin Yang smiled at Su Jing, reassuring her, "Do not worry about me. I assure you, I will be back to sleep at home tonight. I won't worry about you staying out late. Since you have matters to attend to, go ahead. If you encounter any trouble, remember to let me know," she said as she drove off in Qin Yang's Passat. Qin Yang then turned and ascended the building once more. Upon reaching the elevator, A security guard approached him with the utmost respect, bowing as he said, "Sir, our general manager Duan is waiting for you upstairs. He is unwell and could not come to greet you. I sincerely apologize." "It's quite all right. Please take me up," Qinyang replied. The two entered the private elevator, which took them directly to the top floor. Qinyang pushed open the door and stepped into Duan Hong's office. As he entered, a chilling sensation coursed through his neck and shoulders. Qinyang squinted, surveying the office with astonishment. "Mr. Chun, please forgive my rudeness in the parking lot. I beg you, save me," Duan Hong implored, suddenly kneeling on the ground. Qinyang observed the perspiring Duan Hong and remarked, "You truly are insatiably greedy. For the sake of wealth, are you willing to risk your own life? If you maintain this mindset, I am afraid I cannot save you." "Mr. Chen, why do you say that? Although I am wealthy, I am not the kind of person who would resort to unscrupulous means for money," Duan Hong hastily explained. Qinyang took a seat on the sofa and inquired, "Then who arranged the feng shui of this office? You must be aware of the chaotic financial situation it represents, do you not?" Duan Hong rose, his expression one of perplexity. He nodded and said, "To be honest, Mr. Chun, this office has indeed undergone feng shui adjustments. Courtesy of my wife's cousin in Hong Kong. He is a nationally renowned feng shui master, exceedingly skilled." He then sighed and continued, "Strangely enough, although my business was doing reasonably well before, I was merely an ordinary merchant with a fortune in the mere billions, and earning was quite a challenge. However, after my wife's cousin designed a feng shui layout for me a year ago, my business began to flourish, and I have earned no less than 7 billion this past year. Alas, my health has been deteriorating, despite the wealth I've acquired. I feel as though my life has yet to truly begin before it is destined to end. It is indeed tragic." Upon hearing Duan Hong's words, Qinyang suddenly grasped the situation. Observing Duan Hong's countenance, he remarked, "It appears you are entirely unaware of the nature of this feng shui arrangement in your office. I can see from your facial features that there are flaws in the position of your spouse's palace, indicating that your current wife is not your original partner. Is that correct?" Duan Hong nodded eagerly, saying, "Indeed, she is not my first wife. I divorced my previous spouse and married my current wife, who is beautiful, gentle, and most importantly, has given me 3 children in 5 years of marriage. I truly appreciate her sacrifices." Qinyang scrutinized Duan Hong's face and stated bluntly, "Mr. Duan, to be forthright, your facial features indicate that your progeny palace is obscure and smooth, signifying that you will have no children in your lifetime. Additionally, from a traditional Chinese medicine perspective, the bruising and sores on your chin suggest a blockage in your kidney energy, a deficiency of innate yin, resulting in an imbalance of yin and yang. Thus, you are destined to remain childless." With a sudden thud, Duan Hong collapsed onto the ground, his eyes wide with a mix of anger and fear as he looked at Qinyang, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "What do you mean by that? Who sent you to curse me? I have 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. I have had them verified by a hospital and even conducted a paternity test in Hong Kong. You are merely spouting nonsense." Qinyang sighed and shrugged, replying, "I am genuinely trying to help you, considering you assisted my wife. If you do not believe me at all, then so be it. The test results are undoubtedly fabricated by someone targeting you, orchestrating this entire scheme against you. Moreover, while you may not have offspring, your celestial palace is full and your eyes and nose form a prosperous shape, with your nostrils robust and your fortune palace radiant. Therefore, you are destined for great wealth and a life of tranquility. Perhaps it is precisely your fortunate destiny that has drawn the attention of others." Duan Hong trembled, his mind in disarray. He was uncertain whether to trust Qinyang. Qinyang observed him and proposed, "Here's what we shall do, Mr. Duan. Today, I will dismantle this chaotic feng shui arrangement that disrupts your fortune. If you continue to maintain this setup, you will indeed struggle to survive the week. After I break the feng shui today, you should investigate the lineage of your sons. If you come to fully believe me, return to seek my assistance in restoring your health." Duan Hong's thoughts were a tumultuous mess, yet he nodded, saying, "Very well, you may proceed. However, I remain skeptical. If you seek to extract money from me, you shall find me unwilling to comply." Qinyang smirked and replied, "Rest assured, I have come to seek you out, primarily due to your interruption of Wu Bin's leg, and undoubtedly, also because your days are numbered." With that, Qinyang rose to his feet. He approached the left wall of the office and began to speak. "Feng shui, at its essence, is merely the transformation of energy. the gathering of wealth energy and the dispelling of malevolent energy. All methods ultimately employ the principles of yin and yang, as well as the 5 elements. The 5 elements, wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, correspond to the cardinal directions. Wood resides in the east, symbolizing the vitality of growth. Yet, on this eastern wall, you have displayed an antique sword, a relic steeped in the aura of violence. Metal overpowers wood, thus rendering the vital energy of the east utterly depleted. Qin Yang then gestured towards the northern side, stating, "The north, associated with cold water, is represented by the color black, which signifies preservation. However, here you have an abundance of exquisite firestones. Your body is already deficient in kidney yin, and this feng shui arrangement exacerbates your kidney water deficiency. I fear that when you are with your wife, you may barely last 10 seconds. Duan Hong, seated on the floor, felt his face flush upon hearing Chun Yang's words. Simultaneously, he was filled with a deep sense of dread, for Chun Yang's observation struck a profound chord within him. He had always believed that his poor stamina was due to his frail health or the beauty of his current wife, leading to his inability to endure for even a minute. Could it be that the feng shui layout was to blame? Qin Yang shook his head, asserting, "In any case, the 5 elements feng shui of your office is entirely inverted, and the elements are in disarray. Moreover, it is crucial that you look up at the ceiling." Duan Hong turned his gaze skyward. The ceiling was adorned with a foam mountain landscape, illuminated beautifully when the lights were turned on. "What is wrong with the sky?" Duan Hong inquired. Qin Yang pointed at the foam mountain, declaring, "This artificial mountain symbolizes earth and the mountains, while the yellow hue represents earth and the 5 elements. This yellow earth should ideally be at ground level, yet your office is completely enveloped in it. Pray tell, who dwells beneath the earth? In a grave?" Duan Hong gasped in alarm. Qin Yang nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, your office has been fashioned into a mausoleum. Not only is the balance of yin and yang disturbed, but the 5 elements are also thoroughly disordered, with yellow earth positioned above your head. It is akin to you laboring daily in a grave. This chaotic arrangement of the 5 elements may yield substantial financial gains. However, every penny comes at the expense of your vitality." With a thud, Duan Hong collapsed to the ground. Qin Yang continued, "I shall now dismantle this arrangement and establish a warm and nurturing feng shui configuration to alleviate your condition. In due course, when you fully place your trust in me, come seek me again." Qin Yang sprang into action, swiftly disrupting the feng shui of the office. Utilizing the existing items within the office, he rapidly reconfigured the energy. An hour later, the nurturing arrangement was complete. Qin Yang clapped his hands, and at the focal point, pricked his finger to let his blood fall into the center. In an instant, the entire office was enveloped in warmth. Duan Hong, who had always felt a chill upon entering the office, now felt as if he had stepped into a furnace. Moreover, the cold water that had been surging up through his feet was replaced with a comforting warmth. Qin Yang remarked, "In the previous feng shui setup, residing within it was akin to being a living corpse. Thus, when I first perceived the ominous aura hovering above you in the parking lot, I mistakenly believed I had encountered a zombie. Now that you are gradually recovering, I urge you to conduct a thorough investigation without delay." With that, Qin Yang turned and departed. Duan Hong, seated on the floor in a daze, remained there for over 10 minutes before he suddenly broke down, burying his face in the sofa as tears streamed down his cheeks. Although the investigation had yet to commence, he found himself harboring an 8/10 level of trust in Qin Yang. Qin Yang's formidable abilities suggested that his assertions were undoubtedly accurate. Duan Hong reflected on his past grievances towards his original wife, lamenting her inability to bear children and perpetuate the Duan family lineage. This discontent ultimately led to their divorce, rendering them strangers. In contrast, he viewed his current wife as an angel, an embodiment of kindness and gentleness, the most admirable of mothers. Yet, he was taken aback to discover her true, venomous nature. Lost in thought, a cold sweat broke out across Duan Hong's brow. He recalled having undergone 3 paternity tests, each confirming a biological connection. If this entire scenario was a scheme orchestrated by his wife, then it was likely that even his secretary and driver had been ensnared by her machinations. If he were to meet an untimely demise today, his vast fortune, amounting to billions, would inevitably fall into her hands. No, this cannot happen. I must proceed with utmost caution. Duan Hong's corpulent frame trembled incessantly. He had never felt such terror and helplessness as he did at this moment. After much contemplation, he picked up his phone and dialed the number of a familiar stranger, his ex-wife. At this juncture, it seemed that only she, his original spouse, could truly be trusted. Qin Yang hailed a cab and returned to the garden community. Upon reaching the villa, he found Su Jing seated in a rocking chair in the corridor. Clad in a nightgown, her legs crossed and arms wrapped around her calves. Her head rested upon her knees, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a hint of melancholy. As Qin Yang stepped inside, he spotted Su Jing's forlorn demeanor and immediately smiled, saying, "My dear, were you waiting for me? I promised I would return for the night." Su Jing tilted her head, gazing at Qin Yang with a hint of boredom, responding, "I was not waiting for you. I merely found tonight to be rather unfamiliar, entirely different from before." Different? Qin Yang inquired, settling on the floor beside her rocking chair, resting his chin on his hands. "In what way? It feels unchanged to me." I see now. Today, the celestial dragon occupies the auspicious position in the southern sector, while the vermilion bird is cloaked in secrecy, and the tortoise is aligned with the northern dipper. Alas, I am surprised that you, my dear, also possess knowledge of celestial phenomena. Su Jing, incensed, reached out and tugged at Qin Yang's hair, exclaiming, "Be silent and sit still." I was initially in a pensive mood, but your nonsensical chatter has rendered me both amused and exasperated, extinguishing any trace of melancholy. Melancholy? Why feel such sorrow? Qin Yang turned to her. Su Jing sighed. Reminiscing, in the past, I too was the cherished one in my family. Although my grandmother did not dote on me excessively, she treated me well. My parents were affectionate, and our relatives harmonious. During that time, my academic performance was stellar, and I was the object of admiration wherever I went. But now, why must they force me into a corner? Why must I be compelled to marry that repugnant Mi Tianlai? It was then that Qin Yang began to comprehend. When Su Jing spoke of a different sky, she referred to how relatives and those around them had changed. Qin Yang extended his hand, gently grasping Su Jing's ankle. "My dear, fret not. I am here with you, and everything shall turn out well." Su Jing sighed. "Let us hope so. The Mi family is the most prominent clan in Jiang province, and the critical factor is Mi Tianlai. I have encountered him before, though he is the third son. He is the heir of the Mi family, domineering and arrogant, with a swift and decisive manner in his dealings. The entire Jiang province is aware of his approach to matters. When the Mi family's eldest son is mentioned, no one thinks of his two elder brothers. They invariably think of him. I simply cannot fathom how my parents could have borrowed money from him. If I am unable to repay the debt on time, I fear the consequences will be dire. It is merely 300,000. I can settle it once the property fees are collected tomorrow." Qin Yang confidently pounded his chest. Su Jing pursed her lips. "It's not that simple. Many have delayed their property fees for years before paying. Leave it to me. You can trust me," Qin Yang asserted firmly. Su Jing turned her head, her eyes glimmering faintly in the dim light, filled with a hint of gratitude. "Thank you, Qin Yang, for being here," Su Jing whispered. Qin Yang chuckled, his hand climbing up Su Jing's calf, unable to resist saying, "Wife, your legs are quite peculiar." "What is peculiar about them?" Su Jing inquired, puzzled. Qin Yang replied earnestly, "The moment I touch them, I feel an urge to consummate our marriage swiftly." "Isn't that strange?" "Get lost," Su Jing exclaimed, pushing Qin Yang's hand away. Then, with a laugh, she jumped up and said, "Enough, let's sleep. Tomorrow is the final day, and we must ensure the owners pay their property fees." Qin Yang secretly lifted his hand and sniffed it, detecting a faint fragrance. He muttered, "How strange. She hasn't bathed today, yet she smells delightful." At the Su family's old residence, in the main hall, the elderly matriarch was furiously striking the table with her cane. She had not anticipated that her scheme would be disrupted by the owner of the Night King Palace restaurant. Even now, she bore the painful bump on her head from the hot turtle soup. This ungrateful wretch. How could she possibly live with such a character? It infuriates me to no end. The matriarch's eyes blazed with fury. If young Master Mi were to find out, he would surely direct his wrath towards us. The surrounding relatives of the Su family were disheveled, some with their faces burned and blistered. Qin Yang must not be spared. Su Jing must have had a lapse in judgment. Such a golden opportunity, and she chooses to resist. That the third young master of the Mi family would take an interest in her is a manifestation of our ancestors' blessings. Yet she has the audacity to reject it. The due date for the debt is the day after tomorrow. I shall see how she manages then. Just then, the matriarch's phone rang. She picked it up and glanced at the screen, It was a call from the Mi family. The elderly lady suddenly became anxious, her demeanor shifting to one of utmost respect as she carefully answered the call. Hello, is this Master Mi? It is I, Grandmother Su. May I inquire when Su Jing will arrive in Jinling? I have been waiting with bated breath, came the slightly impatient voice of Mi Tian from the other end. Grandmother Su hurriedly replied with a humble smile, It will be soon. We are working on her mindset. However, as you know, this child is quite independent and does not heed our words easily. I am unconcerned with such matters. She is the woman I have chosen, and she must enter the gates of the Mi family, Mi Tian stated resolutely. The day after tomorrow, I shall send gifts to formalize this engagement. What do you think, Grandmother Su? Grandmother Su immediately responded, Excellent. Then it shall be the day after tomorrow. Once the engagement is set, we will send her to your residence. After hanging up, she wiped the sweat from her brow and sighed in relief. It seems Master Mi is quite infatuated with that wretched girl, which brings me some comfort. Once the debts are due the day after tomorrow, we shall compel her to repay. Qinyang enjoyed a delightful slumber. Upon waking, he heard the raucous sounds of drums and gongs outside the community. Stretching languidly, he descended the stairs. In the living room, Su Jing had already prepared breakfast. She gazed curiously out the window and murmured, What day is it today? Why are there firecrackers and gongs outside? Is someone getting married? Perhaps, Qinyang chuckled. But it could also be a celebration for the upcoming property fee payment. Su Jing shot him a glare, Don't mention that. Just thinking about it makes me anxious. I need to head to the company for a meeting and figure out how to persuade the residents to submit their fees promptly. After breakfast, the two of them made their way to the property management office. Before they arrived, they noticed a long queue outside the office. What is happening? Su Jing quickened her pace. More than a dozen security guards were maintaining order, among them the veteran guard Ding Dasheng, who was shouting into a megaphone, Everyone, please remain calm. Form an orderly line. Moreover, the finance department has yet to open, so you must exercise patience. Su Jing hurried towards the guard, anxiously inquiring, Old Ding, what is going on? Ding Dasheng saluted her respectfully and reported, Report to you, General Su. These individuals are here to pay their property fees. But the finance office is not open. Seeing the chaos, I instructed them to line up. What? A line for property fees? Su Jing felt utterly bewildered. At that moment, the balding Mr. Wang was crouching down, trying to sneak ahead in the line. Ding Dasheng immediately pointed at him. Stop. Old Wang, what are you doing? I am here to pay the property fee, Mr. Wang replied with an awkward smile. Ding Dasheng, serious in demeanor, retorted, Form a line. Otherwise, our property company will not accept your payment. If you wish to pay, you must queue obediently. With a sigh, Mr. Wang reluctantly shuffled to the back of the line. Su Jing stood there in utter disbelief, completely confused. Having worked in the property management industry, Su Jing had seen her fair share of situations. She had always witnessed property companies employing various tactics to collect fees, whether through gifts of oil and noodles or through threats and intimidation. Collecting property fees had always been a daunting challenge. However, now this property management company has surprisingly assumed the role of a benefactor. As homeowners are eagerly coming forth to pay their dues, has the world turned upside down? Shortly thereafter, the finance department began collecting payments and issuing invoices. The first elderly lady, upon receiving her invoice, exclaimed with delight, I am the first. I am today as first. Su Jing swallowed hard and approached the lady, inquiring, Madam, you are quite proactive in paying your property fees. The elderly lady beamed with pride, replying, Of course. Let me tell you. Today Professor Wang is personally leading a free clinic. Do you know Professor Wang? Su Jing shook her head. The lady chuckled. It's Professor Wang Hongjun. He has developed a unique massage technique that is incredibly effective for back pain and aches. His appointments are already booked until next year. Really? Su Jing stood there in disbelief. He is that remarkable? The lady nodded vigorously, boasting, he is a renowned expert, and with his recently researched massage technique, the demand has skyrocketed. Yet, this property management company is phenomenal for inviting Professor Wang to conduct free consultations. With just the property fee receipt, one can receive treatment. Is that so? Su Jing pondered, perplexed. The lady waved her receipt at Su Jing and advised, Young lady, if you have any relatives looking to buy a home, encourage them to purchase here. A good property management company is of utmost importance. Su Jing was taken aback, realizing the significant esteem her property management company held in the eyes of the homeowners. At that moment, a bald elderly gentleman hurriedly approached. It was none other than the shrewd Mr. Wang, the bald elder. He looked at Su Jing and said, "You must be Ms. Su. I saw you yesterday. Ms. Su, could you possibly assist me? My son desperately needs this free clinic." "Your son?" Su Jing regarded Mr. Wang with curiosity. The bald elder nodded, explaining, "Yes. My son broke his leg 2 years ago and was bedridden for 3 months. Although he has recovered, he has since suffered from chronic back and leg pain that has proven difficult to treat. Just yesterday, I heard that Professor Wang Hongjuan's new technique could easily alleviate my son's ailments." Su Jing praised, "Professor Wang is indeed impressive. But what assistance can I provide? I do not personally know him." Mr. Wang quickly responded with a smile, "You see, to receive treatment from the professor, one needs the property fee receipt. My son is too busy with work, so I am here to queue and pay for him. However, the line is too long. Could you kindly let me cut in?" Su Jing, bemused, looked at the bald elder and remarked, "Mr. Wang, I recall you paid the property fee yesterday. You are already qualified for your son to seek treatment from Professor Wang." "That is my qualification," Mr. Wang insisted. "I also require treatment, and I cannot bear to relinquish my slot to my son." Su Jing realized that this crowd had completely lost their composure. She turned and walked towards the office to ascertain the situation. Who had invited Professor Wang? Who was this esteemed figure, Professor Wang? Upon arriving at the office, Lu Mei rushed over, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Mr. Su, you are truly remarkable. You managed to invite Professor Wang without a sound. Our community has now gained notoriety." "Wait, who exactly is this Professor Wang? I do not recognize him," Su Jing pondered. "Huh, wasn't it you who invited him?" Lu Mei's round face was etched with astonishment as she promptly opened her phone and said, "Look, this Professor Wang has suddenly become popular. Everywhere. There are videos of him healing Zhang Xiang." She opened Douyin, and the top recommended video was indeed the one in question. In the video, retired athlete Zhang Xiang was walking when he suddenly twisted his ankle. Coincidentally, an elderly doctor happened to pass by. The doctor applied pressure on Zhang Xiang for a few minutes, and before long, Zhang Xiang was bouncing back, feeling significantly better even from his previous injuries. "Isn't this the retired hurdler Zhang Xiang? I heard that he had multiple muscle strains from overtraining and found it difficult to walk." Su Jing expressed her confusion. Lu Mei nodded vigorously. Yes, that's the Zhang Xiang who once won an Olympic silver medal. His ankle has always been problematic, and that day, he twisted it while walking, only to be treated by this Professor Wang. Not only did his ankle improve immediately, but his old injuries have also healed considerably. This video has been trending for an entire day. Now everyone across the country is seeking appointments with Dr. Wang for treatment. No wonder his appointments are booked until next year. Su Jing suddenly realized and exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that this Professor Wang was invited by Captain Chen? Lu Mei giggled. Regardless of whether it was Captain Chen who invited him, our community has certainly gained fame this time. Naturally, the property fees will likely be collected today. Su Jing recalled Chen Yang's earnest assurance yesterday that there was no need to worry about the property fees, and her lips involuntarily curved into a smile. How wonderful it is to have such a person by her side. Meanwhile, Chen Yang was maintaining order within the community. Wang Hongjun was immensely grateful to Chen Yang. He had unexpectedly become a renowned doctor, attracting a multitude of patients and considerable income, but it also instilled a sense of pressure in him. Wang Hongjun resolved to closely follow Chen Yang in the future to acquire more knowledge about massage and acupuncture techniques. In addition to Wang Hongjun, there were 20 other students specializing in massage therapy. These individuals were previously skilled practitioners and were now learning about the knowledge of the Huangdi's external medicine regarding the meridian points, resulting in exceptional efficacy in treating musculoskeletal pain. Chen Yang and Wang Hongjun provided guidance on site. Wang Hongjun respectfully stood beside Chen Yang and said, "Master, if you need assistance, I can bring students here for free consultations every week." No, you need to be here for the property fee collection this time. There's no need otherwise." Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. Wang Hongjun smiled and said, "Master, what do you think of my previous suggestion? Would you consider teaching at our traditional Chinese medicine college? The income would certainly be much higher than that of a security team leader." Chen Yang hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's discuss it later. I have other tasks within this month." At that moment, a melodious and clear voice rang in Chen Yang's ear. "Chen Yang, come have some milk tea." Turning around, he beheld Meng Qingxue, adorned in a delicate blue and white porcelain long dress, standing beside him with a radiant smile. She was inherently beautiful, and today she had put in extra effort into her appearance. Aside from her slightly slender figure, which lacked a certain voluptuousness, she was utterly enchanting. Akin to a celestial being. Meng Qingxue held 2 cups of charmingly colored milk tea in her hands and offered one to Chen Yang. After taking a sip, he nodded in approval. It's quite delicious, with a hint of the taro flavor we have in our village. Meng Qingxue chuckled. This is the flavor of fragrant taro. I listened to your lecture yesterday, and I must say, your expertise in medicine is truly impressive. Have you ever considered taking a position in a prominent family? A prominent family? Chen Yang asked, puzzled. Meng Qingxue nodded. Yes, akin to becoming an elder in a distinguished family. You wouldn't have to engage in any specific work. You could solely devote yourself to the study of medicine. You would have dedicated individuals to serve you, driving you around, cooking for you, and attending to your daily needs. With an annual salary of at least 50 million. Really? Chen Yang looked at Meng Qingxue in astonishment. Is there truly such an opportunity? However, I lack the time at the moment. I must remain here to get married. Married? Meng Qingxue scrutinized Chen Yang from head to toe. Do you have a fiancée? Well, sort of, Chen Yang replied with a chuckle. I must consummate the marriage this month. Otherwise, my latter years will be fraught with misfortune. He shrugged. Meng Qingxue laughed again, her curiosity about the man beside her growing deeper. After hearing Chen Yang's ethereal musical performance previously, she realized he was far from ordinary. Later, upon listening to his explanations on the Huangdi Neijing, he managed to elevate director Wang Hongjun to a nationally renowned physician with just a few pointers. Such prowess would undoubtedly be a significant asset to any family seeking a patron. Yet, Chen Yang did not immediately acquiesce. Meng Qingxue felt a twinge of regret. Hesitating before asking, Chen Yang, do you know how to refine elixirs? Oh, you mean the actual crafting of true elixirs? Chen Yang took another sip of his milk tea. Meng Qingxue nodded eagerly. I know a bit, Chen Yang replied. Refining elixirs requires not only the right recipes and high-quality materials, but also a good alchemical furnace, along with the catalysis of internal energy. Both of our abilities are insufficient. Only martial artists above the Great Zhou realm can barely refine elixirs using internal energy. Hearing this, Meng Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, her mind exploding with realization. At that moment, it was as if she had suddenly grasped the principles of elixir refinement. The reason Meng Qingxue had enrolled in the traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy program at Qingzhou University was to explore methods for crafting elixirs. Her family, the Meng clan, was indeed a prominent lineage with a rich heritage, possessing inherited techniques and recipes. Unfortunately, despite having excellent recipes, no one had succeeded in refining elixirs in recent times. Thus, Meng Qingxue bore the mission of coming here to study and seek solutions. Regrettably, the esteemed professors within the academy, along with the myriad of tomes housed in the library, possess scant knowledge regarding the art of alchemy. However, on this day, when Meng Qingxue learned from Chen Yang that inner energy was essential as an auxiliary for alchemical practices, a light dawned upon her. The conundrum that had plagued her for over 2 years was at last elucidated. So it was, Chen Yang. I am deeply grateful to you. In a sudden rush of excitement, Meng Qingxue dashed towards Chen Yang. She exuberantly opened her arms and enveloped him in a tight embrace, exclaiming, Thank you, truly thank you. Hey, what are you doing? Chen Yang's face flushed crimson. Although Meng Qingxue appeared relatively understated, she was undeniably a stunning beauty. The intensity of her embrace left Chen Yang momentarily flustered. Meng Qingxue let out a cheerful laugh and quickly turned away. The traditional Chinese medicine students conducting free consultations in the community paused, their expressions a mix of envy and admiration as they beheld Chen Yang. Meng Qingxue was the unequivocal belle of their medical academy, and one of the 3 most admired beauties of Qingzhou University. Yet now, their goddess had audaciously embraced a boy, and so tightly. Alas, their hearts were heavy with despair. These young men channeled their frustration into vigor, diligently providing therapeutic massages to the homeowners who had paid their property fees. Throughout the day, over 700 individuals received complimentary treatments from Wang Hongjun and his students, which meant at least 700 families had settled their dues. As evening fell, Chen Yang returned to the villa. No sooner had he seated himself than Su Jing, clad in shorts and an apron, approached with a radiant smile. Positioning herself behind Chen Yang, she began to massage his shoulders, playfully stating, Chen Yang, you have truly aided me immensely this time. Are you tired? Tonight, you are the emperor, and I shall be your devoted maid, wholly dedicated to your service, massaging you, feeding you, ensuring you experience the life of your dreams. Is that so? Chen Yang's eyes sparkled. If I am the emperor, does that mean I can do anything I wish with you? Su Jing was about to nod in affirmation, but, upon noticing the mischievous glint in Chen Yang's eyes, promptly shook her head. Of course not. I offer my talents, not my body. Do not even think about our wedding night. Chen Yang pouted and sighed. What fun is there in that? Ah well, you are still my wife, and you cannot escape. That evening, Su Jing prepared a sumptuous feast. After their meal, she picked up a folder and began calculating figures. Shortly thereafter, she exhaled in relief and smiled at Chen Yang. Wonderful news. Today we collected 420,000 in property fees. Even after repaying 350,000 in debts tomorrow, we will still have a surplus of tens of thousands to cover next month as salaries. This is the first time it feels so effortless. Stretching her limbs and stifling a yawn, she retired for the night. Chen Yang gazed at Su Jing's exquisite silhouette and suddenly thought of Meng Qingxue. She too was beautiful, rivaling Su Jing, yet Su Jing's figure was undoubtedly more alluring. The following day, Chen Yang and Su Jing arrived at work punctually. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of car horns erupted beneath the property management office, heralding the arrival of the formidable matriarch Su, accompanied by over 20 members of the Su family, who strode purposefully towards Su Jing's office. Upon entering, matriarch Su decisively shut the door behind her. With a heavy hand, she slammed a piece of paper onto the desk, the promissory note fluttering under her palm. Coldly regarding Su Jing, she declared, Su Jing, this is the debt your parents owe to the Mi family, amounting to 3 million, with an interest of 500,000. Today marks the deadline. You must repay the sum. Should you fail to do so, you will travel to Jinling today to meet young Master Mi and arrange a betrothal. Su Jing glanced at her grandmother, who wore a similarly stern expression. With a mocking smile, she retorted, Grandmother, are you truly so eager to push me into the abyss? Nonsense. It is not an abyss, but an opportunity. Matriarch Su countered, jabbing a finger at Su Jing. Only you, this ungrateful girl, would repeatedly reject young Master Mi's invitations. Today is the final day. You shall comply. Once you become young Master Mi's woman, our Su family shall soar to new heights. With a resigned shake of her head, Su Jing produced an account book and spoke. Grandmother, I fear your wishes cannot come to fruition. Just yesterday, we collected over 4 million in property management fees. I have instructed the finance department to prepare the funds to repay the Mi family. Therefore, I am no longer in debt to them. At this revelation, Matriarch Su's expression darkened, her brows furrowing in disbelief. Impossible. How could your modest property company possibly collect such a sum? In such an old community, it would be merciful for the fees not to be delinquent for 3 to 5 years. Behind her, Su Wentao scoffed, Su Jing, spare us your delusions. Just days ago, the owners' committee was demanding your company be replaced. Now, miraculously, you can collect such fees? Have you lost your mind? Believe what you will. I will repay the money today regardless. Now, if you would kindly leave, I have work to attend to, Su Jing replied, her demeanor resolute. Matriarch Su stood there, disbelief etched on her face. After a moment's hesitation, she clenched her teeth and coldly asserted, regardless of your ability to repay, this engagement must proceed. Come with us. With a swift gesture, she commanded, Xiao Mei, Xiao Duo, bind this woman. If she dares resist, strip her of her garments, and see if she continues to protest. Understood. Grandmother, leave it to us. The two robust cousins replied with sinister smiles as they approached Su Jing. Taken aback, Su Jing retreated, astonished that her own grandmother would resort to such measures. This is illegal, she exclaimed, glaring at Matriarch Su. If you dare to do this today, do not blame me when I call the police to have you arrested. Matriarch Su laughed heartily. Our affairs are merely civil disputes. No one will apprehend me. And let us not forget, in all of Qingzhou, who would dare defy young Master Mi's wishes. So, resign yourself and follow us to your engagement. At that moment, her sturdy cousins, Su Mimi and Su Yunduo, lunged forward, seizing Su Jing's arms. Su Jing struggled against their grasp. Su Wentao stepped forward, seizing Su Jing's hair with a firm grip. He sneered, with your kind of lowly character, it's surprising you cause so much trouble. If the young master of the Mi family has taken a liking to you, consider it a stroke of luck, yet you continue to pretend. What are you trying to achieve with your feigned modesty? You can settle for someone as pitiful as Chunyang and even live together. Yet you disdain the young master of the Mi family? Let go of me. Su Jing struggled, but the excruciating pain in her arms and scalp rendered her powerless. Bang! At that moment, the office door was violently kicked open. Chen Yang strode in, advancing swiftly before delivering a resounding slap to Su Wentao's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Su Mimi and Su Yunduo stood frozen in disbelief. Chen Yang pulled Su Jing behind him, shielding her protectively. Upon seeing Chen Yang enter, Su Laotai was furious, her face flushed with rage. She pointed her dragon-headed cane at him. Who do you think you are to meddle in our affairs? What gives you the right? On the floor, Su Wentao, with a mournful expression, climbed back up and exclaimed loudly, Grandma, this guy is incredibly arrogant. Completely ignorant of the law. How dare you bully my wife? Chen Yang smirked, gesturing towards Su Laotai and her entourage. I see it clearly now. You are merely leveraging your numbers to bully my wife shamelessly. He picked up the intercom and said, Old Zheng, bring a garbage bin to the boss's office and dispose of these trashy individuals. Yes, Captain. In less than a minute, the office door swung open again. Zheng Yijian entered with over 20 security guards, each pushing large garbage bins. Su Laotai, witnessing this spectacle, nearly fainted from rage. She pointed an accusing finger at Su Jing. Are you attempting to rebel? How dare you treat me this way? Su Jing hurriedly interjected. Chen Yang, please don't cause trouble. She is my grandmother. Furrowing his brows, Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. Throw them all into the garbage bin. Yes, Captain. Zheng Yijian and the others, of course, only heeded Chen Yang's command. Stop! Su Jing exclaimed urgently. Su Laotai quickly added, What is wrong with you security guards? Don't you know who your employer is? The one who pays your salaries is my granddaughter. You are all employees of the Su family. What do you intend to do? Zheng Yijian, Ding Dasheng, and the others paid her no mind. Zheng Yijian seized Su Laotai by her hair, hoisting her up and unceremoniously tossing her into a garbage bin. Old Zheng, stop! Su Jing cried out in alarm. However, no one paid heed to her commands. Bang! In an instant, the entire Su family of 15 was unceremoniously disposed of into garbage bins. Chen Yang, growing impatient, waved his hand. Take them out to the garbage pile. Yes, Captain. Zheng Yijian and the others rolled the bins towards the exit. Upon reaching the third floor, there was a designated slide for garbage bins. Zheng Yijian tossed the bin containing Su Laotai onto the slide. Su Laotai shrieked and raged. With a loud crash, the garbage bin slid down to the first floor, landing directly in a heap of refuse. Madame Su was just attempting to extricate herself from the refuse bin when, suddenly, more trash bins tumbled down with a cacophonous clatter. A dozen individuals fell into the heap of garbage. Poor Madame Su was the most unfortunate, trapped beneath the debris, as the slop and vegetable scraps inundated her bin, covering her hair with refuse. Overwhelmed by nausea, Madame Su nearly succumbed to her distress. Her blood surged, and her hypertension flared. With great difficulty, she managed to crawl out from the refuse. Overcome by the foul odor and the sight of maggots writhing on the ground, she could no longer restrain herself and retched. Meanwhile, Su Jing stood on the third floor, observing the chaotic scene below. Initially, she felt a surge of panic and anxiety, but soon, realizing her grandmother and the others were not in mortal danger, she exhaled in relief. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter, only to quickly stifle it. Feeling a pang of filial guilt, standing beside her, Chen Yang muttered, This old lady is utterly despicable for daring to meddle with my wife. Su Jing promptly seized Chen Yang by the ear, exclaiming, I hadn't realized you possessed such audacity. Pray tell, why do those security guards heed your commands, but disregard mine? With a chuckle, Chen Yang replied, Don't worry, my dear. I always heed your wishes, right? Su Jing rolled her eyes, remarking, You're truly audacious. By tossing my grandmother and the others into the trash, I've undoubtedly made enemies of all my relatives. Chen Yang pondered for a moment before responding. In our rural community, there exists a survival principle to navigate certain circles. It's not about having good relations or flattering others. It's about being ruthless, cunning, and wealthy. Therefore, you need only position yourself above these relatives, and they will not only refrain from becoming adversaries, but will actively seek to curry favor with you. Su Jing looked at him in astonishment, scrutinizing Chen Yang. Dear, why do you regard me with such peculiar eyes, as if you're about to consummate our union? Chen Yang teased, Come now. Can't you think of something more sensible? With a gentle smile, Su Jing replied, I simply did not expect you to articulate such profound wisdom. In truth, My grandmother's insistence that I marry young Master Mi stems from his elevated status, as he is destined to lead the Mi family. Qinyang chuckled. Precisely. As for that Mi Tianlai, fret not, for I am here. Should he dare to trouble you in Qingzhou City, I shall deliver a resounding slap that will leave him utterly bewildered. Su Jing rolled her eyes. Spare me. If you truly struck him, you'd find yourself imprisoned for life. Just then, a raucous melody of drums and gongs echoed from below. Qinyang and Su Jing leaned over to observe a procession of 10 cars adorned with colorful pom-poms, parked beneath the property management office. A central vehicle bore a large red banner proclaiming, "Congratulations to young Master Mi Tianlai and Miss Su Jing on their successful engagement." Upon seeing the banner, Qinyang's brow furrowed in concern. What is this? Am I being cuckolded? He turned to Su Jing, bewildered. Su Jing's face turned ashen, and she nervously remarked, "Could it be that Mi Tianlai has come in person? If that is the case, we are in grave danger." "Fear not," Qinyang retorted angrily. "I know it must be your grandmother's people, attempting to force your hand in marriage to Mi Tianlai through such underhanded tactics. No, I fear there may also be machinations from the Mi family. They are deliberately publicizing your association with Mi Tianlai to exert pressure on you and the Su family." Su Jing nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, that must be the case. Their brazen approach to the engagement is meant to convey to my grandmother that if this does not proceed, the Mi family will take action against her. Furthermore, they are sending a warning to others to cease their pursuit of me." With a sigh, Su Jing lamented, "What a predicament! I have only met that scoundrel Mi Tianlai twice, yet he behaves with such arrogance." She shook her head in exasperation. A flicker of impatience crossed Qinyang's eyes. "This insolent brat dares to vie for my affections, though he has discerning taste in recognizing a worthy partner. He has chosen the wrong adversary. I shall go and investigate." With that, he strode towards the entrance. Outside the property management office, old Mrs. Su and her companions were furiously cursing as they prepared to leave. Suddenly, they beheld 10 delivery trucks halted ahead. Numerous individuals disembarked, each bearing gifts, a plethora of Hermes bags. Clothing from Svelia, Chanel cosmetics, watches, jewelry, various shoes, and scarves, among other lavish items. At the forefront stood a young man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and impeccably tailored attire. He approached old Mrs. Su with a smile, saying, "You must be Grandma Su. Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yang Qinghai, the cousin of the third young Master Mi. I am a student at Qingzhou University, and today, I come as a representative to formally propose an engagement to Miss Su Jing." Old Mrs. Su's expression shifted, and she forced a laugh, replying, "Greetings, young Master Yang. I assume you have made the necessary arrangements, correct?" Yang Qinghai smiled. "After all, you have already promised my cousin that you would ensure everything is in order and send Miss Su to Jinling." A cold sweat broke out on old Mrs. Su's brow as she hastily replied, "Young Master Yang, there has been a slight complication. Su Jing has recently acquired 3,500,000. Thus we can no longer be threatened by debt." The smile on Yang Qinghai's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold, piercing gaze. "So, you are implying that you do not consent to Su Jing's engagement to my cousin? Very well, it appears the Su family is no longer necessary. Please, young Master Yang," old Mrs. Su implored, nearly kneeling. "I consent, truly. However, Su Jing adamantly refuses, and as you can see, she just cast us aside like refuse. I am utterly powerless." Yang Qinghai's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Is that so? Then today, we shall take her to Jinling by force. Come, let us deliver the gifts." Yang Qinghai and his entourage advanced directly towards the property management office. Halfway there, Qinyang, accompanied by security personnel, including Zheng Yijian, approached them. Zheng Yijian and his associates were formidable fighters, well-versed in the art of combat, diligently honing their skills daily within the confines of the courtyard. Presently, under Qinyang's tutelage, their practical fighting abilities had reached new heights. Upon encountering Yang Qinghai, Qinyang displayed little regard. He scrutinized Yang Qinghai and remarked with a frown, "Ah, are you not the vanquished from that small grove? What brings you here, you effeminate fool? Begone." Yang Qinghai, startled to find Qinyang before him, was taken aback. Suddenly recognizing Qinyang's attire, he realized, "Ah, so this impoverished wretch is working part-time here. The students of the traditional Chinese medicine academy truly lead a pitiful existence, juggling studies and part-time jobs. If you're so destitute, perhaps you ought to drop out and work full-time instead." A look of disdain crossed his face as he pulled out 1,000 yuan, hurling it at Qin Yang. Now, leave me be. I am here to escort a woman to Jinling, and you are irrelevant. Move aside. Qin Yang frowned. You intend to take Su Jing to Jinling? What is your relationship with me, Tian? Yang Shanghai, grinning with arrogance, produced another 1,000 yuan and flung it at Qin Yang, declaring, Listen well, I am Mi Tian's cousin. I am here to fetch my sister-in-law to Jinling. You'd best step aside before you invite trouble upon yourself. Do you understand? Qin Yang scoffed. You are nothing. This provoked Yang Qinghai's ire, his face reddening with anger. The onlookers, including the elderly matriarch of the Su family, stood in stunned silence, trembling with fear. This was Yang Qinghai. Although the Yang family may not shine as brightly as the Mi family, they were undoubtedly a prestigious family in Qingzhou, on par with the Lu and Zhou families. To see Yang Qinghai, the sole heir of the Yang family, humiliated by Qin Yang, was an outrageous spectacle that would undoubtedly escalate. Watching from behind, Su Wentao felt a surge of excitement as his heart raced. He clenched his fists. Consumed by a singular thought, Qin Yang was finished. Yang Qinghai, clutching his face, stood stunned, his mind spinning. He had never anticipated being struck. Taking a step back, his eyes ablaze with fury, he bellowed at his subordinates. All of you, attack. Beat him. In a fit of rage, Yang Qinghai shouted for his followers to charge. They surged forward, eager to strike Qin Yang. Calmly, Qin Yang grasped his walkie-talkie and stated, There is a disturbance at the property management office. Assemble immediately. In response, Zheng Yijian and his companions brandished their rubber batons, advancing towards the fray. Yang Qinghai dismissed them as mere security personnel, viewing them as unskilled laborers. Typically, those who became security guards were individuals of lower socioeconomic status or with limited education. In an aged community like this, having 20 security guards would be commendable, and they would likely be elderly. However, Yang Qinghai soon realized that over 30 security guards were charging forth, each robust and muscular. The crucial factor was their unparalleled ferocity in combat. With a swift leap, he kicked an adult man into the air. Zheng Yijian picked up a rubber baton and approached Yang Qinghai, sneering coldly. Kid, you dare to cause a ruckus at our property company's entrance? You truly have some audacity to provoke our security captain. Behind Yang Qinghai, two bodyguards in black suits emerged. They were professional bodyguards hired by the Yang family, each earning over 30,000 a month. Yang Qinghai's face turned pale with fury as he pointed at Zheng Yijian. You worthless security guards. I'm here to deal with Qin Yang, not you. Are you itching for death by rushing out like this? I see it as you seeking death. Zheng Yijian retorted, swinging the baton in his hand. Our captain is not someone you can provoke. He is indeed our captain. Attack. The exasperated Yang Qinghai shouted. These fools are deluded. Earning 2,000 a month, they don't even know who they serve. The two bodyguards charged at Zheng Yijian, a former elite soldier. Zheng Yijian had reached the level of internal strength and was exceptionally skilled in firearms and combat. Now, under Qin Yang's guidance, he had thoroughly grasped the methods of utilizing internal energy, significantly enhancing his combat experience. As the two bodyguards rushed forward, Zheng Yijian executed a high kick, sending one flying, then brought the rubber baton crashing down onto the neck of the other bodyguard. With two resounding thuds, both bodyguards, each with a monthly salary of 30,000, collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Zheng Yijian approached Yang Qinghai, a cold smile on his face. Kid, you're quite arrogant. Kneel. With a thud, Yang Qinghai sank to his knees, genuinely terrified. At that moment, all the people he brought had been defeated by the security team. Even the two most professional bodyguards had been dispatched with a single kick. Yang Qinghai's face drained of color as he turned to see his men sprawled on the ground. Panic rising within him. Standing with his hands on his hips, Qin Yang declared, Yang Qinghai, you trespassed into our property company, creating a security risk. According to our company policy, you are fined 500 yuan. Take your people and leave immediately. If you fail to comply, don't blame us security for breaking your limbs. I will comply. I'm willing to pay the fine. Yang Qinghai stammered, wiping cold sweat from his brow as he hurriedly produced a stack of cash, trembling as he handed it to Qin Yang. Qin Yang nodded in satisfaction. All right, be gone. If you dare return, I'll ensure your face is bruised. Yang Qinghai turned and fled towards his car. The onlookers, including the elderly Madame Su, were left in shock. They had not anticipated that these security guards would be so bold as to confront Yang Qinghai's men. Moreover, the guards exhibited astounding combat prowess. One could only wonder how much such security personnel would command in monthly wages. Seeing Yang Chenghai depart, Madame Su hurriedly followed, calling out, "Young Master Yang, wait for me." She sighed as she approached him. "Young Master Yang, did you see? It's not that we are unwilling to send Su Jing to the engagement. It's just that these security guards are exceedingly arrogant." With a resounding slap, Yang Chenghai struck Madame Su across the face. He gritted his teeth in fury, pointing at the elderly Madame Su, exclaiming, "This is your granddaughter's company. How dare those security guards disregard your commands? Clearly, it is you, old hag, who is instigating this mess. Just wait. Once I deal with that scoundrel Qin Yang, I shall return to settle accounts with you." Yang Chenghai had suffered 2 slaps to his face and was now coerced into kneeling publicly. He was consumed by rage. If he did not restore his dignity today, the esteemed young Master Yang would no longer have a place in Qingzhou City. Madame Su, having received a slap, dared not utter a word more and stormed away in anger. Meanwhile, Su Wentao, like a sycophant, lingered by Yang Chenghai's side, suggesting, "Young Master Yang, that scoundrel Qin Yang is the captain of the security team, which means the entire security personnel heed his orders. Perhaps we could use money to sway them to our side. Get lost. I won't spare a single one of those security guards." Yang Chenghai snarled through clenched teeth, seizing his phone to dial a number. The call connected, and he immediately spoke. "Ghost brother, I require your assistance in dealing with someone. I will pay you 5 million to break both his legs and arms." "Oh," the man on the other end chuckled hoarsely, "Young Master Yang. Such a generous offer for merely incapacitating someone. Who is this individual? If he belongs to a prominent family in Qingzhou, then I shall decline. I have no desire to be embroiled in the conflicts of your esteemed clans." Yang Chenghai quickly reassured him, "Rest assured, Ghost brother. The person is merely the captain of a property company's security team, with no roots in Qingzhou City. However, he commands quite a number of guards, making it somewhat complicated." The old ghost burst into laughter upon hearing this. 5 million just to disable one person? Very well, I will require a down payment of 1 million. Upon completion, the remaining 4 million will follow. Agreed. Yang Chenghai gritted his teeth, a cruel smirk revealing itself in his eyes. 5 million was no trifling sum for him. As the heir of the Yang family, parting with such a substantial amount caused him considerable pain. He had initially intended to purchase a sports car, but now he would have to settle for Chun Yang's broken limbs instead. "Huh, Qin Yang, how dare you, a mere security captain, humiliate me in the grove and obstruct my pursuit of women, forcing me to kneel publicly. I shall not rest until you are left crippled, for it would be a disgrace to my identity as young Master Yang." With a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Yang Chenghai swiftly transferred 1 million to the old ghost. The old ghost was a notorious enforcer in Qingzhou City, running several small lending companies and owning 3 nightclubs and 2 brothels, with over 400 underlings at his command. He typically maintained order in his establishments while also engaging with prominent families like Yang Chenghai's. After all, these families required a semblance of dignity. In instances where legal resolutions proved futile, they turned to underhanded methods to resolve issues, such as complaints about defective products or disputes with stubborn tenants during demolitions. These influential families would hire the old ghost to discreetly manage such matters, compensating him handsomely for his services. Yang Chenghai sat in his car, awaiting the moment. Today, he must witness Chun Yang's transformation into a cripple. Just 10 minutes to go. Suddenly, 20 vans stirred up a cloud of dust as they sped towards him. The sharp screech of tires echoed in the air. Then, the doors of the 20 Chang'an vans swung open. Out stepped 150 burly men, each wielding steel rods. At the forefront was a man with a cigar clenched between his teeth, wearing sunglasses and adorned with a skull tattoo on his neck. Old Ghost. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Old Ghost surveyed the modest Jingxin Property Management Company and broke into a grin. Earning this 5 million is truly effortless, he thought. Upon seeing Old Ghost's arrival, Yang Chenghai was overcome with excitement, his legs trembling. He hastily exited his vehicle and hurried towards Old Ghost. "Hey, Brother Ghost." Yang Chenghai waved. "You arrived remarkably quickly." Old Ghost grinned and replied, "When young Master Yang summons, I naturally come without delay. You just wait here for the good news. I shall take care of matters at once." Yang Chenghai nodded eagerly, his face flushed with anticipation. He could hardly wait to see Qin Yang crawling helplessly on the ground. Old Ghost and his more than 100 brothers marched menacingly towards the property management office, armed with steel rods and clad in matching black suits. Their pointed shoes could shatter bones with a single kick. Standing at the entrance, Qin Yang furrowed his brow at the sight. He shrugged his shoulders and muttered, "It's been a while since I've dealt with so many at once. The last time was back in Gangtu village, when some ruffians from the neighboring village attempted to steal water. I sent 20 of them flying with a single punch. Since then, no one has dared to show off in front of the most handsome man in Gangtu village." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yijian quickly interjected, "Boss Chun, please remain calm. Leave this fellow to me. I know him." "You know him?" Qin Yang asked, eyeing Zheng Yijian with suspicion. Zheng Yijian hurriedly explained, Yes, I know him. We've had dealings in the past. This man is Old Ghost, a defeated foe of mine, somewhat notorious as a small-time thug in Qingzhou City." Qin Yang, finding the information tedious, waved his hand dismissively. "I thought I might finally have a good fight." Zheng Yijian, at a loss for words, replied, "Thugs like him are no match for you, Boss Qin. Our Blade Society is one of the 3 major factions in Qingzhou City, easily bested by you alone. Old Ghost's caliber is hardly worth your effort." At that moment, Old Ghost approached, radiating menace. "Who is Qin Yang?" He sneered, cigar in hand. Zheng Yijian stepped forward and, with a resounding slap, struck Old Ghost's face, sending the cigar flying from his mouth. Old Ghost, momentarily stunned, bristled with anger. But in the next instant, his eyes widened in shock. "President Zheng?" Old Ghost stammered, looking at Zheng Yijian in disbelief. In response, Zheng Yijian swiftly delivered another slap to Old Ghost's other cheek, pointing at him threateningly. "Old Ghost, you have quite the audacity, daring to provoke my boss." "Your boss?" Old Ghost gazed at Zheng Yijian in terror. He had previously clashed with the Knife Society. However, in a single night, all his subordinates were vanquished by Zheng Yijian and the members of the Knife Society, resulting in the financial company being utterly devastated. It was from that moment onward that the Old Ghost came to grasp the disparity between himself and the Knife Society. Among the 3 major factions in Qingzhou, the Knife Society, the Black Dragon Hall, and the Qing Business Alliance, each possessed their own terrifying strengths. The Old Ghost, trembling in fear as he gazed at Zheng Yijian, stammered, "Chairman Zheng. It was a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. That Yang Chenghai fellow told me to break the leg of a security captain. I had no idea that this security team was under your protection." "What do you mean, under my protection? I'm merely a subordinate. Just a vice captain. The security captain is my superior." Zheng Yijian pointed at Qin Yang. Then, Zheng Yijian reached out and patted Old Ghost's face, saying, "Old Ghost, though you have received 2 slaps from me, you shall come to understand that these slaps are meant to save you. My superior is a true martial artist. He alone could crush our entire Knife Society. Before him, a sniper rifle is but a trivial toy. Should you truly provoke him, he could easily take your head off with a single slap." "A martial artist?" The Old Ghost suddenly comprehended. Zheng Yijian kicked Old Ghost in the stomach and ordered, "Get lost. If you dare to return, I shall not show you any mercy." Yes, Chairman Zheng, Mr. Chun, we shall leave now immediately." The Old Ghost scrambled to his feet, gesturing for his men to retreat swiftly. Yang Chenghai stood beside his vehicle, eagerly anticipating the moment when Qin Yang would be brought out, incapacitated. At that moment, the Old Ghost returned with his men. "Brother Ghost, how did it go? Was it successful?" Yang Chenghai hastily inquired. The Old Ghost, recalling the 2 slaps he had just received, felt an even greater rage. He delivered a sharp slap across Yang Chenghai's face and declared, "Listen here, Yang. Don't think that just because you are the scion of the Yang family, I am afraid of you. If you ever attempt to harm me again, I shall risk everything to ensure your downfall." With that, the Old Ghost and his men climbed into a van and sped away. Yang Chenghai stood there, clutching his face, momentarily stunned. He could not fathom why the Old Ghost had spared Qin Yang, nor why he had inexplicably struck him. What was happening? Meanwhile, at the property management office, Qin Yang had leisurely entered Su Jing's office. Now that the debt had been repaid, it was time to discuss the specifics of their marital arrangements. Inside the office, Su Jing reclined in her chair, her legs shamelessly propped up on her desk, idly swaying. She had just repaid a principal sum of 3,500,000 along with interest. From this moment forth, she was free of burdens, no longer needing to worry about her grandmother's threats or the pressures of marriage from the Mi family. As Qin Yang entered, his eyes momentarily widened at the sight of Su Jing's slender legs. Su Jing glared at him. "Hey, are your eyes about to pop out? We live together every day, and you still haven't had enough? No matter how much I look, it's never enough, my dear. Now that we've settled our debts, shouldn't we prepare for our wedding? Qinyang approached and stood behind Su Jing, his hands gently kneading her shoulders as he cheerfully remarked. Su Jing initially intended to decline, yet she was taken aback by Qinyang's remarkable skill. With just a few simple motions, she felt her shoulder and back muscles relax. Wow, your massage technique is impressive, Su Jing exclaimed. It seems that even if you weren't a security captain, you could easily earn a monthly salary of 10,000 at a massage and sauna establishment. Qinyang nodded eagerly. Of course, I am quite exceptional. After all, once we are married, I will certainly be able to support you. Su Jing rolled her eyes and replied, Qinyang, I genuinely appreciate your help these past few days, but marriage is a significant commitment, not something to be decided on a whim. I actually have quite a fondness for you. In an instant, Qinyang leaped up, nodding vigorously. I understand. So, you like me in your heart, but feel that we need more time to simmer before taking the next step. That's perfectly fine. I can wait. Su Jing's face flushed crimson as she glared at Qinyang, who said I liked you. I meant fondness. Don't bother explaining. I comprehend. Qinyang chuckled. I knew it. The charm of the most handsome guy in Gangtu village is indeed reliable. All right, let us prepare for our date. At that moment, the walkie-talkie at Qinyang's waist crackled to life. A voice from the device conveyed, Captain, there's a child's cry for help coming from the first floor of Building 12. I can't bear to listen. Qinyang, upon hearing the report, contemplated briefly and stated, All right, I will go check it out. Setting down the walkie-talkie, Qinyang winked at Su Jing. I'll take care of this first. You think about where we should go on our date. It's on me. He proudly patted his chest before turning and sprinting away. Su Jing, exasperated, slapped her forehead and muttered, her cheeks flushed, Who likes you? I didn't say that. Upon arriving at the foot of Building 12, Qinyang indeed heard a girl's anguished cries. Mom, I know I was wrong. Please, don't hit me anymore. I promise I will study hard for the next exam. Mom, I'm already a young lady. Can you please stop hitting me? Qinyang furrowed his brow upon hearing the distressed voice. This crying seemed quite concerning. A nearby security guard approached and said, Captain, that's the family. I often hear this girl crying inside. It's truly heartbreaking. Every time I hear her, I feel compelled to rush in and teach her mother a lesson. Qinyang patted the guard on the shoulder. You've been affected by her cries. There's something amiss here. I'll take a look. He walked towards room 101 on the first floor. Inside, the girl's sobs sounded normal, but were laced with a heart-wrenching charm that stirred a protective instinct in any man who heard it. Qinyang pressed the doorbell, and shortly after, a woman in her 40s opened the door. She wore glasses and exuded an air of sophistication while holding a broomstick. She hurriedly addressed Qinyang, saying, Security, I apologize. My child's cries were rather loud just now. Rest assured, I will discipline her shortly. Qinyang shook his head and replied, Hello, I am Qinyang, the head of security and also the property management supervisor. I came here because the child's crying sounded unusual, and I wanted to understand the situation. After all, often, punishing a child does not resolve the issue. Liao Meifan sighed upon hearing this and said, Alas, I did not exert much force. It was merely the volume of her cries that disturbed those around us. Qinyang nodded and inquired, May I step inside to take a look? After a moment of hesitation, Liao Meifan allowed Qinyang to enter the house. The interior was evidently designed with intention regarding feng shui. In the northwest corner sat a calligraphy brush, the center featured an inkstone, and at the entrance to the balcony was a mirror crafted in the likeness of an imperial examination paper. Observing these arrangements, Qinyang nodded and remarked, Your home has been blessed by a skilled practitioner. It embodies the literary auspiciousness of high academic achievement. Upon hearing this, Liao Meifan immediately agreed, exclaiming, Oh, I didn't realize you understood feng shui, Mr. Chun. Yes, this arrangement was personally designed by my cousin. We have a total of 12 children, and the other 9 have all been admitted to prestigious universities, all thanks to my cousin's literary auspiciousness. Qinyang acknowledged her words and said, The feng shui arrangement is commendable. Judging by your features, you are a person blessed with deep familial love and fortune. Your daughter is dutiful and possesses considerable talent, destined for a harmonious family. Liao Meifan sighed at this and responded, Thank you for your kind words. My husband and I do share a strong bond, and we both work at a university. During our studies, we were quite accomplished. However, I do not know what is happening with Dongfang. Her academic performance has plummeted recently. Alas, Qinyang asked, May I see your daughter? Where is she? Dongfang, please come out. Liao Meifan recognizing Chun Yang's insight into the feng shui, began to trust him as the security chief. Soon, a girl around 14 years of age emerged. She had an ordinary appearance, with a square face and a small nose, not particularly striking. However, she had developed early, showing distinct contours. Chen Yang observed the girl and noticed a hint of redness in her eyes, slight discoloration on her cheeks, and a murky hue at the position of her brow. Understanding the situation, Chen Yang addressed Dong Fong, saying, "You may return to your room. Your mother will not harm you anymore." "Thank you, uncle," Dong Fong replied, bowing and rubbing her eyes as she returned to her room. Liao Meifan sat on the sofa, poured Chen Yang a glass of water, and said, "I never expected that the property security in our community would be so capable and responsible, knowledgeable even in feng shui. Captain Chen, please have some water." Chen Yang expressed his gratitude and, without further preamble, addressed Liao Meifan directly. "Madam, I will be frank. The feng shui in your home is not suitable for your daughter. Her declining grades are a result of being affected by the peach blossom calamity." Liao Meifan was taken aback by this revelation. Her hands trembled slightly as she asked Chen Yang, "Captain Chen, what exactly is this peach blossom calamity? Moreover, the feng shui arrangement in our home was orchestrated by my cousin and has been validated. How could it be otherwise?" Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "The others you mentioned who have gained admission to university are all boys, correct?" Liao Meifan pondered for a moment before nodding in affirmation. Chen Yang continued, "Indeed. The literary star feng shui arrangement is beneficial for enhancing academic performance. However, it may also yield some adverse effects for girls. The literary star palace embodies water, while the prosperous star aligns with the yin phase, indicating a heart calamity. In essence, girls within this feng shui setup may become overly contemplative, entangled in emotional complexities, and exhibit flirtatious tendencies." "What?" Liao Meifan suddenly stood up, recalling that her daughter's recent demeanor had indeed been somewhat peculiar. At such a tender age, she occasionally displayed a hint of allure in her gestures. As a mother, Liao Meifan had not paid it much heed, being preoccupied with her demanding job and focusing solely on her daughter's studies. Reflecting on it now, she recognized the validity of Chun Yang's observations. Chen Yang further inquired, "Additionally, is there a peach blossom grove near your daughter's school dormitory?" Liao Meifan nodded vigorously. "Yes. Behind the high school dormitories lies a 10-mile peach blossom garden. But other female students also reside there." Chen Yang shrugged. "Your daughter is already influenced by the literary star feng shui arrangement, and coupled with the miasma from the peach blossom grove, she has naturally fallen victim to the peach blossom calamity. Fortunately, the duration of this influence has been brief. With intervention, it can be rectified. I shall modify the feng shui arrangement to create a gathering of spirit and clarity, and furthermore, do not permit her to stay in the dormitory. Have her carry a pair of black scissors to ward off the peach blossom calamity. Within 3 days, her academic performance will naturally improve." Liao Meifan nodded repeatedly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Captain Chen. I truly appreciate your assistance. Otherwise, I would have continued to believe that my daughter had simply changed her focus and was neglecting her studies." As Chen Yang busied himself, he added, "Also, you must be mindful of your child's attire. She is maturing earlier than her peers, and combined with the influence of the peach blossom calamity, she may easily attract undesirable suitors, jeopardizing her future. Dress her in loose-fitting garments that do not accentuate her figure." "Understood. Thank you, Liao Meifan replied. Chen Yang promptly set to work, having the security personnel bring in incense burners, guqin, white marble, and other items. After making slight adjustments within the room, the feng shui arrangement was transformed into one that gathers spirit and fosters clarity. Just as he finished, Chen Yang's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Lu Ran. Suddenly reminded that today was the day he was to treat the old man Lu, he bid farewell to Liao Meifan and hurriedly departed. Liao Meifan stitched the black scissors into a cloth pouch and called to her daughter, "Fong Fong, come here. This cloth pouch must be carried with you at all times." Dong Fong Fong emerged and placed the pouch containing the scissors into her pocket. In the next moment, Dong Fong Fong felt a shiver run through her body, followed by a sudden clarity in her mind. "Hey, Mom, what did you give me? The moment I put it on, I feel so much clearer," Dong Fong Fong exclaimed with excitement. Hearing this, Liao Meifan hurriedly asked, "Dear daughter, what do you mean by feeling clearer? Did you feel unwell before?" Dong Fong Fong hesitantly remarked, "I don't feel uncomfortable. It's just that before, I always felt a chaotic turmoil within my heart, unable to resist thinking about several boys in our class, and my head feels somewhat inexplicably dizzy. During the last exam, I knew how to tackle those questions, yet somehow, I ended up getting them wrong. Upon hearing these words, Liao Meifan was suddenly overwhelmed with tears. She embraced her daughter and said, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I won't casually arrange any more feng shui setups in the future. Dong Fangfang also wrapped her arms around her mother's neck, saying, Mom, I will no longer make you angry. I promise to study diligently. I don't know why, but today I feel particularly invigorated. I will go back to my studies. All right. Good. Liao Meifan sighed in relief. It appeared that her daughter had indeed been affected by the peach blossom curse. No wonder she had previously taken to purchasing lipsticks and foundations and had unconsciously swayed her hips while walking. Now, everything seemed to be resolved. The upcoming high school entrance examination now held promise. Liao Meifan gazed at the newly arranged feng shui in their home. Her heart filled with perplexity. Have the requirements for hiring security guards by the property management company reached such heights? Must they even be well-versed in feng shui? Qinyang drove straight to the Liu residence. Upon arriving at Liu Russian's courtyard, he once again employed the door-opening treatment method, massaging Liu Russian's muscles and bones. It's all sorted out, old Liu. From now on, you shall be a normal person, Qinyang declared with a clap of his hands. Upon hearing this, Liu Russian's eyes sparkled with excitement and gratitude, but he swiftly concealed those emotions. With a hearty laugh, Liu Russian nodded and said, I suppose my fate is not yet sealed. By the way, how are things progressing between you and Shaoran? Do you keep in touch often? Huh. Qinyang, perplexed, glanced at Liu Russian. I don't usually contact the tall girl. What a pity. My granddaughter, despite being nearly 27 or 28, has never been in a relationship. She's intelligent, beautiful, and adept at household chores. I wonder which little rascal will be fortunate enough to win her over, Liu Russian said, his old eyes secretly observing Qinyang's expression. Eager to gauge his reaction, Qinyang looked utterly bewildered. At that moment, the sound of high heels echoed in the air. Qinyang turned his head, and his eyes instinctively lit up. Liu Ran appeared, clad in a fitted white professional dress, with light makeup, her hair cascading down, and adorned in purple embroidered high heels. Swaying gracefully towards him, her legs, already long and attractive, were accentuated by the short skirt and heels, drawing attention. Qinyang stared for a couple of seconds. Beside him, Liu Russian chuckled, then cleared his throat and said, Xiao Chun, my granddaughter is heading to a negotiation today. If you have nothing planned, you should accompany her. It's inconvenient for her to drive in a short skirt, so you could be her chauffeur. Grandpa, I have already called for a driver. Liu Ran replied with a look of resignation. She turned to Qinyang and said, Qinyang, thank you for coming to treat my grandfather. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't keep you. All right, wait a moment. Qinyang stood up directly, blocking Liu Ran's path. He fixed his gaze on her face, frowning deeply. What's wrong? Liu Ran asked curiously. Qinyang, rendered speechless, inquired, Are you truly going to sign that contract today? Liu Ran nodded lightly. Of course, today marks the final day of our agreement. If I fail to sign, the contract will slip through my fingers. Observing the darkening hue of Liu Ran's financial prospects, Qinyang sighed. If you proceed today, you may very well end up bankrupt. You are simply too stubborn. I shall accompany you. I, too, wish to see the individual who has managed to deceive such a shrewd and statuesque woman like you. Rising, Qinyang walked alongside Liu Ran toward the exit. Liu Ran regarded him with curiosity and after a moment's contemplation, stated, Qinyang, this project is truly promising, and I am resolute in my decision to invest. You must understand, it is not merely our Liu family interested in this venture. Other prominent families such as the Yangs and the Zhus are also keen on investing. Qinyang nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. I merely wish to accompany you for a glimpse, without impeding your progress. The two ascended into the vehicle. Liu Ran took the passenger seat and produced several investigative reports, saying, Qinyang, I can genuinely empathize with your concerns. I share them as well, considering this involves an investment of 1 billion. Professor Yang is a globally recognized expert in molecular biology and has previously served as the head of the R&D team at Estée Lauder. Her return to our country brings with it a cosmetic technology that could potentially create seismic shifts in the beauty industry. This innovation is derived from a secret formula from the imperial courts of the Tang and Song dynasties. The cosmetics developed from this ancient recipe not only boast exceptional whitening effects, but also provide nourishment and reparative benefits to the skin. Do you grasp the rarity of such a find? Lu Ran elaborated as they drove, and Qinyang listened attentively. Lu Ran continued, currently, the market for women's cosmetics is vast. Generally, there are two categories: whitening products for daytime use and repairing masks for nighttime application. Each of these has its own advantages and disadvantages. Daytime cosmetics can be harmful to the skin, which is why one observes that women who wear heavy makeup often have dulled, blemished skin after removal. Conversely, masks cannot be used during the day. However, the product developed by Professor Yang from the Imperial formula harmoniously combines both benefits. It serves the purpose of a daily whitening regimen while simultaneously nourishing and repairing facial cells. Thus, this cosmetic project is exceedingly sought after, with numerous parties eager to acquire the patent. Qinyang responded with an intrigued "oh" as he began to comprehend the situation. With a smile, he remarked, "If what you say holds true, how did it end up in your hands?" Lu Ran shot him an indignant glare. "It is because I invested significantly and acted swiftly. I understand that opportunities do not simply fall from the sky, which is why I enlisted 7 teams to investigate Professor Yang's project. Previously, I had my company's technical department and external cosmetic research firms conduct thorough investigations, all of which yielded no issues. Later, you warned me about the possibility of bankruptcy, prompting me to seek out 3 teams from outside the province for investigation. As you can see, their reports are now in my possession, and I am quite certain that Professor Yang's project is exceptionally promising and trustworthy. I am prepared to acquire the technology patent and 51% of the shares for 1 billion. Subsequently, Professor Yang and I will collaborate on its development." At this moment, a hint of pride graced Lu Ran's elegant visage. This was the project she had fervently championed. Should she succeed, it would pave the way for her gradual takeover of the entire Lu family enterprise. After Lu Russian's illness, he had undergone a profound transformation. No longer fixated on whether a granddaughter or grandson should lead the family, he had come to place his trust in Lu Ran, whose capabilities were unmatched. Thus, Lu Russian harbored hopes that his granddaughter could seize this opportunity to prove herself, preparing for her eventual comprehensive stewardship of the family business. Qinyang pondered for a moment before conceding, "Very well, it seems I cannot persuade you otherwise. Perhaps you should arrange to meet with Professor Yang. I would like to observe this individual." "Agreed," Lu Ran replied, not hesitating this time. She made a phone call to schedule a meeting at a CAF. Soon after, Qinyang and Lu Ran arrived at Blue Mountain CAF, where they settled into their seats. Lu Ran, still anxious, turned to Qinyang and said, "Qinyang, please do not cause any disturbances. I am eager to secure this project." "Rest assured," Qinyang nodded in response. Before long, a woman in her 50s, exuding an air of nobility and wearing glasses, gracefully approached them. Clad in a knitted long dress and scarf, she took a seat across from them. Lu Ran promptly stood and greeted her. "Professor Yang, it is a pleasure to meet you. I invited you here to discuss matters prior to the contract signing tonight, as there will be no room for discussion afterward." Professor Yang Whiting merely nodded, her smile imbued with an air of superiority as she replied, "Very well, I understand." Lu Ran presented a project blueprint, inquiring, "Professor Yang, is the final product of your project ready for packaging and market release?" Yang Whiting responded nonchalantly, "Of course. However, we can also incorporate additional whitening ingredients." Qinyang, seated beside Lu Ran, scrutinized Yang Whiting. At first glance, he recognized that Lu Ran had indeed fallen into a trap. Yang Whiting's features, a protruding nose with a hooked tip, slightly high cheekbones, and drooping eyebrows, typified a duplicitous character. Yet, her broad forehead and bright eyes, coupled with a rosy complexion at the temples, suggested she possessed talent. Those lacking integrity are often mere scoundrels, while the talented are cunning villains. The higher one rises, the more inscrutable they become. Qinyang sighed inwardly. It appeared that Lu Ran was indeed no match for this woman. His gaze swept over the project documentation on the table. It was Yang Whiting's project description, stating that she had extracted the necessary components from a royal secret recipe, the jade skin ointment, and also outlined the discovery process of this ointment, which she had obtained from a rare medical manuscript purchased from a collector in the Ying Nation. The medical tome, a singular treasure in the world, was seized by individuals from Britain during the late Qing dynasty from the imperial palace. Through the royal formula of jade skin ointment, Yang Whiting refined and developed the contemporary product. Qinyang glanced at it, shaking his head in silence. Before long, Yang Whiting and Lu Ran stood up to shake hands. Subsequently, Yang Whiting left with an air of pride, her demeanor strikingly elegant. Lu Ran sat down and immediately turned to Qin Yang with a beaming smile, inquiring, "Did you see that? The esteemed Professor Yang is the one I intend to collaborate with. How splendid is her presence." Qin Yang cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ran and replied, "I can now state with absolute certainty that you have been deceived. Setting aside appearances, the royal formula of jade skin ointment she mentioned is mere fabrication. I possess all the imperial prescriptions from the Tang and Song dynasties, along with numerous notes left by court physicians. However, there is no such thing as jade skin ointment." "Huh." Lu Ran looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. "You must be jesting. As a mere villager, if you truly had such a collection of ancient tomes, your family would have already amassed a fortune." Qin Yang rolled his eyes. "Those tomes were inherited from my ancestors. They belong to my grandfather. I cannot sell them. My grandfather prefers to remain in the village, amusing himself with the widow next door. What can I do? In any case, you have been duped. If you do not believe me, come with me, and she will reveal her true colors." Lu Ran furrowed her brow, remaining seated. At that moment, she felt her patience with Qin Yang waning. Previously, Qin Yang had cured her grandfather's peculiar ailment, which had fostered her trust in him. Acting on his advice, she had, with great caution, spent over $1 million to employ 3 investigative agencies to thoroughly examine Yang Whiting's experimental projects. Thus far, she had received 7 authoritative reports, all indicating that Yang Whiting posed no threat. Under these circumstances, Qin Yang continued to persuade her, claiming to possess all the royal formulas. Was this not sheer bluster? Lu Ran placed the 7 reports on the table, frowning as she said, "Qin Yang, I truly lack the time to indulge in this further. I have already accumulated 7 investigative reports, costing over 3 million, uncovering every detail of Professor Yang's background and her project. There is absolutely no issue. Do you honestly believe your face-reading skills surpass these scientific reports in accuracy?" Qin Yang shook his head. "You, my dear, are overly eager to validate your own beliefs, thus falling into another's trap. If you are unwilling to heed my counsel, then so be it. I have no desire to meddle in your affairs." Lu Ran suppressed her frustration, stating, "Fine, I will accompany you, but you must present me with compelling evidence." Qin Yang nodded. He led Lu Ran to the car, first heading straight to the antique street. "What is our purpose here?" Lu Ran asked, puzzled. Qin Yang responded, "We need to complete the set of 5 emperor coins, for I must perform a divination for you. During a prior escape from the perilous pursuit of the deadly duo, one of the 5 emperor coins had fallen into a ravine, leaving only 4. Now, Qin Yang sought to once again complete the set. The 5 emperor coins are notoriously difficult to procure. However, as only a Ming dynasty Yongle Tongbao was missing, acquiring it was relatively straightforward. The price of 30,000 was not exorbitant. Qin Yang turned to Lu Ran and said, "Please make the payment." "Excuse me?" Lu Ran replied, looking at Qin Yang with a bewildered expression. "You brought me here just so I could pay for your ancient coins?" Qin Yang chuckled heartily. "Well, I find myself short on funds." With a sigh of resignation, Lu Ran settled the payment. Qin Yang once again gathered the 5 emperor coins. He and Lu Ran returned to the car, where he instructed her to toss the coins 4 times. 10 yangs and 10 eens. This is the Kuan hexagram. It signifies prosperity, beneficial for the integrity of the mare. The gentleman has a destination. Confusion precedes clarity, leading to advantage. Friendship is found in the southwest. The movement of the lines is 3. The 6th line signifies the possibility of stability or involvement in royal affairs, the source. Qin Yang's fingers moved swiftly in a series of gestures. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have been reluctant to employ divination to probe into the heavenly mysteries. From the very first day of learning to read the hexagrams, he had come to understand one fundamental truth. The more one calculates, the greater the likelihood of error, leading to an increase in misfortunes. However, this time, with stakes reaching billions and the potential for Lu Ran's financial ruin, he felt compelled to proceed without hesitation. Opening his eyes, he addressed Lu Ran. "This is an auspicious hexagram. Although you may have felt lost before, the truth will soon reveal itself. Head southwest, and you shall find a friend to assist you. Furthermore, seek answers at the source, which likely refers to Professor Yang's laboratory." "Her laboratory?" Lu Ran pondered for a moment before responding. "Indeed, her lab is located in Qingzhou University, to the southwest. However, I don't believe I have any acquaintances there." Qin Yang waved his hand dismissively and pressed the accelerator, driving swiftly towards Qingzhou University. Upon arrival, they made their way towards the experimental building. Professor Yang Whiting's laboratory was situated within the Special Talent Experimental Building, which was heavily guarded due to her status as a renowned foreign professor. Access required a pass. Standing before the building, both Chen Yang and Lu Ran felt somewhat helpless. At that moment, a woman's voice called out from behind them. Captain Chen, what brings you here? Turning around, Chen Yang was surprised to see Liao Meifan. Ms. Liao, what brings you here? He inquired with curiosity. Liao Meifan smiled. Captain Chen, I work here, overseeing the laboratory's security and fire safety. This facility is quite costly, and many experiments involve hazardous materials. So it is imperative that we have professionals in charge. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang's eyes brightened with realization. The friend found in the southwest mentioned in the hexagram did not refer to Lu Ran's connections, but rather to his own. With a smile, Chen Yang said, Would you be able to grant us entry? After a moment's hesitation, Liao Meifan agreed to lead Chen Yang and Lu Ran inside. She held Chen Yang in high regard and admired his abilities. Without concealing their intentions, Chen Yang explained, In any case, we wish to visit Professor Yang's laboratory for some inquiries. How about this? You both change into lab coats, and I will accompany you. But mind you, do not touch anything once we are inside, Liao Meifan emphasized. Chen Yang and Lu Ran complied, donning blue sterile gowns. After passing through 2 disinfection sprays, they entered a vast experimental area. Liao Meifan glanced around to ensure no one was present, before leading 2 individuals into a laboratory. Upon pushing open the door, she revealed a space that was not only vast, but also immaculate. To the left of the laboratory, there was a separate office. Chen Yang contemplated briefly, then opened the door and stepped inside. The office contained a solitary chair, clearly designated for Yang Whiting's exclusive use. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. Chen Yang's ears perked up. His mental acuity, already formidable, had sharpened to an extraordinary degree since acquiring the ghost-faced turtle shell. He swiftly turned to Liao Meifan and said, Sister Liao, Professor Yang is coming. You should leave for now. Miss Lu and I will remain hidden here. What? That won't he do? Liao Meifan hesitated. Chen Yang, however, had already pulled Lu Ran into the office. With no other choice, Liao Meifan departed alone. As she reached the corridor, it became evident that Yang Whiting, clad in mid-heeled shoes, was striding purposefully towards her, her expression grim. Liao Meifan offered a slight greeting before anxiously making her exit. Yang Whiting hurried into the office, slamming the door shut and locking it with a resounding click, followed by the swift drawing of the curtains. At that moment, Chen Yang and Lu Ran were huddled in a cramped corner behind a filing cabinet. Lu Ran pressed tightly against Chen Yang, filled with remorse. She regretted ever believing Chen Yang's words, insisting on coming here to seek evidence. Now, if Yang Whiting were to discover them, their collaborative project would undoubtedly fall through, rendering all their hard work utterly futile. What on earth was she doing? Oh, the despair echoed in Lu Ran's mind. She opened her eyes to gaze at Chen Yang, who bore a grin. The confined space forced them into close proximity, intensifying her frustration. Seeing the smile on Chen Yang's face only fueled her irritation, and she longed to kick this unreliable scoundrel away. Just then, the sound of Yang Whiting dialing a number echoed through the laboratory. Lu Ran's heart raced. In their cramped hiding spot, even the slightest movement of her toes could betray them to Yang Whiting. If discovered, all their previous efforts would be in vain. If they failed to secure Yang Whiting's project, all the blame would fall upon this scoundrel Chen Yang. The thought only intensified her glare at him. Inside the office, Yang Whiting had successfully connected the call. A sense of foreboding washed over her. She spoke into the phone. Xiao Bei, I sense something is awry. That little girl Lu Ran seems to harbor doubts about me. We need to stoke the flames further to ensure she signs today. On the other end, a woman's voice responded with impatience. This Lu Ran is indeed a tough nut to crack. She's engaged 7 investigation firms to look into you. If it weren't for our insider, she would have uncovered everything. Calm down, Aunt. I'll leak some information suggesting that you're in talks with our Yang family. The woman continued. Yang Whiting replied, All right, but if we delay any longer, there will be complications. We must secure the contract and obtain the funds today. Additionally, it is imperative that you meticulously arrange matters, ensuring that no tidbit of information regarding my identity as the daughter of the Yang family is divulged. Yang Bei replied with an affirmative. All right, Aunt, there will be no issues on my end. Conceal this for a few more days. Once this matter concludes, and we have thoroughly dealt with the Liu family, you shall be able to return to the Yang family in a manner most forthright. At that juncture, it is possible that grandfather will entrust you with an esteemed position. After exchanging a few more words and discussing specific details, Yang Whiting and Yang Beibei ended the call. At that moment, Liu Ran, hidden behind a cabinet, stood in shock. Her mouth agape, her eyes wide with horror. Her mind felt as though it had exploded. She had overheard every word of Yang Whiting's phone call. To her astonishment, Yang Whiting was indeed a daughter of the Yang family. The realization struck her that everything had been a trap, a scheme directed at her. Even more unsettling was the revelation that there was a traitor within her own family. Liu Ran's breathing became erratic, her mind clouded in turmoil. Meanwhile, Yang Whiting paced back and forth before hastily departing the laboratory once more. Qin Yang, relieved by her absence, quickly shook Liu Ran, exclaiming, "Hey, long legs. You truly are ruthless. Did you not feel your stiletto heels crushing my toes?" Liu Ran snapped back to reality, her emotions soaring to new heights. She felt grateful that she had not yet signed the contract, grateful for her acquaintance with Qin Yang, and grateful that she had followed him to this place. Qin Yang continued to grumble about Liu Ran's high heels. Suddenly, she reached out, excitedly embracing his neck, trembling with a mix of fear and relief. With a swift motion, Liu Ran planted a fervent kiss on Qin Yang's left cheek. Trembling, she said, "Qin Yang, thank you, truly thank you. If it weren't for you, our Liu family would be in grave peril. If we had signed the contract, we would not only suffer a loss of 10 billion. More terrifying would be the realization of problems after constructing the factory and company. At that point, the losses would far exceed 10 billion. The project could become a bottomless pit, leading our entire Liu family to ruin, relegating us to a second-rate family in Qingzhou." Liu Ran's heart raced, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a captivating light. Qin Yang stood there, momentarily stunned, before he retorted with frustration, "Even if you're excited, you cannot take advantage of me like this. While it is true that you are quite beautiful, I am not a man easily swayed. How about this? My right cheek is asymmetrical, and you must kiss it once more." Liu Ran, coming back to her senses, suddenly chuckled, quickly releasing Qin Yang as she stepped back from the confined space. She stated rapidly, "We must return. The traitor within the family is still oblivious to the fact that I have uncovered their scheme. I need to seize this opportunity to expose them and deal them a significant blow." Her voice carried a chilling undertone. The notion of a traitor within the family was indeed terrifying. It is worth noting that only 5 individuals were involved in this cosmetics project, each one a senior member and the most direct descendant of the Liu family. They were involved in many significant projects concerning the Liu family. If they are not promptly unmasked, it could lead to even greater crises for the Liu family in the future. Liu Ran and Qin Yang stealthily slipped out of the laboratory. Upon returning to the Liu residence, Liu Ran wasted no time and immediately detailed everything to Liu Russian. In conclusion, Liu Ran stated, "Grandfather, there are only 5 participants in the entire project. Apart from you and me, there remain Uncle C, Aunt Shi, and our cousin. The only person who knows about my hiring an investigative company and has the ability to influence its outcomes is Uncle C." With a heavy sigh, Liu Russian revealed a glimmer of pain in his aged eyes. Being advanced in years, he dreaded witnessing strife among kin. The last time he had been betrayed, he nearly lost his life. After being rescued by Qin Yang, he chose to let it go, refraining from pursuing the perpetrator, fearful of confronting the cruelest reality. Now, hearing that his 4th son had colluded with the Yang family to ensnare Liu Ran, his hands twisted together in anguish. After a brief silence, Liu Russian asserted, "Let us confirm, if 4th truly has allied with the Yang family, we shall revoke his position and send his entire family to the southwest to develop the market, forbidding them from participating in family decisions henceforth." "Yes, grandfather." Liu Ran promptly exited. Liu Russian sighed deeply, turning to look at Qin Yang, who was seated nearby, sipping tea. With a bitter smile, Liu Russian remarked, "I apologize for the spectacle. I never anticipated such discord within our family." Qin Yang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What is this in comparison? In our mountain village, brothers have fought over inheritance and brides, even resulting in fatalities. My grandfather used to say, 'The world is bustling. All for profit.' Your 4th son betraying Liu Ran is merely a pursuit of personal gain." Liu Russian's eyelids flickered, and then he leaned closer to Qin Yang, smiling. "Qin Yang, allow me to propose something. Why not become Lu Ran's husband? I assure you, you need not formally join the family, and any children you have together may bear your surname. All I ask is that you assist Lu Ran in safeguarding our Lu family's assets. Chen Yang chuckled. I might consider it in a month, but Lu Ran cannot be the principal wife, as that position is already informally designated. I cannot change that. Lu Russian was taken aback, then glared at Chen Yang in irritation. You rascal, are you jesting at my expense? My granddaughter is an exquisite beauty, talented and poised to inherit the entire Lu family. You think she could settle for being a secondary wife? How preposterous. Before Chen Yang could respond, his phone rang. Answering it, he heard the voice of Zhang Yijian. Mr. Chen, bad news. The Mi family is making moves. Chen Yang immediately stood, his tone icy. What is it? Have they targeted General Su? Zhang Yijian hesitated for a moment before quickly clarifying. No, Mr. Chen. It's regarding that plot of land. The Mi family's construction site is up for sale. Chen Yang suddenly recalled the previous incident, where Zhang Yijian and his fellow workers from their hometown had been affected by a blockage of vital energy while working at the Mi family's site, leaving them bedridden. Subsequently, the construction site belonging to the Mi family fell into disrepair and was left unattended. To the average observer, that piece of land appeared ominous, steeped in ill fortune. However, Chen Yang was acutely aware that beneath the hills surrounding that land lay an abundance of spiritual energy. This energy could potentially enable him to transcend into the realm of great perfection. He promptly addressed Zhang Yijian, stating, Very well, I shall return immediately. We must acquire that land. After hanging up, Chen Yang waved goodbye to Lu Russian and hurriedly departed. Lu Russian gazed at Chen Yang's retreating figure, letting out a soft sigh. Indeed, he was a hidden dragon among men, a piece of uncut jade destined to soar one day. It was a pity that this young man was always reluctant to agree to marry into the family. Chen Yang drove back to the garden community. At the property management office, he found Zhang Yijian and cut straight to the chase, asking, Old Zhang, when will that land go on sale? And how much will it cost? Zhang Yijian replied, Before noon the day after tomorrow, a deposit of 10 million must be submitted. The official auction will commence 3 days later, with the highest bidder winning. The exact amount is uncertain, but based on surrounding parcels, it is roughly around 200 million. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang's brows furrowed deeply. Goodness gracious, is land in your city made of gold? How can it be so exorbitantly priced? In our Gangtu village, that piece of land would cost at most 8,000. This is truly troublesome. 200 million is simply unattainable. Zhang Yijian scratched his head, asking, Master Chen, do you absolutely need that piece of land? Chen Yang nodded firmly. Indeed, it is crucial. For me at this moment, it represents a monumental opportunity. Zhang Yijian's expression turned serious upon hearing this. In that case, we must gather the 10 million before noon the day after tomorrow. Only with this sum can we qualify to participate in the auction. During the bidding, we can raise our offer to secure that land. There will be a week's grace period from the end of the auction to the payment of the remaining balance, allowing us time to arrange the rest of the funds. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. You are correct. We must first obtain the qualification for the auction. 10 million is quite a daunting figure. Zhang Yijian suggested, my herbal medicine factory, if we sell the land, should be worth over 5 million. We can find a way to gather an additional 5 million. Chen Yang shook his head. At that moment, 3 high school students approached, each cradling a basketball and holding a cup of milk tea in their hands. Their milk tea was undeniably delicious, especially when chilled. The tea shop was thriving. They prepared their milk tea a day in advance, and I had just observed that they sold over 100 cups in an hour. The 3 young men, satisfied with their chilled milk tea, strolled by. Hearing their conversation, Chen Yang's mind suddenly sparked with an idea. He patted Zhang Yijian on the shoulder and exclaimed, Old Zhang, I know what to do. Does your herbal factory have any inventory of medicinal materials? Zhang Yijian nodded. Yes, we have some. My herbal factory has been struggling economically, and it has been declining further, so we still have quite a bit of stock from previous years. Chen Yang promptly retrieved his mobile device and typed the names of 13 medicinal herbs, sending them to Zhang Yijian. Zhang Yijian glanced at the message, nodding in acknowledgement. We do have all 13 herbs. However, the red beet chrysanthemum is produced in limited quantities each year and is seldom used. So our stock only amounts to a little over 100 kilograms. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. That should suffice. Please proceed to procure this herb immediately. And also begin soaking the 13 herbs now. In 3 hours, I will head to the medicine factory to brew the Immortal's Bliss soup. Immortal's Bliss soup? What is that? Zheng Yijin inquired, puzzled. With a sense of pride, Qinyang explained, it is an ancient medicinal broth passed down from antiquity, which brings joy to the body and mind, alleviating anxiety and fostering genuine happiness. Such a recipe exists? Zheng Yijin expressed his surprise. Being the owner of a traditional Chinese medicine factory, he was well-versed in many ancient formulas, yet he had never encountered one that could uplift the spirit so profoundly. Qinyang elaborated. This recipe dates back to the Xia and Shang dynasties and was refined by the Yinyang practitioners in the spring and autumn period into what we now know as Immortal's Bliss soup. These practitioners once garnered a significant following through this formula. He continued confidently, in the next 2 days, we shall rely on this recipe to earn 10 million. Zheng Yijin felt a twinge of uncertainty. Although he had faith in Qinyang's medical skills, the prospect of earning 10 million in 2 days seemed daunting. Qinyang gave Zheng Yijin a reassuring pat on the shoulder. You should return to the medicine factory to prepare, while I take care of the shops outside the community. Reluctantly, Zheng Yijin agreed and hurried to the Wadeo pharmaceutical factory to ready the herbs. Qinyang returned to the property management office and entered Su Jing's office, stating, My dear, are there still some vacant shops under our property? Su Jing looked at him curiously and nodded. Indeed, there are a few shops unoccupied, likely due to their poor locations and the current challenges of physical operations, which deter potential renters. Qinyang promptly replied, There's no need to lease them out. We shall utilize them ourselves. I require those shops facing the community's entrance. I have plans for them. What will you use them for? Besides, even if we intend to use them, we must still pay rent, as those shops are communal property belonging to the residents of the community and cannot be used arbitrarily. Su Jing quickly stood, concerned. Qinyang waved his hand dismissively. All right, let us consider it as my rental. I intend to sell milk tea. Finding the keys to the 5 shops, Qinyang headed toward them. Along the way, he called Lin Hao. Currently, Lin Hao's renovation company was overwhelmed with work. Since the last incident, where Lu Jinfeng's project was expedited, all the residents of the garden community were queuing for renovations. Upon reaching Lin Hao, Qinyang instructed, Lin, bring 10 people immediately to the shops at the community entrance. I have 5 shops that require renovation, and the more hands, the better. Aim to complete it by tomorrow morning. Got it, Mr. Chun. I'm on my way. Lin Hao responded enthusiastically. After hanging up, Qinyang stood before the 5 shops, scrutinizing them carefully, then surveying the surrounding environment and buildings. Soon, a series of auspicious feng shui arrangements materialized in his mind. After all, the time was exceedingly brief. To amass 10 million within such a short span posed a significant challenge. Nonetheless, Qinyang was aware that his divine elixir, the Immortal's Tranquility Brew, yielded remarkable results. However, being merely in the promotional phase necessitated considerable time. Thus, it was imperative to harness the most potent feng shui arrangements to achieve this goal. The simplest feng shui setup involves the placement of certain ornaments, such as the god of wealth and Pai Xiu, which are believed to attract prosperity. A more professional approach requires interior decoration, as each room possesses its own feng shui positions and malevolent spots, which include various aspects like wealth, fortune, and health. These malevolent positions vary according to the layout and location of the property. The renovation aims to enhance good fortune while placing protective and mitigating items in areas of negative energy. At this moment, the feng shui arrangement Qinyang devised entailed not only the interior, but also a comprehensive consideration of the surrounding feng shui dynamics. As summer drew to a close, the fiery energies of July and the metallic essence of August intermingled in the cosmos. This locality, aligned with the Azure Dragon constellation, was currently under the influence of the Kamakura Palace. Qinyang circled the shop numerous times, contemplating every factor and synthesizing the celestial and terrestrial atmospheres of these days to orchestrate the most powerful feng shui configuration. Additionally, the nearby Wanda Plaza and Hang Lung Plaza obstructed the distant gathering of dragon energy from the Qingzhou Mountains. Therefore, at night, it would be necessary to establish several Bagua mirrors on either side of these edifices to enhance the shop's fortunes. Before long, Lin Hao arrived with the renovation team. Qinyang engaged Lin Hao, meticulously detailing every aspect of the renovation. The alterations encompassed not only the interior of the shop, but also the exterior ground, which was to be replaced with golden marble to amplify financial luck. Once he had conveyed his instructions, Chen Yang proceeded to the Hua Dao pharmaceutical factory. At that moment, the 13 medicinal ingredients had been prepared. Zheng Yijian, standing nearby, wore a look of concern. He whispered, "Boss Chun, the herbs you are using are rather ordinary. Can you truly create that divine elixir? Even if it has some effect, can it really sell for 10 million in such a short time?" Chun Yang smiled at Zheng Yijian, responding, "Success lies in human endeavor. We shall strive diligently. If it proves impossible, I shall seek a loan of 10 million from the Liu family." Subsequently, Chen Yang instructed Zheng Yijian to store the herbs in the warehouse. The essence of the immortal Tranquility brew resided in its brewing process. It was not a mere boiling of water. Rather, it required high temperatures to scorch the 13 medicinal ingredients, inducing a chemical reaction under intense heat. As Chen Yang meticulously prepared the herbs, he provided Zheng Yijian with a detailed explanation, for the task of brewing this elixir would eventually fall to him. Zheng Yijian understood Chen Yang's intention. Thus, within the entire warehouse, only the two of them remained. After more than 2 hours of preliminary preparation, Chen Yang turned to Zheng Yijian and said, "It is ready. Next, we shall soak these medicinal herbs in purified water, bring it to a boil, and then filter it." After 5 hours, the Immortal's Bliss soup was finally completed. Zheng Yijian scratched his head and said, "Brother Chun, I trust your medical expertise, but time is of the essence. Can we really sell this potion for 10 million in just a day and a night? I feel that even reaching 100,000 will be quite challenging." Chen Yang chuckled and replied, "By pricing it at 100 yuan per cup, we only need to sell 100,000 cups to earn 10 million. In any case, you must work tirelessly to produce at least 100,000 cups. Tomorrow morning, our storefront outside the community will open. We need to prepare the product in advance, so when customers arrive, they can simply take it. A transaction time of a second will suffice. I firmly believe that we can indeed earn 10 million. Zheng Yijian, upon hearing this, shook his head in disbelief, but he did not argue further, only sighing, "Very well, I will take charge of the production. Rest assured, I will organize the team to work overnight and package the tea in disposable plastic cups. By the way, what shall we name this beverage?" Chen Yang pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us call it Jingxin Cool Tea." Zheng Yijian curiously asked, "Jingxin Cool Tea?" Chen Yang nodded. "Indeed, after all, we are part of the Jingxin Property Company. This tea shall be named Jingxin Cool Tea. Now, continue with the production here. The recipe and brewing method must remain confidential." After giving his instructions, Chen Yang departed from the pharmaceutical factory. Upon returning to the community, it was already past 11 at night, and Lin Hao was overseeing renovations at several storefronts. Chen Yang nodded and retrieved 16 bagua mirrors, stealthily making his way to Wanda Plaza and Hang Lung Plaza under the cover of darkness. Once atop the buildings, he secured himself with a rope and lowered himself down. After determining the optimal positions on the exterior of the buildings, Chen Yang swiftly affixed the bagua mirrors in suitable locations. Both Wanda Plaza and Hang Lung Plaza had taken feng shui into account during their construction. These two commercial edifices occupied auspicious sites, harnessing the surrounding qi and financial fortune. Chen Yang's strategy was to reflect the wealth generated by these buildings back to his own shop. Having completed this task, Chen Yang yawned, packed his belongings, and returned to the villa. Inside, Su Jing was seated cross-legged on the sofa, boredly watching television while stifling yawns, fresh from her bath and donning a nightgown. Her pure and graceful visage was a sight to behold. Upon hearing Chen Yang enter, she immediately stood up and exclaimed, "You've finally returned. I thought you might not come back tonight." Chen Yang chuckled and approached her, saying, "If I were to stay out, I would certainly inform you. By the way, dear, those 5 storefronts will open tomorrow, and they will be named Jingxin Cool Tea. Please take the staff to support us." Su Jing contemplated for a moment and replied, "So you are using those 5 stores to open a cool tea shop? However, it is essential to possess a business license and a health permit. Fortunately, when I previously established the property management company, I took the liberty of applying for these licenses as well. Tomorrow, I shall hang them up for your use. Moreover, Chen Yang, are you aware of the considerable risks involved in starting a business these days? Opening a herbal tea shop here will hardly sustain you. Never mind. I am too weary to discuss these matters with you. There is food I prepared today in the refrigerator. If you feel hungry, do help yourself." After saying this, Su Jing yawned and ascended the stairs to rest. Chen Yang, observing Su Jing's retreating figure, couldn't he help but chuckle softly. The bond he shared with Su Jing was undeniably growing more familial. After a night of rest, the following morning, Chen Yang stepped out of the community and arrived at the shop's entrance. At that moment, all 5 stores had been fully renovated. A sign reading Jingxin Herbal Tea hung prominently outside, accompanied by a banner proclaiming, "What can you do with 100 yuan? Purchase a cup of Jingxin Herbal Tea and enjoy a day of joy." Chen Yang surveyed the decorations and nodded appreciatively, feeling an increased sense of optimism. Shortly thereafter, several refrigerated trucks halted at the shop's entrance. The first to emerge from the vehicle was Zhang Yijian. Wiping the sweat from his brow, his eyes reddened. He addressed Chen Yang, saying, "Boss Chen, our factory worked through the night, and we now have 50,000 cups of Jingxin Herbal Tea in the truck. Additionally, production at the factory continues. By tonight, we should easily reach 100,000 bottles. However, the subsequent sales present a challenge." Chen Yang laughed heartily, responding, "Leave the sales to me. Let us set off some firecrackers to celebrate." Zhang Yijian promptly arranged for security to ignite several thousand firecrackers. A red sedan screeched to a halt in front of Chen Yang's shop. The door swung open, revealing Sun Ping. She glanced at the Jingxin Herbal Tea sign, then at Chen Yang, unable to suppress her laughter. Approaching him, she remarked, "Oh, Chen Yang, you seem to have quite an array of businesses, security, property management, a partnership in a renovation company, and now you have ventured into the herbal tea business. At this rate, are you planning to earn enough to marry?" Chen Yang chuckled. Glancing at the time, "It's only 6:30 in the morning, Sun Jia. Have you already set out?" Sun Ping sighed as she walked towards the herbal tea shop, saying, "Today, there's a routine inspection at the hospital, and I need to prepare in advance. As doctors, we often bear such burdens. Well, I don't have much time. Please prepare me 50 cups of herbal tea to put in my trunk for my colleagues." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yijian's eyes lit up. He quickly responded, "Ah, Dr. Sun, you are generous. Excellent, I will prepare them right away." Zhang Yijian had anticipated such a significant order right from the start. He hurried off with his subordinates to retrieve Jingxin Herbal Tea. Sun Ping laughed heartily as she took out her phone to scan the payment code, asking, "How much in total?" Chen Yang held up 5 fingers. Sun Ping promptly completed the payment. In the next moment, the notification of 500 yuan arriving chimed. Sun Ping turned to leave, but Chen Yang promptly blocked her way, anxiously exclaiming, "Sister Ping, you are an academic prodigy. How can your mathematics be so poor?" Sun Ping, puzzled, looked at Chen Yang and asked, "What do you mean my mathematics is poor?" Chen Yang immediately pointed to the red cloth on the door and said, "The herbal tea here is 100 yuan a cup. You ordered 50 cups, which amounts to 5,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Sun Ping's face paled, her expression one of astonishment. "What? Your herbal tea costs 100 yuan a cup?" As she spoke, Sun Ping picked up a sample cup of herbal tea from the table. The cup looked just like an ordinary milk tea cup, holding a mere 300 milliliters, hardly enough to quench one's thirst. Moreover, this herbal tea appeared a pale green color, resembling Sprite. 100 yuan for such tea? It seemed absurd. Sun Ping quickly said, never mind, I won't take 50 cups. That's far too many." Chen Yang insisted, "That won't do. It's already in your car. How can you return it? Hurry and pay." Sun Ping, both amused and exasperated, pointed at Chen Yang and said, "Captain Chen, are you running a shady business? I earn less than 10,000 yuan a month, and I've already spent 5,000 here this morning. My heart is bleeding. Thankfully, I'm a cardiothoracic surgeon, otherwise, I might have been driven to heart failure by your antics." With a wry smile, Sun Ping proceeded to pay. She waved her hand and got into her car, sorrowfully taking 50 cups of herbal tea to work. Nearby, Zhang Yijian watched this scene unfold, unable to suppress a laugh. He turned to Chen Yang and remarked, "Mr. Chen, isn't our pricing a bit excessive? Even Professor Sun finds it hard to accept. How can ordinary folks afford it?" Chen Yang shook his head and replied, "Rest assured, the timing is not yet right." Before long, the residents of the community began to rush to work. As they passed by the newly opened herbal tea shop, their curiosity was piqued, especially since it was named Jingxin Herbal Tea. However, upon seeing the price of 100 yuan per cup, most homeowners shook their heads and walked away. Who would be foolish enough to spend 100 yuan on a cup of herbal tea? Around 9 o'clock, Lu Jinfeng emerged and, upon spotting Chen Yang, approached with a hearty laugh, saying, "I heard firecrackers this morning and wondered whose business was opening. I didn't expect Master Chen to be in business as well." Chen Yang nodded and replied, "Indeed, I've opened a herbal tea shop. Would you like to try some?" Lu Jinfeng immediately responded, "I must support you, Master Chen. I'll take 1,000 cups of herbal tea for my employees and clients to sample your products." Qinyang chuckled and called out to Zheng Yijian. Old Zheng, go prepare. Zheng Yijian displayed the payment code and informed Lu Jinfeng. It's 100 yuan per cup. So 1,000 cups come to 100,000 yuan. Lu Jinfeng was momentarily taken aback, looking up in disbelief. Indeed, the prices were clearly marked, 100 yuan per cup. He wasn't lamenting the loss of 100,000 yuan, but rather struggling to comprehend the situation. In a humble tea shop, a seemingly ordinary cup of herbal tea typically costs around 5 yuan. Yet, Qinyang astonishingly priced his at 100 yuan, which seemed outrageous. In today's fiercely competitive beverage market, even bubble tea is merely 10 yuan a cup. How could such a small cup of herbal tea command such a steep price? Lu Jinfeng promptly paid for his drink, but after a moment's hesitation, he turned to Qinyang and said, Master Chun, I have faith in your abilities. However, one must not rush to achieve success in business. If time permits, let us exchange ideas. Even if your product is truly exceptional, it requires gradual accumulation of reputation. Setting an exorbitant price from the outset could jeopardize the business. Qinyang replied, Thank you for your advice, Mr. Lu. However, I believe this 100 yuan is a fair price. The price will only increase from here on. It will not decrease. Lu Jinfeng sighed upon hearing this and drove away with 1,000 cups of herbal tea. Zheng Yijian calculated that they had sold over 100,000 yuan worth of tea that morning, indicating a promising start. Yet, thereafter, no customers arrived. By the time it was a little past 1 in the afternoon, not a single cup of tea had been sold. Zheng Yijian felt despair creeping in. He cautiously approached Qinyang and whispered, Boss Chun, it's nearly afternoon, yet our business remains rather bleak. Should we consider lowering the price? Qinyang rolled his eyes and replied, Old Zheng, have you ever tasted this herbal tea? Zheng Yijian was taken aback, then recalled, Oh dear. I've been so busy that I haven't had the chance to try it yet. I have no idea what it tastes like. Qinyang opened a nearby cup of herbal tea and said, Well, taste it first. Zheng Yijian picked up the drink, his spirits low and filled with despair. Earning 1,000,000 truly was no easy feat upon reflection. The over 100,000 yuan sold so far was merely due to people coming in out of respect for Qinyang. There were no genuine customers. Who would buy a cup of herbal tea priced at 100 yuan? Disheartened, Zheng Yijian took a long sip from the cup, draining nearly half of it, then sighed heavily as he sat there. After a few moments, he inexplicably felt his mood lift. A surge of energy and hope filled him, making the million seem merely a small goal, perhaps not so difficult to achieve after all. Zheng Yijian took another sip of the Jingxin herbal tea and finally discerned its flavor. It was slightly sour, a bit astringent, with a hint of sweetness that was neither from sugar nor honey, but rather the subtly bittersweet taste of licorice. He drained the cup in one go, and his eyes brightened. All previous gloom vanished, replaced by renewed vigor. Zheng Yijian stood up and exclaimed to Qinyang, Boss Chun, this Jingxin herbal tea tastes quite delightful. I believe we should find ways to promote it. Wait a moment, I feel something has shifted within me. Why do I suddenly feel like smiling, as if I had just won 5 million yesterday? Zheng Yijian pondered, somewhat puzzled. Qinyang sat on one side, smiling as he said, Old Zheng, do not ponder too much. This is the enchanting power of the immortal's delight soup. The 13 medicinal herbs brewed into this cooling tea are inherently designed to bring joy to the mind and body, instilling hope in life. Even in the face of immense pressure, after consuming it, one feels a renewed sense of optimism and a desire to address their challenges. Its flavor may not be utterly exquisite, as we have refrained from adding auxiliary ingredients like honey, thus preserving its entirely wholesome nature, making it suitable for any patient to enjoy. Zheng Yijian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he gave Qinyang a thumbs up, exclaiming, Brother Chun, this beverage is truly remarkable. I initially thought it was merely a slightly superior cooling tea, capable of quenching thirst and providing a mild uplift, akin to an energy drink. However, after finishing this cup, I feel as if my life has transformed. By heavens, this cooling tea is destined to become a sensation. I will immediately order additional herbs. Even if we do not sell 1,000,000 today, this tea will undoubtedly yield great profits in the future. Qinyang glanced at the position of the sun and replied, Rest assured, I have established a powerful feng shui arrangement for this shop. The auspicious moment will soon arrive, and we will certainly achieve 1,000,000 in sales. As he spoke, he rose and walked to the northeastern corner of the shop. He surveyed his surroundings, then bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the bagua mirror positioned there. A radiant glow immediately emanated from the mirror, spreading throughout the shop. This act, utilizing blood as a catalyst, was aimed at enhancing the feng shui effects within the establishment. Qinyang returned to his seat, patiently awaiting the outcome. Meanwhile, on the bustling street, a 25 or 26-year-old girl with long hair was live streaming, holding her phone up to the camera. Known online as Little Yuyu, she was a gaming streamer with a significant following on platforms such as Douyin and Huya, boasting millions of fans. In this era of digital traffic, followers equate to wealth, and her monthly income exceeded 100,000 yuan. In her 20s, earning $1 million annually while pursuing her passion as a gaming streamer should have rendered her life joyful. Yet, in recent days, she had worn a frown, finding herself engulfed in a cloud of despair. The cause was simple. She had invested her savings of over 3 million yuan in purchasing an apartment in the city for her parents' retirement. To her dismay, her parents soon gifted the apartment to her brother. The most disheartening aspect was that once her brother and sister-in-law moved in, they promptly evicted Little Yuyu from the very home she had secured for her family. Those 3 million yuan represented the entirety of her savings accumulated over 6 years of diligent work. She could hardly fathom her parents' blatant favoritism towards her brother. After being cast out, she confronted her parents for an explanation, only to find them unwaveringly supportive of her brother, insisting that she surrender her future streaming income, which they would save as her dowry. The financial loss was one issue, but more significantly, Little Yuyu was struck by the harsh realization that the familial bonds she once cherished had now soured beyond recognition. In the live stream, fans were offering words of comfort to Little Fish. "Don't be sad, little fish, marry the top supporter. He will cherish you and take care of you without coveting your wealth. Dear fish, it pains me to see you in this state. You must pull yourself together. It has been 5 consecutive days without a stream, and we are all quite worried about you. How about we organize an offline gathering? There are many fans in Qingzhou. We can cheer you on and help you regain your spirit." Little Fish observed the viewers in the live stream, who were all trying to console her. She let out a soft sigh and said, "Thank you all for your concern. I will surely recover soon. However, this gloomy feeling within me is difficult to dispel." She noticed a newly opened herbal tea shop nearby and decided to go in for a drink to cool down. As she entered the shop, she remarked, "This place is new, but the prices are exorbitant. 100 yuan for a cup of herbal tea." The viewers in the live stream expressed even more sympathy for Little Fish. Nevertheless, she was not bothered by the 100 yuan. Turning to the shop owner, Qinyang, she ordered, "1 cup of herbal tea, please." Qinyang glanced at her expression, smiled, and placed a cup of herbal tea in front of her, saying, "Young lady, this tea will surely brighten your spirits." Little Fish pouted and sighed. "If you were in my situation, not even mountains of gold and silver could lift my mood, let alone herbal tea." Curiously, she opened the cup and took a few sips. In an instant, her eyes sparkled, akin to parched fields suddenly drenched by a torrential rain, or a weary traveler in the desert stumbling upon an oasis. The clouds of despair lifted from her heart, and a smile involuntarily graced her face. Taking a deep breath, she quickly finished the remaining tea. In disbelief, Little Fish turned to Qinyang and asked, "How do you make this herbal tea?" "After just a few sips, I feel so much better." Qinyang, sitting at the back and playing with his phone, chuckled. "Our Jingxin herbal tea, also known as the Immortal's Delight, not only quenches thirst and cools the body, but also brings joy for the entire day." Little Fish couldn't help but laugh, giving a thumbs up. "Your herbal tea is remarkable. Please give me 10 more cups and pack them up. I want to take them home and store them in the fridge." Then, she addressed her audience in the live stream. "Thank you for your patience, everyone. I know you've been worried these past few days. I will head home now and start our gaming live stream, bringing joy to you all. You are right. My parents' ignorance and my siblings' unkindness are their faults, not mine. I shall not punish myself for their mistakes. I will strive harder, live positively, earn more money, and become stronger and more independent. Let us see if they will accept me in the future." With her spirits lifted, Little Fish beamed with joy, her eyes crescent-shaped like the moon. Holding her herbal tea, she hurried home. Meanwhile, her live stream was ablaze with excitement, leaving everyone astonished. "Little Fish, what on earth are you drinking? Is it the elixir of happiness? After consuming it, your outlook on life seems remarkably brighter. Have you perhaps received sponsorship from a merchant? The advertisement you've created is nothing short of astonishing. Where is their establishment? I too wish to sample this herbal tea priced at 100 yuan a serving. Could it truly possess some remarkable properties?" Meanwhile, within the bustling confines of the Qingzhou Central Hospital, Sun Ping found herself in a dismal mood. This morning, she had spent 5,000 yuan to procure 50 bottles of herbal tea, only to have them snatched away by her colleagues at the hospital. Essentially, she had spent that sum without even tasting a single bottle. The thought of it weighed heavily on her heart, especially since her bottle had been seized by an old classmate, Zhou Changqing. Zhou Changqing, a fellow student of Sun Ping, now served as a psychiatrist at the central hospital. At that moment, he was engrossed in his consultations, seated at his desk, with a glass of herbal tea by his side that he had no time to enjoy. Finally, he reached the last patient of the day. Zhou Changqing looked up to observe the young woman seated across from him. She was merely 20 years old, yet had been battling depression for 4 long years, and her condition was steadily deteriorating. At 20, one should be carefree, particularly someone like Li Xiaowan, who came from a well-off family, was extraordinarily beautiful, fair-skinned, tall, and academically accomplished. Yet, despite such advantages, she found herself ensnared by the relentless grip of depression. Li Xiaowan sat at the table, sighing deeply, devoid of any hope for this consultation. Gazing out the window, she felt an overwhelming urge to jump, but quickly shook her head to suppress those thoughts. Just then, her phone chimed with notifications from a group chat. As a longtime patient, having transitioned from refusing treatment to embracing it, she was now not only striving for her own recovery, but also seeking to assist others. She had been diligently working to escape the clutches of her affliction. With 20 groups at her fingertips, each comprising over 2,000 fellow patients, her daily priority was to share uplifting and positive messages, guiding her peers towards a more vibrant life. Although the impact of her efforts felt minimal, it provided a semblance of meaning to her existence. Setting her phone down, Li Xiaowan turned to Zhou Changqing and said, "Dr. Zhou, I have been taking my medication regularly, yet it seems to be losing its efficacy. I find myself unable to sleep at night, drifting through the days in a haze, constantly on the verge of tears, and unable to resist the urge to stand at the edge of a building. It feels as though another person has taken residence in my mind, growing increasingly dominant and vying for control over my body." Zhou Changqing's heart sank upon hearing her account. He recognized that this was a sign of her condition reaching a critical stage. Offering words of comfort, he knew that the only course of action was to increase her medication dosage while providing psychological support to the young woman. Li Xiaowan sighed. After suffering from her illness for so many years, she had gained profound insights into it. Feeling a slight thirst on her lips, she turned to Dr. Zhou and inquired, "Dr. Zhou, may I have some of that herbal tea?" Dr. Zhou promptly handed her the beverage, assuring her, "Drink up. I will prescribe you another 5 days' worth of medication. Rest assured, our hospital has made significant advancements in treating this condition, and we will surely find a remedy for you." Li Xiaowan nodded noncommittally, then opened the herbal tea and took a sip. The refreshing liquid soothed her parched lips, and her melancholic mood seemed to lift slightly. She furrowed her brow and then raised the cup to her lips, drinking deeply. In one continuous motion, she finished the entire 300 milliliters of tea. Moments later, she felt a remarkable alleviation of her depressive state. The gloom that had lingered for months had significantly diminished. A look of astonishment crossed Li Xiaowan's face as she quickly turned to examine the tea. "Dr. Zhou, where did you acquire this herbal tea? Is it a newly developed treatment for depression from our hospital? Its effects are astounding. After just 1 cup, I feel as if I am a healthy person again, devoid of chaotic thoughts, filled with hope, and even inclined to smile. What is happening? I also feel as though I could fall asleep at any moment. Free from the torment of insomnia, and I have regained energy for speaking and acting. Your hospital is truly remarkable. This medication is extraordinary." Upon hearing her words, Dr. Zhou was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the herbal tea in his hand with uncertainty. He shook his head and replied, "Xiaowan, you misunderstand. This tea is merely a beverage purchased from outside, obtained from another physician. Do you genuinely believe it could elevate your mood?" Li Xiaowan nodded emphatically, her excitement palpable. "Dr. Zhou, this tea is not merely a mood enhancer. It seems to possess a certain magic, instilling hope within me. It quenches my thirst, uplifts my spirits, and dispels my fatigue. Most importantly, it makes me feel that there is so much to accomplish in life. There are numerous issues to resolve, and I am capable of doing so. This sensation is truly magnificent." With renewed vigor, Li Xiaowan stood up, clutching her cup with enthusiasm, unable to contain her excitement. She eagerly urged Dr. Zhou, "Doctor, please tell me where I can find this beverage. How long will its effects last?" In all her years of illness, she had never felt as invigorated, as hopeful, or as joyous as she did today. This feeling was simply sublime. As she inquired further, she snapped a photo of the beverage and shared it in her group chat, along with her reflections on this remarkable herbal tea. The Jingxin herbal tea is truly remarkable. A mere bottle has proven to be 100-fold, even 1,000-fold more effective than the antidepressants I had taken for 4 years. I am immensely grateful for this tea. Fellow patients, we are indeed fortunate. Not only is this herbal tea being shared within Li Xiaowan's circle of friends, but also by doctors who have previously consumed it, employees and clients of the Lu Jinfeng Group, and viewers in the Xiaoyu livestream. All are extolling the virtues of this joyous elixir on their WeChat moments. Jingxin herbal tea, a source of happiness available for just 100 yuan, is nothing short of miraculous. The beverage, conceived by its creator, feels like a shot of pure motivation. After consuming it, my vigor surged, doubling my productivity for the day. This tea is quite peculiar, despite my wife having donned me with a metaphorical green hat today. I find myself smiling and engaging in rational discussions about divorce settlements with my in-laws. It is truly the essential beverage for those in my predicament. The shares on WeChat are multiplying, spreading awareness of Jingxin herbal tea far and wide. As the workday draws to a close, a growing crowd gathers outside the tea shop, eagerly discussing and planning to try this magical beverage priced at 100 yuan. A long queue is beginning to form outside. One cannot overlook the rapid pace at which information spreads nowadays. As more individuals line up to purchase this drink, it is only a matter of time before this place becomes a popular spot on social media. 100 yuan per cup, coupled with the unique tagline, happiness for 100 yuan. After work, many flock here to join the excitement. Inside, Zheng Yijian's face beams with joy. He excitedly turns to Chunyang and remarks, "Look, the crowd has indeed started to swell. In just a few minutes, we've sold over 200 cups." Chunyang tilts his head back and replies, "This quantity is insufficient. By the way, has that mini program you were working on been developed?" Zheng Yijian nods eagerly. The WeChat payment mini program is quite straightforward. When he previously operated a traditional Chinese medicine factory, he had someone create one. With this WeChat mini program, customers can pay in advance and receive a Q code. When the crowd is large, they need only present their code to collect their herbal tea. Additionally, a delivery service can be offered, as there are hundreds of idle individuals within the Wadawi community who could serve as couriers for Jingxin herbal tea. Zheng Yijian watches the long line outside with excitement. Each of the 5 storefronts has its own line. At this transaction rate, 20 cups can be sold per minute, equating to 2,000 yuan. The cost of each drink is merely over 1 yuan, nearly negligible. Earning 2,000 yuan in a minute translates to 12,000 yuan in an hour, an astonishing pace akin to printing money. Zheng Yijian can hardly contain himself, exclaiming to Chunyang, "You truly are remarkably skilled. Your previous low profile was not a sign of reluctance to earn. Now that there is demand, the speed of making money is astonishingly swift." Chunyang pursed his lips and shook his head, remarking, "This pace is still somewhat sluggish. At this rate, by noon tomorrow, we will still not have earned enough to reach 10 million. Hearing this, Zheng Yijian could not help but gasp. He quickly replied, "Boss Chun, earning this much is already impressive. As for the remaining funds, I will leverage my pharmaceutical factory. Once our brand gains traction, we will be making millions daily." Chunyang shook his head, glancing at the time as he said, "The current rate of profit is insufficient. It has yet to reach its explosive potential. Just wait and see." Subsequently, the might of the Feng Shui Bureau erupted in full force, and only then would they ascertain whether they could indeed earn 10 million by tomorrow. Zheng Yijian found himself at a loss for words. The 5 storefronts had already formed long queues, reaching what could be deemed the utmost limit of rapid profit generation. How could it possibly accelerate further? Chunyang remained patient. Meanwhile, not far from the community, a pair of sinister eyes scrutinized the bustling storefronts. This individual was Su Wentao. After the Su family had been driven away last time, he was seething with anger. Now, Su Wentao had ceased all other endeavors, loitering outside the community daily, seeking an opportunity to bring Su Jing's property company to its knees. However, instead of finding a chance to dismantle the property company, he discovered that Chunyang and Su Jing had opened 5 more tea shops. Earlier that morning, Su Wentao had felt quite exhilarated, convinced that charging 100 yuan for a cup of tea would deter customers. Yet now, he found himself distressed. As the queue outside grew increasingly long, at this rate, it would not be long before Su Jing struck it rich. Su Wentao was determined not to witness such an outcome. Gritting his teeth, He pondered for a moment before dialing a tip-off hotline. Su Wentao addressed the operator. Hello. I wish to report the Jingxin tea shop outside the garden community. They are operating without a business license, and their beverages contain addictive substances, posing a significant threat to society. I request an immediate investigation and the arrest of the owner. Upon hearing the mention of potentially addictive ingredients, the operator became vigilant. Within 10 minutes, a large number of vehicles flashing sirens and enforcement personnel arrived outside the garden community. Onlookers retreated in unison, capturing the scene with their phones and posting videos online. The leading officer disembarked from a vehicle and approached, presenting his identification as he addressed Chen Yang. Are you the owner of this establishment? Chen Yang nodded. Yes, I am the proprietor of Jingxin Tea. May I inquire about the matter? The officer furrowed his brow and responded, We have received a report alleging that your beverages contain addictive components. We are here to seal your shop, confiscate these beverages for evidence, and conduct a thorough investigation. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang was taken aback and promptly shook his head, asserting, Impossible. Our herbal tea is entirely brewed from traditional Chinese medicinal ingredients, with no additional components added. How could there be any addictive substances? Zheng Yijian, who approached immediately, being the owner of a traditional Chinese medicine factory, was well versed in the relevant regulations and procedures. He greeted the officials, saying, Good day, gentlemen. This Jingxin herbal tea is exclusively produced at our Wadeo pharmaceutical factory. Our facility is licensed to manufacture proprietary Chinese medicines, allowing us to develop formulas based on ancient recipes. Furthermore, our shop holds the necessary business licenses. You cannot simply shut us down at the first word. The surrounding constables exchanged glances, their priority now being to ascertain whether the beverage contained any addictive components. This was a critical issue. The leader of the group shook his head, stating, I apologize, but we have received reports and must conduct an investigation before permitting you to continue sales. Should it later be determined that the report was made maliciously, we will hold the individual accountable and provide you with appropriate compensation. Chen Yang furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Tomorrow marked the deadline for the deposit. If they were shut down now, it was uncertain when they would be able to reopen. Meanwhile, the customers around them were buzzing with speculation. Oh my! Could it be that this herbal tea truly contains illegal ingredients that induce happiness? One exclaimed, What kind of herbal drink could possibly bring joy all day long? It must contain something. They urged each other to take photos and post them on Douyin, alerting everyone in Qingzhou City to be cautious and advising anyone who had consumed the drink to seek medical attention. If it truly was addictive, it could lead to serious trouble. Everyone around began snapping photos and recording videos, sharing them across their social media platforms such as WeChat, Kuaishou, and Weibo. Many small streamers even commenced live broadcasts, seizing the opportunity to gain popularity from the unfolding incident. Su Wentao stood at a distance, unable to suppress a smug smile at the scene before him. He felt triumphant, already contemplating his visit to the detention center to confront Chen Yang, envisioning how he would humiliate the man. Just then, a convoy of constables prepared to seal off the shop. Suddenly, an ambulance sped into view, sirens blaring. It screeched to a halt in front of the store, and the rear doors swung open, revealing over 20 individuals clad in hospital gowns, who leapt from the vehicle. At the forefront was Li Xiaowan, who called out, Please make way. We urgently need 25 cups of herbal tea. We are patients from the central hospital, and we require your herbal tea to alleviate our symptoms. The sudden arrival of the ambulance heightened the tension among the constables. The middle-aged leader hastily responded, Miss, please remain calm. This herbal tea is likely to contain illegal ingredients that can induce addiction. Are you all in the hospital because you consumed this beverage? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaowan furrowed her brow and replied, How can that be? This herbal tea is capable of alleviating our depression, and I discovered its benefits after trying it myself. It cannot possibly contain harmful substances. At that moment, from the ambulance ahead, Zhou Chongqing leapt down. He revealed his identity and addressed the middle-aged man, saying, Hello, what exactly is going on? I have previously tested this herbal tea at our hospital, and it contains no psychoactive substances. It is derived from natural herbs and is quite beneficial for treating depression. The officer, upon hearing this, quickly inquired, Are you a doctor from the central hospital? Has your hospital conducted tests on this herbal tea? Zhou Chongqing nodded and responded, Yes, one of my patients was in a critical condition. However, after consuming this herbal tea, their mental state improved remarkably. Due to this situation, I urgently took this beverage to our hospital's laboratory for component analysis, hoping to discover a remedy for depression. The laboratory has provided me with a list of ingredients, but I cannot discern anything that could treat depression. It is purely a beverage extracted from plants. Yet its effects are astonishing. Just as Zhou Chongqing finished speaking, another vehicle sped towards them. This time, it was the recently renowned Professor Wang Hongjun. Upon alighting, he rushed toward Qinyang and grasped his arm tightly. He exclaimed, "Master, I have heard that you have invented a miraculous elixir that can bring joy for an entire day. Is this elixir the same as the happy water created by the Yinyang school during the spring and autumn period?" Qinyang, upon hearing Wang Hongjun's words, could not help but smile wryly. He nodded and said, "Indeed, it is the formula left by the Yinyang school." Wang Hongjun, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "I can't believe it. I never imagined that this miraculous elixir had not been lost to time and has been revived by you, Master, as a beverage. Your contributions to traditional Chinese medicine are truly monumental. I bow to you." As he spoke, Wang Hongjun bowed deeply to Qinyang, his tears of joy streaming down his face. "Today, I tasted this Jingxin herbal tea recommended by a student at the academy. After just a couple of sips, I suddenly realized that this is undoubtedly the fabled miraculous elixir. In the past, I read about its effects in ancient texts, claiming it could uplift spirits and instill hope in life, invigorating the heart, especially during the era of slave society in the Xia and Shang dynasties. Even under the oppression of slave owners, those enslaved could rely on this concoction to prevent madness. I never expected to truly taste this legendary formula. Thank you, thank you." Surrounding onlookers captured this moment, and upon hearing the words of Zhou Chongqing and Wang Hongjun, the crowd erupted in excitement. Alas, it appears that this herbal remedy is indeed entirely natural. Did you not notice the excitement on Professor Wang Hongjun's face? Clearly, this prescription is likely a precious gem of traditional Chinese medicine from times long past. We are exceedingly fortunate to partake in such an ancient elixir, one that has been lost to the sands of time. Did you hear Professor Wang mention that this concoction was once administered to slaves? I feel that we, the diligent workers of the 996 era, are akin to slaves ourselves, reliant on this bowl of soup to sustain our livelihoods and prevent us from succumbing to lethargy." Laughter erupted among those nearby. Subsequently, the crowd quickly formed a line once more. The officers, witnessing this scene, were now utterly convinced that this cooling tea was indeed safe and derived from traditional herbal formulas. Given this assurance, they deemed the matter no longer their concern. The captain promptly bowed an apology to Qinyang before leading his team away. At that moment, Li Shaowan called out to Qinyang, "Boss, please, I implore you, prioritize selling this cooling tea to us, your ailing patrons. I have thousands of friends battling depression who desperately need your beverage as a remedy to alleviate their suffering." Upon hearing this, Qinyang approached Li Shaowan. He replied, "All right, rest assured, there will be plenty of cooling tea available. Here, I will provide you with the payment applet. Please have them fill in their addresses and personal details. I assure you, it will be delivered before midnight tonight. For those from afar, we will resort to logistics." Li Shaowan nodded gratefully and exclaimed, Thank you, boss. I will share the applet for the Jingxin cooling tea with them immediately." She took her phone, captured the applet for the cooling tea, and sent it to her group of fellow patients. Soon, in 20 patient groups, each comprising hundreds or even thousands, individuals began utilizing the applet to make payments, eager to receive this tea a moment sooner and to discover if its effects, as Li Shaowan claimed, were indeed as remarkable. Applause erupted from the crowd. At this juncture, many began recording videos and sharing them on social media. Numerous individuals also posted the Jingxin cooling tea applet on their timelines, allowing those unable to visit in person to place orders from home and await delivery. As police and ambulances departed, the shop's business reached a pinnacle of success. This event even made local news in Qingzhou City. Whether it was headlines, Douyin videos, or various local media outlets, they all disseminated the occurrences that transpired here. Before long, a significant portion of Qingzhou's populace was aware of Jingxin cooling tea by nightfall. This beverage that could treat depression, this long-lost elixir of the divine, this potion once employed by rulers to sustain the institution of slavery and motivate the enslaved. This cooling tea that could bring a day of joy for merely 100 yuan. Consequently, everyone grasped their phones and began to order Jingxin cooling tea through the applet. At that moment, Qinyang sat within the confines of his shop, gazing at the ever-increasing figures on his WeChat account, his eyes finally sparkling with delight. Observing the ascending amounts, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Only such a pace of growth could justify the elaborate wealth-attracting feng shui arrangement he had meticulously crafted. After all, he had revived the long-lost renowned formula, the immortal's comfort soup, and set up a complex wealth-attracting scheme, even using his own blood as an offering. If he could not amass at least 10 million, it would be utterly disheartening. Yawning, Qinyang turned to Zheng Yijian and said, "Old Zheng, please arrange for the night shift personnel. You need not overexert yourselves. Sleep when you must, rest when you can." Zheng Yijian, noting Chunyang's evident fatigue, waved his hand and replied, "Boss Chun, you should head home. I've grasped the situation completely. I can manage here." Qinyang nodded, turning to walk back to the villa in the residential complex. Upon entering, he found Su Jing in the living room, gracefully practicing yoga while watching television. The local news was airing a segment on the Jingxin herbal tea shop. Standing at the door, Qinyang observed Su Jing balancing on one leg, her body elegantly contorted at an angle of 180 degrees, her flawless silhouette accentuated on the yoga mat. This sight swiftly dispelled his earlier drowsiness. Unable to resist, he approached Su Jing with a grin, exclaiming, "Darling, what exquisite pose is this? It looks marvelous. Can you teach me?" Upon noticing Chunyang's return, Su Jing immediately ceased her movements, stepped forward, and playfully tugged at his ear. "Qinyang, what on earth are you up to? Why is the news covering your shop? Has something gone awry, prompting so many police and ambulances?" Qinyang, with a hint of mischief, replied, "Just look further. That was merely the beginning. The conclusion is yet to come." Indeed, the news swiftly progressed to its conclusion, where doctors Zhou Chongqing and Wang Hongjun affirmed that Jingxin herbal tea was remarkably healthy, devoid of any addictive substances and lacking the additives and flavorings found in other beverages. Once the report concluded, the broadcast shifted to the next segment. Su Jing, upon witnessing the news, gasped and turned to Qinyang with astonishment. "You didn't pay for this coverage, did you?" Laughing heartily, Qinyang responded, "I lack such prowess. As you can see, this is official news media coverage, not something one can purchase with money." Her eyes gleaming with excitement, Su Jing, ever sensitive to matters of finance, exclaimed, "Wow, Qinyang, you have truly struck gold. This is akin to an official endorsement, effectively promoting your venture. By the way, how are sales of your herbal tea? Have you sold 1,000 cups yet? I heard you priced them at 100 each, which would amount to 100,000 if you reach that target." Hearing this, Qinyang, brimming with pride, waved his phone and declared, "You underestimate your husband too much. Previously, I was disinterested in profit. This time, however, my ambition knows no bounds. A mere 100,000 will not suffice. As I reflect on the present moment, I find that the total sales have astonishingly reached 6,530,000. Upon hearing this, Su Jing abruptly gasped, leaping towards Qinyang and seizing his phone. Indeed, the screen displayed the cumulative amount of QR code payments, which had escalated to 6,530,000. Remarkably, this figure was rapidly increasing, having already soared to 6,550,000 within a short span. Furthermore, there were elderly patrons who had opted to pay in cash, a portion that we shall disregard. Su Jing's mouth fell agape at the sight of this figure, her eyes brimming with disbelief. She turned to Qinyang, her beautiful gaze imbued with admiration, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Qinyang, you truly astound me. In my year of toil at the property company, I barely scraped together a profit of a few 100,000, enduring countless worries and maintaining relations with the homeowners. Yet here you are, effortlessly selling a beverage and amassing over 6 million in a single day. At this rate, you'll soon become the wealthiest person in Qingzhou City within a year." Qinyang patted his chest confidently and replied, "Of course, if I aspire to be the richest, then I shall indeed become so. Naturally, my dear wife, you shall be the first lady of wealth. How does that title suit you? Perhaps we should wed tomorrow, hold a ceremony, and entrust this fortune to your stewardship." Su Jing, upon hearing his words, burst into laughter, albeit in mock annoyance. She reached out and playfully tugged at Chunyang's ear, saying, "You rascal, you've barely been in the city for a few days, and instead of learning the ropes, you've already mastered the art of buying love with money. Surely you don't believe that wealth equates to happiness or can purchase love. It seems I must frequently educate you on morals and laws." Qinyang, amused by her response, chuckled heartily. After yawning, he said, "I'm off to bed. I have matters to attend to tomorrow afternoon. By the way, dear, consider this. What if your property company merged with my tea shop? and we each held 50% of the shares? At this suggestion, Su Jing's eyes sparkled with interest, but she quickly shook her head, responding, "That wouldn't do. Wouldn't that put me at a disadvantage? If you were to use that as leverage to coerce me into marrying you, I would be left with no way to refuse." Qinyang quickly reassured her, "I would never coerce you. After these busy days, I simply do not wish to manage the tea shop anymore and would like to invite you to oversee it." With a playful smile, Su Jing nodded. "You've made a promise. Your tea shop is thriving beyond measure. I can hardly contain my envy. Rest assured, the profits will be fairly shared. I want to take advantage of you." Qinyang waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to dwell on the details, and retired to bed to prepare for the auction the following day. Meanwhile, Su Jing continued her yoga practice in the living room, her heart brimming with admiration. She had not anticipated that this seemingly foolish young man would possess such remarkable prowess. Not only had he previously assisted her immensely, but now he had created a beverage that had achieved such phenomenal success, truly an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Su Jingchang exhaled a sigh of relief. Just a week prior, she found herself ensnared by a myriad of debts, burdened by financial woes that left her wearied and her hair thinning. Yet, with the arrival of Qinyang, she suddenly realized that all her tribulations had been effortlessly resolved. Stretching her back, Su Jing decided it was time for rest. The following day, after breakfast, Qinyang arrived at the herbal tea shop and glanced at his phone, which displayed a sum exceeding 9 million. However, the sales of the herbal tea began to slow. As the initial rush had seen many customers purchasing in bulk, some ordering 10 or 20 cups at a time. Now that the immediate demand had been satiated, it was anticipated that sales would decelerate in the coming days. Nevertheless, reaching a sales figure of 10 million before noon was certainly within reach. Turning to Zheng Yijian, Qinyang remarked, "Old Zheng, prepare yourself. We shall promptly secure that parcel of land during lunchtime." The Mi family, being the foremost family in Jiang province, possessed a keen instinct for commerce. Long ago, they acquired numerous plots of land across the province at remarkably low prices. With the recent surges in the real estate market, the Mi family's wealth had been multiplying exponentially. However, the current real estate climate was evidently being curtailed by governmental intervention, rendering profits exceedingly thin. The parcel in Qingzhou was originally intended by the Mi family for the development of suburban cultural and residential projects. However, due to escalating issues at the construction site and Zheng Yijian's association with the Tile Cutter Guild, which had persistently sought compensation from the Mi family and displayed banners around the area, the land remained abandoned and idle. Now, even if the Mi family were to auction off this land at a base price, they would still profit handsomely, having originally acquired it for a mere 50 million, while the minimum transfer fee now stood at 2 billion. Although the land was not particularly small, its somewhat remote location, surrounded by hills, meant that genuine interest was scarce. The real estate market had become relatively saturated. While urban developments sold relatively well, smaller suburban projects faced significant challenges in attracting buyers. Disguised, Qinyang and Zheng Yijian entered the Tade restaurant, where the meeting room had been rented by the Mi family for the purpose of the land auction. After submitting a 10 million deposit, they secured auction eligibility under Zheng Yijian's personal name. Soon, the auction commenced, with 10 qualified bidders present. Among them, 6 were local real estate development firms from Qingzhou, while 3 were outsiders: a research company under Coca-Cola, a firm specializing in homestays, and the Liu family, who were somewhat unique. Like Zheng Yijian, they did not engage in real estate or development activities. Rather, the Liu family was renowned in the community for their expertise in feng shui, earning a living by advising business magnates on such matters. 10 enterprises were in attendance. This time, Mijia showed little regard for the proceedings, merely appointing a peripheral general manager to preside over the auction. After all, the plot was minuscule, and the sum involved was trivial. Renowned developers had little interest in such a worthless piece of land. Soon, a man in his 50s ascended the stage. With a smile directed toward the audience, he introduced himself. "Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mi Wei, the Deputy General Manager of Mijia Real Estate. I will be your host for today's auction. I shall refrain from lengthy introductions regarding the plot, as I trust all attendees are already informed. You are all esteemed business magnates, and your time is invaluable, so let us commence without further ado. The starting price for this land is 200 million, with each subsequent bid requiring an increment of 1 million. Upon successful bidding, all funds must be settled within 1 week. Should the remaining balance not be cleared within this time frame, the 10 million deposit paid today will be forfeited and the land will be reclaimed, accompanied by a 10 penalty for breach of contract. With that, Miwei initiated the auction. The land, priced at 200 million, was not particularly cheap, and initial bids came from local real estate developers. For them, if the price exceeded 300 million, developing the land would not yield a profit. Consequently, the bidding quickly climbed to 280 million, at which point no further bids were made. Qinyang, observing this, felt a slight sense of relief. If the land could indeed be secured for 300 million, gathering that sum within a week, while challenging, was not insurmountable. Qinyang exchanged a glance with Zheng Yijian, who nodded in response. Wearing sunglasses, Zheng Yijian raised his bidding paddle and declared, "We bid 300 million. Miwei, taken aback by this bid, lit up with excitement and proclaimed, "Excellent. A bid of 300 million has been made from that side. Is there anyone willing to raise the offer?" As silence enveloped the room, Miwei was about to conclude the bidding when an elderly gentleman seated in the front row, who had remained silent until now, interjected. 310 million. Zheng Yijian, not waiting for the host's confirmation, quickly countered, 320 million. The elderly man replied, 330 million. Zheng Yijian shot back, 340 million. The two participants, like unfeeling machines, exchanged numbers with relentless precision. In a mere 2 minutes, the bid soared to 500 million. Even Zheng Yijian began to tremble at such astronomical figures. However, the opponent in the front row showed no signs of relenting. Zheng Yijian's palms were slick with sweat as he cast a glance at Qinyang, who, stroking his chin, pondered who would invest 500 million in such a worthless piece of land, situated in a mountainous area where profits from either housing or amusement parks would be meager. Yet, the competitor was clearly resolute, unwilling to back down. At that moment, within the confines of the modest auction venue, the other real estate companies stood in astonishment, their mouths agape. They had never anticipated that this seemingly worthless plot of land could fetch 500 million. For the Mi family, this was akin to a windfall from the heavens. They had purchased it for a mere 50 million years ago, done nothing with it, and now were poised to sell it for 500 million. What on earth was happening? The land was not expansive, riddled with hills. Who would spend such a fortune on it? I, too, found myself perplexed. Moreover, did you notice that the two bidders driving up the price were strangers, not local developers? It was indeed curious. They had acquired this land, yet they were not professional real estate companies. What could their motives be? The first bidder, however, was somewhat familiar to me. The elderly gentleman seemed to be the esteemed elder of the Liu family, renowned in the realm of feng shui. Over the years, the Liu family had amassed considerable wealth by advising prominent figures on feng shui, commanding fees of at least 10 million for their services. This time, however, I could not fathom why they would pay such a high price for a barren plot of land. The Liu family? Could they be the descendants of the legendary Liu Bowen? Was the land's feng shui truly exceptional? The executives of the surrounding real estate companies shook their heads in disbelief. At that moment, they had withdrawn from the auction, merely awaiting the outcome. Zheng Yijian was sweating profusely. He turned to Qinyang and whispered, "Boss Chun, what shall we do now? The opposing bidders are clearly relentless. 500 million has far exceeded our plans. What is our next move?" Qinyang regarded Zheng Yijian and replied, "Old Zheng, you must understand that the value of that land cannot be measured in mere money for me. Therefore, no matter how high the opposing bids rise, we must secure that plot. As for how to make up the remaining funds afterward, we shall address that later. In any case, we must obtain it." Hearing Qinyang's words, Zheng Yijian felt a surge of confidence. Regardless of the price, acquiring that land was imperative. Moreover, he felt an inexplicable faith in Qinyang. If Qinyang could earn over 10 million in a single day, then even if the land were to be purchased for 1 or 2 billion, what would it matter? They would have ample funds in the future. With this thought, Zheng Yijian felt invigorated, as if he had taken a powerful tonic. He raised his bidding paddle and called out to the front, "Enough of the dawdling. We bid 600 million. The moment his voice rang out, the entire hall erupted in a cacophony of discussion, with everyone pondering why someone would pay such an exorbitant price for what was clearly a worthless plot of land. Could there be gold beneath the surface? Or did the government have other plans for that land? Amidst the chatter, the 3 elders of the Liu family exchanged glances. Then, the second elder of the Liu family raised his paddle and stated, "Since our friend behind enjoys a good competition, the Liu family shall engage to the fullest. We bid 700 million. Although the Liu family may not be a commercial giant, once we set our sights on something, we shall never relinquish it. The second elder's words were clearly a threat, wielding the Liu family's influence and wealth to intimidate Zheng Yijian. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yijian's hand trembled slightly. He turned to Qin Yang, who shrugged and whispered, "Keep going, bid 1 billion. Increase it as needed, don't be afraid. I'll step outside to make a call." Zheng Yijian nodded in agreement and raised his placard, declaring, 8 billion. At this moment, Qin Yang stepped out of the conference hall with his phone in hand. Speaking into it, "Grandfather, we have encountered a situation that requires you to send over more funds." Feigning nonchalance, Qin Yang walked outside, squatting discreetly in a corner to converse quietly on the phone. He was acutely aware that the 3 elders of the Liu family would likely come to eavesdrop. Sure enough, the great elder of the Liu family, also pretending to use his phone, exited the meeting room. In reality, he stealthily approached Qin Yang, straining to hear the conversation. The great elder possessed formidable strength, having reached the pinnacle of martial prowess, and with his deliberate concealment, he believed Qin Yang was oblivious to his presence. His body pressed against the wall, he was nearly invisible to passers-by. However, the great elder's actions were not imperceptible to Qin Yang. Since absorbing the essence of the ghost-faced tortoise shell from Ma Jiuyang, Qin Yang's spiritual awareness had grown remarkably potent. Even masters of high caliber could not rival his mental acuity. Thus, the great elder's movements were already within Qin Yang's perception. Sensing the approach of the great elder, a smile crept upon Qin Yang's lips as he continued to crouch in the corner, speaking softly into the phone. "Grandfather, I have no idea who this fool is, but they insist on competing with us for that piece of land. You see, that land is the very site of our Chun family's ancestral grave. So why are others so eager to purchase it? It's absurd that the bidding has already reached 7 billion, and they show no signs of backing down. Therefore, grandfather, please send me another 20 billion immediately. Rest assured, just transfer the funds. Regardless of the cost, we must secure it, not only 10 billion, but even 50 billion if necessary. We cannot allow our ancestors' remains to lie beneath the feet of others." Qin Yang lowered his voice intentionally, ensuring his words reached the great elder's ears. Indeed, the great elder, pressed against the wall, strained to listen intently. After hearing Qin Yang's remarks, the great elder furrowed his brow in agitation. He scoffed internally, muttering to himself, "Where did this fool come from? That land cannot possibly be the resting place of their ancestors. It is clearly a site favored by our Liu family forebears. How has it become their ancestral grave?" With a frown, the great elder swiftly turned and returned to the auction hall. Regardless of Qin Yang's foolish motivations for bidding on this plot of land, the information gleaned thus far reveals 2 critical points. First, the opposing party is entirely unaware of what lies beneath the surface. Second, they possess substantial resources, which is of paramount importance. Initially, the Liu family had resolved to allocate 10 billion to secure this land, believing that such an amount would guarantee their victory. However, after overhearing Qin Yang's recent conversation, the elder of the Liu family recognized the futility of competing against him this time. At that moment, within the hall, Zheng Yijian had already raised his bid to 920 million. The Liu family's second elder gritted his teeth, preparing to raise his paddle once more. At that juncture, the elder discreetly squeezed the second elder's arm, shaking his head and whispering, "There's no need to bid any further. The opposing party may be lacking in judgment, but their financial strength is formidable. We cannot contend with them. Let them have this land for now, to avoid attracting unwanted attention. In due time, we shall quietly reclaim it from that foolish individual." Upon hearing the elder's words, the second elder understood and nodded in agreement. "Very well, I comprehend." The 3 elders of the Liu family were understandably wary of the potential scrutiny this land might attract, which deterred them from raising their bids any further. The elder of the Liu family then addressed me way on the stage, stating, "Since our esteemed friend exhibits such keen interest in this land, we shall yield it to them. To be candid, this location is indeed a treasure of geomancy. We, the Liu family, intended to relocate our ancestral tomb there to ensure prosperity for our descendants. However, it appears we have encountered a financially robust opponent today. Thus, we must seek another site for our ancestral resting place." After the second elder of the Liu family finished speaking, he bowed his head in silence. The others in the hall, upon hearing this explanation, exchanged knowing glances, realizing the significance of the land. It turned out to be a genuine treasure of geomancy, a concept the Liu family deeply revered, as their lineage was founded on the principles of ancestral burial and auspicious dates. Their desire to establish their ancestral tomb in such a prime location demonstrated their commitment to these beliefs, even willing to invest 10 billion for the privilege. Truly impressive. However, this matter bore no relevance to the others present. Curiosity lingered about Mr. Zhang's true identity. The two accompanying individuals appeared unfamiliar. Could their acquisition of this auspicious land also be for the purpose of relocating an ancestral tomb? Whispers circulated among the crowd. Meanwhile, Miwei on the stage was elated beyond measure. Initially, he had anticipated a sale of 25 million for this plot, but now it had soared to 920 million, an almost fourfold increase. Such a windfall would undoubtedly earn him accolades upon his return to the Mi family. He promptly turned to Zheng Yijian, exclaiming, "Mr. Zheng, congratulations on securing this land. Shall we proceed with the paperwork? When can we expect the full transfer of the 920 million? Zheng Yijian, exhaling quietly with relief, rose and coolly replied, "You need not worry. My family's wealth is substantial, and this amount is but a trifling sum. Within the stipulated time frame, the funds will naturally be transferred to your account. Now, please present the land deed for the transfer." The individuals in the auction hall were taken aback by the tone and confidence of Zheng Yijian. His reference to my family's master implied a level of prestige, suggesting the presence of a significant familial hierarchy, indicative of a grand clan. It was unexpected that Chen Yang and Zheng Yijian, who appeared so unassuming and furtive, actually had such considerable influence. Zheng Yijian ascended the stage with an air of confidence, engaging in the signing of documents with Mi Wei. This entire process of legal paperwork and property transfer consumed a full 2 hours. After 2 hours, Chen Yang and Zheng Yijian departed the banquet hall, this time heading directly to the construction site owned by the Mi family. During their previous visit, which had been at night, Chen Yang could only vaguely discern the mountainous terrain in the vicinity. Now, however, at around 2 in the afternoon, the sun was at its zenith, with the Earth's vitality most potent, the Yang energy flourishing while the Yin energy had completely dissipated. The vehicle halted before the construction site. Standing atop the car, Chen Yang gazed once more at the expanse of the site. In the distance, 2 low hills intertwined, encircling the area. This was a classic example of a hidden dragon vein. Although the hills appeared diminutive, they were actually connected to the distant Qingzhou mountain range, with the dragon's head submerged underground, hence termed a hidden dragon. Observing this scene, Chen Yang felt a surge of astonishment. He promptly raised his hand to his forehead and intoned, "Heavenly law is clear, earthly law is spiritual. The essence of Yin and Yang crystallizes, the aura manifests. Reaching the heavens and the earth, true form swiftly appears, urgent as commanded. Swift. Heavenly, eye gazing upon the aura technique." In the next moment, the entire mountainous region was suffused with a myriad of colorful auras intertwining in the sky. Chen Yang squinted, his expression tinged with surprise. He nodded and remarked, "It turns out this is not merely the aura of a hidden dragon vein, but rather a dual dragon guarding the site. Previously, I believed this land to be a gathering place for the dual dragons playing with a pearl. Yet, it seems this is not the case. It is indeed a dual dragon guarding, which signifies the presence of a more precious and formidable feng shui treasure within this region." Leaping down from the vehicle, Chen Yang's eyes sparkled with delight. At this moment, Zheng Yijian was quietly conversing on his phone. Upon noticing Chen Yang's descent, he swiftly approached and said, "Boss Chen, there's a bit of trouble. The 3 old men from the Lu family have been shadowing us." Chen Yang, intrigued, inquired, "What do they want? Do they intend to forcibly seize our land?" Zheng Yijian shook his head, responding, "I'm not certain, but they have been lurking at a distance, observing us. One of the younger brothers spotted their vehicle nearby the construction site. We are unsure of their intentions. Could they be planning to eliminate us?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yang's demeanor shifted from amusement to seriousness. The 3 elders of the Lu family were not to be underestimated. The eldest had already reached the great Zhoutian realm, while the other 2 were at the pinnacle of the small Zhoutian realm. Each of them possesses strength surpassing their own. Moreover, they are already adept martial artists. Under such circumstances, even if they are formidable outsiders, neither they nor the members of the Wadao society stand a chance against them. A strong dragon does not crush a local snake, yet it is only because the intruders are not true dragons. The 3 elders of the Lu family, however, are undoubtedly comparable to true dragons, and their desire to suppress the Wadao society would be effortlessly fulfilled. At that moment, a black automobile sped towards them. The dark SUV came to a halt, and the Grand Elder emerged from the vehicle. With his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an air of superiority. Approaching the car of Chunyang and Zheng Yijian, he reached out and tapped on Zheng Yijian's vehicle. The Grand Elder spoke, "Gentlemen, might I inquire if you would consider relinquishing this land?" At today's auction, the Liu family wished to avoid a scenario of mutual destruction and thus ceased bidding. "We could engage in a private transaction. This land is worth 10 billion. If you grant it to us, the Liu family will not only provide you with 10 billion immediately, but also offer you an opportunity for a complimentary feng shui assessment, which means you would earn an effortless 800 million, along with a favor from our Liu family. What do you say?" The Grand Elder spoke with an air of arrogance, a smile reminiscent of a benefactor gracing them with his presence. However, a flicker of disdain and cunning passed through his eyes, revealing his insincerity regarding the promised 10 billion. Zheng Yijian stood silently on the side, while Chunyang chuckled softly. Glancing at the Grand Elder before replying, "I apologize, old man. First, we are not in need of money. Second, this land is the ancestral grave of the Chen family, our cherished lineage, and we shall never cede it to others. In the past, when the Chen family lacked funds, we sold this ancestral land. But now that we have the means, we are determined to reclaim it. Otherwise, would we not be unfilial descendants? Therefore, old man, there is no need for negotiation. Even if you offered 100 billion, we would not sell. In any case, you may find somewhere else to rest comfortably." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder of the Liu family cast a cold glance at Chunyang and said, "Very well. I hope you do not come to regret this. Remember, this land is not a treasure of feng shui, but rather a site of great misfortune. If the ancestral grave of the Chen family truly lies here, I fear your entire lineage will face extinction. Furthermore, this construction site is not peaceful. You are likely aware of the rumors that have circulated. Should any troubles arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek assistance from the Liu family. However, at that time, we shall require compensation." With a derisive smile, the Liu elder patted Zheng Yijian's vehicle, snorted coldly, and strode away. Soon, the black SUV roared to life and departed. Suddenly, Zheng Yijian exclaimed in alarm. Pointing at the car, "Chen Laoda, look at how the front of my car is crumpled, and why is it smoking?" In his fluster, Zheng Yijian hurriedly opened the hood. Peering inside, he discovered that the motor and engine had been utterly crushed. In other words, the seemingly casual slaps delivered by Elder Liu not only dented the car's metal exterior, but also caused the iron heart within to emit thick plumes of white smoke. Chunyang stroked his chin and remarked earnestly, "This old man is exerting pressure on us. Zheng, immediately mobilize all personnel and commence excavation from the foot of the mountain, ensuring that within 5 days, we dig at least 30 meters downward at an angle. Let us begin at once." A glint of coldness and fury flashed in Chunyang's eyes. He had never been so brazenly threatened before. The crux of the matter was that this threat was one he could not resist, for the Liu family was a genuine feng shui clan of immense strength. Each of the 3 elders who had arrived surpassed Chunyang in power, making it imperative for him to locate the spiritual energy beneath the mountain. If he could harness abundant spiritual energy, he could, with the aid of the extraordinary 9-sided cauldron within him, swiftly advance from a minor to a major celestial adept. Once he entered the realm of the major celestial, the 3 elders of the Liu family would surely be no match for him. Beside him, Zheng Yijian promptly made calls to summon all his brothers and arranged for 4 massive excavators. He also procured 2 drilling rigs from the neighboring Tiana city. Zheng Yijian turned to Chunyang with a serious expression, declaring, "Boss Chun, rest assured, within 5 days, or at most 4, I will ensure we reach a depth of 50 meters. I have many skilled graduates from the Blue Sky Excavation School on my team. They will deliver." Chunyang entrusted the construction site to Zheng Yijian and took a taxi back to the residential area. Outside the community, a long queue of people awaited their turn to purchase Jingxin herbal tea. Despite the delivery service, the overwhelming online orders had extended delivery times to 3 hours, prompting many to opt for the immediate satisfaction of queuing for the tea. Upon arriving at the store, Chunyang noticed Su Jing, donned in specially designed staff attire, busily attending to customers. All employees were uniformly dressed, wearing gloves and masks, with their outfits emblazoned with the Jingxin Company logo. Chunyang found this scene somewhat curious. He waved at Su Jing and inquired, "Dear, did you have these uniforms custom-made?" Su Jing beamed with pride and replied, "Of course. They present a much more professional appearance. Additionally, I have designed new packaging for the tea, which will be launched tonight." Chunyang gave her a thumbs up. realizing that entrusting this aspect of management to Su Jing allowed him to rest easy. At that moment, Chen Yang glanced up to see the Bagua mirror hanging at the Wanda Plaza had shattered. He understood that this was a consequence of the excessively strong financial aura surrounding him. After all, he was merely a small shop owner. At that time, he had borrowed fortune from both Wanda Plaza and Jinmao Mall, which made it impossible for his modest establishment to sustain such financial luck for an extended period. Thus, the metaphorical mirror had already been shattered. Moving forward, for the small shop to maintain its operations, it would hinge on true managerial prowess. However, Chen Yang was not overly concerned, for Jingxin herbal tea was a unique beverage with proven effectiveness, one that could not be easily replicated. Hence, he felt no anxiety regarding the so-called financial fortune. The two were busy within the shop when Chen Yang raised his head and spotted a shadowy figure lurking in the distance, seated by the roadside with a pair of binoculars in hand. Observing this, Chen Yang remarked to Su Jing, "Look, your cousin is watching you again." Su Jing squinted into the distance, but, unable to see anything clearly, cast a puzzled glance at Chen Yang and asked, "How do you know that?" With a hearty laugh, Chen Yang picked up a bottle of Jingxin herbal tea and said, "I'll go deliver him a drink. The sudden media attention we received was likely thanks to your cousin." With that, he cheerfully left the shop, striding across the road. Meanwhile, Su Wentao sat by the roadside, equipped with professional binoculars, discreetly observing the herbal tea shop. Suddenly, he noticed Chen Yang approaching and a sense of dread washed over him. What was this guy up to? Surely, he couldn't have discovered his presence. After all, he was hidden so well and at such a distance that even with binoculars, he could not make out the details. There was no way Chen Yang could have seen him. Yet, 2 minutes later, Chen Yang stood beside Su Wentao. Instantly, Su Wentao feigned being a passerby, leaning against a tree to smoke. Chen Yang approached and playfully patted Su Wentao on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Hey there, brother-in-law. Quit pretending. I can see you've been working hard here. Here's a refreshing herbal tea for you. Enjoy." He handed over the Jingxin herbal tea. Su Wentao's face flushed. Yet he accepted the drink, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor as he replied, "I was just passing by, checking on Su Jing's property management company." Chen Yang chuckled and responded, "Oh, I know, I'm not blaming you. After all, our little shop suddenly gained fame last night, and that was thanks to you. You took the risk of reporting us, which propelled us into the media spotlight and garnered widespread support. Without you, our shop wouldn't be thriving like this now." Su Wentao felt a surge of fury at Chen Yang's words, as if he had been stabbed in the heart. Chen Yang then patted Su Wentao on the shoulder again, saying, "Brother-in-law, keep up the good work. I'm off for a nap, and let me give you a fair warning. If you entertain any more thoughts about Su Jing, don't blame me if your face ends up swollen." With a hearty laugh, he turned and walked away, seething with anger. Su Wentao trembled all over and plopped onto the ground, his hands shaking. He felt utterly frustrated. Initially, I believed that a single report call would effectively tarnish Chen Yang's herbal tea shop. To my astonishment, it has instead burgeoned into an increasingly popular establishment. Given the current circumstances, it is conceivable that Chen Yang and Su Jing could earn millions in a single day. If this trend persists, Su Jing's assets may soon surpass a staggering 100 million. How can this be permissible? How can this be allowed? That wretched girl, Su Jing. What right does she have to amass such wealth? The more Su Wentao pondered, the more infuriated he became. Gritting his teeth, he seized his phone and dialed Yang Chenghai. Yang Chenghai was dining at school, harboring his own frustrations. During a recent inspection at Jingxin Property Company, he had been disgracefully slapped by Chen Yang, and to add insult to injury, he was also assaulted by their long-standing partner, Old Gue. When Yang Chenghai saw Su Wentao's call, he answered with a snarl, "What the hell do you want now?" Su Wentao hastily replied, "Young Master Yang, the situation has taken a dire turn. Are you aware of that Jingxin herbal tea?" Yang Chenghai furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "The recently popular Jingxin herbal tea? I've seen it in my social circle. What about it?" Su Wentao continued, "Young Master Yang, this Jingxin herbal tea is the brainchild of Chen Yang and Su Jing. Its popularity is surging, and it won't be long before it becomes a household name across the nation. It claims to alleviate depression, and even ordinary people find it quite soothing. If we do not put a stop to this herbal tea soon, Su Jing might very well ascend to a position of wealth. In 2 to 3 months, forcing Su Jing to marry into the Mi family will become an insurmountable challenge." Yang Chenghai's expression turned grave. "So, this Jingxin herbal tea is indeed concocted by that Chen Yang? This is unbelievable. Where are you?" I'll come to you so we can strategize. Setting aside his meal, Yang Chenghai left immediately for Su Wentao's location. Upon arrival, he took out binoculars to scrutinize the operations of the Jingxin herbal tea shop, his envy intensifying. At this rate, it would not be long before Su Jing and Qin Yang truly became wealthy individuals, if their assets were to surpass the Yang family's. Dealing with Qin Yang and Su Jing would become even more arduous. After a moment of contemplation, Su Wentao smirked coldly. Leave this to me. While this herbal tea may bring them fortune, it is also a hot potato. A herbal tea that can treat depression is nothing short of a miracle in the medical field, a veritable ambrosia among beverages. For a small shop to profit from such a concoction, is he not indulging in fanciful dreams? Yang Qinghai's face contorted with rage as he sneered. He retrieved his phone and dialed a rather peculiar number. After a lengthy wait, the call connected. On the other end, a voice spoke in a clumsy Mandarin, unmistakably that of a foreigner. What is it? Yang Qinghai immediately responded respectfully. Mr. Jack, I have some splendid news to share with you. Jack's voice resonated from the other end. Wow, has young Master Yang brought me another meat dog? Let me remind you, we only accept individuals aged between 10 and 30. Anyone over 30 is not welcome. Furthermore, we must ensure confidentiality and security. They must willingly go overseas. Otherwise, if trouble arises, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Yang Chenghai chuckled and replied, Mr. Jack, I am not referring to another meat dog. Rather, I have stumbled upon a far more lucrative business opportunity. Are you familiar with depression? Upon hearing Yang Chenghai had not brought anyone, Jack's impatience grew, and he coldly responded, Depression? Of course, I know about it. But why are you asking? I am not a doctor. Yang Chenghai quickly clarified, No, Mr. Jack, have you not been following the recent news? A fool has invented a herbal tea that serves as a miraculous remedy for depression. This individual is raking in over 10 million daily with this beverage. At present, he is merely selling it as a drink. If we could develop this herbal tea into a medicinal treatment for depression, the potential profits from this patented remedy would be astronomical. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Jack? Jack, who had previously been irritable, now exhibited a flicker of interest upon hearing Yang Chenghai's words. He stated over the phone, Let us discuss this in person, Mr. Yang, but do not deceive me. If we discover you have misled us, it would be a simple matter to wipe out your entire Yang family. Yang Chenghai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hastily assured, Rest assured, Mr. Jack, I would never dare to deceive you. Let us meet, and I will provide you with proof. After ending the call, Yang Chenghai wiped his forehead again. Nearby, Su Wentao, noticing Yang Chenghai's pallor, whispered, Young Master Yang. Who were you speaking to? They seemed rather fierce. Yang Chenghai gritted his teeth and slowly responded. It was an organization engaged in human trafficking. Just thinking about it infuriates me. Previously, our Yang family had connections with the old ghost, and whenever we needed to deal with someone, we would simply call him, and everything would be resolved. However, ever since that last encounter with Qin Yang, that scoundrel has turned against us, disregarding our commands and repeatedly provoking me. Therefore, I shifted my focus and decided to collaborate directly with Jack and Jim. These two are internationally renowned top assassins and members of the human trafficking organization known as the Night Corps. I had previously struck a deal with them. They would eliminate the old ghost, and I would assist them in procuring some meat dogs. This time, I shall also leverage their help to deal with that fool Qin Yang. Upon hearing this, Su Wentao was suddenly filled with excitement. He eagerly exclaimed, Young Master Yang, your connections are truly extensive. The Night Corps sounds incredibly formidable. Thus, the previous news of old Gui's demise was orchestrated by them. Yang Chenghai nodded with a sense of triumph and declared, Indeed, that scoundrel old Gui dared to slap my face in public. How could I allow him to live? He, a mere ruffian, thinks he has achieved something significant and disregards the esteemed offspring of our prominent families. Does he truly believe he is worthy? Now, come with me. Let us pay a visit to the two renowned masters of the Dark Knight Society. Moreover, I must caution you, once you meet them, you will be one of us. Should you dare to divulge any information thereafter, your demise will be most gruesome. Upon hearing this, Su Wentao, overwhelmed with excitement, knelt down on one knee. He hastily assured Yang Chenghai, Young Master Yang, rest assured, I, Su Wentao, am yours in life and in death. I would never dream of harboring any treachery against you. Content with this response, Yang Chenghai led Su Wentao to a nearby CAF. In the secluded compartment of the CAF, the two sat waiting for a while. Before long, Two men in sunglasses entered the compartment. Yang Chenghai promptly smiled, rising to greet Jack and Jim with deference. Jack paid little attention, taking a seat. Though not particularly robust, he was tall and well-proportioned. His fingers nodded, indicating a master of firearms and concealed weapons. Jack addressed Yang Chenghai. Are you implying that someone has developed a beverage that can cure depression? Is it a complete cure or merely a relief? Yang Chenghai immediately produced the latest news report and handed it to Jack, explaining, rest assured, Mr. Jack, this herbal tea can indeed treat depression effectively, and most importantly, it contains no addictive substances. This means that a single cup each day could ensure lasting health for a depression sufferer. This beverage was only invented yesterday, and as of now, many major pharmaceutical companies both domestically and globally have yet to discover this news and have not approached the developer. Therefore, if we can secure the formula first and control Chen Yang, the creator of this beverage, along with everyone privy to this recipe, we will possess exclusive knowledge of this depression treatment. I trust you understand, Mr. Jack, the immense profit potential of such a patented, unique treatment for depression. $100 billion a year would be a modest achievement. Even 1,000 billion is easily attainable. A look of surprise crossed Jack's face as he exchanged glances with Jim, both nodding in satisfaction. On their way, they had researched the current state of depression treatment worldwide, which, overall, was rather bleak. The more developed the country, the greater the number of individuals suffering from depression, with no viable treatment in sight. Current depression medications often come with severe side effects, exacerbating the patient's suffering. Frequently, after years of treatment, patients find themselves in even greater despair, living in torment, forced to contemplate suicide or becoming utterly incapacitated. The two individuals initially arrived here to establish contact with the Yang family, intending to abduct a group of young men and women to transport overseas, where they planned to harvest their organs for a substantial profit in the black market. However, they soon stumbled upon an even more lucrative opportunity, prompting them both to chuckle in delight. Jack nodded and remarked, "Excellent. Let us now investigate the whereabouts of everyone familiar with this formula. We shall capture them all." As the clock struck 10, the line outside the Jingxin herbal tea shop began to dwindle. Su Jing stifled a yawn, glanced at the time, and said, "Chen Yang, I think I'll head home now. When the night shift arrives, please hand over the responsibilities to them. I'll prepare dinner and wait for you at home." Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle at her words, quickly responding, "All right, my dear, you go ahead. I will manage the shop." Su Jing made a gesture and turned to leave. At this moment, she found herself utterly unresistant to being called wife. The way Chen Yang addressed her was so affectionate and casual that she readily accepted it. Upon reflection, Su Jing felt a bit speechless as a young maiden. Why was she now being pursued and called wife every day? Meanwhile, Chen Yang busied himself in the shop when he heard footsteps approaching. A woman clad in a short skirt sauntered in. Chen Yang turned to see it was Bai Honglu. Bai Hongliu's attire was strikingly fashionable, an ink-washed short dress adorned with a necklace of white pearls at the neckline, the hem of her skirt rising above her knees, revealing her long, slender legs. She entered the herbal tea shop, took a seat at a table, waved at Chen Yang, and requested, "Boss, a cup of herbal tea, please." Chen Yang smiled at Bai Honglu, pouring 2 cups of tea, one for her and opening the other for himself. He took a sip and remarked, "Bai, it's been a few days since we last met, and your fashion sense has skyrocketed. You used to dress so poorly that nothing was discernible. Today, in that outfit, I can hardly contain myself. You look stunning." Bai Honglu shot him an annoyed glance and retorted, "Stop with the flattery. I dressed this way intentionally to facilitate my entrance into nightclubs and gather information on missing persons. Lately, I've been swamped with work. There have been a dozen human trafficking cases emerging in Qingzhou. The pressure in the bureau is immense, and everyone is busy seeking leads. As the newly appointed team leader, I am compelled to disguise myself, resembling a nightclub hostess, constantly moving in and out of various venues." Chen Yang's eyes lit up at her words, and he asked, "Are you implying that the hostesses in nightclubs are so skilled at dressing up? Do they all wear such beautiful outfits? I've only heard about it. I've never experienced it myself. How about you take me in one day? I've heard that life in big cities is filled with glamour and indulgence. And since I arrived, I haven't enjoyed any of that." Bai Honglu, both amused and exasperated, playfully slapped Chen Yang's shoulder and said, "You rascal. Have you not learned anything since arriving in the city? Enough of that chatter. Today, I have come to take a look, having heard that your business is flourishing. I thought I would lend a hand and inquire if you are facing any difficulties." Have there been any ruffians or troublemakers causing disturbances lately? Please keep me informed. Although I have often encountered misfortune in our meetings, resulting in my injuries, we are friends after all. Qin Yang chuckled and said, who would dare to cause trouble here? As long as your colleagues refrain from shutting down my establishment, I would be eternally grateful. At this point, Qin Yang's voice abruptly ceased. His gaze fixated intently on Bai Hongliu's striking eyes, unblinking and unwavering. Bai Honglu, taken aback by Qin Yang's expression, touched her face and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Or do you find me so beautiful that you cannot look away?" Qin Yang shook his head, frowning, and replied, "No, Bai. It seems you are in grave danger tonight." Upon hearing this, Bai Honglu reached out to Qin Yang's shoulder, exclaiming, "Qin Yang, can you speak properly? Is it impossible for you to utter anything sensible? Every time we meet, you utter such ominous words, and I always end up injured. After sustaining injuries, your antics only add insult to my misfortune. You better behave, or I shall think twice before meeting you again." Qin Yang, with a serious demeanor, shook his head and insisted, "I am not jesting. You genuinely appear to be in peril. How peculiar. How could you encounter danger in my establishment? Confounded." Qin Yang pondered the situation. At that moment, two foreigners entered the shop. They exhibited a remarkable familiarity with Chinese culture. After taking a seat, one of them snapped his fingers and said, "Hey, boss, 2 cups of chilled tea." Their Chinese was quite fluent, albeit with an unusual accent. The shop staff promptly served them 2 cups of Jingxin cool tea. These two individuals were Jack and Jim. After taking a few sips, Jack's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he subtly nodded at Jim. Jim's eyes also gleamed with enthusiasm. Both realized that this time, they were truly on the brink of a fortune. Jack could not resist taking another sip and whispered to Jim, "Goodness, the Huaxiao people are incredibly ingenious. They have concocted such a miraculous elixir. It is a pity they are so foolish as to create such a splendid product without knowing how to exploit it, thus allowing us to seize the opportunity." Jim chuckled in agreement, saying, "I believe our luck is exceptional. We happen to discover this miraculous potion just as it has been invented. If we wait a few days longer, it will likely be snatched away by larger pharmaceutical companies, and it would become a hassle to acquire it later." Jack grinned and nodded, stating, "It seems this year is our year of fortune. After today, we will achieve financial freedom. Once we secure the formula, we can sell it to Pfizer or other major pharmaceutical firms, and $100 million will be effortlessly within our grasp." The two continued to converse in hushed tones. Speaking in English, Qin Yang sat opposite Bai Honglu. Although he could distinctly hear the two foreigners laughing and chatting, he could not comprehend their words at all. Glancing at the two individuals, he furrowed his brow slightly and whispered to Bai Honglu, "Those two seem suspicious. Their demeanor suggests they have blood on their hands." Bai Honglu shot him a stern look and quietly replied, "Please, don't cause any trouble. They are certainly foreigners, and if you meddle, it could escalate into a diplomatic incident. You need not worry. If they dare to cause a ruckus in the store, I shall handle them myself." Qin Yang shook his head and remarked, "I am not concerned about them. My worry lies with you. There is indeed something amiss with your appearance. You are destined to encounter misfortune, and it cannot be avoided." As he spoke, Qin Yang patted his body, realizing that the copper coins were not in his work uniform's pocket, but rather in his vehicle. He turned to Bai Honglu and said, "Stay put, and do not move. I shall retrieve the 5 emperor's coins from my car and conduct an augury for you. If this impending calamity is not averted, I fear you may not pass the night unscathed." With that, Qin Yang exited the store to fetch the coins. Inside the shop, Bai Hongliu's phone rang. It was a call from Boss Shen. Upon seeing the caller ID, Bai Honglu sighed and rubbed her forehead, wishing for a moment of respite, only to be interrupted by a work-related call. "Boss Shen, what instructions do you have?" She answered. Shen Chang's voice was grave. "Bai Honglu, the higher-ups are taking this case very seriously. We are under immense pressure. You are a key asset in our bureau and must expedite the investigation. You previously apprehended Liu Dabiao and the notorious duo of death. Now, you must take on this responsibility." Bai Honglu, feeling overwhelmed, replied, Yes, Boss Shen. I will do my utmost. I assure you I will swiftly capture the human traffickers and bring them to justice." After ending the call, she massaged her temples, feeling the weight on her shoulders intensify. At that moment, Jack and Jim, having overheard Bai Hongliu's conversation, turned their gazes toward her simultaneously. Jack's eyes scanned Bai Honglu, and suddenly his eyelid twitched involuntarily as his right hand instinctively reached for the firearm at his waist. He recognized her, the renowned female constable of Qingzhou City. Strikingly beautiful with an alluring figure. More importantly, she was formidable. Having only recently been promoted, she had already captured both Lu Dabiao and the Duo of Death, showcasing her exceptional prowess. Why was she in this establishment? Had she already discovered their identities? Jack and Jim exchanged a knowing glance, both individuals being ruthless and resolute. Consequently, they sprang into action simultaneously. Jack drew his silenced Beretta pistol, while Jim brandished a crescent-shaped throwing knife, glinting with a toxic sheen. The two men, one on the left and one on the right, aimed their weapons at Bai Honglu and fired without hesitation. Be careful. Qin Yang, holding the 5 Emperor's coins, had just returned when he witnessed their actions. Instantly, the coins in his hand flew forth. The 5 Emperor coins sliced through the air, striking Jack's wrist. The gun in his hand fired with a resounding bang, yet the bullet veered off course. Another 5 Emperor coin struck Jim's shoulder. However, Jim's crescent-shaped flying knife had already been sent spinning through the air, heading straight for Bai Honglu's chest. Startled, Bai Honglu reacted swiftly upon seeing the knife. She instinctively bent down to evade. Yet, to her astonishment, the knife curved mid-flight, changing direction and piercing her scapula with a sharp hiss. Ah! Bai Honglu cried out in agony, forcing herself to endure the pain. She rolled, drew her gun, and fired. Despite being a woman, her marksmanship and reflexes were commendable. She aimed her pistol at Jack. Jack, a renowned expert within the Nightshade organization, regarded an ordinary handgun as nothing more than a toy. Without a moment's hesitation, he bent his knees to leap out of the way. However, in the next instant, another 5 Emperor coin struck him at the waist, targeting the Yangwan acupoint. With a sharp crack, Jack's entire body went numb, rendering him immobile. The bullet lodged deep in his chest, delivering a fatal blow. Despair washed over Jack as he collapsed to the ground, confused by the sudden paralysis. He had faced countless special forces and emerged unscathed, having committed crimes across 17 countries and killed over 200 elite operatives, always managing to escape unscathed. Yet today, he found himself utterly defeated in a humble tea shop. At that moment, Bai Honglu was filled with dread. She turned her gaze towards Jim, who was glaring menacingly, a sinister smile on his face as he lunged toward her in midair. But in the next heartbeat, a 5 Emperor coin struck him at the Tianfu acupoint at the back of his head. Jim felt a sharp pain and lost consciousness, his body collapsing onto Bai Honglu's gun barrel due to inertia. Terrified, Bai Honglu fired 3 consecutive shots. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets tore through Jim's lifeless body. The tea shop descended into chaos. As Bai Honglu attempted to rise, a sudden dizziness overcame her. Qin Yang rushed over to support her. Bai Honglu, barely able to speak, murmured, "Why do I feel so faint? Is it due to blood loss? It feels as if flames are scorching me." Upon hearing this, Qin Yang glanced at her wound. It was not large, but the crescent knife remained embedded in her scapula. "You've been poisoned, and judging by your description, it seems to be a neurotoxin. Follow me." Without hesitation, Qin Yang scooped Bai Honglu into his arms and dashed toward his Passat. Arriving at the back seat, he swiftly tore open her exquisite clothing. "Hey!" Bai Honglu protested, feeling frustrated. Qin Yang, his expression serious, replied, "If this toxin is not properly treated, it could cost you your life. Do not speak. Just follow my instructions. Press your scapula together, quickly." With no time to ponder further, Bai Honglu complied, as Qin Yang removed all her clothing and belongings. He immediately began to extract the toxins. This time, the tension was even greater than when dealing with the venom of a snake. While he felt somewhat assured about the snake's venom, this was an unknown toxin, and he could only strive to eliminate it. Qin Yang spat out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood. Once the blood had turned to deep crimson, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It should be fine now, but just to be safe, I'll have someone brew an antidote for you immediately. You must consume 3 large bowls of the detoxifying concoction tonight." Bai Honglu felt the dizziness in her head indeed lessen. She realized she had been saved. Sighing with relief, she glared at Qin Yang and exclaimed, "Quickly leave. I need to get dressed." "Ah, I am truly unfortunate. Every time I see you, I am subjected to humiliation." Qin Yang retorted, "I am saving you." "Nonsense. I am the one saving you. If it weren't for my accurate aim, those 2 assassins would have surely killed you." Bai Honglu, while dressing, muttered in frustration, "They must have come to rob you, knowing you recently made a fortune selling herbal tea, hoping for a quick windfall." Qin Yang couldn't help but chuckle at her words. This girl certainly possessed an inexplicable confidence. However, this was fortuitous for him, when he eliminated the two deadly assassins earlier. He had concealed his strength, leading Bai Honglu to mistakenly believe she had shot them down. Qinyang stepped out of the car and returned to the shop, discreetly collecting the 5 emperor coins. He then reassured the staff and customers. Before long, a swarm of police cars surrounded the herbal tea shop. Xinchong furrowed his brow as he entered the store and was greeted by the sight of 2 deceased foreigners. He felt a surge of irritation and rubbed his forehead. "Boss Shun, you're here," Bai Honglu said, now dressed. She hurriedly explained, "These 2 intended to rob the herbal tea shop and were armed. So I had to defend myself." Xinchong sighed. "All right, let us first investigate their identities. I hope this doesn't turn into a major incident." Just then, an excited team member burst in. "Boss Shun, Captain Bai, we found out. These 2 are..." Xinchong frowned and scolded, "Xiao Zhang, you aren't usually this stuttery. Why can't you speak properly now?" Zhang Yu, visibly agitated, stammered, "Boss Shun, they are part of the Dark Knight group. We just received credible information that the 15 missing persons cases in Qingzhou recently are their doing. They refer to their victims as meat dogs, luring them aboard under the pretense of high-paying overseas jobs, only to sell them abroad. They are the infamous Dark Knight group, trafficking organs and blood, treating people like slaves and livestock. They are the culprits. Captain Bai, you truly are remarkable. With your intervention, you captured these heinous traffickers. You truly deserve the admiration of our squad." Upon hearing this, Xinchong was overwhelmed with excitement. "Quickly, we must find those missing individuals. Bai Honglu, you did well. This time, you will definitely be credited for a significant achievement." Bai Honglu stood there in a daze, a multitude of questions swirling in her mind. Am I truly that remarkable? Chun Yang disregarded the scene before him, his fingers grazing his chin in contemplation. At that moment, he suddenly realized that this miraculous herbal tea might indeed bring about peril. After more than half an hour, the cacophony finally subsided. The bodies of Jack and Jim were taken away, while Xinchong and others rallied around Bai Honglu, escorting him back to the bureau to prepare for a celebratory banquet. The herbal tea shop returned to its serene state. Chun Yang sat within, sipping the herbal tea, recognizing that he had previously underestimated its potency. Just over a day since its opening, 2 individuals had already sought to kill for its formula. As this herbal tea gained notoriety, it was inevitable that more would covet its recipe, leading to further troubles. Although he could handle the majority of dangers, it posed significant challenges for Zhang Yijian and others. Contemplating this, Chun Yang resolved that after earning some more money, he would sell the formula directly to a large corporation. Such entities possessed the means to safeguard the secret of the recipe, while he and Zhang Yijian were merely a small property company. With this thought, Chun Yang downed his drink in one go, as if consuming an aged wine. He mused that when the time allowed, he must expand the property company. In that future, he would employ thousands of security personnel, and at that point, protecting a mere recipe would be trivial, whether it involved safeguarding a princess or a ton of gold. However, such ambitions of expanding the property company would need to be postponed for later. The pressing issue confronting Chun Yang now was the lack of funds. The plot acquired for 920 million would require him to compensate the Mi family with 92 million, even if the land was reclaimed 7 days later. Thus, he needed to earn money swiftly. Shaking his head, he intended to return home when a figure, embodying an ethereal aura, entered the herbal tea shop. Clad in a flowing robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, the figure bore a long mane and a Taoist robe emblazoned with a golden yellow bagua symbol. In his left hand, he held an exquisitely crafted whisk. He sat beside a table, and the shop's employees regarded him with admiration and reverence. A female server approached with a smile, respectfully inquiring, "Esteemed Taoist, how may we serve you?" The old man smiled faintly, nodded, and replied, "First, I would like to sample a cup of herbal tea." The server promptly presented a cup of herbal tea to the Taoist, free of charge. Upon hearing this voice, Chun Yang felt a sense of familiarity. He approached and sat opposite the old Taoist, lifting his gaze to discover that it was indeed Ma Juyang. Chun Yang smiled and greeted, "Ah, Taoist Ma, what a coincidence." Ma Juyang, upon seeing Chun Yang, felt his face flush. The previously ethereal demeanor began to wane. He awkwardly smiled and nodded, saying, "Ah, it is Mr. Chun. What a fortunate coincidence." Chun Yang shook his head, replying, "Not fortunate at all. This establishment is mine." Upon hearing these words, Ma Juyang was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the Jingxin herbal tea on the table and then turned to Chun Yang, exclaiming in astonishment. This herbal tea is your invention, Mr. Chun. Truly, you are a remarkable individual. Chen Yang laughed heartily, choosing not to expose Ma Zhuyang's deceitful facade. At that moment, more customers began to gather outside, engaging in animated discussions. What had just transpired here? It seemed there had been numerous police cars and sirens blaring. I know. Just now, 2 foreigners were apparently injured in a scuffle over the herbal tea. What? They were fighting over the herbal tea. It was likely that those 2 foreigners had attempted to skip the queue and were subsequently mobbed. It must be so. Those 2 foreigners recognized the value of this herbal tea and were eager to obtain it. Unfortunately, their disregard for order led to their downfall at the hands of our compatriots. Look. Related videos are already surfacing on Douyin. It seemed that a dispute had erupted over the herbal tea, with the 2 foreigners drawing their guns and collapsing to the ground. The crowd was astounded by this news. Consequently, they began posting on their social media accounts and sharing the videos while promptly checking in at the herbal tea shop. Before long, keen-eyed journalists from the media flocked to the scene. Reporters eagerly interviewed the bystanders about the recent events, resulting in a flurry of sensational reports being published, each more eye-catching than the last. Foreigners traveled 10 hours by plane, only to fight over Jingxin herbal tea. 2 foreigners draw guns in a shootout, merely for a cup of herbal tea. Insanity. Ignorant foreigners actually engage in a duel over a cup of Jingxin herbal tea. I showcase the quintessence of our culture, captivating foreigners to the extent that they resort to gunplay. Such headlines spread rapidly. In no time, Jingxin herbal tea ignited another wave of fervor across the internet, with online sales soaring dramatically. Chen Yang, seated at the table, had intended to leave, but as he listened to the chatter outside, he shook his head in disbelief. Ma Zhuyang, envious of the discussions he overheard, wiped his mouth and said to Chen Yang, "Your ability to generate income is truly remarkable. However, this Jingxin herbal tea is indeed delightful. The recipe seems reminiscent of the famed Yin Yang divine soup of the Yin Yang masters. One sip makes one forget their worries, and a bottle invigorates one for the entire day. It is genuinely impressive. Mr. Chun, I wonder from which ancient tomb you unearthed this formula. Your fortune is indeed extraordinary." Chen Yang chuckled and remarked to Ma Zhuyang, "Master Ma, you possess an ethereal demeanor, yet you never stray far from the topic of wealth. You are quite a pragmatic individual." However, as Chen Yang continued, he paused, his brow furrowing as he fixated on Ma Zhuyang's countenance, which gradually shifted to one of surprise. He noticed that Ma Zhuyang's complexion was rapidly darkening. Earlier, upon entering the shop, his face had been radiant and full of vigor. Now, a subtle yet ominous shadow enveloped his visage. Chen Yang gazed at Ma Zhuyang in astonishment and remarked, "Master Ma, it seems you have encountered an unsettling predicament. How is it that your countenance suddenly bears such an overwhelming aura of death? Your forehead is not merely darkened, your entire face is shrouded in a pallor of despair. It appears that your demise is imminent this very night." Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Ma Zhuyang shot him an indignant glare and retorted, "Mr. Chun, do not take your teasing too far. Indeed, during my first treatment of old Master Lu, you seized upon my misstep. Nevertheless, I am a man of genuine skill. Moreover, you have wronged me by causing the loss of our family's ancestral ghost-faced tortoiseshell, and I have yet to settle that score with you. Now, you mock and deride me at will. I am, after all, the esteemed Master Ma, not a mere subject for your jests." Chen Yang shook his head at this. However, upon hearing Ma Zhuyang mention the ghost-faced tortoiseshell, a pang of guilt stirred within him. It must be acknowledged that the shell held immense significance. Acquiring it from Ma Zhuyang had indeed been a considerable stroke of fortune. Contemplating this, Chen Yang addressed Ma Zhuyang, "Since you harbor doubts about my intentions, there is little I can do. Yet, allow me to inscribe a talisman for your protection. It may yet preserve your life." With that, Chen Yang retrieved vermilion powder, a wolf hair brush, and yellow talisman paper from his backpack. Without further ado, he spread the talisman paper across the table and, dipping the brush into the vermilion, promptly drew a protective talisman upon the surface.